Chapter 47. Into the Dark. One by one, we dropped through the orange portal. I popped my head through first to see what lay beyond, and it turned out to be an enormous, jagged rock formation erupting from the middle of the sea, slick with spray. It looked like a giant cluster of quartz crystal, but opaque. I sent Holt through first. I dropped in after him, then followed his lead, since he'd come this way before. He was about 10 paces ahead of me, sliding down the sloped surface of the stone, kicking his feet out ahead, seeking purchase. With his hands still bound in chains, it looked tough. Serves him right. I was able to stop before he did, hooking my fingers into a crack in the rock. By that point, Victory had clanked down behind me and also started to slide. She was so big with all her armor on that I knew she had no hope of stopping in time, so I used a spot of telekinesis to lift her armor off the rock. The armor lifted her along with it, and I gently set her down on the next rock over, which was flat. She glared daggers at me as she landed.
I don't need to be floated around like some kind of dandy seed.
She sniffed. Oh, I know. I just like it when you're helpless. That got a rise out of her, and I laughed to myself as I helped Sloth come down, too, this time with my hands. Seven slid down with wrath, flaring her wings to slow their descent. She deftly caught them on the lip of rock before I had cause to help her. "Where now?" I called down to Holt. He had started climbing down to the water-slicked center of the formation, on his hands and knees now. "Down and out of sight," he called back.
He means that a dragon could jump from the water and eat us.
Seven added helpfully.
Most of the dragons round here will be aquatic.
I eyed the roiling, gale-tossed waters 50 feet below us. The sea was busy here, the white caps as prevalent as brushstrokes on a painting, able to hide anything lurking below. Like the dunes of the desert, the water stretched to the horizon here, broken only by the form of a long and forested island, perhaps a half-mile away, with a few other rock formations scattered around it. "Low tide won't last," Holt called back. His voice faded. "Get down into the cavern while you can!" "There are tides here?" I muttered, but I started sliding tentatively down the rock. The formation here reminded me of a mantle dragon, a behemoth class that made up for its lack of wings by having twice as many spikes as most dragons. Is it a mantle skull? I thought. It was big enough. I swallowed, because behemoth classes were the largest and rarest of all dragon breeds, and I did not want to run into one here. By some act of fate, we managed to make it to solid ground before anything tried to eat us. Unfortunately, the solid ground we did find was about 3 feet underwater. I looked back up the slick face of the jutting stone, watching to see if anyone needed telekinetic help to descend. The portal glowed behind them like a flattened sun, hovering at the height of the formation's highest point. It was no longer orange, but red, because it now served as a doorway back to Wrath's plane.
Rat, no!
The cry drew my gaze to Wrath. Victory had proven that she needed no help, and she was almost upon me, but Seven was struggling. Wrath was fighting her, punching her in the chest, and it was all Seven could do to keep them both from falling off the rock. Seven's whole body had gone rigid with tension, one hand turning white-knuckled as she held it wedged in a crack. Wait, is that crack glowing orange? That must be the onerite of this plane, but I didn't think too hard about it. I reacted on instinct, reaching out with my power and lifting the flailing Wrath into the air. In that instant, I remembered that I could only lift objects, not people. My spell wouldn't work, but it did. My eyebrows rose as I brought Wrath down to me, kicking and screaming. I left her hovering just out of thrashing distance.
No! Wake up! You have to wake up! Envy, no!
Demons, what did Envy do to her? I thought, my gaze flicking back to Seven. She hadn't moved. "I've got her. I don't know how, but Seven, you can..." "Seven?" She remained frozen in place, body tense, knuckles white. What I had taken for extreme effort to hold them both in place was obviously something else. The onerite. She's touching it. Is it doing that to her? Just then a crash sounded below. The spray erupted from the ocean as a massive white maw opened wide. A snow dragon. Those things were the smallest variety of airship-class dragons, and the most common companions of dragon-touched people. I'd seen several, and despite the name, they were often aquatic, which made them incredibly dangerous. The creature reached the height of its leap, and it laid its taloned paws on the jutting rock that Seven clung to, its wings spreading, droplets glittering orange as it shook them. It was about to chomp down on the whole rock, and Seven with it. It might break a tooth or two, but it would come away with a meal. Dragons didn't eat agents, though. They didn't eat humans at all, at least not in the Hollow Spire. That one has to be a spy for Envy. All this flashed through my mind at the same time I reacted, teleporting myself forward, blade drawn. Among the supplies Seven had packed for us, I'd found 2 more one-handed blades. I teleported into the dragon's open mouth. I brought the sword up, slashing the roof of its mouth, forcing it to bite down early. The jaws snapped closed around me like a giant, frigid clamshell. My feet slipped on soft tongue. The dragon spasmed. The jerk was sharp and twitchy, too quick for something so large. I couldn't see, could only shout, my words muffled against the close wetness behind the beast's fangs. I spread out, unharmed so far, ringed by a wall of teeth that gave me a few feet of safe room. But if the thing used its ice storm breath on me, I wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Yet no breath came. There was a dull cacophony of noise and a sudden stop, as if the dragon's head had hit the water. Its twitching slowed, its head whipping back and forth like a languorous nod, decelerated by the heaviness of the water. We're sinking. It's taking me down with it. Shit! I can't teleport out of here. I need line of sight. I tried stabbing at the dragon with the one sword I'd managed to draw, and I did cut flesh, but the dragon didn't react. The sudden movement had stopped, and everything had gone still. Was it dead? I couldn't see auras, so I couldn't actually know for sure. At least it wasn't trying to swallow me. This thought had barely gone through my mind when the whole space shook, as if from a great impact, and the dragon's mouth opened. Water raged past its teeth and down into its throat, slamming me against its back teeth. I closed my eyes and put all my effort into holding myself in place as water pulled at me from every side, simultaneously trying to suck me out or force me down the dragon's throat. It has to be hurt. It's not moving. When the water had gone at least somewhat still, I opened my eyes to see only a dark haze surrounding me. Through the still open jaws, a pinprick of light marked the water's surface. I focused on it, and I flicked a hand. Sloth's magic teleported me straight up to the light. I remained underwater after the teleport, but I didn't draw breath, even though instinct was working against me. Instead, I kicked upward, breaking the surface of the water to gasp in air.
Silas!
Victory shouted.
Over here! Silas!
I swept a hand across my eyes, feeling the salty burn of the ocean. Through a film of wet, I saw Victory standing on the lowest point of the spiky rock formation. One entire arm of the formation, the spike down which we had descended, was gone. "What did you do?" I called out, swimming toward her. I could teleport, but I didn't see Sloth. Before Victory answered me, I dove under the water and looked down. The pale shape of the snow dragon hung still, floating down and away from me, a massive silver spike falling with it. Holy shit! Victory turned the whole rock formation to metal. The sheer weight had snapped the stone clean off, and when the piece of heavy rock had struck the dragon, it had opened its mouth. Victory had just saved my life. I looked around into the murk, searching for more pale bodies, or for any aquatic dragons of any type. Satisfied that there were none, I resumed swimming. No sense using teleport magic if I didn't need it. Not when I couldn't know for sure that Sloth had energy to spare. As I broke the surface again, Victory shouted,
I saved your ass is what I did.
"You kidding?" I sputtered. "You could have killed me with that stunt."
What else could I do? You were already killing yourself. You think I can swim after you in this getup?
My brows knitted together. Where were the others? I got within range of Victory and grabbed her hand. She yanked me out and onto the submerged surface of the base of the rock formation. It was now 4 feet underwater. "Where is everyone?" I asked, once I was upright again. I wrung out my shirt, and in doing so, I found a new tattoo in my chest slot. A blue ring. The snow dragon. It must have died. I now had 3 lava spit attacks and 1 blizzard attack ready to go, should I need it. I guess I still got their powers, even if it was Victory who did them in, provided I was close enough to them when they died. I wished we didn't need to kill all these dragons, though. Impartial dragons and humans were at peace. Dragons were valued as allies, partners, and friends. Down here, that wasn't the case, and some of the dragons were Envy's spies. That had to be why the snow dragon had gone straight for 7. "Where is everyone?" I asked, fighting down a rising wave of panic. Victory was the only person here.
Holt led them on ahead,
Victory said.
Wrath was losing it, and it took both Sloth and 7 to hold her. Holt said the tide would keep coming in all night, and the longer we waited, the harder it would be to get them to the pathway, especially with Wrath flipping out.
I didn't like the idea of those 3 being alone with Holt. He hadn't proven to be very trustworthy. "Where's the path?" I asked, and she waved for me to follow her. Holt didn't say anything about there being a time limit here. He didn't mention any tide.
You think he's up to something?
Victory asked. She stopped and nodded down.
That's the entrance.
It was a round pool, almost perfectly circular, black as night and deep as sin.
He jumped in head first, told the others to follow.
I looked up at the portal. The water had reached my chest now. "Our supplies," I said, wondering if we should go back for them, but how could we get a wagon full of stuff to float? Victory followed my gaze.
I think you're right that Holt is going to pull something. We can try to go back for the supplies now, but that gives him more time alone with the others. I don't like that prospect. He has made it clear he wants all 3 of them dead.
Right. 2 gods, the original sworn enemies of the Ascenders, plus a woman with a bounty on her head from envy. Holt had prejudices, and he was a traitor. I had to hope Wrath's torture magic was keeping them all safe for now. She could just touch him if he tried to hurt her. "Well," I said as the water reached my chin, "I guess we'd better dive."
Guess so,
Vic replied. "Ladies first."
Go fuck yourself.
I grinned, then ducked into the water, gripped the edges of the dark hole and kicked hard. The channel was barely large enough to fit me, its edges rough and sharp. I pushed and prodded myself into the blackness, ignoring the horrified scream building inside me. "Something is down here. Something will eat you. You can't see it coming. Something is down here." I fought the instinctual panic, channeling Mistress Vaughn and her embrace of the night. My teacher had never feared the darkness, and I could pretend to myself that I didn't fear it either. I descended about twice my height when I discovered a hole in the side of the tunnel. It was big enough to swim through, but I'd nearly missed it. Did we need to go that way or straight? As I was deliberating, Victory grabbed my foot to let me know she was there. She then pushed on me, shoving me away from the side tunnel. I had to angle myself squarely into the center of the main tunnel to not strike the sides as she added speed to us both. Her armor, it's weighing us down, making us faster. Shit, I hope we aren't supposed to go that way. Without warning, the tunnel opened up around me, the current shifting violently. I burbled a trail of bubbles as my whole body was wrenched to one side, sucked into the void. I struck something hard, and it would have knocked me out and likely drowned me if I hadn't been able to reflect damage. I tried to grab for the walls, for any sort of hold, but there was none. I was almost out of breath and at the mercy of the water, and if there was one thing I didn't trust reflection magic to save me from, it was drowning at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 48. The First Trial. The underwater tunnels seemed to multiply the current tenfold, trying to fit an entire ocean's worth of tide into a space barely wider than I was. I slammed left, heaved right, broke bones in my shoulder and leg. My lungs burned and my head throbbed and my blind eyes prickled with stars. And then, air. I sputtered, flipping end over end as I rolled across hard ground. I felt like a piece of tumbling driftwood as water sloshed over me. I finally flopped to a stop and managed to slap the ground, dispelling all the stored damage I'd picked up in the tunnel. Or trying to dispel the magic. Nothing happened. I looked up, squinting into a soft, vaguely blue light that moved in front of me, skittering. It made a low sound, shakr, almost like a cat purring. I blinked hard, trying to understand what I was seeing. It rumbled again. That's a dragon. But it was no dragon I'd ever seen before, nor read about. It was a shoulder class, only a few feet long, with diaphanous wings clinging to its slick body like a film. Its spines emerged from every appendage, more spines than was usual on most dragons. The spines were rough, but bright white. Or were they blue? They reminded me of coral. Its low purr turned into a worried chirp, and it spread its wings, scattering water droplets that made its most unique trait stand out even more. The dragon was glowing. As its wings flipped out, the droplets of water caught the beast's own light, making the air sparkle like a firework. "What the—" I murmured, sitting up. The place was gaining more definition now. I'd been spat out onto some kind of circular platform, but it stood several meters apart from the misted cavern walls. The air smelled of rotting seaweed, and there was a dull roar that I'd first thought was my own heartbeat in my ears. "Wondering where you are, eh, flatter?" I turned at the voice. The dragon didn't seem to be a threat. Instead, it was the only source of light for the cavern, glowing with that steady, white-blue gleam. Its light moved when it skittered along the cavern's wall, making the shadows spin and dive. "Flatter?" I asked. It was Holt who had spoken, and I could see him now, about 10 paces away from me. He stood on a flat spot set apart from the circular platform. It appeared to be some kind of ledge, and beside him, a hole in the stone gushed water. The water drained away between the ledge and the circle platform, plummeting to join more water far below. "It's an insult," he sneered. "But trust a flatter not to know that." I stiffened. Holt had taken shape in the darkness now, and my worst fears were realized. He crouched with a knife held to Seven's throat. Seven didn't move. A tiny orange glow permeated the front of her dress. The onorite. The stuff that made her body freeze solid. Holt must have pressed some more of it to her skin, making her unable to move. Sloth and Wrath lay close by, wearing similar necklaces shoved down their cleavage to maintain skin contact. Wrath bled profusely from her forehead, but the women were otherwise unharmed. Holt must have known some secret way to keep from being hurt. Maybe he'd taken them down the side tunnel that I'd missed. I leapt to my feet. The inevitable vertigo be damned, but Holt raised his arm and Seven both. The blade made an indent against her throat, and the threat was clear. I didn't wait. I gave a casual hand movement to trigger the magic, to flip the knife out of Holt's hand. He couldn't cut her faster than I could throw the knife away. Holt smiled. The knife didn't move. I took a step, but he made another threatening movement. "Easy. You wouldn't want me to make an example of her now, would you?" I tried again, behind my back, to make his knife move. Nothing happened. My magic wasn't working. "This place has a negation field," Holt said, before shifting his weight, the colorless scales on his bare arm flashing dully. "Well, that circular thing you're standing on? That has a negation field. Lust is fond of them. You can't use any magic while you're in there." I thought about trying to release some of my stored dragon attacks, but when I checked my palm to make sure Seven and Sloth weren't dead, just to have a look at the glow of their tattoos, to judge their energy levels, I could only stare mutely. All of my tattoos were gone. "Yeah, no magic." "Fun, right?" Holt said. I straightened. "Let them go. If you want a rematch, we can do it man to man." Holt laughed. "Oh, you're going to do things man to man, all right." He jerked his chin at a spot past me. "I just won't be one of those men." Frowning with suspicion, I turned and instantly reached for my sword. A man stood behind me, one I had never seen before. He was tall, thick, and frighteningly muscular, with the dark skin of the other hollowers I had met. I checked for dragon traits, but saw none. He wore a torn shirt and torn pants, all of which looked stained beyond repair. He stared forward, at nothing. He wasn't looking at me. His dark, empty eyes were fixed on something behind me, something a few feet above Holt's head. "Who are you?" I asked. The sword I had reached for was gone, of course, knocked away by the current. Yet by some miracle of the golden demon, the sword at my other hip had clung on. I seemed destined never to be able to fight while dual-wielding. As I drew, Holt said behind me, "He won't answer. He won't do anything at all. Not until you stand where you're supposed to." I half-turned back, keeping both men in my field of vision. At that moment, the gushing torrent seemed to hiccup, spitting out a disturbing gurgle noise. My eyes darted to the hole and fixed there. Victory. She was behind me. That must have been the hole that had spat me out. The tunnel with the current had ended here, but Victory had yet to emerge. It had been too many minutes. Where was she? As if in answer, a piece of armor whizzed out of the hole, spinning toward me. I narrowly dodged it, and it missed the frozen man behind me by inches. It spun off the edge and fell into the loud water below. "Where is Victory? What did you do?" I growled. "That other flatter?" Holt said. "She was way too bulky, all that armor and those big fat tits, too. I knew she'd never make it. She ended up stuck in the tunnel, for sure." "Victory, no." I took another step toward the hole, but Holt made yet another threatening movement against Seven's neck. Now, your blonde bitch is long gone already. Come any closer, and the green bitch is next. You can still save her." "What do you want?" I snapped, rapidly tiring of this game. Before Holt could answer, another piece of armor, a pauldron, clanked out of the hole, clattering to the stone. It slid a while and came to a rest near my feet. My stomach sank. All I could think about was Victory, her body bent and broken in one of those horrible twists and turns, wedged in so deep by her armor that she had no chance of escaping. But I couldn't think about that. The sheer fact of the matter was this. She was already dead. She'd been under too long. Holt knew this, and so did I. I sheathed my blade and repeated my question. "Okay, traitor. What do you fucking want?" Holt's smile turned to a sneer again. He nodded past me at the dark-skinned giant. "That guy? He's Lust's first trial. Beat him, and then beat the other 2 trials, and then bring Lust to me. Do that, and I won't kill your friends. Not even this one." To punctuate his comment, Holt tapped Seven's exposed neck with the blade point. "Envy wants her dead, very badly. But I'll be generous. I'll just hold her prisoner until you bring Lust to me." "What the fuck?" I replied. "I thought you were bringing us to Lust. Now you want us to bring her to you?" Holt waved the knife. "Now you're getting it. Survive her trials, and you'll meet her in person. Bring her to me, and your friends will live." "But you've survived her trials. You don't fucking need me. Just go back through the trials yourself." Holt sniffed. Beside him, the water hurtling from the hole seemed to slow down, to lessen. He didn't notice. "I've never been through these trials, and anyone who did has never admitted to it," he said. "The whole trials to become an agent thing was a lie. As far as her agents know, Lust chooses us at random and gives us power from afar. We just like to pretend we're special, but really, she's not that discerning." He smiled darkly. "Which makes sense for a woman named Lust." The insult made me bristle, even though I had no way of knowing if it was actually the truth or not. I hated that I was confused, but Seven was in no condition to help me understand. I flung an arm behind me. "Then what's the point of these trials?" I asked. "Lust tells her most trusted agents where the trials are located," Holt said. "But none of us are crazy enough to try it." The column of raging water slowed more. Holt looked at it. "But why does Lust even tell her agents about this place?" I asked. "If they're already her trusted agents." "Trust that has clearly been mislaid," I didn't add. She had not chosen well with Holt. So that someone worthy can find her, Holt answered. This path and its trials are the only way to meet her in person, at least currently. Rumor has it the trials end somewhere at her bathhouse. Envy's minions guard the outside, but even Envy isn't aware there's another entrance. Holt's jaw worked, and he glanced at the still forms of Sloth and Wrath. This was the last card that I had up my sleeve, until you delivered all these goodies right into my hands. It dawned on me then what I had done. Sloth, Wrath, both are gods that turned against Envy, even if Sloth did it on accident, because I forced her hand. It's not like Envy would know that. And 7. Envy has wanted 7 dead for days. She has craved it. Now they're all bargaining chips in Holt's hands. I wanted to throw my whole sword at him. You're going to hand them all over to Envy, lust included. You're going to betray the Ascenders for good this time. You're going to betray your own mother, just so you can be on Envy's good side. Holt turned his head and spat. Fuck my mother, and fuck the Ascenders. They're all toads playing at a dragon's game. You think I wasn't an informer this whole time? Of course I was. My lover was one of Wrath's agents. I've been funneling information to her for years now. Oh. Uh-oh. Holt must have seen the look on my face because he said, Yeah, now you get it. You killed the woman I loved out in that desert this morning. You killed her. And everyone said so, and no one even thought twice that I might give a damn about it. Well, I do. And this is my vengeance. Holt took a chance then, and pointing his knife at the stone-still man behind me. Now walk up and face him. Start the trial. He smiled. Or I'll deliver all these beauties to Envy without lust. But without her, I'll deliver them dead. Chapter 49. Getting real tired of falling. Well, I knew when I was beaten. Even if I was only beaten temporarily. If I were you, I'd keep an eye on that tunnel, I told Holt. The water coming out of the entry cave was down to a trickle now. He had noticed. He'd be blind not to. I don't think Vic is dead. I had no idea what she'd done to stop the flow. Maybe her drowned corpse had merely blocked the water. But if so, why had it taken so long? No, Victory wouldn't die that easily. I ought to give her more credit. Holt glanced worriedly at the hole. Good. Now his attention would be split between 7, Victory, and my fight with this man here on this magicless platform. An enemy with his attention divided is one who is easy to beat. Vic and I made a good team in the desert, even if it is inadvertent. We'll make a good team now. I turned away from Holt and walked up to the hollower man, who still stood inert in the center of the circle platform. He showed no sign that he was aware of me, just stood rigid in the same spot, staring at a fixed point. He was huge, taller than me by a head at least, and every muscle was bigger than mine were, which was saying something. I was hardly out of shape. I stopped about a sword swing's length from him. Still no movement. I raised my blade, pointing it at his head. I challenge you. No response. Holt gave no advice, but why would he? He had said himself he didn't know how to get through this trial. The loud rushing noise from below seemed louder here, and the edge of the platform felt suddenly ominous. I had a feeling I didn't want to get pushed off that edge. I lowered my sword and stepped forward. I kept myself on guard, but maybe if I waved my hand in front of his face, BAM! I reeled back, stunned, as the air itself seemed to smack me. Thinking the man had somehow done it, I moved to raise my blade again, but I was rebuffed hard. My arm vibrated as my sword struck something in midair. Is that an invisible wall? I reached out with a hand, and I felt it. An invisible shield that felt like glass. Part of the negation field, maybe? The man was about 3 feet on the other side of it. I ran my hand over the unseen surface and didn't find a single chink. It was smooth and cold, and it stretched to the floor below, higher than I could reach overhead, and all the way to the edge of the platform. As I chased down the boundary and reached the edge, I looked down. There was about 10 feet of clearance on every side of the platform, between the edge of the platform and the cavern wall. The only exception was the small walkway next to the ledge where Holt was. The cavern wall past the 10-foot gap was smooth, without any visible handholds. If I even managed to clear the 10 feet in a jump, I'd have nothing to hold on to. I'd slide down. And below I found the source of the thunderous rushing noise. More water, and lots of it, swirling malevolently. A dark whirlpool, lit just barely by the light of another dragon that clung to the wall near the vortex. The little dragon looked up at me, a fish in its mouth. It chirruped through its catch and began to scale the wall. Seriously, what kind of dragon is that? The things were either a part of the trial or they were wild, but they showed a dragon's natural curiosity. There wasn't any malice in the way the two of them moved and watched. Given how they both scintillated with gossamer light, I thought that maybe lust had a way of luring them here to provide a source of light for the trial. Maybe this was their nest, and she had built the trial inside it. I don't think they're hybrids. Seven said there are no hybrids in the Hollow Spire. Seeing no answers below, I turned back. Overhead the cavern was a natural dome shape, featureless and shining like obsidian. That left only the floor. I returned to the center of the platform where the hollower stood, scanning the ground for any hints as to what I should do next. "I'm getting impatient, Flatter," Holt sneered. "You're not impatient, you're worried about how there's no more water coming out of that hole." I said nothing, though because I'd finally found something, a circular indentation on the center of the platform, directly opposite the hollower brute. I checked his feet, and found a matching circle. Both were marked with draconic runes, which I knew could be used to form latent spells with old magic. Seems Lust has a few tricks up her sleeve. With no small amount of trepidation, I stepped into the circle that was clearly meant for me. The result was instantaneous. The indent lit up with orange light, revealing itself to be a hidden disk of sunset orange onerite. Under the hollower, the same light appeared, mirroring mine. I expected to have my body go still, as Seven's had, but instead the light peeled away, unspooling like ribbon from a wheel. It looped up my legs, with no pressure, no feeling, no pain. The hollower fell victim to the same phenomenon. The threads of Titian light even wove around my sword. Only, as I watched, the light wove around the hollower's right hip, encircling a sword that he didn't have. The ribbons of light surrounding him were mirroring the ribbons around me. A blue glow slowly generated at his hip, filling out the negative space where the ribbons had found my own sword. The next moment I was looking at a real blade and sheath on his belt. Even the belt itself was new, summoned from nowhere in a band of blue light. Blue. It was another god's magic. When the light reached the man's neck, the man finally moved, exhaling deeply. The threads completed their journey over both of our bodies. I felt no change in myself, but I sensed a change in him. I held up my hands. I mean you know. I stopped speaking. The man had exactly copied me, his hands moving up, his words spoken at the same time mine were. Harm? Harm? Again, identical. The onerite, I thought, the orange stuff. It makes people go rigid when they touch it. It controls them. The orange magic was controlling this man too. I tested it some more, drawing my sword. He copied me, but in reverse, drawing with his left hand while I drew with my right. Like a mirror image, I lightly swung the sword toward him, and he swung it at the same time. Both blades tapped each other. Both passed through the invisible wall. I reached out. He did too. The wall was gone. Our fingers touched. I jerked back. He did too. I moved right, circling, and he moved left. It was like looking in a mirror, only the mirror image was a different man. He neither advanced nor retreated until I tried to do it, and then he copied me. Who are you? Who are you? My name is Silas. My name is Silas. He spoke with a different voice, but all the intonations, the cadence, the time it took to speak the words, everything identical. I could see where this was going. Lust's power must be some sort of control magic. Her first trial is making use of that. I'm going to have to find a way to defeat this guy when all of our moves are mirrored. I set my stance, and he emulated me. There were only a few differences between us. He was taller, broader in the shoulders, his muscles larger, a man carved with thicker lines. That's how I'd beat him. He couldn't meet me identically, not when we were a different size. He raised his sword exactly as I did. I lunged. I aimed for his gut, low and to the side. At the same height as me, his blade would only meet my hip bone. It would hurt, and I didn't think my reflection magic was working right now, but my blow would be fatal, and his would be a flesh wound. He matched me, not a single heartbeat behind. Our blades clanged, perfect angles, meeting in mirrored timing. And metal slid against metal. The vibration rattled up my arm and into my jaw, almost humming with the intensity of it. I couldn't push past him. It was blade against blade, equal strength against equal strength. Our blades could not occupy the same place at the same time. I couldn't hit him. I pivoted, slashing low. He mirrored again, and I felt the soul-shattering reverberation of metal as the two weapons came together, each trying to force its way into the other. I backed off, chest heaving. I checked my blade and found it scratched. I held my blade out, sideways, and he did the same. Bringing the weapon close to me, I looked at his blade, which had been summoned from thin air. No damage. It was not a normal blade. If I do this long enough, it'll be my blade that shatters. His will get through, and I'll die. What the hell was this? He took a breath just as I did. He blinked when I blinked. And when I stood still, he just waited, stony as a statue, sword cocked exactly like mine. I dropped my sword. Both weapons fell with twin clangs that made the dragons hiss in protest. I switched to fists. I darted forward and threw a jab toward his face. His identical punch connected with my fist in midair, both our hands striking each other. My arms snapped back, and I felt the pain of striking a wall. I staggered away, and so did he. My hand didn't feel right. I tried an open-handed hit next. Our hands slapped uselessly at each other. I tried a kick, and when our feet met, I tripped over him. He tripped over me. We fell past each other, landed the same way, grunted at the same time. I leaped up, not wanting my back to him, and of course he did the same. It had nothing to do with what he wanted, though. He did what I did. I circled him, and to my surprise, that worked. You can't circle a mirror image, but this trial seemed to have an exception built in. As long as I moved in a circular way, he would copy me in an inverted fashion, allowing us to circle each other. Maybe that caveat would be the key to beating him. We watched each other, only it wasn't really watching. I watched, and he stared through me. Our differences in height and bulk would not be the answer here. Somehow the magic accounted for that, but the differences had another meaning in this battle. Frankly, he was stronger than me. If we went at each other at full strength, it would be me who fell first. My blade would break before his, and the bones of my fist would give first. I could shred myself against this man like I was punching a meat grinder. I'd even exhaust myself first, by the looks of him. I didn't think he was feeling anything at all. I held my breath, watching every twitch to see if there was any sign of a soul inside him. He moved with me, toe to toe, no delay, no expression, just mimicry, pure and simple. The only sign of life was deep in his eyes. He stared sightlessly ahead, but there was intelligence there, humanity. He was not a conjured specter like his sword was. He was a real person, chosen for his fortitude. Chosen to be able to best anyone who attempted this trial. He's a puppet, I thought, as the dragons scurried overhead, interested. I wasn't sure yet what that meant, but it meant something. This is a trial, a test. Lust is testing me against her power. I looked out over the edge in one direction. In the other direction, I looked at the walkway. I smiled, circling, until the walkway was at my back. I began to back away toward it. The hollower backed away from me in turn, walking himself to the edge of the platform. "Don't come any closer!" Holt shouted. I stopped, glancing back at him. The hollower man did the same across the platform, looking behind him at no one. "It's how I pass the test," I said, nodding at the walkway behind me. "I can walk onto that strip of rock. He'll walk off the edge." Holt had gotten to his feet to move himself and his charges farther away from the empty hole in the wall, as if he expected Vic to come charging out any minute. Only a trickle of water remained, dripping slowly over the edge into the maelstrom below. Wait, it was dripping very slowly. It was viscous. My gut gave a sinuous twist. Blood. That's her blood. Her blood is coming out of the hole. I wanted to run to her, to scramble up the tunnel and find her broken body, but Holt was still there, panic in his eyes, his blade to Seven's throat. I knew that Envy wanted her dead, and Holt would happily give the goddess what she wanted. If I did the slightest thing he didn't like, he would end Seven and move on to Sloth as his next target to threaten. "Fine," Holt said suddenly. "Fine, you can come over here, but one wrong move, and this green bitch is a dead woman." I heard a faint, scraping noise. My eyes narrowed. Snapping to the yawning hole, there was something moving in there, so quietly that I didn't think Holt had heard it. Quiet. Slow. Stalking. She's there, and she knows exactly what is happening. If I could distract Holt, if I could make enough noise to hide Victory's approach and also keep his eyes off the tunnel, then she could take care of him. She needed only to touch him to turn him to metal, provided magic worked on that ledge. I was pretty sure it would. It was the circular platform that contained the trial, not the rest of this cavern. It had been pretty clearly marked out. If I walk on that walkway and force the hollower man to walk off the other edge, it'll only draw Holt's eyes to his own platform, where I'll be. That's where I don't want him looking. It might be the answer to the trial, but it wasn't the answer I needed right now. My gaze roved over Holt, over Seven, over Wrath and Sloth. They all stared sightlessly ahead, seeing nothing, frozen, just like the hollower's stare. I turned to find the hollower where I'd left him. He and I were equidistant from the middle of the circle. I rounded him, forcing him to walk right while I went left. I brought us closer together as I moved in a circle. I picked up my sword. He did the same, and I threw a fast combo, left swing, low, right cut, then a kick. Our blades clashed, the volume staggering. The sound echoed down into the murk. We both grunted loudly when our feet connected. "There's your noise, Victory, use it." Every blow I tried to land, my body or blade took in turn. Clang, grunt, clang, shout, clang, scuff, clang. My hand and feet and legs ached from the impacts, my arms thrumming from the power of his blade against mine. I took a few more loud pot shots, hoping Victory had used the noise to get closer. Then I started circling the hollower, one final time. I backed away as I did so. We both moved backwards towards the platform's edge, farther and farther from the center until my feet met open air. "What are you doing?" Holt shouted. "I thought you were supposed to be on this side." The hollower now stood opposite me, just in front of the walkway, a single step from safety. And behind him, in the dark, I saw Victory's eyes. Our gazes met. She was alive. She didn't look good, but she was alive. "Take care of them," I tried to tell her, but with my lips, the word I mouthed was, "now." I stepped back, over the edge. The hollower stepped into safety. He gasped, his eyes focusing, as a shape unfurled from the dark behind him. But Holt's eyes were on me, and that's what mattered. I fell into the whirlpool, and it sucked me down. Chapter 50. The First Rule of Lust. I was already sick and tired of Lust's plane of the hollow spire. Water was not my favorite thing. I'd hit the whirlpool feet first, but the roiling current yanked my legs out from under me like a rug ripped away by a dragon's jaws. I whipped to one side under the surface with a roar in my ears. There was cold everywhere, my mouth, my nose, my ribs, almost as if the stuff was inside me. The current shifted from a raw pull to a spiral, dragging me down and sideways. I couldn't breathe or stand up, and yet I was already maddeningly dizzy. It felt like hands were grabbing every part of me at once, my limbs jerking in different directions. When I struck something, I instinctively released the magic stored up inside of me. From all the hits I'd taken the first time this ocean had sucked me down its throat. The spent reflection magic cracked apart whatever I'd been touching, but it didn't do a thing to slow me, only adding debris to the vortex I was trapped in. My stomach flipped as the speed intensified. The orange light burned wild beyond my eyelids. But I didn't dare open them for fear some small pebble would slam into my eye and zip straight to my brain. After that light, I spun so fast that I stopped knowing which way was up. My ears popped. The pressure clamped around my chest like caved-in armor. I tried to swim, but the water didn't care what I wanted. It dragged me, and I circled the great drain of this underground cavern, faster, tighter. And then I made the mistake of gasping. Water filled me, not just my mouth, my nose, my throat, the backs of my eyes, places where I never thought water could go. Everything burned, and envy's magic didn't work against this pain. I kept expecting to hit something, almost hoped for it, because the pain of drowning was consuming me. I hit something. It gave way, and I hit it again and again with thick, squelching noises. I didn't realize I had started coughing until I figured out I had started rolling. I'd surfaced in a mire of some kind, and now I was neck deep in mud, but I'd stopped. My head whirred. I had the sense of space above me, and lots of it. Open sky. When everything started coming into focus again, I started to swim. I was certain the mud wouldn't let me move, that I'd be stuck here until it sucked me down and drowned me for good. But that didn't happen. I swam, slowly, with lots of sludge getting into places I didn't want to think about. But I was making progress. I'd ended up in some sort of delta, which led back into a river, which flowed down a massive rock face that plunged upward into a rippling, sunless sky. I felt like I was seeing everything in reverse, looking at what was in front of me before I could get a sense of the whole. When I finally managed to scrabble from mud to sand and to rise up on wobbly legs, I realized why this place felt so surreal. I'm underwater. Deep underwater, yet suddenly I'm under open sky? The rippling sky hadn't been an illusion either. It did ripple, like another watery surface, like all of this was some magical undersea realm. The mountain had to stretch at least a mile upward, a great orange sun swirling at its peak. Wait, this place has no suns. Well, shit, I said aloud. That wasn't a sun. It was a portal leading back to Lust's plane, judging by the orange color. I must have been sucked through a portal in that whirlpool, and it took me down to the plane below Lust's. Now, if I wanted to continue the trial, the next step seemed obvious. I had to climb this peak to return to Lust's plane. I had no time to process this unhappy discovery before a great splash broke the silence that surrounded me on all sides. Until I heard the noise, I hadn't realized how quiet this place was. There was no wind, no birds, no plants rustling, just the sound of running water. I turned to see a hand slapping the water behind me. I glimpsed a flash of blonde hair and metal, and then the shape went under. "Victory!" I called out, tromping back toward her. The water tossed and boiled where she'd gone under, and I glimpsed her hand again. I cast Sloth's magic, attempting to lift her out of the water, but she didn't come up. What the fuck? I tried again, with a rock at my feet. Nothing. Sloth's magic wasn't working here. I checked my tattoos and found both hand slots dulled, the purple circle and green star glowing in a flat, dull way that I hadn't seen before. The dragon spells stored at my lower stomach, however, glowed normally. Maybe they would work. Victory's hand flailed above water again, and then nothing. Several large bubbles were the only evidence she had been there. Her armor. She's still wearing a lot of it, and it's weighing her down. I'd come too far, and I didn't think I'd reach her in time to save her, much less find her in all this muck. I slowed, ripped off my sodden, soiled shirt, and grabbed at one of the stored spells in the stomach slot of my tattoos. I didn't have time to be relieved that I could see the tattoos again. I just pulled the blizzard spell from the dead snow dragon up to my forehead, and I breathed. That's how some of the Queen's scales did it, using the breath magic of their patron dragons, the same way the dragons did, by spitting it. With something in that head slot, casting the dragon's magic was as easy as drawing a deep breath and exhaling. A blast of bone-chilling wind unfurled from my stomach, cooling me to my core. It felt like my esophagus was cracking, ice descending into my stomach with each passing second, but I paid it no mind. I just aimed ahead of me, first freezing the water in front of my feet, and then the water 10 feet out, then 20, then 30. Snow dragons had powerful ice magic, due mostly to the fact that they could cast for long periods. Within seconds, I had frozen a long path between myself and where I'd last seen Victory. When my breath finally petered out, I leaped onto the bridge of ice I'd constructed and began to slip and slide my way down. A hand scrabbled at the ice before I got there, and Victory hauled herself up, using her impressive muscles to save her own life. She hacked up mud and sputtered black specks all over the ice in front of her. But when she tried to get herself higher, the ice cracked and she fell in once again. I dropped and slid, swinging my arm into the water to catch her hand and haul her up. The ice cracked but didn't give. It was thick enough to hold one of us, but not both. Victory emerged again, spitting right in my face and cursing wildly. I grinned and tugged her arm up and over the ice shelf. Sheesh, Vic. That's not very ladylike.
Fuck you!
She coughed, but when she moved to climb up again, I caught her shoulder to stop her. It won't hold us both, and I don't think you can get up onto this on your own. It's too slippery. Stay still, and I'll give you an out. She opened her mouth, frowning and bewildered, but she seemed to lose all track of her words as I straightened and reached for my stomach. Her eyes dipped, and I could imagine what she was thinking. Reaching for your cock at a time like this? What? Instead, I used a finger to prod one of the lava dragon spells from the storage node tattoo under my navel. I brought it up to my forehead, the red light shining along the inky line until it was under my chin and I couldn't see it anymore. She clung to me while I installed the spell. I didn't trust myself to speak, for fear of blowing lava at her. Instead, I held my breath, patted her hand, and moved back toward shore about 5 paces. Then I breathed down into the water. The lava bulged out of me, a great goopy mass. It was like vomiting a slurry of hot mashed potatoes. My previously frozen insides turned unbearably hot, but I didn't sense any damage being stored, so I didn't think it was harming me. I was feeling the same sensations as the dragons felt. Heat, cold, but not pain. Keep it cool, I thought, trying to affect the magic. Make this lava as cool as possible. But even if it was dangerously hot, Victory was dragon-touched. She could probably take the heat if I failed to temper it enough. When my breath was expended, I breathed again to make sure the spell was used up. I spat up a few more gobbets of already blackening lava, but nothing more.
What in the flying fuck was that?
Victory asked.
The water's hot now. This shit's gonna melt.
She clung to the ice shelf still, obviously kicking under the mud to keep from putting too much weight on the damaged ice. She had been wise enough not to try getting onto it again. Give it a minute, and that lava will harden, I said. It should give you something to step on to get out of this mess. But you might have to drop your armor. We can't risk the ice shelf not holding you. I only had the one blizzard spell.
Fuck, Silas, fuck! What the ever-cursing fuck?
Anyone ever told you you've got a good vocabulary? She glared at me. I had to laugh. I stood up. I'll go back to shore. When the water cools, you can move toward this spot to climb out. Keep a boot on, to make sure the cooled lava isn't too hot to touch, but drop the rest. I'll wait for you. I shot her a shit-eating grin. and don't be so impatient this time." She rolled her steel blue eyes, her jaw working. I turned to leave, but caught myself. "Wait, the others?" I asked.
Holt is dead,
she rasped, her throat still layered with mud. She spat, then went on.
"I got the amulets off the others, but Wrath was losing her mind, and we had to put our amulet back on. Seven told me they'd be fine, so I went after you."
I gave a nod. "And the big guy? The hollower?"
"Yeah, his name is Lorrigan. He was out of sorts, too. Just sat there breathing and looking at his hands. He asked Sloth what year it was. I didn't think he was going to be a threat."
She descended into another coughing fit, making the ice crack some more. I backed away. "We can talk more on the shore. I'll wait for you."
"Sure thing,"
was all she managed to reply before she started sputtering again. I remembered the blood that had poured from the tunnel, her blood, but if she needed help, she could call out for it. I still had no idea how she'd managed to stop the flow of that water, but I could ask later. I returned to the island, because that's ultimately what this place was, a small island in a completely flat and featureless sea. The island contained one enormous tower of rock, like a single peak had been cut off a mountain and dumped here. Once I reached the beach, I continued on toward where the sand turned to rock, and the rock turned to mountain. The place was inhospitable, with no plants whatsoever, but the river pouring down the rock formed a small waterfall near the mountain's base. I should be able to clean myself off better from there, all while keeping an eye on Victory. But when I reached the little inlet with its person-sized cascade, I found a surprise waiting for me. A piece of soap on a string, and an inscription marking a rock behind it. I couldn't read the words, but I recognized the draconic runes. Victory should know them. I eyed the soap, wondering if it might poison me on contact or something, but I said fuck it and got straight to bathing. The soap smelled luxurious, like honeysuckle, and even though the water was cold, I felt rejuvenated with every scrub. It lathered up beautifully, and I stripped all the way down and then washed my clothes against a rock for good measure. There had been a lot of mud. All the while, I kept tabs on Victory. The lava took an unexpectedly long time to cool, and she was a comical sight once she managed to clamber up onto the slippery ice shelf in her one remaining boot. All of her armor was gone. She must have dropped it all to save her from the muck. My eyebrows rose as I watched her pick her way toward me, sword in hand. How she'd managed to keep hold of that, I'd never know. My one remaining weapon had been lost in the whirlpool. She poked the tip of the lucky blade into the ice every few paces to steady herself. Apparently Victory had a lot less experience dealing with unsteady footing than I'd had. I'd worked with a trainer from the northern tribes for a whole summer, learning to fight in snow and ice during the day while learning the tribe's history at night. The aurora had been beautiful in the north, and the stars that splayed across the night sky like spilled salt. I missed that. There was no aurora here, neither on the ground or in the sky. The sky here remained yellow and lifeless, unchanging, except for the orange portal at the top of the mountain. The place reminded me of the volcanic sunset in my home city, where sulphurous smoke often blunted the colors. It was ugly, unchanging, and magic was thin here. And yet there was beauty. I saw it coming toward me. Victory hardly seemed like the same person without her armor. She was half as thick, strong but slim. Her corded muscle was economical, firm. But it wasn't the thick meat of the hollower I'd just fought. In fact, the closer she came, the more feminine she seemed to me, even if she was stained by mud. She suddenly had hips, and her breasts bloomed outward under her chainmail in a way they never could under plate. Her hair hung straight and damp, her cheeks flushed from cold and spent energy. Even her walk changed from a trudge to a sway. The economy of her movements became less predatory and more feline. Every effort meaningful, every step with a purpose. By the time she was close enough to see me naked, I'd managed to shove my legs back into my pants. My shirt was long gone, thrown aside into the mud, and I felt its absence acutely when her gaze dipped to the spell slot at my navel and rose slowly, deliberately, up the planes of my chest. Those forged blue eyes met mine, and there was meaning in that too. I just couldn't guess what the meaning was. I stepped hurriedly aside to avoid the awkwardness that was already burgeoning between us like upchucked lava. I held a hand out to the inscription. "Can you read this? I think it's Draconic."
Glad to see you're okay, too,
she muttered, stepping closer. I felt a strong urge to back away, to get out of sword-slicing range of her, but I didn't. I suddenly found myself wanting to be closer to her. Much closer. "Demons forgive me, but she looks good undressed." Victory cocked her head at the writing. Her cheeks grew pinker, as if she could read my thoughts.
Love making is about the pleasure of another,
she read before looking at me.
Congratulations, you crazy bastard. This says you've completed Lust's first trial.
Chapter 51. Hollow World. Lovemaking is about the pleasure of another. My throat went dry. I didn't expect that. I wonder if she was fucking with me. Victory shrugged and flicked some wet hair off her shoulder.
This is Lust's trial, after all. I guess we should expect some euphemisms.
With that, she elbowed me aside and stepped into the waterfall.
Now hurry up and give me the soap.
I handed it over and stepped a respectful distance away, turning my back. Victory took the opportunity to undress. I could hear the slink of her mail as it came off and hit the ground. She wasn't trying to tempt me, I knew that. Victory was a trained fighter, the champion of the Unity Festival, and she was dragon-touched. She knew how to bathe in the company of other soldiers, be they male or female. Still, I was glad to be facing away from her. My thoughts were written clearly across the front of my pants. "We beat the first trial," it said. I asked her.
Yeah, fuck only knows how many there are.
I'd been thinking that too. There were more trials to come before Lust would allow us to meet her.
So, what the fuck happened up there on that circle thing?
Victory groused.
You had some weird kind of fight with that Lorigan guy.
I took a risk. I looked sideways at the inscription carved beside the soap rope, which Victory was using just beyond my peripherals. The first trial had been my fight with the Hollower, so the inscription might relate to that. The pleasure of another. "He was just there when I got there," I said, and I went on to explain the fight.
And you saved him? Instead of killing him, you took his place in going over the edge?
I nodded and thought, I get it now. That was the whole point of the trial. "I think that was the real test," I said, watching the sea. It barely moved, just rolled before us for miles of interminable, unmoving blue, like velvet fabric unfurled on a merchant's table for sale.
What? You mean the person you were giving pleasure to was... that guy? You pleased him by... saving him.
I could hear the squish and spatter of her scrubbing herself. "Don't be perverted," I said, my voice drying up. "But, yeah, I did put him first, I guess." Lust must have a funny sense of humor. I chewed my lip. The Hollower had been impossible for me to beat, given the mirroring situation, his enormous size, and my lack of access to magic. But I could have chosen to walk back to safety while condemning him to the whirlpool. Instead, I had seen the truth deep inside his eyes. He hadn't wanted to fight me. He'd been just as trapped as Wrath, Sloth, and Seven, with those immobilizing amulets around their necks. He was a prisoner. Lust must have somehow enchanted him to mirror me like that. So I set him free. There was nothing sexual about it.
I didn't say there was.
I opened my mouth, but really, she hadn't said that, had she? I just expected her to crack jokes at me because she had a golden opportunity to do it, and yet she hadn't. That wasn't the Victory I knew. Another maddening clink sounded, and the squish of soap against skin, and my mind went wild, picturing what magnificent sight was occurring right behind me. It took all the chivalry I had not to look.
That was actually a pretty smart trial on Lust's part.
Victory commented after a while.
If you had saved yourself, you wouldn't have ended up here. You had to sacrifice yourself to save a stranger. The whole setup ensured that only decent people would continue through her next trial.
Yeah, I suppose so, I said, trying not to sound as distracted as I was. So, what happened in the tunnel? I thought you were a goner.
I almost was,
she replied, her voice moving closer. She tapped me on my bare shoulder.
We're all good, soldier.
I turned to find her back in her hosed-down mail, shirt and underleathers, her hair clean and gathered to one side. She should have looked depleted without her armor, but instead she looked human. I hadn't quite realized that I'd seen her as a fellow soldier and old rival, and never quite as a woman. Not that she can't be all those things at once, I thought, and of course it only made her more appealing. Damn, all that attention from Zorana and Sloth must be really getting to my head. Victory crossed her arms and looked up the face of the mountain.
My armor sure has been trying to kill me a lot lately,
she said casually.
I tried discarding some as I went down that first tunnel, and I managed to get the breastplate off. I got stuck in the damn tunnel anyway.
Her eyes scanned the mountain, back and forth, going over every inch of it while she spoke.
I was able to breathe for a minute or two thanks to my helmet, believe it or not. The air pocket and the angle were just right. I got lucky. I think my discarded breastplate had slowed the current a bit, but it wasn't going to last.
While she got a good look at our surroundings, I got a better look at her. For noble reasons this time. I saw blood, I said. Were you injured? She patted her side.
Just a graze. It's nothing.
I narrowed my eyes. That had been a lot of blood, and she was looking awfully pale. Before I could comment, she strode forward.
Well, obviously, we need to get to that portal next. Come on. Best get started now.
I frowned, but followed her, watching her side for any sign of dripping blood. There was none, but I noticed for the first time that the sleeves of her undershirt had been torn off. It was hard to see, since her mail extended down her arms. She must have cut the sleeves and wrapped her wound with them. She's not as healthy as she's pretending to be. Vic, maybe we should slow down and take a...
I turned the water to metal,
she said. We'd gotten about 10 feet off the sand, but my foot slipped when she said that, and I dropped the full distance down. What?
I turned the water to metal and plugged the hole with it,
she said. My jaw fell open. Forge magic could turn men to metal, killing them. It could turn any solid to metal. It could even turn glass into a semi-transparent, hard-as-steel material that had become an architectural phenomenon over the past decade. But liquids? I'd never heard of forged dragon magic being used to turn liquids.
It's not easy,
she said, finding a foothold and pausing to wait for me.
I can only turn about a quart at a time, and I have to be very deliberate about it, or else the magic will try to turn the whole ocean to metal and it would drain my power dry.
I gathered my wits and started climbing once more. But how? That's not possible. I'd read all kinds of texts, some from the Royal Reserves, even some from the secret archives of the spy masters of Kiloba, and the horrifying records of the Maker. All kinds of esoteric texts, involving experimenting on dragons. None had any hint of turning water to steel. Not even the dragons themselves could do it, and as a dragon touched, Victory's magic was essentially the same as the magic that came from her soul-bound dragon. She should be less powerful than her soul-bound dragon, not more.
I know,
she said.
I figured out I could do it years ago when my friend was bleeding out on the battlefield. I stopped the bleeding by turning some blood to steel. It almost killed him, too. But I was so startled I cut the magic off in time.
Water turning to metal and blood? What in the four hells?
It's really just another target,
she said.
Spells can affect other living beings, the self, inanimate objects, or elements. I just expanded my dragon's power to affect the elements, rather than just other people and things.
I'd caught up with her by now, my feet as bare as hers. The stone was cold, moist, and rough under my hands and toes, but I appreciated the cragginess. It made for good handholds. You make it sound simple, but that's an enormously fundamental change.
I know. So I brought the discovery to Father.
Victory said, her voice softening. Father. For her, that means the Great Uniter. Sometimes I had to remind myself that Victory had been famous all her life, if only because she was his kin. Did he have any idea what was going on? I asked.
I think he did. But he didn't tell me anything. He just said he'd look into it and get back to me.
I huffed a laugh. Sounds like him. He was always cryptic, never told anyone anything until he had it 200% confirmed to be true. I was pretty sure that was why he'd come down here to begin with. Warren had been chasing some secret truth, something he needed to confirm, and because of that, we were both here chasing him. Meaning that I had come into more power than I'd ever known was possible because of the failure of the best man I knew. I swallowed, wondering if I should want to hate him or thank him, and hoping that someday I'd get the chance. Victory found a large overhang, and she pulled herself into it to rest. I joined her. There was enough space to sit up. We sat quietly for a moment, looking out over the vast, quiet sea.
Something is wrong with this place,
she said, her voice low, as if she were trying not to be heard by some monster close by. I nodded. I know.
It's dead.
I wanted to touch her hand. I know. I repeated. I noticed a while ago. It gives me the fucking willies.
As if there's any other kind of willy,
she said. It took me a moment to catch the joke, and I chuckled, but the laugh died in my throat, because it was impossible not to see the death of this place from here. I leaned forward, one hand braced against stone dry as bone, staring out over the world that seemed to have given up breathing. The ocean was the easiest thing to notice, although it wasn't truly an ocean anymore. The blue velvet of it seemed to stretch flat from horizon to shore, growing blacker, not bluer, the farther it got from us. No waves, no tide, not even a ripple. It looked like some great god had sketched out this world, but never actually filled in the color or texture. Above the sea, the sky hung just as lifeless. There was no sun or moon or stars, just a pale smear of light without a source. No clouds moved across it, and no birds cut through the air, diving for fish. It wasn't just vacant, it was hollow, like it had been emptied and never refilled. The delta was the strongest indicator of it. What should have been a stretch of reeds and rot and buzzing life was just a wasteland of cracked mud. There weren't even dead plants, just a few bits of truly ancient-looking driftwood, the only sign that anything here had ever been alive. At the mountain's base, pools of stagnant water reflected the spent sky, and the stench. There wasn't one. There was no odor of decay or salt, just the smell of Victory beside me, of the honeysuckle soap that Lust herself must have placed here for her hopeful champions. Even here, where we sat, there was no lichen or moss or intrepid seagrasses rising from cracks. There was only chill, barren stone, like a graveyard monument bleached by a tired sun. And the aurora was missing. I kept coming back to that. The raw magic of the whole spire was missing.
I wonder what the hell happened here,
Victory whispered.
Did someone destroy this plane? Or something?
My voice turned solemn as I wondered which god, which vice had made this place. Well, whoever it was, I think they finished the job. Chapter 52. Meeting Fate. Victory hadn't mulled over the vista before us for very long. After barely half a minute, she leaned out, contorted her body into a position where she could grip the rock face again, and began her ascent anew. "There's no hurry, you know," I called after her, although I did follow her. I preferred to go behind her, in case she fell. At least then I'd have a chance to catch her.
You say that like this place doesn't raise the hairs on the back of your neck,
she called back. If anything, my comment urged her along faster. No, it definitely does, but it's not like the sea is rising beneath us.
We should get back to the others. They might need help.
They're not about to suffocate if they have to stay down there a half day, Vic.
Don't call me Vic.
I swallowed back my next words, because she was picking up speed, and because the words felt harder to say. Hey, Victory? I said after another couple of breaths.
Can't you just be quiet?
She huffed. But are you having any trouble breathing?
Fuck you. I'm fine.
She didn't sound fine. I paused in place, one hand hooked into a long, wide crack, while both feet barely clung to slim ledges. I didn't dare look down, but I took a look at Victory. She scuttled up the mountain like she had a monster at her heels, her chainmail tinkling from side to side, her leathers pulling tight against the muscle of her thighs and backside. Her hair had dried, and it was blowing in the wind. The strawberry blonde color far more lively than the desiccated yellow of the sky. You're breathing hard, I called.
You're hearing things.
Victory, let's rest. Off to our right, there was a large, jutting outcrop where we could sit for a spell. She couldn't miss it, but she moved on.
You can rest if you want,
she said.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
I'm not asking you to sleep. She didn't answer, just grunted as she pulled herself up a particularly tough incline. It was amazing the way she could fit her hands into slots that I didn't dare use. She was outpacing me, her smaller hands and feet, and her lesser weight giving her an advantage. But this isn't a competition. We aren't being timed. I looked down, and we were at least 100 feet up. A mislaid step could kill us, and nothing was giving chase. The water and sand and rock had not moved against us. Is Victory afraid? Other people with a fear of heights would never make this climb at all, but Victory? She could try to outpace her fear, not let it stop her from doing something. I climbed to the resting spot and took several deep breaths, following the rock face with my eyes and mapping out the best route. Victory had strayed far from the easiest path, but she was moving quickly. Too quickly. You need to slow down, Victory. You could fall if you rush like that. She didn't answer, and I could hear her harsh breathing from here. Huff, huff, huff. I inhaled deeply again, feeling for that same shortness of breath feeling I'd gotten before, but it had passed. For me, maybe, not for her. I climbed. I tried telekinesis again on the way, to no avail. I even cut my finger on purpose, and Envy's reflection magic didn't trigger. If you fall, I can't catch you. Sloth's magic is gone, I shouted.
Shut up!
She called back.
Wasting energy.
Slow down, Victory, please. She laughed madly.
Leave you in the dust.
She rasped, kicking little pebbles down, as if she hoped they'd hit my face. By this point, however, we were offset by a good 10 feet. At this rate, I'd never catch up to her, and I was having trouble breathing again. The air seemed thick, harder to swallow. The muscles in my lungs were working harder than they ever had during my visit to the north. I found another crag and settled onto it, my heart thundering, body tense as I watched Victory ascend. I called out to her when I had the breath for it, but I got no response back. She was slowing too. I mapped my route again and set off trying to hurry, but I had barely ascended another 30 feet before the air thickened again, threatening to make me cough and gasp. Like the air was soup going down the wrong hole. What's with the tough breathing? We aren't that high. Victory disappeared over a ledge where the rock face seemed to fall back, and I let myself pause to inhale my relief. Wherever she ascended from there, she wouldn't have as far to fall. But damn, how can she breathe? She's not giving herself time to acclimate to this place. Is this what panic looks like? On a woman like Victory? Panic would be a foreign concept to her. I tried not to let my fear for her take over my own mind. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. I counted, giving myself 50 long, leisurely breaths before climbing higher. By the time I reached the ledge where she had vanished, I had to stop 2 more times. This mountain isn't tall enough for the air to thin like this. It's not natural. Was the air here just as dead as the rest of the plain? I knew that climbing mountains made breathing harder, but this... Is this the second trial? I slung an arm over the ledge just as I thought this, and then my heart gave a horrible rock-against-rock thud as I came upon Victory's body. She lay on her side, facing me, her arm at a bad angle, eyes closed. Her face was peaceful, as if she were sleeping. "Victory!" I gasped, kicking and scrambling to reach her. Finally, I managed to fumble my way up and over the sharp edge, and I lurched toward her, laying her flat. "Victory, wake up!" I patted her cheek, and when her eyelids fluttered ever so slightly, I checked her pulse. It was slow, and her breathing was no better. She was fighting for each inhale, her lungs rattling. Each breath was shorter and weaker than the last. Shit, if I hadn't been here, if she had gone up alone... Trying not to think about it, I plugged her nose, took a deep inhale, and kissed her. I heaved out the breath I had gathered, forcing her lungs to expand as far as mine had. I leaned away, giving her time to take a new breath, and then repeated the process. Gradually, I helped her breathing level out. Either that or time helped. It wasn't like the kiss of life was meant to do this. It was a technique taught to me by one of my tutors, the one who taught me swimming. It was supposed to help victims of drowning, not climbing. I patted her cheeks again, but I failed to rouse her. She'd be dead if I wasn't here. I sighed. Fine then. Guess I'll carry your ass. I used her sword belt and mine to lash us together as best I could, given she couldn't really hold on the normal way. She remained unconscious as I made a mental note of the easiest path up. The next segment of cliffside, ascended it, and then rested again. I repeated this process a 6 times, and it grew slower and more painstaking each time. I went from 50 breaths to 70 to 100, and I stopped to kiss those same breaths into Victory between every section of our climb. She murmured in her sleep, and her eyes moved behind her eyelids, but she didn't wake. If I hadn't been here... Up the face of the mountain, the orange portal waited for us. I was sure of it now. This was no simple climb. It was the second trial. Lust. Her power. The power to immobilize. That's what this trial represented. It was not a euphemism for sex this time, thank the demons. Instead, it was a simple directive. With this trial, Lust was saying, slow down. Be still. Do not rush toward your fate, but arrive to it. Meet your fate as the best version of yourself. It was a simple adage, really. The goddess of stillness was telling others to be still. Sometimes waiting really was the best way. If you had just waited for me, I muttered to Victory. But I guess I can't blame you. If you're afraid of heights, huh?
No.
She replied, making me stop. No? No what?
Not afraid. Wanted to win.
Her body shook against me. One big shake. A sob.
Can't ever win.
The words shocked me out of my stupor, and I began to climb again. Damn it, Victory. You almost killed yourself just to best me at something.
Can't win.
10 feet and closing. We were almost to the top. Why do you need to prove yourself against a demon's damned bartender? I cried. You're the fucking champion of the Unity Festival. You're the daughter of the Uniter. You're the Lady Victory Minax. You're strong and courageous and beautiful. You don't need to prove shit to anyone. The words came easily now, the air fresh and smelling of sea. The portal was close now, inches away. I reached my hand through, finding the next handhold, then the next. She sobbed again.
You're more than a bartender, Silas. You're everything.
Then I took my next step, and we were through. Chapter 53. The Room of Doors. The change was instantaneous. The second we went through the portals back into Lust's plane of the hollow spire, we were in a different world. A lot different. It took me a moment to get my bearings, because I half expected another undersea cavern. Instead, this place was made of bright light. I hadn't realized quite how dim the dead plane had been until I arrived here. Also, air. Pure, sweet, humid air. Victory and I both gasped as we took as much of it into our lungs as we could. The dead air of the mountain plain had been so thin that I practically got high on the air in this place, and that further added to my disorientation. I swayed, dizzy, my feet still standing on the rock of that other plain. I was in two places at once. I blinked away the vertigo, because if I fell over, I'd go tumbling back through the portal and then back down the mountain. On this side, the portal hovered several inches above the ground. It had turned yellow now, meaning it led, from here, back to Gluttony's plane. It had led us to some sort of large circular room. When my dizziness was under control again, I stepped out onto the floor surrounding the portal, squinting. The place was glass, or crystal, or something like that. The walls were smooth and transparent, with indiscernible shapes on the other side. They glowed with hidden onerite veins, orange ones, to match Lust's color. But the ore was inside the walls, unable to be touched, and thus harmless. It did form words, though, in Draconic. I'd ask Victory what they said, but it was probably another congratulations on completing the second trial sort of thing. It was probably a euphemistic phrase about taking your time. There was a good 5 feet between the walls and the edge of the portal, and I saw Victory down against a wall. I looked up to find a glass ceiling, domed and fluted, rippling with pink, orange, and purple aurora, with the orange being the most prevalent. It was supposed to be night here, but apparently that meant a perpetual sunset rather than darkness, at least on this plane. None of the dungeon followed the same rules as the surface. I wonder if the gods themselves decide what night and day look like. Or if something else decides. Either way, it made sense that a plane dedicated to the vice of lust would be a perpetual sunset. The effect was dreamy, even romantic. As my eyes adjusted, I finally started making sense of the shapes past the walls. There were several trees, more palms, that bent sleepily against a soft, swaying wind. Low brush, also with large tropical fronds, ruffled invitingly through the glass in fat groupings. The groups of foliage were evenly spaced, and between them I picked out the shapes of doors. These led to other rooms. I stepped up to the nearest door to get a better look of what lay beyond it. I blinked and stepped back. What the demons? The door itself was as clear as a window when I was standing right in front of it, the distortion of the round walls reduced on proximity. Beyond this door I saw a pool of water with a sandy beach on one side and a mossy bank on the other. 2 long, flat rocks rose from the pool, and water flowed into the pool from some sort of fountain in the center. There were people in that water. Women. Naked ones. I had to blink again because now this did feel like a dream. Maybe a teenager's wet dream, but a dream all the same. 2 women swam around the rocks, chasing each other, giggling as they splashed each other with water like schoolgirls. They were topless, their breasts bouncing as they moved, dipping into the water. As I watched, one woman tackled another one, bringing her under the surface, and a huge fin appeared behind her. These aren't humans. Now that my shock had worn off, I could see that all the women had large, fish-like fins instead of legs. I'd heard of these. The Coloban people called them mermaids, but they were a myth. Atop one of the flat rocks, a naked woman lay sprawled out, napping, her tits rising and falling with her breaths, while one hand trailed in the water. Her fin glittered in the sunset, a chromatic rainbow of fiery scales. On the mossy shore, another woman sat with her fin in the water, while another sat beside her, brushing her hair. The women talked and smiled, but they didn't look at me, and I couldn't make out the words. There were 5 women total, each a raw beauty, each with a different skin color, each with perfect slim waists and different sizes of, well, tits. The more I looked, the more my body reacted, until I had to look away. Large tits, medium, small, massive, long hair, short, braided, wavy, blonde, red-headed, dark-haired. Sometimes being a man was distracting. I shook myself. That room had to be some sort of trick, right? I moved on to the next door, leaving Victory to gather her own wits back now that she had air again. She'd turn around to see the mermaids soon enough. Oh no, I thought, when I saw the next room. This one contained only water, and a woman floated in the center, wearing a dress so thin and wet that it did nothing to hide her every asset. She floated aimlessly, arms moving lazily to propel her throughout the room. She had legs, and she was singing. The song unspooled from some unseen gap in the wall or the floor, a lilting melody that tugged at something deep inside me. It was lovely and deep, and it made me ravenous for her. I pressed my palms to the door and my face to the glass, trying to hear her better. As I listened to the haunting music, I tried to get a sense of what she looked like, what she was. But the more I looked at her, the less sure I became. She had brown skin, but no, it was white, no, blue, like the skin of women in the northern tribes. No, it was dark, almost black, and rife with glowing tattoos. She was Zorana. She was Seven, she was Sloth, and she was Victory. The more I watched, the more women she became, a mesmerizing, tauntingly delicious menagerie of women. She was anything I wanted her to be, and more. If her eyes would only meet mine, if her song would only get a little louder. A hand dropped on my shoulder, jolting me back to reality.
You should probably plug your ears,
Victory said, her voice a rasp.
That's a siren if I've ever seen one.
A siren? I shook myself and backed away. It only took a few feet before the song faded away to obscurity again, and my mind was clear.
Mystical women of the sea,
Victory explained.
They call sailors to the deep and fuck them until they drown. Something like that, anyway.
She shot the changeling a glare.
I didn't think they were real.
I nodded, my throat dry. Thank you, thanks, yeah. She patted my shoulder as my cheeks heated.
Don't worry. Their songs don't work on women. I'll keep your mind clear.
I nodded once more and ran an embarrassing hand back through my hair. That had felt like a close one.
Try the next door,
she said.
Tell me what you see there, and if you start acting odd, I'll drag you away.
I moved on, thankful for any excuse not to look at Victory. She would be only too happy to pounce on my weakness here. I had a lot of self-control, even prided myself on it, but my dick had a mind of its own sometimes, and this was definitely one of those times. There were 2 more doors, and the next one caught me by surprise. I cursed aloud. Victory stepped closer, hand going to her blade, which she had smartly reattached along with her belt.
What is it?
The others are in there, I said, instantly looking for a handle. Plants and sand presided over the next room, a comfortable and tropical spot with a bit of grass and a stone table. Seven sat on the table's stone bench beside Wrath. She seemed to be singing to the smaller woman, who lay with her head in Seven's lap. One of the Onorite necklaces sat on the bench on Seven's other side, close to hand should Wrath suddenly need to be calmed by force. Sloth inexplicably paced the room, doing rounds, feeling at the walls. She was talking, but I couldn't make out the words. Lorrigan was there too, which felt incongruous against all these women. He looked dazed, but he trailed Sloth like a giant puppy, helping her to look for... what? An exit? How had they even come to be there? I slapped the glass, but no one looked my way. I shouted, but still nothing.
I don't think they can see or hear you,
Victory said. She nodded to the back of the room.
There's a cave back there. If I had to guess, that's where the water tunnel comes out. They must have climbed through and emerged here.
I saw it now too, a patch of rock rising from the sand of a beach beyond this structure. A path wove through beach grass to the room, but there was no door where it ended. They were lured here, I said. I swallowed. They're real.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was an illusion or something.
Victory said, voicing my same thoughts.
Desert dragons sometimes like beaches.
Desert dragons could cast illusions with their breath. They weren't water-type dragons, but the different planes of the dungeon didn't seem very strict about which dragon varieties lived in them. This part of Lust's plane naturally attracted water types, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be desert dragons here. I'd also heard from Holt that her plane was mostly forest, so maybe forest dragons were more common on the plane overall. Sloth was getting close to me now, only feet away, studying the walls closely. She obviously didn't see me, but she did stop to frown at the draconic runes on the walls. "Quick, carve a rune," I said. "I want to see if she can read it." Victory took out a knife and made the attempt, but she frowned.
I can't. The blade won't pierce it. I think the walls here are literally diamond.
She nodded into the room.
Look, the water's rising up the beach.
She was right. The beach beyond the structure had thinned, the water lapping higher up the sand, edging toward the cavern and the path. It wouldn't take long for water to start building up against the glass.
Didn't Holt say that the tides rose all day here?
Victory said. "I think I know where this is going," I replied softly. "Come on, I'll check the last room." The fourth room was like the first two, in that the woman inside it was naked. It, too, contained a pool, but this one was set inside a stone circle, and it steamed. The woman rested with her tits out and her back over the edge of the natural bath. It was some sort of hot spring, with stone built to contain it. The woman herself was like nothing I'd ever seen, her skin sparkling with what looked like snake scales. These were the vivid teal color of tropical shallows, shifting to different shades when she moved. She had horns, and she toyed with the water using one long-fingered hand. As she did, the water toyed back, rising up from the steaming surface of the pool like a happy little tentacle eager to play with her. As I watched, she manipulated the rope of water with one hand, flicking and twisting it, guiding the water to slink around her body, to curl around her neck, her horns, to brush across her deep blue nipples. Her mouth opened as the rope dipped below the surface, reflecting light between her legs. I didn't look too closely at what it was doing, but I had a pretty good idea.
Naiad, maybe?
Victory said. I'd never heard the word. Whatever she was utterly perfect in her foreignness. Her tits large but not heavy, her blue hair long and glistening as it floated in the water beside her. The things she could do with the water were her draw. That was obvious. I could imagine it looping around my cock and holding tight. I backed away without Victory's help this time. "This is definitely a trial of lust," I said.
I should say so. If your cock gets any harder, we can probably use it to hammer out of this place.
I flushed again, fighting the urge to adjust my pants and belt, which would be useless. I turned and raised an eyebrow. "Having fun looking at my dick, are you?" Now it was Victory's turn to go pink. She averted her eyes and crossed her arms.
What do you expect? It's hard to miss. Curses. Even I'm getting horny watching all this.
That comment threw me. "Are you into women?" She looked at the naiad again and jerked her chin.
Hard not to be, with tits like those. But I'm a soldier, Silas. Or I was before I became dragon-touched. Most of us swing both ways. Saves us having to fuck the guys during basic training. Because most of them act like idiots. Not attractive.
"Do I act like an idiot?" I almost asked her, but I was wise enough not to give her more arrows for her quiver. She'd shoot them back at me, first chance she got. I looked past the rooms again. A patch of trees and tight-knit flora separated each room, and beyond it the rising water of the ocean was obvious. It had soundlessly crept right up to the edge of the glass by now, and as expected, it was seeping through into the rooms. I looked over the naiad's door for a handle, but found none. None of the doors had any real means of egress. It was obvious that I would need to choose one room to enter, but how did I even get in?
So, which one will you choose?
Victory said. I rounded on her, offended. "You're kidding, right?" She shrugged.
Lots of hotties. You got your pick of them. A magical woman who can stroke your cock at the same time it's inside her. A woman who can change shape into anything you want and sing you into bliss. And then, well, I guess the mermaids probably have holes hiding in those fins somewhere. Maybe it's just that there are 5 of them. That's like 5 times the tits.
Don't be coarse, I snapped. I'm obviously going to pick 7 and the others, otherwise they'll drown as the rooms fill up with water. Unlike the previous 2 trials, this one was easy. I was supposed to be tempted by one of several extremely lustful fantasies, or save my friends. After all the other women could obviously survive underwater. Easy enough choice for any decent man. The trick was opening the right door, which would allow all the water in the chosen room to pour into this central room, and then pour out through the portal. So, how did I open the door? Chapter 54. The doctor is not in. The water had crept into the rooms by this point, and it seemed to be coming faster. I hurried back to the 3rd room to check on the others, and they had clearly noticed the intrusion of the water. 7 had replaced the necklace around Wrath, which made me think Wrath had lost her shit again. Lorrigan seemed to be sweating, his hands in his hair. Sloth yawned while 7 spoke. 7's green wings were flared wide, although she could hardly break through her own glass ceiling to take flight. She was obviously more concerned than Sloth was, and trying to think her way out. I needed to think hard, too. Vic, the walls here say something in Draconic, I said, stepping back to look at the twisting orange words again. What is it? The champion huffed.
How come you never learned Draconic? You had more tutors than I did, and the great and mighty Warren was my dad.
The question made me seethe. I couldn't, Vic. I tried. It just never made sense to me. It was like the words were always backwards and upside down all at once. She raised an eyebrow, and I almost began to defend myself, but stopped. I wonder if that had anything to do with my weird dead dragon aura. Draconic as a language was able to connect directly to raw magic. It was much easier for people to learn if they had dragon companions or powers of some kind. Dragon-touched people or queen scales learned it as a matter of course. I, on the other hand, had the opposite of a dragon aura. I had a negative aura, or at least I used to. It was all beside the point. Would you just read it? I asked. She rolled her eyes.
Already did. It says, looking inward can be faster than charging forward. You have completed the 2nd trial of lust.
That was the motto attached to the 2nd trial, the one where we had to ascend up the mountain. Say the motto part again, I said.
Looking inward can be faster than charging forward.
I couldn't help but laugh. Sage advice, I told Victory. You should have taken it.
Fuck you.
Is that your go-to statement every time you know I'm right? Victory sniffed.
Go on and solve this puzzle already. I'm the muscle, not the brains.
I knew that wasn't true, but she was miffed about something. In a way, it was nice that she was concerned about whether or not I'd save the others. She had faith in me, even if she was showing it by being an ass. I glanced over the unintelligible words, thinking over the past 2 trials and their associated witticisms, or whatever they were. Lovemaking is about the pleasure of another. That had been a trial involving somebody's body being controlled, which might be lust's main power, given the oneride. Looking inward can be faster than charging forward. That trial had been about, stopping and smelling the roses? Patience? It was about not rushing, I thought, which can also be a sex thing. Slow and steady wins the race. All of these trials are about sex, but none of it is about lust as a vice. It's about lovemaking, I said. Patience and thinking about others. And now this. What was this trial a euphemism for? How did I open the doors?
Want me to go try the basics?
Victory said, drawing her sword.
I can try to pry the doors open and give them a better look. Maybe there's some hidden device or something.
I opened my mouth to reply, then stopped. Patience. Look them over, but don't damage them. As she slumped off to give it a shot, I turned in place, looking at all the identical doors. This room was designed to either make me abandon my friends or make me panic about my friends. Abandoning them would be a sign of not caring about them, which was the lesson of the first trial, but panicking went against the lesson of the second trial. Looking inward. I checked my tattoos, and with relief, I found they were all in full color again. I could use my powers here. I closed my eyes, reaching for the magic inside me. Then I stopped. No, that's not right. I knew magic wasn't the answer because this whole trial was designed for regular people to go through it. Magic wasn't going to be an ace up my sleeve here. Lust was smarter than that. However I got out of this, any normal person could do it. My chest went tight. Any normal person. But none of the people in this place were normal. I turned faster, thinking. The mermaids had tails, the siren had that eerie voice and could change her form, the naiad had blue scales and could control water. They weren't human. It was something they all had in common. Also, they were all trapped. I had no idea if they had volunteered to be here. What was the trick? I was supposed to free all of them? Like I had freed Lorgan? It worked with the lessons of the other two trials, caring for others and stopping to think about the surface of what I was looking at. To say it Victory's way, I needed to stop and see past all the tits, to see past the obvious answer. I paced along the wall, taking care to cover my ears near the siren. The water had risen 4 feet by now, and it was still rising fast. Within minutes, my friends and Lorgan would need to be swimming. They were already standing on the stone table to buy themselves time, but Wrath remained inert. She would drown first, or take 7 down with her. But they aren't the hint. They are my companions. This trial was always meant to bring my companions here to tempt me. They are tempting because I know them. The other rooms, the women who had been here already, had to be the hint. All of them together were a hint, and all of them together were not human. That had to be part of the hint. What did they have in common then? For one, I'd never seen any of these creatures before, but they didn't really belong here, did they? These women were mythical beings of the human world. Why were they here? How were they here? They could be illusions, but what purpose would that serve? It would just make my choice to save my friends the correct choice, and I already knew that wasn't true. The water was 6 feet high now. I peered closer at each of the mythical women. The mermaid's fins, the naiad's scales. There was a similar look to them. And the siren. Was she just an illusionist? Like a desert dragon? Holy shit. I looked at the naiad's horns. They looked nothing like Seven's horns, but they were still horns. And she still had scales, just like some dragon agents did. And some dragons had fins, didn't they? Those dragons in the undersea cavern had fins. They all have dragon traits, just from different kinds of dragons. What had Seven said about going to the surface? She'd been human before, a god spawn, but on the surface, she had started taking on dragon traits. Victory jogged over to me, her armor clanking.
Haven't found anything. Are you sure?
I seized both her shoulders and made her look at me. They're all partially transformed dragons, Vic. They're not naiads or mermaids or whatever. They're all god spawn.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means they're basically dragons. They must have been sent to the surface, transformed partially, and then returned here. Oh, never mind, it's complicated. Whatever they were part dragon, and all dragons needed air. There was not a dragon alive who could go without breathing, not even those that lived in the deep sea or at the hearts of volcanoes. They could just hold their breaths longer. So these mythical-looking women would die too if the water got high enough. The tide would be up for hours. They would drown. I did need to save them all.
I'm still not following. What are you?
Vic said, but then her blue eyes went wide.
Oh, fuck. You mean that's what Seven is?
Yes, and she said she wasn't smart.
Then... Okay, I get it now. Lust must have brought them all to the surface to let them partially transform into dragons, just like Seven did. Then she brought them back here to use in her trial.
Exactly, I replied, letting go of her. The water hadn't gotten into this room yet. This place was closed off. If I could find a way to siphon the water here, it would pour out through the portal, saving everyone. That's probably what happened whenever this trial wasn't activated. That's why the dragon women didn't drown every time the tide came in, only when companions arrived. It must trigger the whole setup. It was genius, but I'd appreciate that later. I darted to the nearest door. The water on the other side was 8 feet high now, up to my friends' necks where they stood on the table. I looked closer at the glass door, at the edges, picking out shapes. I can see a lip, a door frame, I said.
Like hells you can. I checked the doors for indentations.
It's only around the other side, see? I can make out the indentation much better now that the other room was full of water. It changed the way the light reflected. Victory pressed her nose to the wall.
Shit. I do see it. This is a door, but the frame is smaller on their side and larger here.
It means we can't push to open, I said, excited now. We would need to pull...
Or they would need to push.
Victory cried as it dawned on her. I pointed at the door. Carve the draconic rune for push into the glass. Hurry!
I can't! Blades can't cut this shit, remember? I think it's literally diamond. No, wait. It's dragon-forged glass.
Shit. What could we use to make them see? The Onerite. Sloth saw the Onerite. We needed to write the words with raw magic. We need an ink, something with magic in it. Victory didn't question me.
But what do we have that's magic?
We exchanged glances. There was only one liquid we had on us, and for both of us, that liquid had magical properties. I snatched her sword away, and I drew it across my arm to procure my own blood. When my reflection magic absorbed the damage, I hastily transferred the ability to my inert slot. I was too slow. Victory wrenched the sword handle to the side and lashed out, slicing her own forearm across the blade. I had a dragon aura, and Victory was dragon-touched. Our blood ought to contain enough magic to serve as a replacement for the Onerite writing, provided the people inside were looking right at it. Victory hissed in pain, but held the welling wound out to me. The cut swelled with blood. Take some.
I'll cut my own. You get those 2 doors. I'll get these.
I slashed my arm as I ran, and I didn't think about the fact that I didn't know any draconic runes until I got to Seven's door. On the other side, everyone was off their feet now, treading water, desperately trying to hold Wrath's still body up, to help her keep breathing. They couldn't hear me, I knew that, but 2 of them were dragon gods, another a dragon agent. All 3 of the women could read draconic. They would see the rune, just like Sloth had seen the Onerite writing on her walk around the room. I paused, then let instinct inundate me. My hand moved of its own accord, marking out the lines, the letter, the shape. I wrote the draconic rune for push. As soon as the sigil was finished, it started to glow. I pounded on the glass. Look this way, damn it, look! But they weren't looking. The spot where I'd marked the sigil was underwater now, and I wasn't 10 feet tall. I couldn't draw it above the waterline. Maybe if I held Victory up. An enormous whoosh filled my ears, and I spun as water surged into the room, breaking through one of the doors. It had fallen forward, and the blue-scaled naiad rode the wave gracefully, like she was merely riding a wheeled cart into the room, not a wave. She must be weaving the water to balance herself. I glanced at the other rooms. The changeling siren was hovering in front of Victory's other mark, examining it. Victory had raced to the mermaid's room ahead of me. Soon all the other prisoners would be free. I just had to make my friends see this one rune, and everyone would be all right. Water pooled around me, but it didn't go above a foot high. The portal sucked it all away once I reached that height. I turned back, and Wrath was there. I actually gave a shout. She was inches in front of me, only a door's width away. Someone was pulling on her. Seven's eyes were closed as she ferociously tried to pull Wrath back to the dwindling air pocket, but Wrath yanked her dress out of Seven's grip. Wrath no longer wore her Onerite necklace. They must have taken it off her, hoping she could keep herself afloat as they stopped being able to hold up her limp form. She watched me, as if she saw me. But no, she was looking at the sigil, seeing the whole thing, tracing each line with her eyes. No bubbles emerged from her mouth She was out of air. Could gods die? Surely they could. Surely there were limits to their immortality. 7 pulled on her again, mouthing something, trying to get Wrath to look at her. Wrath didn't. She smiled and mouthed 2 words. So quiet. Then she reached out a hand, and she pushed. I leapt out of the way as the door toppled inward just like that. It had barely taken any effort at all, but with all of that water behind it, the door had to be under a lot of pressure already. It slammed into the low pool of water, and the room ejected its own personal tide. The other rooms had opened too, and now the water was up to my chest, swirling as the portal sucked it all in. I planted my feet, snatching for Wrath and 7 to make sure they didn't go down the portal too. The current was strong, but not nearly as bad as the whirlpool and the water tunnel had been. Victory forced her way over and helped to wrangle Sloth. Lorrigan held himself fast against the opening. He was so big that the door barely fit him. He was coughing, and Sloth too.
My.
Sloth said, looking up at me. She was on her hands and knees now that Victory had released her.
That was cutting it close.
I laughed as relief flooded me. Can gods even drown?
Oh, yes. We are ageless, but quite mortal otherwise. It's just that no dragon would ever try to kill us, and no human ever dares to get close.
I opened my mouth to answer, but a wail ripped across the room. I whirled to find Wrath rocking on the ground, hands over her ears, screaming. 7 was with her.
Rat! It's all right!
I thought fast, and then sloshed over to the only unfamiliar person in the room, a woman with sallow skin and sunken eyes. You're the siren, right? The woman blinked at me. Her eyes were huge and moist and fish-like. Not so attractive under all those illusions, are you? I pointed at Wrath. That's Wrath, one of your gods. Sing for her, calm her down, or... Wait, can you not sing for women?
It is a different tune,
she said, sounding bewildered. Her voice was a low croak.
Does she prefer women or men?
Women. Her eerie gaze flicked to Wrath, and the siren swayed over to her. A song emerged from her throat, a higher sound than the one I'd heard before. Its melody was strange, uncanny, and not pleasant at all. It sounded like someone highly intoxicated was singing a song that they didn't know the words to, but trying to do it as creepily as possible. And it didn't have any effect whatsoever, not on me and not on Wrath. Wrath screamed louder and started slapping her ears. She dropped back into the water, kicking and splashing. It's not working, I said, jumping up next to the siren. You had better not be tricking me.
It is no trick. She must like both. That is a different song,
the siren said. Then she inhaled deeply, and I flinched as a whole new melody emerged from her. This time, it was like 2 poorly matched instruments playing a duet, so discordant that I wanted to scrape out my ears, and yet edged with just a hint of the song that had so entranced me before. The effect was immediate. At once, every single person in the room, except for Lorrigan, Sloth, and the Naiad, went rigid. Wrath stopped wailing and fell still. 7's shoulders slumped as she relaxed. Victory gave a dazed half-smile. Every single one of the mermaids swam over, keeping low in the single foot of water, and their gazes rapt, their tits bobbing. Sloth dropped her hands on her hips.
I think you just found all the bisexuals.
My throat went dry.
Not me, obviously. I'm all for that dick,
Sloth said.
So beautiful,
Victory murmured. I licked my lips. Bisexual? As in they like both? That was a term I'd heard before.
Yup. You don't have that word up top?
Sloth asked.
Why are there so many naked women here?
Lorrigan said, making me jump. I'd never heard him talk before, and it was as deep and rough a voice as you would expect. He would have made a very good commentator for the Battle of Unity. I put a hand to my head, which was starting to ache. It was over. Everyone was safe. I raised my gaze again, scanning the room. If it's over, then where is Lust? Didn't we just pass the trial? The song petered out, slowly, angrily, the notes rubbing against each other, all wrong. Victory straightened beside me, and Seven took a deep breath. The mermaids giggled. As for Wrath, she seemed to be hyperventilating now, but at least she wasn't screaming and thrashing. She sat against the wall, eyes fixed on the portal, unseeing.
Fuck, Lorrigan said. That song was shit.
I can take any shape,
the fishwoman said.
so I know all songs. I can sing one for you, and you will not insult it.
She opened her mouth. No! The word came from me and the naiad both at the same time. Sloth just laughed.
You're all so cute.
The goddess said.
And so many bisexuals in one place. We should definitely have an orgy. No, thank you,
the naiad said. I turned to her because as strange as she was with her blue-scaled skin and her water magic, she seemed to have more sense than the mermaids and better communication skills than the siren. You, what is your name? Her gaze slid to me, then to Victory.
You are the trialists.
Yes, I said. At the same time, Victory said,
No. He passed. I didn't.
Victory hastened to explain.
I would have died suffocating on the mountain.
Yet you are both here.
The naiad said sagely, inclining her head.
My goddess has great respect for the bonds of lovers. You will both be rewarded, as is your due. Follow me, and I shall reward you.
We're not lovers!
Victory protested. I ignored her, breathing out. Thank the demons. I said to the naiad, Are you taking us to Lust? The naiad cocked her head at me. It occurred to me that she was still naked, and I couldn't help but remember the way her mouth had opened when she'd led her water magic down between her own legs.
I am deeply sorry,
she said.
But Lust is not here. She has not been here since the man called Warren came.
Chapter 55. The Third Rule of Lust. At first I couldn't even speak. After everything we'd gone through to get here, all three of these demons-damned trials, the goddess of this plane wouldn't even come to meet us? What had been the point of the trials then? The naiad watched my reaction, then looked about herself. I followed her gaze, and suddenly the ridiculousness of this whole scene hit me. I was in a room made of glass, standing in 1 foot of water, with a raging magical portal in the center, with almost more naked women than I could count. 5 giggling mermaids, a siren, a naiad, an enormous man who had tried to kill me not long ago, a lazy goddess, a mad goddess, the champion of the Unity Festival, and the green-winged woman who had started it all. We were all sopping wet, and most of us were strangers. This world had brought me so much adventure, if not for my frustration, I might have appreciated it a bit more.
Before this year, it had been over a century since anyone passed these trials,
the naiad said, her gaze passing from one character in our bizarre play to another.
Do not fear. You will still be rewarded. Lust may not be present in person, but this was necessary.
What do you mean, before this year? I asked. Did no one come here before Warren? Seven didn't give the naiad a chance to answer. She said my name, sounding worried, and I looked back. Seven was now standing up, with Wrath leaning on her, shaking. The tide had finally stopped coming in, but outside of this building the water had risen up to the domed roof. At least the portal was keeping the interior emptied. But it made the water continue to swirl. What is it? I asked Seven. Seven nodded off to the side.
Something's wrong.
I followed her gaze to find a cloud of red in the water, and Victory slouched against the wall, her head hanging. All other thoughts fled my head as I dropped next to her. I took her hand. Vic? Vic, what's wrong? She said nothing, but the blood was coming from her side. Her injury. I forgot about her injury. I raced to lift her chainmail, and underneath, I found the torn sleeves of her shirt wrapped around her midsection, soaked through with blood. She'd been hurt in that first water tunnel, and I'd completely forgotten in all the excitement. I tore the useless fabric away, but as I did, I felt something hard underneath. There was the wound, ghastly, but bleeding less than it should have been. There was something hard and bumpy under her skin. Fuck, I cursed. Victory had told me she was able to turn liquids to metal, including blood, but I hadn't thought she'd done it recently. She'd been moving around without much trouble, but she must have staunched her wound with her own magic, turning the blood around the injury to metal. It had acted as a sort of plug. That was the lump I was feeling. But it had been a temporary solution, and I'd had her moving around so much these past few minutes. She must have been in incredible pain, and none of it had shown on her face.
Oh, no.
Seven said, standing next to me.
How bad is it?
I checked Victory's vitals. She was still breathing, her pulse still going, but it was terrifyingly weak. It was worse than she'd been on the mountain. Bad, I said, twisting about. Can Wrath heal her? I can use my magic to separate the pain from the healing again. Sloth snorted loudly behind me.
I keep forgetting you can't see auras. Check your feet.
I stared at her. What did my feet have to do with Victory dying in front of me? Sloth rolled her eyes, then knelt down and reached into the water to tug up my pant leg. My boots were gone, sucked away by the mud of the other plane, so it was easy for me to see the tattooed magic slot on the top of my foot. The black circle was no longer empty. A red diamond was now inked inside it. I heard a sharp, indrawn breath from the naiad as it appeared.
But how?
She said. I took Wrath's magic? I asked, my head spinning. When?
You didn't realize?
Seven asked me. No, how? I cut myself off because the how didn't matter. Victory needed help now.
It was when you calmed her down with that story.
Seven said, as I did one of the weirdest things I'd ever done. I sat flat on my ass, raised my leg, and pressed my foot to Victory's lower abdomen, next to her wound. How does it trigger? I asked. Do you know? Each dragon god's magic had a trigger, although most were simple. With Envy's magic, I just had to hit something, a slap, a punch, whatever. Sloth's magic worked through flippant gestures.
You just have to be angry, I think.
Seven said.
Wrath used to grab people and shake them.
Well, I couldn't do that with my foot, but I pressed against her skin, focusing on how much I wished I could have killed Holt myself for causing this damned wound, and I sort of shoved her. The magic blossomed. The diamond symbol glowed a dangerous red, and Victory's head shot back, her jaw going tight, a scream eking its way past her clenched teeth. Fuck! I have to separate the pain from the healing. I bent my knee and scooted closer, touching the magic slot with my fingers. The markings glowed where I touched them. Manipulating my own power had always been oddly simple, and now I just focused on pulling half the magic, the agonizing, torturous half, outside of the circle slot. It worked, albeit in an odd way. The points of the diamond slipped outside the circle, while the center remained in place. The points no longer glowed, while the rest still did. Victory slumped, releasing a long gasp. She cursed, which was good. It meant she was conscious again. I shoved at her stomach one more time, pissing myself off with thoughts of Holt and Envy and even the Great Uniter. Why the fuck had he come down here to start all this shit? If he had just been satisfied with being the most important man alive on the surface, then Victory would have never been hurt. It worked. I watched in astonishment as the wound spat up a chunk of stringy metal and then healed itself over. Victory was holding up her own mail now, watching it happen.
Damn it, Silas,
she muttered, her voice wispy.
You really have an answer for everything.
When it was done, I dropped my foot away from her, feeling foolish. I couldn't leave that kind of magic in my foot. It was ridiculous, and not very sanitary either.
Ew.
One of the mermaids said.
I've never seen a foot fetish play out quite like that.
The other mermaids found this uproariously funny. I just let my head hang back, feeling the water ebb and flow around me. She's safe now. Everyone is safe.
How very interesting.
The Naiad said.
I did wonder why parts of your body were dead, and other parts were inundated with such extreme power. Now I see. You can steal magic.
Yeah, I said, gathering my knees close and standing again. Yeah, so people keep telling me. The Naiad mused.
Perhaps my goddess put her trust in the wrong human then.
I faced her. What are you talking about? She dipped her head to one side.
Follow me. If it pleases you, we shall speak on the way.
As I moved to follow her, Victory growled.
Oh, no you don't. I'm going too.
I rounded on her. You could have fucking died a moment ago. She was already on her feet. She flung her arms wide.
Yeah, and you fixed it. Fixed it too damn well, I might add. I feel like $1,000,000 gold.
I didn't want to believe her, but I had to admit, she didn't look pale anymore. Her sun-kissed complexion was back, and her wet hair was drying and starting to gleam in the perpetual sunset. Her eyes were clear, the light blue flashing to pink. Fine, I said. I wanted answers, and I wasn't going to get them here. 7, go down through the portal and find a dry place to wait for me. The air is thin there, but...
Oh, you don't want to go there.
One of the mermaids said.
That plane is dead. It's creepy. We can take your friends back to the portal you came through, if that is preferable.
Another mermaid piped up.
Don't worry. If we encounter unfriendly dragons, Ansa merely has to sing for them.
I glanced at the siren, who stood off to the side, her head down, still wearing her natural form, which made her look like some kind of sea hag. I shuddered to think I'd almost been called into her bed. Even if she could transform, she was really a sort of fish person underneath. If she was a god spawn, I wondered which god had fathered her. He couldn't be much of a looker. I waved vaguely at all the naked women. Fine, back to the desert portal then. As for the rest of you, you're free now. Go where you like.
None of us are prisoners.
The Naiad said.
We are acolytes of lust.
I squinted at her.
We work here in shifts.
She explained. It took me a few long seconds to wrap my head around that word. Shifts. You work in shifts?
Yes. You think we would all want to be here all hours of every day? For years?
The Naiad shook her head, then waved me away.
Leave it to Ansa. You have passed the trial. Your friends will be taken wherever they wish to go, and Ansa will return to let you know their location.
I opened my mouth because I didn't trust these strange temptresses for shit, but 7 cut me off.
They're Lust's people, Silas. You can trust them. She took her power back from Holt because he turned against you, remember? She is on the side of humans.
She is on the side of harmony.
The Naiad corrected.
In peace, there are no sides. Now, come.
I gave one last look to 7, and when she nodded, I followed the Naiad back through her own felled doorway, into the room that had previously been a hot spring. The water was warmer here, but the bowl of the spring was submerged, with stone built around it to make it into a bath. Victory clinked after me. Never trust a hot, naked woman you don't know, I thought to myself. But 7 can be trusted. She'll keep things in order while I'm gone. So I left my companions, again, and when the water around my feet started to shift and grow solid, I only rolled my eyes. It was hardly the craziest thing that had happened to me in the past 10 minutes. Victory and I didn't have to do anything as the Naiad moved her arms, guiding the water to grip our feet and calves and lift us up. She rose with us, smooth and graceful, and still fucking naked. But I was done thinking about that particular detail. I had places to be. You do realize the ceiling is solid, right? I said, feeling touchy. What are you planning, to slam our heads against it and knock us out cold?
It is not solid. Look.
The Naiad said. I looked, and as I did, one panel of the domed ceiling evaporated, turning to a light rain that drizzled onto my face. It was water, I deduced. You made a panel that looked like water?
Every room has one, except the one where your friends were. You did well to save them.
I snorted. But none of you were ever really in danger.
No. You still had to rescue us to pass the test, however.
By now the Naiad had risen out through the triangular gap. I followed after, with Victory trailing behind me. The Naiad set us wetly down on the slippery roof, and we both had to struggle for purchase. The water surrounding the building was only a foot down from the roof now, and it looked like we were going to need to swim. So what was the witty little motto that went along with the third trial? I groused. The Naiad smiled at me, and I had to actively force myself not to be attracted to her.
There is more to life than sex,
she replied.
Congratulations on completing the third trial.
Chapter 56. New Dragons. I scowled at the adage. There's more to life than sex. This missing goddess sure had a sense of humor. The Naiad held a blue-scaled hand out, leading my gaze to a nearby landmass. Up here under the unceasing sunset, the details were hard to see, but it was definitely a large island with buildings on it, with plenty of palms hanging over them. Bits of grounded aurora bobbed among the waves between us and the island, often red and yellow, but mostly orange.
That is Lust's main isle,
she said.
It is where her bathhouse is located. However, it is guarded by dragons who are sworn to envy. Entering will not be easy.
Great. More trials. What's your name anyway? I asked.
I am Hulit,
she said.
You may call me Leet.
Leet? It struck me as a pretty name. Well, Leet, you said that Warren, or War, or the Great Uniter, whatever you people call him, came here ahead of me? She nodded.
Yes.
What happened? Did he have to fight through all those dragons on that island too?
No. Lust met him here when he completed the trials. She went with him when he left.
This just kept getting better and better. Not only had the guy gotten Atonia, Liara, all those other women, and me into this mess, but he'd also stolen away an ally that I really needed right now. I flung an arm at the island, which was about 400 feet away, give or take. The rock formation where we'd come through the portal was behind me, just as distant. So why should we even go there if Lust isn't around? The whole reason I came was to meet her, to ask her to join me in taking down Envy. But she's already left to fight Envy with Warren, and apparently both of them lost. Leet inclined her head, her long blue hair swinging forward. It had somehow dried and caught the wind. It had to be at least 4 feet long, almost down to her feet.
Lust left behind a magical item, a stone,
she said.
It is infused with her power. She instructed that it be left for the next person to complete the trial.
Wonderful. Now he's fulfilling some kind of prophecy.
Victory grunted, stepping between us.
Seriously, it feels like everyone is trying to give him a big head since we came down here.
She eyed the Naiad disapprovingly.
Some of them literally.
The Naiad showed no sign she was aware of her nakedness. She stood relaxed, tits out, her stomach and thighs bare. I suppose that made sense if she was truly a dragon. It's not like dragons wore clothes.
You must choose,
she said to me.
I can take you and your companion to the stone that Lust left for you. I am able to sense its location within the bathhouse, but you will have to battle dragons to get back out again.
What do you mean, you can sense its location?
Victory put in, sounding just as annoyed as I was.
Why isn't it always in the same spot?
The dragons here periodically destroy it,
Leet replied.
It regenerates in a new spot each time. That is why they must always guard it. But sometimes they grow bored and destroy it anew, even though they must break the dragon-forged glass to do it.
I wiggled my toes against the slick roof beneath me. You mean her bathhouse is made of this same stuff?
Yes, she was fond of the material.
So, this was made of dragon-forged glass after all. I met Victory's eyes and hers narrowed. She could see the idea forming on my face, and she already suspected that it had something to do with her. Take us, I said. But if you can, let my friends know I won't be coming right back. I don't want them to worry, and this plan will take a bit of time. I expected Leet to ask what the plan was, but she merely nodded.
Your will shall be done. Anything else before we depart? It will be impossible to speak on the way.
Yeah, I said. You're all god spawn, right? What god fathered you? Are all of you sisters? A perplexed expression came over Leet's serene face.
Why do you believe us to be god spawn?
I wanted to fling my hands up. Because you're all partially transformed dragons. Lust sent you all to the surface just long enough to take the forms you now have. Her frown deepened, her gold eyes gleaming.
What you say is somewhat true. We did once have human forms, granted to us by Gluttony, the brother whom envy murdered. With him gone, our only means of transforming back into dragons was to go to the surface. However, we would not have been able to return from there, as the portal only goes one way. Instead, we flew close to the surface portal for a long period, as close as possible. This had some of the same effects as traveling to the surface, without us having to be trapped there. However, we were only able to change back to a partial draconic form. This is as far as we could go.
Oh, I said. My whole god spawn theory had been wrong then.
You should know that we did this on our goddess's order. Lust is not able to spend such extended periods on the first plane, because she suffocates outside her own plane. However, she still posited that some of our transformation could be reverted, and she was correct.
I nodded. Okay, so you're not god spawn, but god spawn do still transform on the surface, right?
I do not know,
She replied. Maybe it's something your goddess should study, then, I said tersely, because my white-haired friend back there is a god spawn, and when she went to the surface, she started transforming. Leet glanced in Seven's direction, cocking her head.
Did she? How curious. Her aura is indeed a strange one. So is the aura of those other two women. They are all equally depleted by you.
It occurred to me that Leet might not know that Sloth and Wrath were gods, if their auras were sapped dry of their own magic. It also occurred to me that both Sloth and Wrath had no trouble breathing on Lust's plane, when they should be suffocating. Their connection to me, my depletion of them, was probably keeping them alive here. I'm starting to wonder if I should even bother learning the rules of this place, because wherever I go, the rules change. I said none of this aloud, because I was ready to go, but Leet considered me a moment longer. She looked at me as if I were some code she was failing to decipher. Finally, she shook her head.
Regardless of the details, I shall answer your question about my parentage. I am a tide dragon, daughter of tide dragons. The fraudulent mermaids are a single glitter dragon, which has duplicated. The siren is a song dragon.
I thought this over, racking my mind for any memory of glitter or song dragons, but none came. I let the whole duplication thing slide past me. That was a bit too much to take in. Scratching at my head, I said, I've heard of tide dragons, but not the others. Vic?
Same.
Victory said. Leet ran a hand down her long hair, stroking it as if it were a fond pet.
Glitter and song dragons are soul types,
she said, her voice musing.
Few have ever chosen to leave the hollow spire permanently, because they gain no sustenance from meat. They can only live by feeding on magic, while most dragons could live without it and feed on meat as an alternative. Sadly, there is not much magic on the surface, so it is not an ideal place for soul types. I am not surprised you have never heard of their kind.
Soul types? I'd only ever heard of water, heat, sky, earth, and the rarer forest types. This was new to me. And so far, it felt like we had seen more new dragon varieties than familiar ones. That was odd. Still, I didn't bother to question it. This place was the primeval home of dragons, so inundated with magic that dragons could sustain themselves indefinitely just by breathing the air here. I thought of the spendthrift dragons. Were they also a soul type? Or were there just many more kinds of dragons in existence than even the best dragon scholars could conceive of? Is that what we'll be fighting at the bathhouse? Soul types? I asked.
It is not likely. Most dragons on this plane are of the forest or water variety. We are an exception, invited here solely for the trial.
I nodded, accepting this. At least we have that going for us. I would hate to fight a dragon that could duplicate itself. In the time we had spent standing here, night had actually begun to fall, the fire-bright sunset finally turning to soft twilight purples in the vast expanse above us. I didn't like the idea of fighting dragons in the dark, but the longer we stood here, the more likely some other patrolling snow dragon might spot us. I wanted to ask what Lust's magic could do, but the ownerite here controlled people's bodies, so that was probably her main power. That was all I needed to know for the moment, since Lust was not going to be here to meet me. But this magical stone she'd left behind, that I did want to know about. All right, I said. Time to go. Chapter 57. There's always a water plane. The water roared in my ears, raging past my whole body, propelled by Leet's water control magic. Despite the fact that we were underwater, the whole thing felt almost like flight, with the water itself seeming to propel me rather than any cart or dragon. It was an odd but exhilarating sensation. Leet's magic just grabbed us and took us. Victory was pressed close, cleaved to my side to consolidate Leet's power into a smaller space. As for Leet herself, she was right behind us, her arms outstretched. I was just barely able to look back and get a glimpse of her through the haze of bubbles. She moved like part of the ocean itself, her blue-scaled hands pressing into the current, shaping it around Victory and me. Twice during the crossing, she slowed us, and we broke the water's surface to steal a breath. I felt like my lungs turned to iron between surges, every breath tight, the pressure of the deep heaving against my chest like a dragon's wing beating against a harsh wind. I could make out the bathhouse now. We were close enough to the island. It was indeed made of dragon-forged glass, which is the main reason I could see it, with the purplish twilight glinting off its surface. The whole thing looked like water that had risen out of the ocean and taken form, with round bubble shapes that must have been formed under extreme heat with the help of a dragon, the glass blown wide before it was tempered in forge magic. On our second pause for air, the grandiose door came into view, a spherical creation that acted as a lens, refracting the sparse light across the ground in front of it like the door's own personal wishing well. I felt Leet come closer then, tugging on my ankle, then climbing higher up my leg, working against the torrential water. I went rigid, prepared for anything. Was she about to attack me? At least she wasn't doing it to Victory. I could fight her. I had reflection magic. Her fingers brushed mine, and a shape slid into my hand as Leet slipped away again. As we started to slow, I closed my fist on the object. The shape was unmistakable. A key with a looped end and a row of teeth made of something rough, bone, maybe, or coral. I didn't have time to look closer, but I knew which door it would open. We broke the surface. Ahead, Lust's ocean glimmered like a distorted mirror, and the island stood sentinel in the dimness where the water stopped and the cliffs began. There was a beach, a slim, paler line against the rock crags that had been worn down by centuries of ocean. The beach turned inward, into a sand path between two leaning walls of jagged rock, the sea-worn stone tunnel leading straight to that orb-like glass door. Leet patted my leg, as if to say good luck, and then the water slowed for good. We were maybe 50 feet from the beach, but we had been noticed. The water ahead of us churned, and as a last gift, Leet pulled us under, where we could see our attackers. As Leet fled, she had said she would, once we got this near, Victory and I hovered in place, trying to make sense of the tiny coils of movement darting through the water ahead of us. I recognized them after a moment, spring dragons. They were clear of color and with bright blue lines running along their sides like tetrafish. Lots of them. They spiraled toward us, a school of them, their needle teeth flashing, wings tucked and fins working overtime. I reached out instinctively, pushing back with a telekinetic blast that shuddered through the water and sent half of them tumbling like kicked pebbles. More came to fill the gaps. I had never seen so many. Spring dragons usually lived in springs, which were small water bodies. Here, in this freshwater ocean, they had all the space in the world, and they must have used it to breed. Can envy really control so many? I thought, blasting another dozen back. Somewhere the use of magic was draining Sloth of energy. I knew I couldn't do that too many more times. I needed a permanent solution. A deep rumble vibrated through the ocean, buzzing along my skin. That was the call of a big dragon, maybe a behemoth, but I didn't see it. Victory and I swam forward as I deflected another round of spring dragons, but we only made it 10 feet before both of us were sucked down sharply by the sensation of displaced water. I looked down as a geyser dragon exploded up from the darkness below, steam whistling from the vents along its ridged spine. Its mouth opened, a scalding blast of water building in its throat. These Mount-class dragons were often contracted on the surface to fill baths. You had to wait for those baths to cool a bit, though, or else the water would burn the skin right off you. I twisted, ready to kick Victory out of the way. My reflection magic should allow me to take the hit, but she could be fatally hurt. Victory beat me to the punch. Before I could move, Victory hurled her sword down at the dragon. Her blade sliced through the water, trailing a ribbon of bubbles. It drove through the geyser dragon's open mouth, straight down its throat. "Good shot!" I shouted into the water, swinging a hand to scatter the next round of spring dragons. Below us, the geyser dragon convulsed, thrashing once, then went limp. Light flared on my chest, visible in the dim water now that I had no shirt. I had just absorbed the dragon's soul and could release its power once if I needed to. I used a finger to run the magic up the tattooed line from my chest to my forehead slot. This time, without actually having to touch the tattoo directly, the movement was starting to feel automatic, and pretty soon, I would be able to change my slots mentally, without any gesture at all. I barely had time to slide the magic into place before two horse-sized beach dragons lunged up from the seabed ahead of us, their rough bodies emerging from hiding in the blonde sand, their mouths opening wide. A ripple of gold shimmered in their mouths. Beach dragons, crap! Their breath attacks were designed to turn anything the breath touched into sand. Once again, I could take it. Victory, not so much. I grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled myself in front of her, taking the brunt of both sand blasts in the back. My body went hard, then loose, as if I were about to fall apart. Well, that wasn't good. Right. I still take the hit. I just don't feel the pain of it. I needed to release the magic now, before my body painlessly and fatally fell apart. I threw up my hands, still able to use them, and spun myself. Something was coming at me. A lot of somethings. I started slapping. One spring dragon after another struck me, and one after another burst apart in a cloud of sand as I reflected the single sand blast in quick, slapping motions. By this time, one of the beach dragons had reached us, but Victory shoved me aside to grab the thing by the horns. It shot away, carrying her with it. If she has a belt knife, you're a goner, and she probably found one somewhere, knowing her. The spring dragon circled again, tighter now, emboldened. I exhaled sharply, bubbles popping free, obstructing my vision. I'd killed plenty, but the reflected sand attack was used up. Good thing there was a second beach dragon. It came at me, spitting its magic, ready to finish what its brother had started. Or maybe it was just ready to die. Dragons are smarter than this. It's attacking me when it must know the attack won't work. I will just reflect it again. The spring dragons hit me mere seconds after the beach dragon's breath got to me, almost like they had planned it, almost like suicide. I wouldn't go that far, because the spring dragons were definitely giving it their all with their own teeth. Their own magic, spitting clean, sanitary water, was pretty much useless in a fight. I sent all of them exploding outward in a spiral of golden sand, scattering them like stars to the vast black of the deep. Every one of the small dragons caught in my wave of slapping was shredded, twisted into grains. The beach dragon banked and swam off. Victory grabbed my arm, appearing suddenly in a cloud of red. I didn't think it was her blood this time. She pointed. My beach dragon was coming back, relentless. We kicked away, coming up against great spiky rocks now. We used them to pull ourselves closer to the beach. The beach dragon was too big to follow, its claws raking the sand behind us. It could still fly, though, I knew that. But it would need time to crawl out onto a walk, shiver its wings dry, and launch. We were in the clear for the next few moments. The water darkened. Shadows had fallen over us, dragons flying overhead. We both kicked off a rock to bring us to the shallows, where we heaved free of the ocean's grip, gasping in air beneath the looming green shapes ahead of us. I knew the variety of the two dragons on sight. They were a favorite of the Great Uniter, who always kept a herd of them on hand when he needed to clear out a camp of orcs or trolls. Swamp dragons, able to breathe poison gas. These were bigger but thankfully slower than the beach dragons, and they slithered down from the sea cliffs. Their green mouths wide open, their lungs expanded, and they breathed out thick, ropey clouds of olive-colored poison. "Go under!" I shouted to Victory. Then I inhaled deep, summoning the boiling geyser heat that was ready and waiting in my head slot. I spat water without any real trigger necessary, only my will and my breath to back it. The torrent of steam struck the heart of the poison gas and shot through it, striking the open mouths of the dragons. They roared and burbled in pain, staggering back, the clouds fading away harmlessly. I gave a battle cry, snatched up a rock, and charged. A splash sounded behind me as I slammed the first rock against the head of the first dragon. I spun and struck the next. We danced, claws and stone, teeth and talons. I ducked, dove, struck, and dodged the snapping of jaws until Victory arrived and helped me finish the job. Pain made the poor swamp dragons easy prey, even against fists, stone, and one belt knife. I felt their magic blossom in my chest slot as they died, 2 poison gas clouds, ready for use. Soon we were kicking our way out onto the beach, Victory cursing up a storm as she blamed me for everything. She didn't mean a word. It was cathartic for her. I might have smiled if a huge wave hadn't chased us to shore, knocking us both flat, the rough sand meeting us hard. I tumbled through the surf and rolled to my feet, Victory not far behind. The bathhouse loomed at the top of the thin, sloped sand path between towering stone seawalls. "Run!" I shouted.
Don't be redundant!
Victory shouted back, already ahead of me. "Bet you're glad you dropped your armor."
Fuck you!
It had become a term of endearment, and now I did smile. We were close together now. Nothing touched us as we sprinted up the path, sand spraying behind our feet. At the top we found the strange round door not 20 feet away from us, but it wasn't unguarded.
Ice dragon traps!
Victory cried, able to see them with her aura sight.
All over the ground between here and the door!
I could see it now, too. The sand had frosted over in places. Ice dragons were a fairly unique dragon type, in that they could form little icicle traps with their breath. Step on one of those, and you get an icicle through your foot. Whether I could see them or not, we were now facing a phalanx of trip lines. They wouldn't be able to stop me. But Vic? "You're up," I thought. Pulling my last 2 lava breath attacks from my chest to my head slot, I breathed out against the ground ahead of me, turning my head back and forth to make sure I cleared a path. The traps melted one after the other, hissing into steam that clouded the entrance in a thick, white fog.
Neutralized!
Victory confirmed. We have to wait for it to cool, I replied, just as two roars crashed down from the sky like wet thunder. I looked up. Ocean dragons. These were house-sized, serpentine, a very particular pattern of different blues along their wings and flanks. They used their fish-like wings just as easily for flight as for swimming, and they hovered above the bathhouse, their throats glowing with molten blue. "Spikes!" I called out, although Victory probably knew that already. I lunged in front of her, gripping her chainmail to make sure she stayed put, but she didn't fight me. She knew I could take the obsidian darts that these ocean dragons were about to breathe at us. Projectiles were child's play for me, provided I protected my head. The sand breath had been much more frightening. The attack came a second later. The two dragons exhaled, and rapidly cooling lava emerged from their magical stomachs, along with a spatter of hot spit. The lava cooled rapidly, turning the spikes the size of arrows in midair. The things shrieked toward us, but they should only hit me. "Hold your breath," I warned Victory, as I reached for the poison gas magic I'd gotten from the dead swamp dragons. I coughed it out in a gasp as the airborne spikes drove into me. Shing, 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 thump, shing, thump. There was a lot of blood. The air thickened. The dragons breathed in the poison and faltered, gasping. They wheeled away, only to fall into the ocean with thunderous splashes. I hoped they died close enough for me to steal their magic. By this point, the lava I'd hacked up onto the ground had cooled into an igneous crust. So we ran ahead and reached the bathhouse door. The ice traps were either melted or too far off the path to hurt us. Aside from the crazy, bulbous, lens-like shape of the door, it was otherwise a normal door, with two handles and one keyhole. I held up the key Leet had given me, my hand still wet, still shaking. The key slid into the keyhole like it belonged, because it did. The door opened. I stood aside. "If I say ladies first, will you bite my head off?" I asked Vic. She stepped through, hiding her grin from me.
Oh, I'll bite something,"
she said. Chapter 58. Lair of the Voyeur. I slammed the door behind us, then bent over my knees to catch my breath.
"Phew,"
Victory said, doing the same.
"That naked blue dragon lady wasn't kidding when she said we'd have to fight our way in or out."
"I don't think there's going to be an or," I said, as a set of talons raked across the ceiling of the glass bubble with a horrible noise.
"Yeah, getting out is gonna be twice as fun as going in."
I straightened. Light flashed across the glass floor, evidence that dragons were circling the airspace above us. This bubble of the bathhouse led into another, larger bubble. The whole place seemed to be made of different-sized orbs. "At least we are finally seeing some dragons in this damn dragon dungeon," I said, stepping into the next area. "I just wish they were as friendly as the ones on the surface."
"You're telling me. I guess that's what we get, growing up in peacetime. The world must have been crazier before my dad united everyone. What's that?"
She had seen what I had. Lying on the floor in the next bubble was a rock. It looked ordinary to me, but it sat directly in the center of the spherical space. Leet said she would be able to sense where Lust's magic stone would be. I bent down to take the stone. This might be it.
"Wait! You're just going to touch it?"
I paused, my hand hovering above the object. Does it have an aura? Should I be worried? Victory reached for her sword, but it was now at the bottom of Lust's ocean. Warren had told me once that he'd never been able to keep hold of the same weapon for long. I was starting to get what he meant.
No aura."
"Well, I don't see runes either," I said before picking up the rock. It was dark gray and palm-sized, but not perfectly oblong or anything. It was rough, with quartz inclusions. It looked like a regular rock someone had picked up off the beach, and when I took it into my hand, it did nothing to me. That's not to say it did nothing at all. The moment I touched it, a woman appeared in front of me. I jumped back as Victory cursed. What the?
Greetings to you, champion,
The woman said. She was young, perhaps her late teens, with 2 long, vividly purple bangs fanning her face, while the rest hung behind her where I couldn't see it. She wasn't short, but she somehow still projected a sense of smallness, of innocence even. The purple hair was not the strangest thing about her. Her eyes were a glowing orange, and her skin was not normal. She had pale pink dragon scales, but they were faintly iridescent and also somewhat faded, as if they couldn't quite decide if they wanted to mimic human skin or not. Also, she had clothes on. That fact was a relief, at least. I had always taken clothing for granted, apparently, but no longer. A modest silver dress hung about her frame, sleeveless and clinging to an equally modest chest. The skirt stopped above her knees, and the whole thing was tied with a golden rope that matched her eyes.
My name is Lust.
She continued.
I am the goddess of this plane.
I hadn't expected this. What? I thought you were—
I have left this projection for you to guide you on your path to defeating our common enemy.
She went on, talking over me.
Please heed my words, but take care to find a safe place first. I am certain you will be pursued. This stone—
Wait, stop. She didn't stop.
will repeat the same message whenever it is held against the skin. To stop the message, simply pocket the stone.
Ah, I did as she said, pocketing the object in my half-destroyed pants. The woman vanished.
A projection?
Victory asked. Another scream sound made us both flinch as a dragon raked its talons over the bubble above us. I glanced to the side to see the dragon lifting off, leaving nothing but a patch of grounded aurora behind it. Looks like it, I said. Come on, let's find a place with a thicker ceiling to hide under.
But—
Victory began. She cut herself off as I started walking, hurrying to follow me.
shouldn't we just turn right around and go back? We cleared the path a little.
There's no guarantee we can find Lead again. We need a better exit plan. Besides, I've got an idea. I stopped as the rooms opened up around us. Now a series of bubbles built up into a sort of great room. The effect was interesting, with the tempered glass only giving a vague, misted sense of the sky and circling dragons beyond, all rendered abstractly, as if through real bubbles. In this space, we finally discovered why the entire structure had been labeled a bathhouse. A grand circular pool made up the center of the floor, with a slow grade instead of a set edge to it. The water inside it steamed lightly, sourced from a spigot in the ceiling. A roar sounded down one of the many bubbly pathways leading off the space. I turned and strode in the opposite direction.
That sounded close,
Victory said, her voice tentative. Lead said the dragons periodically get bored and break in, I replied. So there are probably holes. We need to find a place more secure. Maybe something with another door? Here. I stopped at a bubble room just off the main pool room. Its main feature was a staircase set into the floor in the center. The stairs descended straight down, into the ground, back toward the center of the great room.
I'm not sure I agree with this plan.
Victory said.
I mean, the longer we're here, the more dragons will show up. Even if we find a secure spot, they will eventually get through.
She was right. Dragon-forged glass was strong but not impenetrable. At least not to dragons. I smiled. I'm counting on it. Then I stepped down into the dark. Victory followed. The light already dim from the night cycle of the plane faded fast, and then it rejuvenated, a soft orange glow permeating the walls and fractal veins, like trees. The Onorite had proven once again to be a good source of light, and once again, it was set deep enough into the tempered glass to be harmless to us. We might be able to dig some of it out with days of work, but I saw no point in that. We shortly came to a door and I unlocked it with the same key, then locked it behind us again. This left us in a hallway that curved away in both directions, its circular shape obvious. I turned right, and the circle continued on without change until we came to another door, this time on the opposite wall. I unlocked it as well, and we came into another bathing chamber.
That hallway was a perfect circle.
Victory groused.
What was the point of that?
Privacy, I said. It took 3 locked doors to get here. Maybe it was Lust's favorite place to take her lovers, and the rest was the public-facing bath. Victory said she supposed that made sense.
She is a goddess, after all. She might like sex a lot, but that doesn't mean she'd want to put it all on display.
I'm not sure, I replied as I dipped a toe in the misty pool at the center of the space. It was basically a miniature version of the pool directly above us, which was visible. The larger pool served as the ceiling here. An inverse lens. I pointed up at it. Victory stared, then made a round O shape with her mouth. Her slate blue eyes ventured back to me.
Voyeurism?
She asked. A fair guess. If anyone were to lie back in this pool, alone or with company, they would be able to see everything in the room above. The glass at the bottom of the larger pool was not tempered, but perfectly clear. If naked people were up there? If they were getting up to shenanigans?
I can't tell if this is gross or intriguing.
Victory commented, still looking up, possibly imagining all the debauchery that might have once been visible here. I'd say the latter. I mean, it's not one-way glass. The people in the pool would know they were exposed.
Fair point.
Finally, we were seeing some of Lust's vice in action. Those mottos and trials had seemed to be anti-lust and pro-lovemaking, but Lust had kept this small space for herself to watch others perform just such acts. Could she tell the difference between lust and real affection from this vantage? I doubted it. That projection, was that really lust? I sat on the side of the pool, just above where the water line began. The whole place was a shallow bowl, without any tiles or decoration. The water felt warm, inviting, and somehow it smelled of lavender and something else vaguely herbal. I couldn't see where the water came in or out, but it did look perfectly clean. Let's rest here a bit, I said, patting the stone next to me. I'll take out the rock and see what else the projection has to say.
Okay. And you're sure you want to just sit here? With more and more dragons trying to get to us each moment?
We've got time. She bit her lip, then shrugged.
If you say so.
Victory sat without complaint, her chainmail skittering underneath her. As she rearranged the long shirt and stretched her leather pant legs into the water, I retrieved the stone from my pocket. Lust appeared again, in front of me, standing with her illusory feet in the warm pool. It was more obvious now that she was a projection. Her feet looked malformed, even foggy, under the water, and she looked straight ahead, not at my face.
Greetings to you, champion. I am Lust, the goddess of this plane.
Victory and I sat quietly through the rest of the spiel that we'd already heard, and when it picked up where it left off, Victory inched closer to me. I laid my hand over hers and we listened to the young woman known as Lust as she finally told us her story. Chapter 59. Lust speaks, and she's a big talker.
To stop the message, simply pocket the stone. You have appeared here at the most opportune time, champion. Your great uniter has failed in his quest for answers, and now my world is in turmoil. The uniter is either dead or defeated, and all hope now lies with you. Your coming was foretold, which I know might sound silly to a human such as yourself, but the magic of dragons runs deep. You are a man of stout heart and awesome power. You are one of a kind, and my people need you. To understand what I will ask of you, you must understand the history of this place. The Hollow Spire is the source world of all magic. It is a world separate from your own. The two worlds exist side by side, but they never touched until your great uniter chased down the entrance and bid us to open it. Ages before that happened, our world began with the first dragon. She called herself the Mother of the Hollow, as the world had nothing but magic, raw and empty. The Hollow Mother was the first sentient being to form here. Over time, she grew lonely. She alone has the power to manipulate magic in its raw form, and she used this mighty power to create dragons. One by one, she formed us, watched us grow and live. She learned from us, improved upon us, until we became the creatures you see today. But this world, first known as the Hollow, quickly became chaotic. Dragons swarmed and bred and fought, all in the same endless and liminal space. The Hollow Mother saw that we were restless, that we needed purpose just as much as we needed sustenance and family and comfort and sex. She then chose 7 dragons from among the strongest of us, dragons which encompassed the vast and varied forms of personality and power alike. We were some of those she first birthed, given powers beyond those that came after us. She renamed us for the traits which stemmed from our primeval magic. We became the vices you see before you today. With her incredible power to manipulate magic itself, the Hollow Mother split the Hollow into 7 planes. She gave one such domain to each of her vices, and she shaped them to our desires and left behind the Ownerite so that we might all be able to alter our environments in the future without her. She added one final rule, one last vestige of her authority. The vices could never leave their own planes. We could speak through our portals, but to draw a single breath beyond the confines of our own planes would end us. It is a rule we abide by to this day. And so the Hollow deepened and grew definition, splitting and stacking upon itself like a great tower. In gaining its planes, this place became the Hollow Spire, an inverted structure of great depth rather than a spire of great height. Each plane called to the dragons that dwelled here, and soon dragons had chosen territories. We took up less space once again. We spread out and we thrived. We had homes to build, a world to shape, and things to achieve. We also gained competition, with each plane competing against the others in a friendly fight to see whose plane could become the most beautiful, the most functional, the most interesting. As you can guess, the excitement of this change also waned with time. When humanity appeared in the world existing outside our own, the Hollow Mother opened a portal and offered peace to those few humans who chose to enter. These people became the Hollowers you know now. They brought with them plants and beasts and ingenuity, but they also brought fear and battle and all of their many vices. The peace established by the Hollow Mother lasted a long time, but humans did not thrive here as we did, and it was not long before dragons recognized their own superiority and started to use it. The dragons learned cruelty and want from the humans, and so began the long history of human mistreatment and enslavement. As the vices who ruled this place, several of us fought for peace, but several others saw no point in it. Discord reigned supreme, and the Hollow Mother had to act once again. This time, when she opened the portal to the human world, it was the dragons she spoke to. "Leave," she told them. "Leave and learn to live in the world of humans, as they have learned to live in yours. Know what it is to be oppressed and weak, but also know what it is to live in color and light. Know freedom and adventure, hunger and pain." Many of us left, and it was these who grew into the dragons you knew on the surface. The Hollow Mother left the portal open, hidden until the Great Uniter discovered it centuries later. She told us that this world was ours now, and she would never return again to fix our mistakes. Then, she vanished for the last time. Time passed, as time does. Discord returned, but dragons did not. Whatever lessons they learned, they did not bring those lessons back with them to change our hearts and minds. The portal would not allow it. In due time, we made it impossible for our human population to leave. We turned them into subjects, slaves, insects that were beneath us, toys to be trifled with, servants to run our domains for us. Some of us were kinder, but most of us were simply disinterested, bored by the centuries, but unwilling to flee, because to leave the Hollow Spire is to lose half one's magic. We vices never left. We were too great, too privileged, and to leave meant weakening our subjects and inviting our own deaths. In this place, all dragons are immortal. Why would we dare to leave? And yet, as before, we grew bored. We began to fight, to jostle for power, to hate one another. 5 centuries ago, this culminated in the death of the vice called gluttony. He perished at the hand of his own brood sister, Envy, and his plane became the dead place you saw in my trials. For the first time, we vices knew fear. And so, it has come to this. Envy got her taste of power. A dragon who was once my friend is now the enemy of dragons and hollowers alike. She wishes only to eradicate all of us, because when a vice dies, the other vices can enter their plane with impunity. The gods do not suffocate within a dead plane. It is Envy's goal to kill us all, to rule over every plane, and to become the new mother of our inverted spire. In this, we must unite to stop her. Succeed in leading us, great changer, and you will bring about an era of peace in the world of magic. You will dismantle us, the vices. You will return power to the individual. You will bring us forth into a new and great age. To help you in this, I ask only one thing. Bring my stone into the presence of Envy herself. Travel to her plane, retrieve my stone, and I shall be called forth from hiding. I will appear. I will kill her. And then I will die. This I swear to you, great changer. Together, we will find a new purpose for this world. I will leave it to you as my final legacy. My name is Lust, and I thank you for this.
Chapter 60. There's one thing I can do better. When the message ended, the projection paused, and then started over.
Greetings to you, my champion, changer of this world. My name is...
I pocketed the stone, and the wraith vanished. Well, that was... something, I said. Victory took her hand out of mine.
Yeah, I didn't expect a history lesson.
I missed the feel of her hand. Her chain shirt started to clink as she tugged it away from her chest in quick motions, as if she were hot and trying to cool herself. I leaned forward over my knees, thinking. I could feel the bulge of the stone in my pocket. A shadow flitted across the dim, orange-lit room, cast by something far above the bathhouse. So, Envy's goal is to rule the whole Hollow Spire, I said, feeling almost disappointed by that fact. I mean, I'd known she was power-hungry and a killer, and anyone who imprisoned or hurt the Great Uniter was bad news, but still, could her motivations truly be so simple? The boredom of centuries had led her to crave dominion over an eternal, glorified dungeon? To what end? It's a shame, I said. A world full of such wondrous magic, and the gods here want the same thing that our dull human kings want, more power. They really did learn a lot from us.
I know, but... can you blame them?
Victory said.
The shit I would do if I was bored for centuries? I'd go dragon shit, Silas, and that's a fact.
I gave a slow nod. There was something to be said about that. Sure, people chased immortality all the time. Some, like the demon of lies, had chased immortality to the detriment of all others, until the great uniter had finally defeated him. But spending immortality doing nothing? Who could stand it? It was a miracle all the gods weren't mad already. I suppose they had all given themselves something to do, which is why they hadn't lost it before envy did. But how long could the situation have lasted? The gods could be the most powerful and privileged beings to have ever existed, but with enough time, even that could get old. Victory tugged at the hem of her chain shirt and pulled it off, leaving her in just her sleeveless cotton undershirt. It clung to her, sweat highlighting every curve of her chest and stomach, even her navel. I swallowed and averted my eyes.
Sorry. Hot in here,
she said, although it felt pleasantly warm.
So, we take that rock to Envy, and Lust appears, kills Envy, and then dies because no dragon god can draw breath outside her own plane. And our problem is solved. We snag Warren and the imprisoned women, and go home.
Is it really going to be so simple? I thought. I hope it all goes that way, I said, but whether it does or not, I think we need insurance. I jerked a nod upward at the ceiling as more shadows flitted past. I give us at least an hour before the dragons break through to that big bath hall and then crack enough glass to get down to us.
Once they get to that,
she said, her blue gaze on the ceiling.
It could go faster. The glass at the bottom of that pool isn't tempered.
I nodded, but given the precautions Lust had taken to make this room private, I didn't think that ceiling/pool was made of simple glass. I suspected something stronger, even possibly diamond. Some dragons were able to manipulate different minerals into the shapes of their choosing. Regardless, we'd have warning that our time was up once they started thrashing around in that pool in their search for us. I was surprised they hadn't found us already, through whatever holes they'd already made in the building. Leet might have been able to sense the projection stone, but apparently they can't. It doesn't matter, though. Once one of them sees us, the rest will come.
We're going to attract every dragon Envy can send at us,
Victory said, cupping some water in her hands and splashing her chest with it.
Fuck, it's hot. Don't you feel hot?
The question seemed rhetorical. I know we're going to attract a lot of enemies. I'm counting on it, Vic. She went still halfway through splashing herself, her face not moving at all while her eyes slid suspiciously to me. I knew what she was asking with her silence. I leaned closer to her. I've got a plan, I said, but I'm going to need your help.
Do fucking tell,
she replied. I laid it out for her, my eyes flicking up every time a shadow passed. When I finished, Victory gave a bemused grin and shook her head.
I mean, I'll try it. I'll succeed or die, I guess,
she said. Vic, if anyone can do this, it's you, I said. But if it goes to shit, I'll get you out. I think I can find a way to survive on my own, between the torture magic and reflection magic. But I'll get you out first, so I don't have to worry about you. She pulled her knees up and looked away.
So I'm a liability now?
I laid a hand on her knee. You? The champion? A liability? Never. Victory looked at me, our faces closer than they had ever been. There was a vulnerability in her expression, an openness, that I had never seen there before. She looked like a different person, like she'd taken off a soldier's mask and donned the face of a woman. A woman, that's what she is, at the core of it all, a dragon's damned beautiful woman. Victory, there is no one that I would rather have fighting at my back, I said, daring to take my hand off her knee and place it on her cheek. By some act of the great demons, she didn't jerk her face away. Her eyes welled. You are the most incredible fighter I know, I said lowly, meaning every single word. There is no one more dedicated and no one more deserving of the contract you took on. The dragon that died to save your life and make you dragon-touched, she would never have chosen anything but the best. Her eyes were wide, her expression incredulous. I smiled and sat back. Honestly, Vic, I don't know why you keep measuring yourself up against me. If I didn't steal magic from the gods, how the fuck would I ever beat you? When we were kids, I only beat you because I made you mad. It was so easy to make you mad. I chuckled, and then Victory startled us both by belting out a laugh.
What the fuck, Silas?
she said, but it didn't sound angry. She laughed again, then slapped me on the back of the head.
And I thought lust was the one who gave speeches. Fuck!
When she'd slapped me, my hand had slid off her cheek to the crook between her neck and shoulder. I gripped her there, if only to give my words more import. You can laugh and swear all you want, Vic, I told her, but you're incredible. I know what it's like to live in the shadow of a parent, but you're not Warren's shadow. You're his heir. You're everything he was and more, and I would die 1,000 times before I let a horde of dragons rip you to shreds. I shook her once. So, yes, if it comes down to it, I'm getting you out and fighting them myself. I don't feel pain, Vic. You do. And I couldn't bear... Victory grabbed my face in both hands, and she kissed me.
Shut up, you idiot, and take your pants off.
I went still, my brain spinning. Then I grinned. I don't know. If we do this and I'm better than you are, will you be angry? She kissed me again, parting my lips with her tongue. Once she'd stolen my breath, she said,
There's one thing I'll always be better than you at.
I dropped my hands to my belt. And pray tell, what is that?
Sucking dick,
she said. And then she went down. Chapter 61. Dirty Mouth. A choked noise raced up my throat and lodged there as she reached a hand into my pants. I'd barely gotten the belt off and she was already gripping me.
I'm offended,
she said. I wasn't hard yet. Well, you caught me by surprise. She gripped hard, making me bite out a pained laugh, and then she was using both hands to pull my trousers down and away. As I kicked the pants off, she got on her hands and knees to wedge herself between my legs. I got a glimpse of the hunger written all over her face, and then her head dipped and her mouth closed over me. I'd never gotten hard so fast in my life. I groaned and sank back flat against the stone, losing myself instantly in the sensation of her. She sucked me down, then stayed on me, my whole cock in her mouth, the shaft growing fast. She bobbed her head, short little bobs that pulled me deeper and wider as my dick grew. Soon, she had to gag around me, my head throbbing against the back of her throat, her tongue curled inward beneath the shaft to prod at the vein there. I sank my hands into her hair, into the loose, wet strands of it. She pulled away, sucking while she did so, keeping up pressure as her lips prodded the fleshy ridges of my head, over and over, teasing them. I lay back, sighing, my legs already shaking. She drew farther back until she was kissing the tip of my head, and then she pulled it in again. I tried to look at her, but she inhaled me, her head moving fast as she gave 2 quick thrusts to her limit, her lips kissing my base now. Oh, shit, Victory, I breathed, because cursing was our language, and she couldn't exactly speak it right now. A distant roar sounded, muffled by walls of tempered glass, but all I could hear was the squish of her mouth against my cock and the ripple of water around her legs. Her tongue joined her throat in every movement of the game, flicking my ridges, circling me, lashing up my shaft when she needed time to moan. It felt almost too good to raise my head. Almost, but I managed. No 2 thrusts of hers were the same. She was wild, her cheeks taut as she kept pressure on me, her lips plump and flushed. My cock almost the same color, as blood rushed into all the right places. She came off and gasped.
Tell me what you like.
As she sucked again, I said, all of it. She spoke around my crown.
Well, you did say.
Squish.
That I was incredible.
Her blue eyes flicked to me, wide open with her attention. Our gazes met, and we held them as she went down over and over. In my peripherals, I saw my cock dive in and out past those luscious, tender lips, but it was her eyes that held me. My grip on her head tightened, her eyes flickered, and she moaned. She liked it. I pushed her into a rhythm, and she met me, happy to follow my lead for once. Oh, Vic, where did you learn this? Fuck! She murmured, and I forced her head down faster until she had to stop playing with that dangerous tongue and spend all her focus on keeping her teeth off me. I saw her concentration, and it was everything I saw on her face during battle. She was down there to win, and I was going to let her. She shifted, pushing back, but I didn't let her escape the rhythm. She worked around it to lay one hand to the side of my base, depressing the flesh below my navel with her open hand while her thumb wedged up between my balls. 2 fingers of her other hands crept around my base, and now, when she sucked on me, the fingers chased her lips, a double whammy of pressure, always making perfect use of the ridges. All of it at once, all that sensation, plus the speed, her focus, and the sheer wonder of pushing Victory's head onto my cock. This deadly woman, who had seemed to hate me, now swallowing my dick like she hadn't eaten in days. And those blue-gray eyes, always darting back to mine. No shame, no modesty. Just watching for every flick of my pleasure. When she curled her tongue tight along the underside of my shaft, my body twitched so hard that I practically sat up. She grinned around my cock, and I started to buck. She kept her tongue where I liked it because I couldn't hide how good it felt, and I breathed in my own ragged groans as I put pressure on her with my hands and hips both. I rocked her head against my cock, listening to her little cries and gags and the wet sounds that defied any attempt at categorization. The water off the pool was making waves now, sloshing up along the glassy bank. She made slick moans, half coughs, dragging murmurs, all of it. The roars of dragons sounded, closer this time, and a new, darker shadow passed above us. I lay back flat, watching as the first dragon charged through the pool above us. It didn't stop to look down, just raced through, but it would be back. I didn't know how much time we had. Another minute of this, and I'd be spent, and she'd be smug at having gotten me there so damned fast. Not today, Vic. I yanked her head back, making her face twist in lust and pain both. I shoved her to the side, then rolled over top of her, fumbling at her own belt, pulling it down and away. Her thighs were paler than the skin of her face, pale from never seeing the sun. I slapped my hands to the inside of both of them and spread her wide from me, salivating at the sight of her pink flower blooming, the folds ready and wet from the warm water of the pool.
Oh, Silas, fuck me. Please fuck me hard.
She moaned, all the words and curses returning to her dirty lips in force. She grabbed at her own shirt and tore it off as I ducked into her. I ran my tongue up the center of her entrance until I found the bump that made her thighs try to close on my hands. Again, I wouldn't let her.
Oh, you bastard! You awful fuck!
She moaned. I glanced up to see the bottom of her tits, large and round and pale, and sinking half flat as she lay back, her spine arching. I swept my tongue into her, as far as it would go. She shivered, and I repeated the motion, pressing my upper lip to her bead, devouring her. She tasted like foreign ocean and metal and a thick coursing need. My cock jumped with each swear word she blurted out, and I had to sink fingers into her with one hand and pause to keep myself hard with the other. She rose up on her elbows, mouth hanging open, her chin still wet from the effort of going down on me.
Oh, fuck! Fuck, that's hot!
She said, and I knew she meant my hand going at my own cock.
Demons, I want you. Keep it hard for me.
That last noise almost did me in, equal parts ugly and wanting. She breathed hard, her tits bobbing, and I wanted to feel those hard nipples against me as I followed her orgasm with the plunge of my cock.
Silas! Silas! Yes!
She ground out, her head lolling, thighs tightening, pussy dripping.
Oh, there it is! There it is!
A loud thud sounded above us, and she gave a shout of carnal pleasure as if in response. Her walls squeezed against my tongue and fingers, involuntarily, and I knew she was there, that she was in that heady calm before the curse words. I pulled off her, climbed atop her, and dove in. She'd been about to release a cry, but she staggered over it as I entered her, her face contorted with want and fury. Finally, with a second thrust, she screamed out her pleasure. I gave her the gift of a cock for her orgasm to close around. She tightened and pulsed, her gasps wretched. When the height of her pleasure passed, she remembered she had hands and used them to sink her fingernails into my shoulder blades. The muscles of my back tensed and swung under her hands as I rode her, my cock driving into the untamed well of her body.
Demons! That feels so good! Oh, you fuck!
She said. You're gonna make me fucking come, I said. Where do you want it? She only moaned, as if the prospect were too enticing for her to consider the options. I watched her mouth, her closed eyes, the jaunty little hops of her tits as they moved in time to me. The water of the pool swirled hot around my legs, splashing with our rhythm.
Fuck! Oh, fuck, Silas! Fuck!
To stave off the inevitable, I pulled out. She shot a glare at me, lips parting to ask me what the cursing hell I thought I was doing, but I was already folding her legs back and tugging her onto me. I sank to my knees, pulling her pussy close and then hammering into her, her legs in my control now, my every thought glued to her hole and my own cock ramming inside of it. Entering her was a drug. Controlling her was mania. My balls tightened and I met her eyes and held them as I felt my own face contort with the oncoming wave. She saw it happening.
Give it to me! Give it, you greedy bastard! I want it!
I wanted to come inside her more than anything, but I always kept a tiny bit of sense in reserve for moments like these. When the pressure shuddered and came loose, I dropped one of her legs, she fell off me, and I used the free hand to grip my cock as I came. We were halfway in the water now, steam twisting the air as I spurted breathlessly onto her stomach in long, white ropes. One made it as far as the underbulge of her right breast, splattering the pale skin, sinking into the crease. Oh, victory! Damn it, fuck! She sat up, grabbed me, and pulled me down onto her. My last meager spurt drizzled against her folds as her tits went hard under my chest, her nipples prodding me. She sank her claws in, legs shaking, thighs hooked against my hips.
That's one way to burn time.
She exhaled, and I angled my mouth over hers and kissed deep, letting her taste her own musk. She tilted her head and we kissed as deeply as we could each go. Then she tensed and jerked her lips away.
Fuck! They're almost through.
I flipped over in time to see the first claw rake through the ceiling, loosing a small hail of broken crystal. The dragons were seconds away from us now. I grinned. At least we both finished, I said, casting about for my trousers. I'd call that a win.
Hardly. I didn't even get to ride you.
More crystal fell, glittering over us. My smile faltered. Here's hoping that you get the chance. Chapter 62. Kill or be killed.
Did you just make a pun?
Victory burst out, offended. I sank a fist into my discarded pants and wrenched them up my legs while she did the same, foregoing her underwear for the sake of speed. There was almost no light coming down from above now. It was blocked by dragons. They had found us, and they were massing for the kill. Not this time, I said, my worry palpable in my own voice.
Get the Silas.
She muttered to herself, shaking her head as she fumbled with her chain shirt, not bothering with the undershirt.
I would fall for a man whose name is a joke. Even more of a joke than mine.
I leaped to my feet. For me, the humor and innuendo of the situation was fading fast. It was time to get down to business, or die trying. But not Vic. I won't let her die. "Are you ready?" I asked, watching the shadows roll and kick and thrash above us. Water began to pour down the widening hole in a thin stream, but the dragon that had pierced it was focusing on the spot now. By the time Victory took my hand and let herself be hauled up, the drizzle of water was now an uninterrupted flow. We sloshed over to the spot.
Ready as ever,
she said, her expression locked in.
Let's do this.
Then she reached into the stream and cast her forge magic. The water turned into solid silver, and the metal transformation shot up the column as Victory gave it everything she had. Glorious metal raced along the stream of water, up through the crack in the ceiling, and then spread into the pool above us. But as soon as I saw that start to happen, I looked back to Victory. Her face was twisted in concentration, sweat breaking out on her forehead. "All ready?" I asked.
It's harder than it looks,
she groused back.
Hit me, baby.
I laid a hand on her shoulder and focused on Wrath's magic. I had already moved it to my right-hand slot and adjusted it to keep from pouring pain into Victory. Instead, I inundated her with healing. "Is it working?" I asked, but I could already see the relief on her face.
Yeah,
she said. I looked up. When I had healed her earlier, she wasted no time in leaping into battle again. She had told me she felt fresh as a scampering hatchling. That meant there was something more to Wrath's magic. It didn't just heal people, it rejuvenated them. And Victory's power came from her own body. I didn't stop healing her. I kept a continuous stream of magic, filling her with bottomless energy, giving her everything she needed to turn more and more water to metal. Above us, the change spread through the pool, turning the water translucent and then finally opaque as the whole thing went solid. The dragons didn't understand at first. They clawed and roared, digging their hole into the crystal, exposing their feet and legs to the water as it changed form. By the time one of them even thought to call a warning, Victory had already trapped dozens in the metallic water. Their paws and legs could not move. I heard the screeches of the shoulder-sized ones first, following quickly by the dismayed roars of the mounts and haulers. If there were any airship classes, or, demons forbid, a behemoth out there, then they were up in the air and circling, watching all this go down. "Stopping now," I warned her, before cutting Wrath's power. I took my hand off Victory and looked at my tattoo. "Shit, she's almost drained," I said. The symbol for Wrath's power was faded. The glow reduced almost to nothing. We aren't going to be able to do that again. Victory took her hand out of the water, only it wasn't water anymore. A metal spike hung from the ceiling in the shape of a water stream. If I could have snapped it off to use as a weapon, I would have, but that would take more strength than I had in me. Even a dragon could be hard-pressed to break it.
I'd say we did good,
she said, although I could barely hear her over the plaintive cries of the dragons.
We caught the main crew. The rest is on you.
I wished I could plug my ears. In my head, the dragons' roars were laced with disjointed words. They were speaking and I could once again hear them, but there were too many talking at once.
Sorry.
Hurts!
Please don't!
Can't move.
Please.
Spare!
Spare us!
Spare!
I didn't like how often I was hearing that word. Who are they talking to, me? "Do you still have a belt knife?" I asked Victory. She withdrew the weapon and flipped it toward me, handle first.
I always have a belt knife,
she said. I took it, and the key that Leet had given me, and I jogged for the door. Victory called after me to be careful, for fuck's sake. I smiled as I threw open the door. On the other side, a shoulder-sized dragon accosted me immediately. Some of them must have thought to break through that way. We would have used the lower pool to trap them if that had happened, but for now, I had to resort to other methods. I let the dragon bite down on my arm, and I wrangled it, slamming it against a wall to keep it still. Then I used Sloth's magic to levitate the knife, rotate it in midair, and slam it into the dragon. The dragon, bulbous, white, a variety I didn't have time to identify, died instantly as the knife thunked into its eye. It slid off me, leaving a bite mark behind, but no pain. I could use the stored power of that bite on the next thing I kicked, now that I'd moved my reflection magic down to my foot slot. I ran on, meeting more shoulder dragons along the way. I let them maul me, and one yellow spark dragon even burned me, but small dragons like these rarely had good offensive breath attacks. I stored up their hits, reflected them, and then used the knife to finish off the injured dragons. All the while, I kept thinking, this isn't right. Dragons are my allies. I don't like this. It was kill or be killed. If I left anything alive to keep pushing to the lower bath, that would put victory at risk. She had no weapon but her forge magic, and she could only use it so many times before she would be drained of all energy. So I killed them. All of them, because there was no choice in it, and all the while I heard their voices.
Must kill!
So close!
I am trying!
There was no animosity in the words, only desperation. These little guys had to know I could take them. I couldn't shake the sense that they were begging, pleading for their lives, but not with me. They were falling on my knife, as if they too had no other choice in this fight. As I reached the second door, with a small dragon-sized hole in it, I understood. They're talking to Envy. They're in communication with her, somehow, and they're telling her that they're fighting me, that they're giving it their best shot. They're begging her to spare them. But from what? Before I could open the second door, a claw lanced through, the talons rending the flesh between the ribs on my left side. I cried out, more in surprise than pain, thanks to my magic, and I staggered back out of reach. As the arm thrashed and clawed against the door, trying to rip it off its unseen hinges, I kicked it. The wrist burst apart in a spray of blood as the dragon's own slice reflected from me back to it. The arm vanished, but whatever was on the other end of it, the poor creature was about to bleed out. It turned out to be a beach dragon. It launched at me as I turned my key in the lock and jumped out. The dragon missed me, but struck the door, closing it again, protecting victory. Later, she was going to chew me out for keeping her away from the action, but I only cared that she was still alive to chew me out. I didn't wait around to fight the beach dragon. The Mount-class creature would die of blood loss quickly, and a handful of dragons were converging on me. I teleported across the room to buy myself time. The bathhouse was like a living graveyard. Over a dozen dragons had been stuck in place, their legs frozen in the metallic water. They thrashed, their back spines curving and wrenching with agony, their claws scraping at the glassy floor or the metallic water. All their eyes turned to me, flashing with fear. I could still hear their voices, their pleading. I couldn't spend any time worrying about them right now, though. There were still a few dragons loose that I needed to deal with. The ones who had been trapped in place were not a big threat to me, so long as I kept out of their reach. And every spare claw, every free mouth was snapping at me, clawing at me, but it wouldn't be too hard to keep out of the pool since there was so much space ringing the spot. 2 dragons were coming at me, one of them running through the forest of their helpless compatriots, and the other taking the long way around. I recognized both dragons, both of them the size of horses, but longer and meatier and far more deadly. One was a sleet dragon. Its hide, spiky beyond belief, was white and gray in alternating slanted patterns. The other was a storm dragon, a violet-gray cloudy color that moved like the wind type it was, weaving easily between its fellows and blowing air under itself as it flared its wings. It shot toward the ceiling, then dove for me, almost before I could blink. The sleet dragon curled around to a pillar, its flank patterns glinting like barbed metal, its pupils needle-thin, its tail cracked against the tiles of the floor. Opposite it, the storm dragon came down on me, gray-violet and snarling, wind curling around its limbs like angry smoke. I teleported clear of the damage, then lifted Victory's knife with a casual flick of my hand. I flipped it once, and hurled it straight for the storm dragon's throat as it turned. But it was already breathing out its magic, and its hurricane breath roared forward like a cannon blast. My knife snapped off course and embedded in the wall with a ping. The dragon turned its head before I could decide my next move. and its stream of wind slammed me into the wall of the pool chamber. My spine struck glass with a sickening popping sensation, and the wind held me in place. I was pinned like an insect. Before I could breathe, and before its partner was out of breath, the sleet dragon's head jerked toward me. It released its own unique attack as cold, sharp shards of ice rode up its throat and cut out into the world. The burst of glittering projectiles screamed through the air toward me. I vanished and reappeared behind the storm dragon. Too slow. A handful of shards caught me in the side, burning cold, piercing deep. I absorbed the pain, letting it sink down into my bones, coiled like a spring and ready for release. Then I teleported into midair above the storm dragon, and I kicked it in the spine. The full force of the sleet dragon's ice breath belonged to me now, and it slammed forward with my heel, sundering two of the poor dragon's vertebrae. The dragon's own power could rarely do much damage to it, but I could still pit these two dragons' magic against each other. For an instant a thought crossed my mind. Why were so few dragons attacking me? Why wasn't I being attacked by a giant herd of the same type? Why such disparate varieties? Back on Partial, dragons stuck together by type in most cases. The dragons in the Hollow Spire were different. I felt the impact travel through the storm dragon's body, and it jerked as its spinal cord snapped.
I tried. I swear I tried.
The mental cry of the dying storm dragon was so close that I had no trouble telling it apart from the cacophony of voices around me. I felt a terrible sense of guilt. I shouldn't be fighting these creatures. I just had no choice. I had to win. If I won and killed Envy, then they wouldn't be beholden to her any longer. If I killed her, they would be free, and they wouldn't want to attack me. I hoped. The dragon screamed and bucked so sharply that I knew it was an involuntary movement. It threw me, and I spun sideways and hit the wall hard, face first, my vision blurring. Before I could collapse to the ground, the dragon's gale force breath pressed me into place again. Its spine might be cut, but it could still use its breath magic, even if it was collapsed on the floor. I couldn't see much through the tempered glass I was pressed against. If I tried to teleport to some blurry spot on the other side, would it work? I didn't want to try it and end up exploding myself or something. Before I could make a decision, the second impact came. The sleet dragon barreled into me, using its body as a weapon. It must have learned from past experience. I had taken its breath attack earlier and used it against its ally. It didn't want me to have that chance again. Cold, wet scales slammed against my back, flattening me with a horrifying sensation of multiple crunches and unpleasant squishes inside my gut. The storm dragon's wind sputtered out as the sleet dragon retreated to see if its body slam had done me in. I kicked the wall, almost a twitch, lucky to still be alive. The reflection magic boomed against the glass wall in front of me. It wasn't enough to crack it, but it was enough to undo the damage to my body and force me back simultaneously. I hit the sleet dragon, and we both tumbled backward, me more than it. I flipped a few times. It merely lost its footing, its armored side cracking a pillar. I hit the floor and rolled, storing up all the small damage. When I came to a stop, I looked up at the sleet dragon, shaking its head back and forth. Its white and slate head spikes deadly even while it was disoriented. My gaze slid to my knife, still impaled in the wall. To impale there, it had to be dragon-forged steel, and it should be able to hurt a mount class as long as my aim was true. I called the knife forth, and it ripped free from the far wall, spun through the air, and landed in my hand. One final teleport across the room. I was getting good at this, and I stopped in front of the sleet dragon, ready to drive it up beneath its jaw. It was too fast for me. It breathed out, and I'd missed the attack because it wasn't aiming at me. The thing had been attacking the floor itself, and when I appeared next to it, I found myself standing in several inches of slippery ice shards. I lost my balance, missing my attack, and the dragon easily batted me away. I scattered the shards as I slid away, making the whole place treacherous to walk on. The other dragons roared their encouragement, or maybe their rage and despair. I came up against a geyser dragon, and it spat hot water onto me. It was just hot enough to scald me, but I didn't feel the pain, and the hot water melted the ice shards. I wasn't going to be able to walk on this slippery mess. Worse yet, the geyser dragon had inspired the other trapped beasts. Until that moment, they hadn't been using their breath attacks on me. Maybe they were in shock, or maybe they had been trying to protect the two dragons that were still free, or maybe less time had passed than I'd thought. It was all a blur. But now, over a dozen dragons were all looking at me and opening their mouths. Behind me, the sleet dragon was getting in on the game, blasting the floor with more ice shards to keep me from escaping. Oh, fuck. This wasn't going to be pretty. I teleported a few feet and dropped to my knees, which kept me upright and level as I slid away across the floor. I took a finger and drew my newest dragon ability up from my core slot to my head slot, and I breathed out. I'd bought myself just enough time by teleporting. The other dragons had had to pause their attacks to locate me, and so their eyes and heads were all turned toward me as I breathed out the hurricane wind of the storm dragon that had just finally breathed its last. The gale kicked up all the shards of ice, thrusting them into the group of trapped dragons. They wailed, fire and water and ice and gas hissing against the onslaught. Some might have died, but for the moment I only cared that they were distracted. I dropped flat to make myself less of a target, shifting my eyes, searching out the sleet dragon. Boom! I blinked and looked up as I finally hit a wall, my slide coming to an end. A massive shadow stood above the roof, raising a gigantic arm. Boom! The claw came down. I cursed because I was looking at a behemoth-class beast as big as a castle. I could only see the damn thing's head and front claws. It was so big. Worse, an airship-class dragon was landing in front of it, also huge, as big as a wing of a castle. Those were the kind used for commercial travel up top, the second largest, and both of them were trying to break through. In the twilight dimness of Lust's night cycle, I couldn't tell their types, but I saw bright orange flare from the airship. It was spitting some type of fire magic at the ceiling above me. That was all I managed to glean from the scene before the sleet dragon collided with me, its jaws going for my throat. I'd allowed myself to be distracted. If it ripped out my throat, I might not have the strength or ability to reflect the damage. It could tear my head clean off, and that would end me. Any one-hit killing blow could spell my doom. All this I understood in the flash of instinctive fear as the dragon's claws unhinged a foot in front of me. I held up a hand, but it would be no defense against the ravaging power of even one mount class. All dragons were killing machines. So I used the one spell I'd been trying not to use. I released Wrath's magic in all of its horrible glory. The sleet dragon went rigid as the torture magic carved through it. It still hit me, even its teeth, drawing blood and sending us both sprawling. I got my knife up. How I was still holding the thing, I'd never know. With one treacherous thrust, I wedged the knife up between two scales and cut sideways. The sleet dragon died, its blood raining down on me in a thick, soupy curtain of red. Crack! With half the dragon's body on top of me, I was relatively safe from the attacks of the trapped dragons, at least for a few seconds. I dared to spend that time looking up. Crack! 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 The ceiling was spiderwebbing, cracks skittering away from the central point. All the dragons were looking at it now, all of us mesmerized by the grandiose creature about to bear down. I could now see what the behemoth and airship dragons were doing. One was breathing lava into the ceiling, lava which cooled quickly to obsidian, meaning it was an ocean dragon, but it was still plenty hot enough to interact with the fatal ice water coming from the behemoth. The big guy had to be a glacier dragon, able to freeze anyone and anything to death in instants with its liquid cold breath. The two enormous dragons were cracking the ceiling with their fire and ice combo, splitting even the tempered glass in mere seconds. I shoved away from the sleet's body. I had to prepare. The roof buckled. The rest of the ceiling gave way. Levitation powers surged through my arm and emerged with a casual flick of my hand. As huge chunks of dragon-forged glass collapsed inward, I captured one within my thrall and popped it loose of the mass as the airship-class ocean dragon poked its head into the hole. Scales like the deepest sea, blue as night, with the orange glow of unspent lava underpinning its crusty black spines. It was a sight to behold. I called the hovering chunk of glass to me and stepped onto it. The ocean dragon climbed through, dropping its front paws among its compatriots like a falling firebomb. Screams of fresh pain cut through the chamber, followed by the fleshy sound of tearing wings and the snapping of bones. The huge dragon struck the dragon-forged water so hard that the stuff dented around its feet. No, not dented. Its feet sank in, then solidified. That stuff isn't actually solid. The dragon hadn't noticed yet that it had trapped itself, but it didn't matter. I was already moving, my body a blur of breath and frost as I gathered the dead sleet dragon's magic into my head slot. I didn't even need to use my hand to guide the magic there. I felt it race up the black lines of my tattoo with nothing more than my mental command. I opened my mouth, inhaled, and met the eyes of the ocean dragon. Then I spat all my ice magic right at it. Chapter 63. No Sky. Giant shards of sleet exploded from my mouth in a perfect spread, hammering into the ocean dragon's neck, chest, and flank. Dozens of spears of ice tore through its wet scales like paper. It screamed once and collapsed, its body twitching before going still. I rode past it on my hovering chunk of stone. I'd used up the sleet dragon, but at least I could fly clear of all the trapped dragons that were still alive. I knew I had collected some of their magic in my core slot, but I hadn't had any time to categorize what I had. It wasn't going to be usable until I had a better grasp of my accumulated power. I did have one undersea lava attack from the ocean dragon, though. I could use that against the glacier, so I called it up to my head slot. "Just you and me now, big boy," I said as I escaped out into the open air. The behemoth's claws were already raking toward me, and I banked with a shout, barely dodging the hit. The dragon's body was a mountain of solid blue ice, moving far faster than a glacier should ever move. I spun around it, forcing it to turn its great head, which was as big as some of the dragons I'd just been fighting. The sky behind the behemoth had slipped fully into night mode, with only a smear of light behind its dusty blue clouds. Wisps of aurora sparkled in the air around me as I rose to meet the dragon's gaze. Its eyes were iceberg white, pupils dilated, black as holes. I flung chunks of broken glass off the roof, sending the razor-edged debris spinning fast at its throat. They bounced off the exposed flesh there, useless. The dragon roared. Its claw moved like a tree swinging sideways, and I had half a second to dodge, which wasn't enough. I teleported, a wild blink, but its arm came in front of my target spot, throwing off the magic. I reappeared clutching the ridge of its wrist. Wind buffeted me as I rode the dragon's strike, which had been meant for me. Its paws struck one of the bathhouse bubbles, making me grunt from the impact. Well, you know what they say about not looking a gift dragon in the mouth. The heat in my lungs surged. I breathed out the ocean dragon's lava magic. It would cool fast, far faster than a lava dragon attack, so I needed to be close to my target. It poured from my mouth in a molten arc, splashing over the dragon's talons, right along where they met scales. The talons steamed, sizzled, and then cracked as the dragon reared and shrieked in agonized rage. One by one, the 4 massive claws on its foot snapped off in front of me, leaving raw stumps behind. It wasn't going to do much more with this paw, except perhaps to swat me out of the air. The dragon turned its head, its jaws snapping toward me. I leapt free, sliding down the rounded shape of one of the bathhouse bubbles. I was too slow. The glacier's ice water attack hit me from behind, a full breath of it straight to the back. The pain would have been unbearable, bones snapping and flesh dying from the inconceivable cold, but I took the hit. I made it mine. I collided with another bubble, kicking at it to release the frozen magic before it could get to my leg or my brain. Ice water slicked up and over the bubble, encasing the whole thing in a slick surface. I had learned from the sleet dragon just now, and well before that from Mistress Vaughn. If you can't kill it directly, fuck with its environment. For a dozen feet ahead of me, the bubbly roof of the bathhouse was now coated in a sheen of instant frost, a trap waiting to happen. The dragon swung at me, furious, its undamaged massive forearm hammering sideways. I took the hit, let it throw me, flying like a rag doll. I hit the sand outside the bathhouse with a bone-jarring crash, but the magic in me surged, as it always did. I stored the impact and the hit, even though it left my body broken, half mobile. The dragon put its full weight into stepping forward to finish me. It slipped. Its entire body lurched sideways, momentum lost on the ice I'd left behind. Its claws scrambled for purchase as I reached out and lifted one of its own severed talons. It hovered like a javelin, then 2 more. Dragon-forged glass might not hurt a behemoth, but its own claws? Those would work. I sent them all hurtling forward like spears. The dragon skidded for purchase and got lucky. 2 of the projectiles missed, but one still struck, right in the throat. The glacier dragon gagged, mouth frothing. It let itself collapse and look over to me, its mouth working. It wheezed at me, but nothing came out. No more deadly freeze breath. I teleported straight to its other foreleg and kicked it. The stored impact of the dragon's own strike burned through me, and I reflected it instantly, driving my heel into the joint of the dragon's undamaged foot. I had to teleport above it and just let myself drop because my body was a useless, wet noodle. That floppy kick was enough to trigger the reflection. A snap shook its foreleg, its wrist folding inward, buckling. The beast moaned, both its front legs now useless, its breath inert, its throat bleeding. It slid backward, its haunches tensing. It was going to try to take flight, to run. Its wings flared, and a beat of air shook the broken building. I was still trying to figure out my own footing, teleporting once to get out of range of anything sharp. I called the fallen talons into the air again, guiding them toward the dragon's flared wing membranes. The flesh tore asunder like parchment. The glacier dragon fell again, and it lay still. Another low moan escaped its throat. "You're done," I said. "Now stay down. I only want to The dragon snapped at me. It was so fast, so sudden, so purely unexpected that I didn't react. The thing moved too quickly for its size and too desperately. It didn't want to talk. It wanted me dead. Only in killing me could it save itself and all the poor dragons below from envy's wrath. It had tricked me. I realized, as the teeth bore down, it pretended to be more injured and defeated than it was. I had underestimated envy's hold on these great creatures. Dragons are always smarter than you give them credit for, idiot. I could almost hear Victory saying that in my ear. It had so many teeth, so much muscle in that jaw. I called on my teleportation magic, but it flickered, fizzling out. I had just enough time to wonder if I'd killed Sloth, draining her dry before the jaws closed around me. Now, there was no sky at all. Chapter 64. Stand in the stillness. I closed my eyes. hoping against hope that at least victory would survive. I'd taken care of enough of them, surely. I could die now. I waited for the crunch. It didn't come. I cracked open one eye, wondering if I had been eaten so fast that I was already dead. My eyes flew wide. Nope. I was alive. And I was still inside the dragon's mouth. It surrounded me, blocking out all but the light of my own glowing tattoos. Teeth and tongue and the ridged roof of a mouth were all I could see. For a moment I wondered if I had inadvertently stolen the power of another god, one that could stop time. But no. I could still hear the wails of the dragons in the bathhouse and the whispering of palm fronds along the beach. The dragon's gums twitched, its jaws quivered, as if it were struggling to close its mouth but couldn't. Time hadn't stopped. Some other spell was at work here. Lust. She can control bodies. Is she here? But no one called out, no one tapped me on the shoulder, and no one forced the dragon to raise its head to leave me be. I was still freestanding, but the moment the spell broke, the dragon would kill me. Well, I suppose I'd better move, then. I twisted, searching for an ideal place to reflect my damage. One of the dragon's largest front fangs was exposed near its root, and I kicked the spot. A pained noise crawled up the creature's throat as I loosed all the stored impacts from my fight with the beast. The tooth snapped free, not so much cracked as simply uprooted. The gums bled as I grabbed the fang in both hands. It was bigger around than my forearm, and wrenched it free. I had no magic left to spare, aside from the reflection magic, so I gathered all my own strength and stabbed the tooth into the roof of the glacier dragon's own mouth. Another plaintive cry, this one deeper. I stabbed again and again, aiming for the softest spot I could find. I lost track of myself, stabbing madly, flesh and blood and gunk sluicing over me until I was sure that the slime had turned to brain matter. At almost the same moment, I stepped back to get a better look at the wound. The whole dragon started to move. I ducked, rolling out of reach of the jaws as they tilted sideways, but they never snapped closed. I scrambled back from the creature, dropping its bloody fang and watching in awe as the behemoth toppled, dead, on top of the bathhouse. Stillness followed. Even the dragons inside the place had fallen silent as their massive brethren passed away above their heads. Still, its bulk was not enough to crumble the bathhouse. I stood up and looked around, trying to find any indication that someone was here, that someone had helped me. That dragon had not gone still on its own. Lust? I called out. Nothing. Victory? There was more aurora on the ground now, dancing with more colors, a surreal sight that made the silence more eerie. No answer came, and I checked my own body, right down to my feet. I even jogged up to a puddle beside the bathhouse to check my head slot in the reflection, but there was no power stored inside any of my slots that could have made a behemoth dragon freeze in place. A failsafe? I wondered. A trap left behind by Lust? It had to be that. She had built the trials, after all. Half of the trials had taken place in enchanted places. She was clearly a pro when it came to enchantment. And yet, this was too convenient, and I didn't like it. Maybe it was some other power I had, that I didn't know about. I hadn't known about the tattoos, after all, not until they had appeared all over me. Another cry shook me from my suspicions, this one clear as day in my mind.
Please, come back. Please end it.
I swallowed, and then I broke into a run. I kept an eye out for any other dragons, but I must have defeated all of the ones on this plane who had sworn themselves to envy. I didn't even see any in the sky. I followed the path Victory and I had first taken to the front door, because it was the only path I knew to be free of ice traps. I used the key to enter and soon found myself back at the living graveyard that was Lust's main pool. The dragons watched me, their eyes wide, bodies shivering. On an animal I would have thought they all had rabies, but dragons were intelligent. No, that look meant desperation, as deep and gutting as desperation could go. A beach dragon near the front, teal-colored for its rough, sand-like horns and spikes, called out to me. It was the same one that had spoken before.
Please, end us now.
It ducked its head.
We are at your mercy.
I took a tentative step forward, wondering if this was a trap, but as one, all the other dragons followed suit, their heads dipping.
We are at your mercy.
End us, please. I knew this was easy, that I should leap at the chance, but their words, their movements, it was all wrong. These were dragons, born predators, beings of pure magic and raw power. This didn't make sense. Worse, it was horrible. Such beautiful creatures begging to die. I can free you, I called out, not knowing whether they would understand me or not. Just talk to me. Tell me what envy has on you. The dragons exchanged looks, then repeated themselves.
At your mercy.
End us all.
We beg of you, if we speak too much.
I tried again, walking forward now. What has she done to you? What could possibly make you like this? As I drew nearer, I saw with horror that more dragons were dead than should have been. A few had been crushed by falling glass, but several more had impaled themselves on the spikes of their fellows. They had committed suicide on any sharp thing within reach. Yet no jaws were bloodied. They had not actively helped each other to die. I was within a few feet of the beach dragon now. What is your name? I asked it.
I'm Sander.
I blinked. Until now, none of the other dragons had understood me. Had I just spoken Draconic? It raised its head, baring its throat at me.
Please, you must end us now.
I can't do that, I protested. It's not right.
You must,
Sander shouted.
You do not understand. If you leave us here alive and offer mercy, she will punish us. We cannot bear it, Changer. You must kill us now, before it is too...
Sander stopped speaking. He froze. The dragon next to him cried out.
No! Kill him! She has gotten to him!
I had found my knife again somewhere. I didn't even have memory of it, but I raised it, unsure.
Please! Kill him and kill...
The second dragon fell silent and still. This caused a stir. Every dragon spoke at once, begging, pleading to die. I tried to get them to slow down, to tell me details, any details. Instead, one by one, they fell silent. Please, I cried out. Someone tell me why. Tell me what's happening. One voice, way in the back, screeched higher than the others.
The Steel Ones are being tortured! Eternal madness! End us! We cannot tell you more, or our loved ones!
Then it too fell silent. I realized I was crying. Tears draining down my face. If there was a hell on this world, I had found it. I knew what I had to do. If I cared for dragons at all, then there was no other choice. I stabbed Sander deep in his throat. The tears kept falling, and I didn't stop them. I moved in a nauseous daze, cutting one throat after another. The frozen dragons did not fight me. They remained silent, eyes wide, bodies frozen so completely that I knew it was a different magic than what had stopped the glacier dragon. They did not breathe, did not strain, did not twitch. Every scale, every eyelash, even the motes of dust in the air near the dragons was still. Now this might be time magic. I made their deaths as quick as I could, and all the while I knew that this was mercy, the most terrible mercy, but it was all I could give them. Envy. I will kill you with my own hands. I will torture you until I have no power left. There cannot be enough punishment for what you have done here. One after the other, the magical beasts perished at my hand, and their souls moved into the coarse slot at my chest. I started to feel them there, a burgeoning force. I could sense something else in them, too. Sweet relief. When finally the last dragon was dead at my hands, I dropped to my knees and pressed my fists to my eyes. I would kill her for this. No amount of pain would be enough. The swell of emotion was almost more than I could take. I had never felt such despair. But envy knew I was here. I raised my head and bellowed at the broken ceiling. I couldn't mourn. She would send reinforcements. I had to get out of here so that this couldn't happen again. I hope you know, I said, standing, that you just made this personal. I didn't care if envy heard me. It wasn't for her. It was for me, and vengeance would be mine. Chapter 65. Counting Moments.
To help you in this, I ask only one thing. Bring my stone into the presence of envy herself. Travel to her plane, retrieve my stone, and I shall be called forth from hiding. I will appear. I will kill her. And then I will die.
As Lust's projection spoke, I watched it closely from where I sat on the desert sand. I marked her youthful face, her violet hair, her thin frame, and her pale pink dragon skin. But I kept returning to her eyes. Orange. What strange eyes. There was something about them. I could feel it creeping up against the edges of my mind. Were they seeing me? Were they somehow real? I peered closer. No, that wasn't it. Her eyes. Sloth and Wrath have strange eyes, too. The projection had reached the end of its speech, and now it stared forward, unmoving, for a long moment. Then it began all over again.
Greetings to you, my champion, changer of this world.
I sighed, pocketing the projection stone and cutting off its spiel. Those eyes would drive me mad if I didn't. We were back on Wrath's plane, camping near a different oasis, just in case someone tried to follow us through. I wanted to put as much distance as possible between us and the bathhouse, both on that plane and on this one. I had just declared war on envy, openly killing and stealing the magic of dozens of her unwilling troops. I'd categorized all the spells inside my chest slot, and I'd come up with a varying list of one-time use abilities, none of which were terribly exciting, since they came from mount and shoulder class dragons. All in all, I'd gained 6 uses of clean water generation from spring dragons, 4 uses of ice traps, and I could turn something into sand 4 times. I also randomly got 2 far-seeing lenses from shoulder-sized quartz dragons that I hadn't realized I'd killed, plus 3 uses of a mushroom dragon's long-distance communication. That was useless without another dragon to connect to, though. I also had 1 use of clearing up pimply skin, courtesy of a mineral dragon, plus 1 use of hot but not fatally hot water, and 1 additional use of a sleet dragon's ice shard breath. I must have trapped another one in the bath, but I didn't remember killing it. I tried not to remember killing all of them. For now, I'd moved all the mundane abilities to my stomach slot where they couldn't accidentally be triggered, and left the rest in my chest, where I could eventually learn to channel them into a weapon. These were the thoughts I had occupied myself with on the long, quiet trek here. 7 had tried to talk to me, but I hadn't engaged. Victory and Sloth knew to keep away, and 7 had busied herself with keeping Wrath calm on the journey, although she hovered closer to me than anyone else dared to. We'd made good time, and now we were resting by this new oasis. This pleased the new additions to my group, Anza and Leet, the falsely named Naiad and Siren. Both had tagged along following Lust's stone, but the mermaids had all stayed behind to keep watch on the bathhouse. They couldn't very well flop their fins around on the desert sand anyway. As everyone else bathed in the warm, clear oasis, 7 found me again and plopped down next to me.
So, that's the plan,
she said.
We get Lust's stone to envy, and she'll somehow appear and help us?
She must have heard the tail end of the projection. I know. Gotta love the vagueness, I said. 7 sat on the sand, legs splayed out as she leaned back on the palms of her hands. She looked worse for wear, with the bags under her eyes darker than ever and her leather pants torn in places. She'd had to refasten the corset over her shirt using some sort of metal clip because the strings had been cut. Ahead of us, Wrath sat in the water and lay back flat, totally submerging herself. I tensed. Should we be worried about that? Seven shrugged.
She seems calmer in the silence. You saw her enter the water in your third trial. She almost had her wits about her when she was submerged.
She paused, then blew an errant strand of white hair out of her face.
But if she doesn't come up for air, well, I know the kiss of life.
As if in response to this, Wrath let her face bob to the surface. Her mouth was exposed to the air, not her ears. We watched her float like that, and I knew Seven could feel all the unspoken words between us just as badly as I could. She wanted to know what had happened in the bathhouse. I wanted to understand the history of the gods better, but I didn't want to think about those poor dying dragons right now. I didn't want to think of the gods, at least not as adversaries, and I didn't want to think about what I'd tell Kelga. I had promised to deliver her an alliance with lust, and all I had instead was a rock. What was it like, serving as a god's right-hand woman? I asked. I nodded at Wrath. Is that how you met Rat? A smile ghosted across Seven's face, and her skin caught the light just enough to show the very faint indentation of scales. I had never noticed that before, and I wanted to reach out to touch her skin, to see how far those marks extended.
It was eye-opening to serve Envy.
Seven said softly.
I was an orphan god spawn. She raised me, along with 6 others, because the Hollowers on Envy's plane considered us bad luck. None would take us on as wards.
So, she was like a mother to you? She shuddered, looking down and away. I laid my hand over hers. I'm sorry. She can't have been kind.
It's all right. She pitted us against each other. She made all of us orphans into enemies, breeding jealousy and envy into us on a core level.
She said. She raised her chin again, watching the red aurora dance and play in the sky. Apparently all the planes had some sort of aurora, but some were more pronounced than others.
Eventually, one of us died. It was horrible to realize that I had helped to kill something that I loved. I had taken my brother for granted, and then he was gone. It was permanent. It was my fault.
My chest felt like it was sinking. It sounded like a special kind of hell. You were only a child, I said softly. She didn't answer, but I was glad she hadn't moved her hand out from under mine. I cast about for the right thing to say, but what could be said?
What has it been like for you?
She asked, her voice almost a whisper.
To go from a bartender to this, to completely change everything you are.
It was an invitation to change the subject, and I seized on it. Well, I went from a highly trained nobody to a somebody with no clue what he's doing. So I'm not sure if that's an improvement or not. I wonder if my head will ever stop spinning. Seven smiled, then leaned her head on my shoulder.
No idea what you're doing, huh?
She laughed.
Talons, you're humble. I like that about you.
I dared to stretch my arm out across her back, under her wings. I still put my palm in the sand, not draping it around her, but it allowed us to be slightly closer. She didn't pull away, but she did tense.
You asked about Wrath,
she said. I inwardly cursed myself. Idiot. Don't bring up her crazy girlfriend when she's this close to you. Don't let her remember she's taken. Swallowing, I asked the real question. You two. Were you in love? She didn't answer at first. My heart pounded. She told you there was no chance at a relationship. She said that. Let her go. But if that was true, why was she leaning into me like this? Why did she try to keep so close to me? Why was she blushing all the damned time? Just tell me, I said. I need to know, Seven. I need you to let me down hard, not easy. She didn't reply, but of course she wouldn't. That was about as blunt as I could stand to be, but you didn't get the real answers if you didn't ask the real questions. And I was ready for that answer. If she was going to reject me a second time, I would stand up now and walk away and never touch her again. I could do that, and the gods knew that I had distractions aplenty all around me.
Do you care about Zorana? And Sloth? And Victory?
Seven asked in a small, careful voice. I curled my hand into the sand, trying to wrap my head around the question. I had expected something entirely different. I opened my mouth and closed it. That wasn't a question to answer lightly. Yes, I care about them, I said, because it was true, but it wasn't the only truth. I didn't care about Sloth or Zorana the first time I slept with him, though. I mean, I cared, but not a lot. They were strangers, and they're not anymore.
And Victory?
Seven asked. She pushed away and her green gaze collided with mine, too brightly to be purely human.
Don't deny it. I've seen the way she looks at you since you got back. Talents. She even pitched your tent for you.
I smiled. I hadn't even noticed, but Victory might have been pissed off if I'd pointed it out. I have cared about her, respectfully, from a distance, since we were children. We trained together, I said. But now that feeling is a lot deeper. Seeing how she puts her heart and soul and so much talent into everything she does, it makes her very attractive to me, on multiple levels. Seven tapped my knee and faced away again.
There. That is what I feel for Rat.
She sighed.
We've been around each other for so long, trapped under envy's thumb. We have history, and the sex is good, but it's more a friendship kind of love than a romantic love. Sex was something we did to help each other forget that we were slaves to envy. But the friendship is much stronger than the romance, if that makes sense.
I chewed on that for a moment. I think I see Sloth that way. But Zorana and Victory, the feelings I have for them are real, just new. I swallowed. I know that sounds terrible, but ever since coming here, I have felt like another person, like someone split a dozen ways, or I guess 7 ways, given my power slots, or whatever they are. I had to throw a laugh onto that statement. And here I am, chasing a woman I'm betrothed to, but have barely even met, all while collecting new women along the way, and they all seem to like a version of me that I never knew existed before I met you. She chuckled.
What will your fiancé think of that new you?
Well, I was promised that she wouldn't expect monogamy from me. It's not terribly common among human nobles anyway. But I used to be willing to stick to one woman. Since coming here, I don't know. 7 didn't reply at first, and I felt the silence expand between us, like a dragon drawing flame breath. Do you want me to be a one-woman show, 7? I asked. Is that what you're really asking?
My, but aren't you direct?
I find it's better not to leave room for misunderstandings. I felt like I was pushing my luck, but I couldn't sit next to her much longer without knowing exactly how welcome I was.
The reason I asked you these questions,
7 said slowly,
is because I want to know that people aren't toys to you.
She turned to me again, and her gaze was suddenly deeper, harder, like green sea glass, beaten and shaped by centuries of tidal waters. Her wings twitched, then lowered, the filmy membrane warm against my arm behind her back. No, I whispered, people aren't toys to me, never. She glanced down, nodded meaningfully, and then met my eyes once more.
There is room in my life for another lover,
she said,
including a male lover. But I don't sleep with people I don't love, and I don't know you well enough yet.
I let that sink in for a moment, and as I did, Leet strode into the center of the oasis pool. She raised both her hands as if to worship the sky. The movement drew my attention.
Praise be to my goddess, the goddess of lust.
Leet called out. She faced away from me, but I still felt as if she were speaking my way.
I do this dance in the honor of those who rebel, of those who would give their lives for the freedom of dragon and human alike. Witness my respect for you, Talinous lust, and may my soul water strengthen your resolve.
With that, Leet began to twist, lowering both arms to one side, then sweeping them to the other in grand, paced motions. Her naked form glistened with a film of water, her blue skin black against the red night. As she moved, water rose slowly from the surface of the water around her, timid at first, as if coming out of hiding. She coaxed it, pirouetting slowly and deliberately, her arms moving out of sync now, fingers pinched, as if she were gathering dust from the air or pulling on invisible strings. Amazing she can do that without breath magic, I breathed.
No. Look closer,
Seven said.
Watch her mouth. She is breathing the water. You just have to look closely to tell.
And it was true. When I squinted, I could see Leet's lips pursed, could just make out the way the air shimmered along an unseen edge between her lips and the moving, dancing water. It was inspiring, baffling, and beautiful beyond belief. As she danced, her companion, the siren, began to sing from the shore. She intoned a low, melancholy song that rose to triumphant highs along with the water. It had no effect on me, beyond what was intended. I can do this, I thought, as the water danced, and as the rainbow aurora twisted on the dune just beyond. I can kill envy, and if I give it my best effort, I think I can earn Seven's love. I tucked my forehead against one of Seven's horns and kissed her hair. I look forward to getting to know you, Seven. I look forward to that very much.
Me too,
she replied, speaking into a pause in the siren song. Then she turned around suddenly and cocked her head at me, making her white hair swish to one side.
You know the funniest thing,
she said. I chuckled. What?
I have a crush on you. Isn't that ridiculous? A woman at my age with a crush.
My hand rose to her jaw, drifted along her skin to her chin. I tugged on her lip with my thumb. The movement seemed to throw her off, and she blurted,
You know how I knew? It was when you carried Zorana down to Harkin and Victory carried me. I was so jealous of Zorana. I wanted to be the one in your arms. Isn't that silly?
She giggled, girlishly this time, a bit too high-pitched, like she was hoping I'd see the whole admission as some silly joke. I didn't. My eyes widened. Oh, I thought, so that was why she kept blushing at me when we were with the Ascenders. Seven gave another nervous giggle and looked out at the Aurora's reflection in the oasis water.
I tried to push you away at Harkin. I'm sorry. I was afraid that...
She seemed to struggle for words, and then she laughed helplessly again.
I'm sorry if this doesn't make sense. I'm not making much sense to myself lately either.
I let my hand trail down her neck, raising goosebumps. Well, we have that in common at least. We're both figuring out how to be... new.
I know. I haven't known what to do with all this new feeling. Especially that jealous feeling. Watching you hold Zorana. I felt guilty. Because I knew what had happened to Rat. That she was still out there, wandering and in danger. Maddened because she went against envy. And I was here to fight envy too. I felt like I was thinking of the wrong person, of the wrong things. So I panicked. I told you I didn't want you in that way.
But I was just scared, Silas, and confused. I still am.
She laid a hand on my thigh and squeezed once.
But after today, when you dropped into the whirlpool, and when Victory told me how close you'd come to dying...
Seven trailed off, and I held my breath, not wanting to lose her touch or her attention. It was addictive, being with her. She reminded me of the danger, the close calls, the magic. She represented the abrupt shift of my life from mundanity to adventure. She was all of those things to me, a symbol of this newness. But I didn't know her. We didn't know each other. We could get to know each other, though. If we won against envy, we would have all the time in the world. I get it, I said lightly. And you're right. We should get to know each other better before we take things any farther. Seven exhaled in relief.
So glad you understand. I mean, nothing against the others, but I really want to know the person I bring into my bed.
I could relate to that. After all, Zorana and Sloth had essentially been my enemies when I'd gone to bed with them. It had been fun, but nerve-wracking, not knowing whether or how much I could trust them. We fell silent again, and this time I did put an arm around Seven, pulling her close. It felt like pulling the future against me, of seizing it with all that I had. Our silence was not so large this time. It was small and private and perfect. It was also the last piece we would see from here on out, because we had a goal now. We had a next step. We were going straight to Envy's lair, where we would summon lust to kill her. As if anything is ever that easy. I closed my eyes. For now I would hold Seven and enjoy this moment. A man never knew how many more moments he had. Chapter 66. The Song of Battle. When Seven finally stood up to take her leave of me, Victory tromped over with Sloth in tow.
So, what's the plan?
Victory asked in her typical no-nonsense voice. Leet saw us gathering and headed over as well. The siren followed her silently, and I guessed that Leet had been some kind of leader to the half-transformed dragons that worked in the trials. As for the human guy, Lorigan, turns out he'd been imprisoned there. He'd done something to displease lust in the past, according to Leet. She had told me on the way here. For now, Lorigan was fast asleep in our spare tent. He'd practically collapsed the moment we got here, and I couldn't blame him. Leet said he'd been trapped for months, and that sort of bodily control had taken a lot out of a man. That depends, I replied to Victory. To Sloth, I said, what is lust's power? Sloth waved a hand.
Oh, that's easy. She can control people's bodies.
Just like when the glacier dragon stopped biting me, I thought, nodding to myself. That had been lust's work somehow. As I stood up from the sand, I asked, do you know her secondary power? I mean, what lust can do that her agents can't?
She can control thoughts,
Leet said, her voice a cold monotone.
It is how she controlled Lorigan so completely, with an enchantment infused with her power.
Yeah, that's what she said,
Sloth put in, flicking a thumb at Leet. I pulled Lust's projection stone out of my pocket then, cradling it in my sleeve so it wouldn't touch my skin and start projecting her image. Leet, you said you could always find this, I said. Does that mean it has some of Lust's aura? Leet nodded. Have you seen her aura anywhere else lately, like around us right now? The women exchanged glances, all except for Leet, who merely shook her head. And she can't, I don't know, hide her aura? I asked. I mean, she's not a night dragon, right? Night dragons, like the ones I had fought earlier, could hide their auras when they went invisible.
She is not a night dragon. The gods are all ancient varieties of dragons, all of them sterile, their kind never to be seen again in this world.
Well, that was news. I fought hard not to look at Sloth and her shit-eating grin. I could almost hear what she'd tell me the next time we were alone. See, I told you that it was safe to come inside me. I bobbed the stone in my hand. You said that when this gets destroyed, another one appears randomly? And the aura you see, it shifts between the destroyed stone to the new one? She nodded again. She was not a woman of many words. How quickly?
It is not immediate,
She replied.
It varies. 10 minutes to an hour.
I pocketed the stone again. I wasn't sure what to do with this information yet, but there was something else going on here. Something that had stopped the glacier dragon from eating me, right when I had this stone on my person. Any idea why the stone can just recreate itself like that? I asked. I turned my head. This question is open to everyone. All I got in return were shrugs and a simple
No.
from Leet. Well, I'm not about to break the rock to test any theories, I said. For now, we know enough. We can assume that in Envy's presence, Lust will appear and control her body and mind both. It will be a surprise attack. If I had to guess, Lust will either make Envy kill herself, or just make her stand still long enough for someone else to cut her throat.
And then Lust herself will suffocate and perish.
Leet said. Yeah, there is that. The gods could not enter each other's planes unless the god of the given plane was dead. Sloth and Wrath were now exceptions to that rule. Somehow their connection to me shielded them from that part of the Hollow Mother's magic. If only Lust could let me meet her, I thought. If I could get her to stop being horny for 2 seconds, that would mean giving up her vice and giving me her power. Then she would be safe to move between planes. And instead, she chose to sacrifice herself with this rock. It was a shame, but it wasn't like I knew where Lust was and could reason with her. I had to take what I could get. I planted my hands on both hips. All right, the plan is this. Leet and the siren? I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Anza.
The siren replied. Ever since entering this plane, she had been wearing the form of a woman with golden scales and golden eyes, naked, but in an undefined way, with smooth genitalia and no nipples. I wasn't fooled, though. I could still remember the sallow, witch-like body underneath her transformation. Okay, the plan is for Anza to return to the portal to Lust's plane in disguise. She can take the form of a spindrift dragon and...
No, I can't.
Anza said. I frowned at her. What? Why not?
I cannot change forms. I can only disguise the form I have. My disguises must thus be humanoid when I am trapped in this human form.
Ah, of course. There were already dragons with shape-shifting powers, but they were hybrid types. She wasn't a hybrid. No one in the Hollow Spire was. Can you cast illusions, then?
Only along my skin. I am not a desert dragon. I am a song dragon.
I tapped my fingers against my hip, readjusting the plan. As I did so, Seven wandered back over with Wrath in tow. She draped a blanket over Wrath's shoulders, and Wrath was shivering, even though it was pleasantly warm outside. Can you mimic invisibility, then? I asked, by disguising your body reflectively?
Yes. It is not true invisibility, but it functions.
Enza said. I pointed at her. Do that, then. Go back to the portal and watch for Zorana. She is a friend, and she'll be returning there to look for us. She'll be riding an igneous dragon named Monolith, provided all has gone to plan. Anza bowed her head.
As you wish, Changer.
I bit my lip, chewing on the word, and then went on. Zorana should come with news, and she can lead you back to Harkon. We lost our guide. He died on the way. I explained about Holt, worried that Anza and Leet wouldn't want to break the news of his death to his mother, but neither seemed concerned about it. Trust a dragon not to understand human feelings. Anyway, without him, you'll need Zorana and Monolith to get back to the Ascenders. The rest of us don't know the way, especially now that the wind has blown over our old tracks. So get back and pass on my message, and we will meet again soon. Take Lorrigan, too. Kelga can put him to use, or else he can walk free. Really, whatever he wants is fine, so long as he isn't against us. I still didn't know the full story of why Lust had imprisoned him, but he'd been soft-spoken and no trouble since I'd broken his spell. I wasn't worried about him right now, especially if Leet and Anza weren't worried. He probably flirted with lust or something. Anyway, we shouldn't let all that muscle go to waste. I pointed towards Sloth, Victory, Seven, and Wrath, who had grouped themselves loosely together. They'll come with me, I said. Otherwise, they will paint bigger targets on the Ascenders, and so will I. We'll find another portal down to Lust's plane, and then another one down to Gluttony's plane, and then finally, one down to Envy's plane. From there, Seven can lead us to Envy's fortress. We'll find a way in when we get there. I made it sound simple, but I could tell from their faces that they saw through me. Worse, the fact that Envy had a fortress was new information. Seven had told me on the way here, and I didn't like the sound of breaking into a building so heavily defended.
And what message will I tell these Ascenders?
Lead asked. They'll need to attack Envy in a certain way at a certain time, I said. It will function as a distraction for us to break into her fortress with fewer guards to deter us.
But how will you get this timing right?
Anza asked.
You want to sing the Song of Battle, but no one knows the music.
I spread my hands. I'm afraid we'll just have to count the minutes and try to time it out. We'll have no way to communicate via long distance, at least not that I know of. I patted my chest slot. I do have 3 charges of Mushroom Dragon power, which has that ability, but I would need to find another living Mushroom Dragon to receive any message I sent. If you know of any, please do tell. Leet and Anza exchanged a meaningful glance, and then Leet said,
I can sing the connection.
Anza said,
Simply allow me to observe your dragon souls. I can sing their auras to another mushroom dragon and establish the necessary link.
I blinked. Okay. Well, we will try that then. Hopefully the Ascenders keep some mushroom dragons around. That, at least, was likely. Mushroom dragons were used for long-distance communication on the surface, and they were probably just as useful down here.
Also, there's something else you should know.
Sloth said brightly. I turned to her, my eyebrow raised. What? She pointed past me, over my head.
You don't need to send the siren to find Zorana. She's already back, and she's headed right for us.
Chapter 67. No time to lose. We cleared a space for Monolith to land, but we needn't have bothered. The huge airship-class dragon landed right in the middle of the oasis pool like a demon's damned meteor. If it had been any normal desert, I'm sure we would have all felt like the water spray was refreshing. Unfortunately, this place wasn't nearly as hot as it looked, and we found ourselves sopping wet within seconds, our feet sinking into the sand. Monolith completed his magnificent landing by shaking his head, scattering droplets that caught the red light of the sky, making him appear to be surrounded by a demonic haze. As I scraped water out of my eyes, the great black dragon tilted a shoulder to one side, allowing Zorana to slide off into the formerly waist-deep water, which had been drained to about a foot deep now. I hailed her with a wave, and we strode to meet each other. Zorana, it's good to... She threw her arms around me before I could finish the greeting.
Oh, you're fine. Thank the talons. I was worried.
I supposed I shouldn't have been so thrown off by the fact we were on hugging terms. Worried? Why? She pulled back and I blinked. Her eyes were no longer colorless, but a wild blue-green with normal human pupils. Against her midnight skin tone, the effect was intense.
When we returned to the oasis where we left you, it was swarming with Wrath's agents.
Zorana explained.
We thought you might have been killed.
Ah, so Envy was not far behind us then. She's putting up more effort to kill us now. I wanted to avoid crossing paths with any of Envy's minions, human or dragon alike, because it seemed like most of them were being coerced into her service. I hated to kill anyone that was fighting me against their own will. We had some close calls, I admitted, but we made it. We were going to send someone to meet you, but it seems we didn't have to. How'd you find us?
We circled, of course.
I raised an eyebrow, but by this point, Victory had joined us. She explained.
You fly in increasingly large circles around an original point. It's a scouting tactic they teach in the Dragon Corps.
I frowned. If Monolith could find us that way, so could Envy's people. They couldn't be far behind. And Queen Camilla? I asked Zorana. Is she going to send reinforcements? Zorana nodded.
She's gathering them together now, but it'll take time. I left her maps and instructions for reaching Harkin. Wherever you go from here, we will need to leave someone behind in Harkin to pass along your instructions to the surface troops.
She fished around in the pocket of her split-skirt dress and recovered mine and Victory's signet rings.
You'll want to mark your orders with those.
I stared at the rings in my palm. Queen Camilla is... She's giving me command?
It looks like it. Why? Is that not normal for you?
I scoffed. I've never been in the military, never had a command in my life. Why would the Queen trust me like this? I barely even met the woman. It must have to do with the Great Uniter. Camilla was his daughter as much as Princess Atonia was. What had he told them about me? More than he ever told me about myself, that's for sure.
Well, you have a command now,
Zorana said.
But your queen did request a report on her father's whereabouts, if you have any update beyond what I was already able to tell her.
That wasn't much. We now knew that Warren had met Lust, that Lust had gone with him, and that he had approached Envy and lost against her. Lust herself was still in the wind. It would still be enough to report, though, and I'd make sure Camilla was updated. I was beyond grateful to have her support, even if all her troops managed to do was distract away from me as I moved on Envy's forces. My entire crew had congregated around us now, and it was time to finalize commands. I looked over each woman. The single man, Lorrigan, had wandered out of his tent and was watching me with bleary eyes. Now that I had everyone's attention, it was time to make some executive decisions. I focused on the siren first, holding my hand out to her. Anza, I've stored my mushroom dragon souls in this hand. Have a look, and see if you can't figure out what you need to be able to remotely establish communications. She stepped close and took my hand, studying it. I turned to Lorrigan. You'll stay with Anza. I need someone beefy like you to serve as a commander in my place, if I'm to have a command. When the Queen's men arrive, the first thing I want you to do is make sure the troops are plotting out a quick path to Envy's Plain, because I'm 99% sure that's where I'll need them. Water dripped off Lorrigan's chin as the massive man gave a resolute nod. He didn't even widen his eyes at the idea of suddenly becoming a commander. Maybe I was misplacing my trust? Are you up for that? I asked Lorrigan.
I owe you my sanity,
the man rumbled.
4 months. I was trapped in that cavern with nothing to do and only fish to eat. I am up for whatever you wish of me.
Don't worry,
Anza said, still looking closely at my hand.
Lust did not punish him for working with Envy. She punished him for trying to seduce her. He can be trusted with this, I think. But I will keep an eye on him all the same.
Oh, well, all right, thanks. From there, I issued more orders. Essentially, everyone was going to join up with the Ascenders and with the Queen's troops, except for Sloth, Wrath, Seven, and myself. I needed Seven to lead me to the fortress on Envy's Plain, and I didn't quite trust Sloth around the Ascenders, and Wrath had to go wherever Seven went. I expected Victory to demand to come with me, since I had ordered her to serve as a liaison between the Ascenders and the Queen's men, but instead she stepped aside midway through my speech to attack a palm tree with the belt knife I had returned to her. She was practically skinning the thing, peeling off bark and slicing it into smaller and smaller shapes with dark focus written all over her face. Maybe that was her way of protesting. Just maliciously stripping a tree of its skin in the background, as if daring me to come and give her those orders again.
And me?
Leet asked. The Dragon Naiad was the only one who hadn't received orders, and so right now, she was the only one within hearing range of me. While everyone else packed up and made preparations, we were left alone. I have a question for you first, I said. You told me Lust studied the surface portal and its effects? She nodded. Well, I was told that humans could only go through one way, but I've since discovered that this isn't true because Zorana made it back to me. Seven was also able to go through the portal twice.
I see. My mistress, Lust, was already appraised of this phenomenon.
I sighed. Too bad Lust left me a rock and not a damned encyclopedia. That might have been more useful. All right, if your mistress knew so much, then maybe she knew the answer to this, too, I said. Zorana, when she went to the surface, she had colorless eyes. Now they are blue-green. Leet cocked her head, saying nothing. She only ever said what was absolutely necessary, and I was starting to like that about her. She's human, but she is also a former dragon agent, I said. So, can you tell me how dragon agents change on the surface? She gave a slow blink of her golden eyes.
Dragon agents revert to their original selves on the surface, losing any dragon traits they gained from becoming agents. So Zorana must have been born with blue-green eyes, and has simply reverted back to them.
My heart rate did a little scamper in my chest and then picked up speed. This isn't good. But if you went to the surface, since you were originally a dragon, you'll turn into a dragon, right? I asked. Like a full-sized one?
Yes, but the process would be gradual.
So when people are on the surface, they revert to their true selves. Does that include God spawn? Is that what happened to Seven? Or is there something else going on with her? All right, this is my proposal then. I would like you to lead both the Ascenders and the Queen's men to Envy's plane, and I want you to do it via secretive means. Lust's trials and its employees, such as yourself, were kept secret from Envy for ages, so that tells me you know some good, secret ways to move people around on Lust's plane. From there, you can lead them to Greed's plane, which is also mostly water. With your power, you can help move the troops economically. Anza might be able to help as well by singing to them, so long as she doesn't take away their free will. If Envy was stepping up her game and stopping me, then she would head for the Ascenders next. Their hideout had been compromised, and Envy would unmask it in short order if she hadn't already. I wanted to make sure Kelga and the others didn't lose their lives because of me. Leet inclined her head.
As you wish, Changer. I will help to lead your allies along a safe path.
Great. Now I have one last question for you, I said.
Ask.
I asked, and she answered, and my stomach sank into a deep, dark place inside myself. I thanked her for the information, and as she strode off, I peered over her head, looking for Seven. She stood with the group, all of them gathered around the wagon, where Victory and Zorana seemed to be hard at work doing something or other, but I couldn't see her through the crush of bodies. I walked over, carrying my unease with me, always keeping Seven in the corner of my eye. To my delight, I found that Victory hadn't been maliciously torturing that palm tree after all. She and Zorana were busy using the carved pieces of bark to construct makeshift armor for Wrath, who seemed content to sit still for them now that someone had seen fit to plug her ears with bits of fabric. "Oh, that's genius," I said, when I saw the interlocking plates of wood, which were strung together with stringy palm fibers. Lorrigan was already wearing palm armor of his own, complete with leg plating, arm plating, and a wide breastplate made of 2 full-size bark strips tied together.
Helmets would take longer,
Victory said. She had just affixed a pauldron to Wrath's shoulder, and as she stood back, Zorana ducked in to inspect it.
Looks good,
she said, straightening.
Lorrigan, can you pass your set along to Silas now? I want to make sure it fits him before we finish it.
He shrugged off the armor, treating it gingerly on account of how thin and fragile it was. I slipped into each piece he handed me, feeling the need for speed now. When the palm armor had been adjusted to fit me, Zorana stepped away and said to Victory,
"You're up."
We all watched as one by one Victory turned each piece of palm armor, starting with the connecting fibers, into dragon-forged metal. The resulting suit of armor was hardly refined and certainly not elegant, but it was functional. Wrath and I were now both protected from all kinds of attacks. "This was a genius idea, Vic," I said, rolling my arm in a circle to test my range of movement.
Yeah, well, we will have a chance to get outfitted back at Harkin, and you won't,
Victory said. She inclined her head at Seven.
I tried to start with her, but she wouldn't let me. She insisted you and Wrath should go first, and Sloth took a nap when I suggested making one for her.
That sounded like Sloth, all right, but Seven? I forced myself to look at her, to say what everyone expected me to say. Well, then I'll take this off and put it on her, even if it's too big. I don't even need armor. I have reflective magic. Seven had already held up both hands.
But you need to conserve it,
she said.
The fewer hits you take, the longer the magic can last.
I crossed my arms, admitted that she had a point, and then ordered everyone to get going. Envy is already onto us, I explained. There's no time to lose. We need to mobilize for our final attack on her fortress before she mobilizes to stop us. By this time tomorrow, Envy would be dead, and all of this would be over. I wanted to tell myself that I'd go back to my normal life, but I knew that wasn't the case. There would never be a normal for me, not ever again. When Victory left, she clapped me on the shoulder.
Until next time,
she said, before leaning close and adding,
Stay alive, will you? I want to keep showing you all the things I'm good at.
When she left, Zorana stepped up, held a hand to my cheek and kissed me. I kissed her back, enjoying the flutter in my chest as her body arched into mine.
Save a little bed space for me,
she whispered in my ear.
If we'd had more time today.
I smiled at the suggestive way she trailed off, but then I thought of what Seven had said to me about toying with people. I slid a hand up along Zorana's neck, sinking my fingers into her thin braids and cradling her head. I'll take you into my bed anytime, I assured her. But you have to know I don't offer that to just anyone. You matter to me, and I already need you. Thank you for playing politics on my behalf, with the Ascenders and Queen Camilla both. And if there's ever anything that you need from me, you need only say the word. Her gorgeous new eyes were suddenly swimming with tears.
That is maybe the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Then you haven't been talking to the right people, I said, kissing her again. Now go, and be safe. I raised my head, looking over my allies, and I said it again. All of you, please be safe. Chapter 68. Gluttony's Temple. And so my new party armed themselves with packs and finally left our little wagon behind. This was no longer a long-term mission that required much more than a tent and some rations, so we didn't need to drag the wagon along with us. Now, we were on a mission to kill a god and kill her fast. This wasn't war, it was assassination. Sloth, Wrath, Seven, and I had to walk across the desert to find the nearest portal back to Lust's Plain. We wanted a new portal, one less likely to be patrolled. The one we had used before would definitely be under surveillance. Leet had provided us with a map to where she believed the nearest portal to be, since the portals were in set places on all planes. We could match any portal map of any plane to any other plane, and provided we had the right reference points, we would find what we needed to find. We had started out at the beginning of a new day cycle, and it took almost the whole cycle to locate the next portal. This one was open and unguarded, but it was glowing purple, not orange. Curses, I muttered to Sloth. That one leads back to your plane. We'll have to move on to the next. She chuckled and began to trudge toward it.
It can go to either plane. You just need to reset it.
I frowned. Every portal I'd used so far had already been glowing the color of the plane I meant to go to. It hadn't really occurred to me that they could go to both the plane above and below the current plane. If true, this would be convenient. The hollow spire was basically a tower with 7 floors. If every portal could access the floor both above and below the floor we were standing on, then travel was a lot less complicated than I'd first believed.
Here,
Sloth said as she came up next to the portal. It hovered a foot above the sand in the middle of nowhere. The only identifying object was a large, degraded boulder nearby. A dragon had probably dropped it here centuries ago. Sloth held a hand out over its surface.
Take us down,
she said. The portal instantly shifted from violet to orange. She dropped her hand.
They keep the color of whatever plane they were last used to access, but you only need a few words to reset them.
Very intuitive, I said. I took a breath and then poked my head through to check for danger. I blinked when I saw thick jungle and leafy brush, rather than the open sea I had expected from Lust. When I saw no immediate dangers, however, I waved for them all to go ahead of me.
Most of her plane is actually forest,
Seven said as we stepped out into the small meadow. The leaves were so large and heavy here that some of them hung into the portal.
She just keeps her bathhouse on the sea.
The portal had turned red as we passed through, indicating that it was now a gateway back to Wrath's plane. When everyone was safely clear, I held a hand out over it. "Take us down," I said. The color switched from red to golden. Yellow was the color of Gluttony's plane. "Wow. This could be easier than I thought," I said. But when I ducked through, I saw nothing but open ocean. Literally nothing. No rocks, no birds, no clouds, not even any waves. Just that smooth velvet of an unceasing sea. I rose back through. That does not seem like a promising place to pass through.
Not all portals are created equal.
Seven commented.
With some, you can pass through all 7 planes easily. But most are not that convenient.
"Well, this is one of those inconvenient ones, then," I said. "Let's head to the next portal on this plane and see if we have at least some access to the ground in that one." So a jungle was where we found ourselves as we slipped through the day portal and started to head for the closest night portal, which should be open by the time we reached it. We traveled quietly, but my senses were wide awake and on fire. I kept Seven in my peripheral vision whenever I could. It seemed every passing moment was building inside of me, a physical presence ready to explode. "Are there any dragons watching us?" I asked Sloth. As a dragon herself, she should be able to see auras.
"None close enough to be worried about,"
she replied before yawning. We had stopped at a crystalline waystone, which listed distances down 2 different paths. I struggled to read the Draconic, but failed.
I think I remember this marker,"
Seven said. When I'd estimated we were within an hour of our destination. It was hard to tell, since the map was imprecise, but we were deep in the jungle now. It had grown so thick and humid that I felt like I'd been swimming, not walking. "Remember it? From when?" I asked casually.
"A mission. From Envy,"
she explained.
"This part of the forest has a very unique smell to it. Comes from something called a corpse flower. If I'm right, there's a temple up ahead and to the right."
I took a sniff and flinched. It was so faint that I hadn't noticed it until now, but yes, the place smelled like a dead body lay somewhere just out of sight. "A temple to what?" I asked, pushing through another mat of fronds. We had almost no light down here due to the dense canopy overhead and the weak orange sky beyond it. Flowers, at least, were in abundance. Their pops of color dotted everything within sight, from orchids growing at the cruxes of great branches to liana vines sprouting waterfalls of white and yellow buds. But in the orange dimness under the thick canopy, everything looked poisonous rather than bright and colorful. The flowers put me in mind of mushrooms looming in the dark, ready to drop deadly spores. Even without the corpse smell, the place was ominous, broken up only by wild paths made by dragons.
"Well, it's not a temple so much as a meditation chamber,"
Seven answered me, after a few too many seconds of deliberation.
"This portal will take us to Gluttony's plane, obviously, but it was his favored place to speak to lust, so she built a special area here for them to be able to communicate comfortably through the portal."
Seven swallowed, pushing aside a spike of violet hanging flowers to edge deeper onto the dragon path.
Ever since Envy killed Gluttony, Lust made it into a shrine to honor his memory."
Gluttony, I thought to myself. Gluttony was the dragon god who had been killed by Envy. He'd also been her brother. However, I got the feeling there was more to his story than that. There had been mention of him giving the gods their human forms before he was killed, but I hadn't gotten the chance to ask more about that. To Sloth, who was slouching along behind me, so as not to have to push any leaves aside herself, I asked, "What was Gluttony's magic?"
"Oh, he was a shapeshifter."
I thought of the siren and said so.
"Oh, yeah. Gluttony was kind of like a forebear to illusion and shape-changing dragons. But he could do a lot more than they can. Shapeshift himself, mainly. Then, at one point, he figured out how to shapeshift others, which is why we all turned human, for funsies.
My brows knit together at that. He just figured out how to change the very core of his magic? Victory had done it. She'd learned how to turn water to metal. I had done it too, but neither of us quite understood how. How'd he do it? I asked. How'd he change you? Sloth rolled a shoulder.
He fed us something. This rubbery white thing. It allowed us to use his magic temporarily. So really, we altered ourselves by using his powers. He just coached us through it.
A rubbery white thing? What the hell? He passed his magic to you? I said. With food?
Temporarily, yeah.
Was that normal for him?
Nope. But the guy did love his fancy cuisine.
I blinked. How did it taste, the white thing?
I don't know. Kinda chalky. Hint of sulfur to it. Not bad, but not good either.
I swallowed. That almost sounds like a boiled egg? But surely she would know what a boiled egg was. Except there might not be chickens in the Hollow Spire, and I doubted dragons ever cooked and ate their own eggs.
Anyway,
Sloth said, flicking her whole hand as if the talk of rubbery foods bored her immensely.
Gluttony's advanced ability was to take on other people's memories and personalities.
I tossed out all thought of eggs and focused on her information. Sloth was acting like a regular tour guide, and oddly enough, it suited her.
To put it another way, Gluttony could completely pass as someone else if he wanted to. He could change his body and voice, but with his secondary power, he could also change his personality and mannerisms. There was no way to tell him apart from the real thing.
That sounded terrifying. If that's the case, then I trailed off, unsure how to word my question. I didn't want to sound accusatory.
Then how do we know he's really dead?
Sloth finished for me. I breathed out. Yeah, that's exactly my thought.
Well, we didn't believe it for a long time either.
She admitted.
His whole plane had to die for us to believe it. We could breathe there, too, meaning he was definitely gone.
I see. In Gluttony's absence, his plane had become the desolate place where I had passed the second of Lust's trials, with the dead water and the still, lifeless mountain. We were headed there through this upcoming portal. And with Gluttony dead, any god could go there without being harmed. This meant the place would be especially dangerous for us, and I hoped to pass through to Envy's plane as quickly as possible to avoid having to fight any surprise gods directly. As I was thinking through all this, Sloth gave a scoff.
And lucky him, too. If he hadn't gotten himself killed, I would have killed him myself for disappearing and taking our dragon forms with him. He never gave us any more of those white things to turn ourselves back.
I raised an eyebrow, but then the leaves suddenly shook in the trees, and a wind blasted through the forest, coming from the direction of the supposed temple. The wind died just as soon as it began, which made it feel familiar. I tensed, looking forward. Was that a dragon landing? Seven hung back, tugging the armored Wrath up against her.
That's what it felt like.
Is there space to land around the temple?
I think so. But it's been a long time.
Everything inside me sang with the need to run, but I shoved past Seven instead. Everyone, get behind me. Keep close. As I plunged forward into the melee of leaves, branches, and vines, I paid close attention to the sounds behind me. Everyone kept close. Keep track of them, all of them. That's the most important thing. I heard noises ahead, sounds like crumbling rock. No roars, no heavy breaths of dragons. More wind came, softer this time, and I wondered if I had imagined the great blast before. Perhaps that was all it was. Wind. Good old-fashioned wind. Yet when I emerged from the tree line, I did so with a sword outstretched. I'd been able to recover just one from the supply wagon, plus a knife, and it was good to be armed again. There was nothing for me to attack, however. I tilted my head to one side as I scanned the building before me. The so-called temple was wide and squat, with tall stained glass windows in vibrant colors along the longer side, each one portraying a different type of dragon. From here it looked like a heat type, a forest type, and an earth type. The roof had collapsed in places, and it all culminated in a single bell tower, like a church. The tower had obviously been raked by countless dragon claws over the years, and a dragon could have landed on that roof if it wanted to, although honestly, it might have fallen through. The yard had once been grassy, but was now overgrown with creeping vines and myrtle and ferns. Clearly, the forest was retaking this place, but there was plenty of grounded aurora here. Rainbow ribbons of light frolicked in the yard, some of it twisting in the air as high as the spire. It gave the whole temple an otherworldly quality. This place was thick with magic. "Anyone see any dragon auras?" I asked, keeping my eyes peeled on the tower itself. A night dragon could disguise its aura when it went invisible. Had one landed and crawled up the tower?
There's one inside the temple. Small, a reflector dragon, but it appears to be sleeping.
Seven said.
I think it's on an upper floor. Far side.
Sloth yawned again.
Not that I can see.
I felt Seven's eyes on me. I had requested that Sloth answer the question and not her. No doubt she was wondering why. I cast about for a stone, picked it up from the pile of rubble near the window with the forest dragon design, and I hurled it toward the tower. It sailed clear through the wispy, multicolored aurora, and I repeated the movement a few more times in different spots.
What are you doing?
Sloth asked. Checking to make sure there is no invisible dragon up there, I said. Since Sloth and Seven had seen no desert dragon auras with their dragon sight, this couldn't be illusion, because the desert dragon's auroras would be visible. Furthermore, if the rocks hit no one, it couldn't be an invisible night dragon, the only kind which could hide its aura, because it would still be solid. The rocks would have struck it. If a dragon truly had landed here earlier, it hadn't stuck around, although given the size it would have needed to be to produce a wind like that, it shouldn't have been able to slip into the forest without leaving mass destruction in its wake. Also, Sloth should have seen it. Maybe it had launched, not landed. The two things felt very different, but when buffered by the trees, maybe the distinction got lost. Sloth ran a hand down my bicep, leaning close to me.
Impressive. You continue to be as much brains as brawn.
Her voice dipped.
Maybe you and I should go find that upper floor.
I couldn't help the way my body woke up at the thought. Let's make sure the place is safe first. I stepped up to the forest dragon window again and peered through the glass that formed one segment of the dragon's green wing membrane. The temple within was surprisingly empty, with only a single chair in the center of the long church-like room. The chair was carved to look like a crashing wave. The stylized chair sat before another carving, this one set into the floor. It formed a whirlpool shape made from living wood. An oak dragon had likely formed it, and the oncoming night portal would probably appear a foot above the whirlpool design. Cute. Lust did seem to have a flair for the dramatic. We'll camp outside, I said slowly as I straightened again. If Envy herself could walk around in Gluttony's plane, then there's a chance she'll pop out of the portal when it appears. We're better off facing her with a wall between us, even if it means we have to watch the whole jungle for dragon auras. I turned. Seven, you and Wrath set up out here. I'm taking Sloth inside to look around before the portal opens. Seven nodded, maybe a little too enthusiastically.
Of course. Which side would you like trapped?
Wrath said. All of us looked at her. She was normally almost invisible, quiet all the time now that we'd plugged her ears. It was easy to forget she was there. She stared ahead, at the window.
Trapped.
She repeated in a small, frightened voice. She stepped closer, touching the colored window panes, her gaze unfocused, as if she were seeing something beyond the glass.
Trapped.
I exchanged a glance with Seven, who shrugged.
Don't ask me.
Wrath bit her lip, They began to trace the wrought metal partitions between the stained glass panels.
I see them, trapped in the lines.
I peered closer, waving for Sloth to do it too. Do you see anything in the lines? I asked her.
No. I mean, I don't think so.
Sloth said.
Maybe there's something faint, but I think I'm imagining it.
7? I asked.
Honestly, I don't think I see anything.
Trapped?
Wrath repeated.
You can't see like I see. You didn't have to stare long enough.
Holy shit. That was more words than I'd ever heard from her, at least cohesively. This place was getting weirder each minute. I pointed at her. 7, watch her closely. You can set up camp on this side. Sloth, with me. Sloth grinned, and she followed as I rounded the corner of the building and gingerly slipped inside. Every moment, I was ready to be attacked. Every moment, I was disappointed. The interior of the temple was unadorned aside from the windows, grown as if from a single piece of wood. A mezzanine did take up the far side, with a spiral staircase leading to a small, intimate balcony.
What was that used for, I wonder?
Sloth said, tugging me along by the hand. I let her lead me toward the stairs, checking the windows on the opposite side of the temple as we went. On that side, the stained glass depicted a water-type dragon, another earth dragon, and what I guessed was a soul variety. Are you sure you don't see anything in those windows? I asked as we passed close to the last one in the row and stepped onto the stairs. Sloth glanced back, pausing to consider. It occurred to me in that moment that she was really putting in some effort for me. She used to be so lazy. She would have never tried this hard. Sloth was changing. I had to wonder why. Was it because I'd freed her of her own plane? Freed her of her own power? Without it, did she become that much more curious? Or did the strange magic inside of me pollute her nature? Or, more disturbing yet, was it because she simply wanted to help me? Behind the easy sex and the horny nudges toward dark corners, did she have real feelings for me? Her face twisted.
I can't tell if it's just wishful thinking, but I think I see something in all the windows. It's green. Maybe a type of forest dragon essence? But it could also be some trace of onerite from Envy's plane or something.
I didn't like that possibility, but I shrugged to feign indifference. I already felt like I was being watched without knowing some of Envy's personal ore might be watching me too. We ascended the stairs, where we discovered a wide, ancient patch of moss growing in a bed-sized square underneath a small broken skylight. A dresser of drawers, obviously ransacked, lay scattered about the area. A desk and chair had been thrown against one wall. I didn't see any dragon, though. They told me to expect a shoulder-sized one, something called a reflector dragon.
It left through the skylight,
Sloth explained, before I even had to ask.
It's taken flight. We must have spooked it.
Or it's run off to tell its friends we're here, I thought ruefully. Hopefully the portal would open before it could return and bring hostile company. Sloth tugged me toward the moss.
Oh, look. A comfortable bed. Whatever shall we do with it?
As tempting as the prospect was, I didn't let her pull me. Sloth, I said, I need you to do something for me. She waggled her eyebrows.
If it involves doing a little work with my mouth, I won't say no.
She grinned.
I'm actually opening up to the idea of doing a little more work with you. I'm not feeling quite so lazy as usual, and I get less lazy the longer you make me wait. Although, if you just want me to bend over, I can do that as...
No, I need something a little more unconventional. Her grin widened.
Tell me what to do.
Chapter 69. Time to Die. I left Sloth behind and slipped back out the front doors of the temple, making sure to take a peek through one of the stained glass windows first. Seven was busy pitching one of our little tents like I'd asked her, so she didn't see me exit the building. I ducked into the forest, treading lightly to hide the sound of my passage as I rounded the temple yard. When I re-emerged, the tent was pitched and Seven was wiping sweat from her forehead, one hand on her hip. I hunkered down to watch as she moved to one of the other packs we dropped on the overgrown grass. She had just started extracting our second tent when a loud cry sounded from inside the temple. The window glass was thin enough that Seven had no trouble hearing the noise. She straightened, alert, and rushed to the nearest window to peer through, both her palms to the glass. Another cry sounded, longer and more languorous this time.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Seven pushed away from the window, her panic seeming to turn to confusion. Then the cries started coming faster. Even I could hear them clearly now, the words growing more obvious as the volume increased.
Silas! Yes! Yes!
A smile ghosted across my mouth and then faded again.
Fuck! Oh, Silas!
At the window, Seven turned around, her pale face gone furiously red. Sloth was putting on a good show for me. I waited to see what Seven would do. She hugged herself for a moment, then stalked forward toward the tents. She paused halfway, as if something had just occurred to her. She looked around. Sloth continued to moan convincingly, selling the illusion. Yeah, now you're seeing it, I thought. I'm occupied. You've got a half hour at least before I'm coming out of there. I didn't have long to wait before Seven lurched into motion. She broke into a run out of nowhere, darting toward the far corner of the temple. I broke cover and raced after her, taking care with each footfall. I didn't want her to know I was following her, but I had to assume her hearing was very, very good. I almost wasn't fast enough. When I reached the corner myself, I glimpsed only the barest hint of her turning the next corner. This put her on the far side of the building, along the other wall of stained glass windows. Where are you going? What are you planning? I crept up on the next corner, then dipped my head out, only to break into another sprint. I'd just seen her dive into the forest, onto a different dragon path than the one we'd come in on. Shit, I muttered. I couldn't let her out of my sight. But when I got into the woods, she would hear me coming. I hesitated. How could I follow her without being heard? I settled for using telekinesis to quietly push leaves out of my way. Seven had left a clear trail for me to follow, complete with broken leaves and footsteps in the moist tropical mud. I was about 50 feet in when I heard a voice ahead, the word low, like a hiss. I couldn't tell what it said, so I paused, straining my ears to listen.
Where are you?
I ground my teeth. Here it was, the truth, undeniable. I crept closer.
Come on. We have to get back before he sees we're gone.
Seven sounded worried now. I was getting closer to her, just a few more steps. The instant I caught sight of her long white hair, I lashed out, closing my fist around one of Seven's horns. She cried out as I yanked her back and threw her to the ground, her wings fluttering helplessly, scattering ferns. I dropped onto her, my legs to each side of her hips, my hands pinning her arms above her head. She looked up at me with wide, terrified eyes.
Silas! What are you?
Who are you contacting? I snapped, putting more pressure on her wrists. You already sent the reflector dragon away for reinforcements. Did you need more than that to take me down? Or were you just getting out of the way? Her eyes rolled, searching the woods, probably for Sloth.
I thought you were...
Answer me! What are you doing? The very moment she'd thought me distracted, Seven had slipped away. That couldn't be coincidence.
I'm looking for Rat!
She blurted.
She disappeared! That's all! I'm looking for her!
I hesitated. It was true that I hadn't seen Wrath since leaving the temple. Was that all this was?
We have to get back before he sees we're gone.
At the memory of those words, my resolve sharpened. Why didn't you want me to know she'd run off then? I pressed.
Because I didn't want you to leave her behind.
I leaned back, confused. This made no sense. Why in the seven hells would I leave her behind?
Because she's gone mad. I know she's hard to deal with, and I just want... I don't want you angry with her. I want her to stay with us, with you, where it's safe. I can't lose her again. I just can't.
I leaned close to Seven, so close that our noses touched, our bodies so tight against each other that our clothing was the only reason this wasn't sex. The thought alone made me sick. She had been so tantalizing to me from the beginning, right from the very start at the tavern, always there, always watching, learning my weaknesses, making me fall for her while putting me off just another day, another week, another lifetime. She had never really liked me, I knew that now. She wasn't the person I thought she was. You never lost wrath to begin with, I growled, my voice hot against her mouth. You were the one that did that to her. You are the reason she's lost it. Her vibrant green eyes went wider than I'd ever seen them, and her skin went deathly spectral pale. Those were not normal eyes.
I didn't. I never meant.
Her voice cracked.
How did you?
She couldn't seem to finish the sentence. I didn't believe the emotion on her face, though. It was a distraction. When we found her in the desert, I hissed. When you got your hands on her again, what was the first word she said? What name did she keep crying out? Her eyes were wet now, her face twisting in horror.
Silas, you have to let me explain.
I thought she was begging for mercy, but no, she was just greeting an old friend who'd betrayed her. A tear broke from the corner of Seven's eye.
Please.
My heart galloped, my rage building up to a breaking point, a tower of fury growing so fast it would soon crumble under its own weight. That twisted pain choked my next words. You know, it might have worked if I hadn't seen lust, hadn't noticed how her eyes matched her plane. If I hadn't sent Zorana up top and had her come back with her original eye color. Zorana had been returning to her original state. It's what happened to everyone who went to the surface. I'd had only one question for Leet after that. What happens, Seven? I said. What happens when a dragon leaves the hollow spire? Seven tried to sit up, but I shoved her flat again. Answer me! I roared, shaking her. What happens, damn it, when a dragon leaves the hollow spire? What happens? Seven sobbed.
Silas, please! You don't understand!
I leaned closer, our noses touching again, my lips a whisper from hers. She'd choked on her excuses, which was just as well. I wasn't interested in them. Or should I ask the real question? I sneered at her.
Silas, it's not...
What happens when a god leaves? I said. It was possible, Leet had said. Gods could not breathe on any plane but their own, but they could hold their breath, just like anyone else could. And if all portals could go both ways, then a single portal could take a god all the way to Sloth's plane. Even holding their breath, they could request the portal to switch destinations. They would just have to spend some of their held breath to do it. Then, from the right portal on Sloth's plane, it would be a short flight to the surface portal. A one-way trip, maybe, but it could all be done on a single breath.
Silas.
Seven breathed.
I'm sorry. I never intended to...
Before she could finish, the sound of shattering glass made me look up. My body tensed and it happened again. It was the sound of the temple windows breaking. I shot Seven a fresh glare. What have you done?
It's not me!
She cried.
Silas, none of this has been me!
A scream followed, a long shriek of terror. Whatever had shattered the windows, whatever Seven had called here, that thing had just found Sloth. There was no time for answers. I had to end this right now. I dared to let go of her with one hand, grasping for my belt knife. I closed my fingers around it and put it to her throat. Her eyes went wide. Green eyes. Eyes that matched the color of her plane, just as they did for sloth and wrath and lust. Time to die, Envy, I told her. She couldn't lie her way out of this. Chapter 70. Lambs. All this time, I'd been chasing Envy, and she'd been right next to me all along. I should have figured it out when we met Wrath, when the first words out of her mouth had been envy. We'd all thought she was terrified of the goddess, and she clearly was, but it hadn't been a plea for mercy. She had been calling Seven by her real name. And the lies about her changing form, the reason behind her having multiple dragon traits, those lies fell through once we discovered the other half-human water dragons, the Naiad and the Siren and the mermaids. Seven had been a dragon all along, half transformed by the same magic as they had. Yet she wasn't just any old dragon. Seven was Envy herself. That was why all those dragons had spoken to her as if she was there, present, right in front of them. The night dragon in the arena, then Atraxon near the portal. It was because she had been there. She'd been close by, even right next to me, the whole time, and now I would end it. I would end all of it.
Please.
She begged, her throat bobbing against my blade.
There's so much you don't know. Please don't do this.
I put pressure on my knife. I don't take orders from liars. I never got the chance to follow through. An enraged, wordless cry was my only warning before a shape slammed into me from the side, so sudden that it toppled me off of Envy. My head struck a hard, exposed root, scattering my thoughts. I hit the dirt. The angry shouting continued, an unhinged tirade of sound, and now something was hitting me, kicking me. I curled up on instinct, but a second later I remembered that it couldn't hurt me, and even without the reflection magic, these hits were weak. They weren't the work of a bloodthirsty dragon.
No, not that quiet.
Wrath wailed.
Not that. Not for Envy, no!
I opened my eyes and something closed around my throat as the blackness from the head injury finally fled my vision. I groaned as Wrath came into view above me, roaring a string of mad words in her fury, her fingers like vices on my neck. I grabbed for her forearms and easily tore her hands off me. Wrath! What the demons? She kicked me right in the crotch. I bent over involuntarily, gasping, even though I felt no pain. Wrath leapt back and turned to run. Only then did I realize that Seven was gone. She had fled the instant Wrath had served as her distraction. Despite the pulse of the strike between my legs, I lurched to my feet to lumber after them, only to have something curl around my ankle and topple me a second time. I landed in the brush with a hard grunt, and next thing I knew, the thing was pulling me farther and farther away from my targets. I cursed. I had been seconds, instants away from ending all of this, and I'd let Envy herself slip from my fingers. Somehow the knife was still in my hand. I twisted and slashed, cutting at the thick greenish thing holding me. It let go, severed, and I had just enough time to realize it was a vine before another one looped around my stomach, another around my arm. I gave a shout as the vines lifted me into the air and threw me in the direction of the temple. Leaves and heavy branches and curtains of moss slowed my flight until I crashed, tumbling, into the clearing. Something lumbered after me, breaking cover as soon as I regained my feet. A green dragon, mount class, bigger than the average horse, a full-grown mangrove dragon, capable of breathing out and manipulating endless vines. It did so now, vomiting up a tangle of thick green ropes, which slithered toward me, ready to clamp down tight. I dodged, then flung a hand up to cast telekinetic magic on the vines, forcing them away from me. It worked, but I missed the second mangrove behind me. The vine snaked around my arm and then went tight, lashing my casting arm to my side so hard that no amount of muscle could have freed me. I could still gesture with my fingers, though, and I loosed the vine with Sloth's magic, then ducked out of it. Glass broke somewhere to my left. The temple. More windows breaking. Fuck! I forgot about Sloth. The scream I'd heard must have been hers, and I leapt to one side, avoiding more vines as I made a beeline for the temple. All its windows were broken along this side now, so I threw myself across the sill of the nearest one, landing on my feet inside the room. The scene inside was so surreal that I froze for too many moments. The windows were coming alive. I watched in helpless awe as one of the windows across the room melted away into the shape of a dragon. It was actually the substance between the colored panes that was transforming. As it did, the planes of glass fell and shattered. Wrath said she saw something in the lines. But it all defied basic reality. The lines were morphing into huge dragons. There could not be enough substance to hold or form the dragons' bodies. I'd never heard of a substance like that. Yet here it is. Deal with it, I told myself. And I sprinted for the spiral staircase to the mezzanine. A vine caught me around the ankle before I made it 3 paces, and I went sprawling. These damned mangrove dragons must practice that move. Worse, as I landed, another vine from another dragon curled around my arm. I looked back behind me, toward the nearest transforming window, and I saw that it was also becoming a mangrove dragon. All 6 of these windows were becoming the same type of dragon. It was like a built-in security system. One designed expressly to hold me, I realized. Even as I used Sloth's magic to force more vines away, I could do that for a long time, but not forever. She would weaken and eventually even die if I kept it up. As for my other magic, it would all drain too. And my reflection magic, it would be useless. The vines weren't hurting me. They were containing me. There was nothing to reflect. I broke free of the newest tangle of vines, using Wrath's torture magic on one of them. The pain magic had no effect on the attached dragon. Apparently the vines were real vines, not extensions of the mangrove dragon's bodies. Wrath's magic was useless against them because their vines could not feel pain. These dragons are a very good counter to me. Someone planted them in these windows, but how is that possible? What is the substance they came from? The questions banged around in my head as I fought my way toward the stairs, waylaid at every moment, from every angle. The vines were so numerous now that I only saw the ceiling and floor in flashes. I had to use telekinesis so much that I probably looked like I had an invisible shield around me. Then, a flash of silver. My head swiveled to chase it, but there were too many vines. I dove forward, parting a curtain of plant matter with an unwise burst of Sloth's life force. It only worked for a moment, but I managed to see the silver thing, a dragon. It was small, a shoulder class, barely up to my knee in size. Its body reflected the world around it in jarring, chaotic flashes. I recognized it as a rare, almost mythical variety. A mirror dragon. They had the ability to move souls between bodies, and between bodies and certain magical substances. Shit. The mirror dragon matched its name, its body lithe and glimmering, reflecting everything around it in a distorted, silvery way that made a man sick to look at. I realized that this must have been the reflector dragon Sloth had sensed earlier, the one that had fled. It was the same dragon, just going by a different name. It had to be the thing pulling the other dragons from the windows. But why had it run, and then returned? Had it left for orders? It was swallowed up in moments, hidden from my view, but I turned away. There was no sense in pursuing it. It had already transformed all the windows, and I was safer if it wasn't near me. It could move my soul into one of the dragons if it got to me, although it was probably dead tired from doing the 6 transformations it had already done. I'd spent too much magic just to get a look at it, though. I was draining Sloth's magic fast. I could sense it. She's what I came for. I need to grab her and get out. "Sloth!" I screamed.
Ta!
Her return cry cut off, and a dragon leaped off the mezzanine with her wriggling body wrapped up in vines the dragon had strung to its own back. Before I could react, 2 more burst in through the doors. All 6 windows were gone now, all 6 dragons transformed and inside the temple. With Sloth handled, I was their main focus. I tried to forge a path through the dragon mass toward the one holding Sloth, but it seemed to be attempting to flee, dodging the vines of its own compatriots, leading me away, distracting me, maybe just taking its captive somewhere else so it could return with full focus. I couldn't let it take her. Envy would kill her. Envy's goal, her main goal, was to kill all the gods so that she could pass from one plane to the next without harm. But I gave her that already, didn't I? When I stole her magic on the surface, I gave her immunity. My connection even allowed her to return through the portal. All along, I had been the tool of my enemy. I'd even gathered up 2 gods for her to kill. I thrust out a hand and hurled magic against the dragon that held Sloth. Once again, my telekinesis worked on another living thing, rather than just on objects. The dragon slammed hard into a now glassless window, its body crumpling into the opening, spine snapping as the walls refused to give way. Sloth gave a shout as the vines went limp, and she fought against them to untangle herself as I started toward her. She moved sluggishly, her energy waning. "Sloth, hold your damn breath!" She met my eyes.
Fuck! Yeah, got it.
As her lips snapped closed, I released my single charge of the poison gas magic. The vines nearest me recoiled, and their attached dragon coughed and sputtered, shaking its horned head like a dog that had just swallowed vinegar. It kept backing away, vines falling limp. It gave me the space I needed to run towards Sloth, and together we scrambled out through the next window over, only for the window frame itself to close in on me. "What the—" I began, but the cry ended in a grunt as the wood around the frame encircled my torso just below my ribs. When it continued to tighten past mere containment, I saw visions of being cut in half. There would be no reflecting that. Well, probably not. I didn't want to find out, so I called up one of my 4 charges of beach dragon magic. The wood around me crumbled to sand, spilling me out onto the grass. "Run!" I said, looking up, but Sloth hadn't even seen me. She stood rigid, her back to me, her head tilted back. In front of her stood an airship-class oak dragon. It was twice the size of the temple itself, both in length and height. Its legs textured like the trunks of trees, its spines made of polished wood, and every single green scale the color and shape of an oak leaf. It looked down on me with white gold eyes, its mouth open. It was actively using the transformative wood magic its variety was best known for, the same kind of magic that had almost cut me in half. I lunged for Sloth, but the wall of the temple bowed outward and caught us both, sucking us back into the morass of the temple as the wood seemingly came alive. Shit. Now I know why the mirror dragon ran away. It was finding this big guy. Reinforcements. Once again, this whole setup seemed like it had been primed for me. My magic was near useless against the wood and vines, and whatever I did have was just going to run out. I still spent 2 more charges of sand magic to free myself and Sloth. As she coughed out sand, rolling over next to me, I used her own magic to throw her through the gaping hole in the temple wall. She went screaming. If I could just distract the oak dragon, he wouldn't go after her. I cast my most powerful move, the sleet magic, raining sleet directly at the oak dragon's neck. I could hardly believe my luck when the shards of ice made holes in the dragon's leafy scales, and it roared in pain. It was weak to ice magic, and maybe Sloth would get past it. No vines assailed me for the moment, and I looked around to find 3 of the mangrove dragons dead around me, courtesy of the poison cloud. Their power swelled in my core. I could produce my own vines now. One of the remaining dragons was looking right at me, its haunches tight and vibrating as it readied to pounce. The other 2 were nowhere in sight. They must have fled when they noticed the gas. I hurled myself free of the temple, out into open ground where more living wood would take a few seconds to get to me. I searched for Sloth, but the damned oak dragon hadn't been distracted. Even bleeding, it had turned around, and Sloth was now completely enshrouded in the wood of a tree on the edge of the forest. I could only see her arms sticking limply out one side of the wooden cocoon. I had heard no scream. I raced toward her yet again, my last remaining charge of sand magic ready in my hands, but I realized it would be no use. I had to kill the source. I pivoted even as the oak dragon slammed its tail down on the spot I'd been a moment before. As large as it was, it shook the ground, taking my footing out from under me. I hit the ground, glass and sod flying, the whole place torn up by the great dragon's tramping. I spat out dirt as I rolled to my feet and dove for the oak dragon's foot, breathing out my sand magic as I went. The whole leg turned to sand with one blistering cry from the poor dragon, but I watched with growing dread as the sand magic stopped just past the knee joint. Beach dragons were too small to kill an airship class with one blow. I was out of offensive moves. No, wait, Wrath's magic. Before I could dive toward the dragon and slap a hand to its skin, more living wood wrapped around me. This time it wasted no time in covering me head to neck in material, binding my arms, even covering my mouth. I flicked a finger to throw the wood aside like I had done with the vines, using Sloth's magic. It didn't work. This wooden cocoon acted as a single object, and all I managed to do was fling the whole thing, including myself trapped inside of it, straight back into the demon's damned temple. The cocoon hit the wood floor with a clunk, but I only skittered another pace before the wood floor turned liquid and ensnared me even better. I cast Sloth's magic again, but now the cocoon and the floor were all blended together, a single object. The power needed to move the entire temple was massive. I felt Sloth drain to the very brink, and I stopped. Everything fell still. I was trapped. Sloth was trapped. Envy and wrath were free, probably commanding these bastards. What did I have left? What could I do? The torture magic wasn't working, and there was no actual damage to reflect, aside from some bruising. The wood gave a mild thunk when I reflected that damage, but otherwise it remained undisturbed. I still had my individual dragon spells. I could make clean water, and hot water, and ice traps, and far-seeing lenses, and I could even clear acne of all things. I could also call for help using the mushroom magic, but that's all I had left. What could I do? Kill an airship class with a good skincare routine? As I lay there thinking fast, the wood began to move slowly. It dragged me toward where the chair used to be, and I was able to twist my head enough to see the rest of the place. Sloth's wooden prison was coming this way too, slinking along the ground like a living slug. Her arm flopped uselessly outside of it. Was she dead? Oh fuck, was she dead? The 3 remaining mangrove dragons encircled us as the oak dragon approached the temple, settling on its 3 legs to watch me closely. Its stump bled in huge gushes, but it ignored the injury completely. I understood then. The portal would open any moment. We'd find ourselves just feet away from the dead plain beyond. Whatever waited there, it couldn't be good, and we were as helpless as lambs brought to slaughter. Chapter 71. It's Your Lusty Day. Envy had done this, had let her slip through my fingers, my knife already to her throat. If I hadn't felt something for her, I wouldn't have confronted her. I would have just killed her. Instead, I'd let her get away. She was probably watching now as my demise crept ever closer. She was out of sight, but I already knew she could talk to dragons mentally somehow, even at a significant distance. She had to be giving the orders here. When that portal opens, there is something on the other side that will kill me, I told myself, already trying to prepare for it. A dragon, maybe? A horde of them? Or would it be open, dead ocean, ready for us to drown in? I had magic that could carry us a little ways, but I couldn't cast most of it with my mouth covered and my body gone still and my telekinesis drained dry. Or would it be mere water that ended me? I could reflect the pain of drowning, but not the drowning itself. Going through Lust's trials had taught me that. As I rapidly worked through my dwindling options, I saw movement in the corners of the temple. The 3 mangrove dragons that still lived. One of the ones that had not attacked me earlier was now squatting in place, turning its head around to the mass of vines it carried on its back. Its mouth opened as it channeled its own power, controlling its vines, and unspooling Wrath's limp body. Fuck, I said aloud. Wrath might well be dead for how little she moved as the vines pulled away and let her roll softly to the floor. I'd thought, wrongly, that Wrath was in league with Envy, but she was just crazy. Envy wanted all gods dead, even Wrath, no matter what she said to the contrary, and I had helped her snare 2 of them. No sooner had Wrath appeared before the floor itself went amorphous, rising around her body, forming another solid, inescapable cocoon. I opened my mouth to shout for her, but the wood around me seized on the opportunity and thrust itself down my throat. I gurgled, still able to see, but the wood was up my nose now and ascending. Why bother drowning us when we could just be suffocated? Sloth and Wrath would be dead soon, if they weren't already, and I would be close behind them. The oak dragon had us, all of us, so why were we even still alive? I checked over my body again, and inside the cocoon, there was a little hollow space I could move around in. I was able to reach into my pocket and pull out the object there. Lust's projection stone. I got it into my hand. I waited. Where the fuck is the projection? It didn't come. It had always happened instantly, as soon as I touched the rock. Lust would appear in spectral form and give her little spiel. With conscious effort, I pulled one of my water charges to my head slot. I breathed a blast of good, clean water out past the wood in my mouth, and then followed it with a sputter of hot water. Each spell came from different dragons. I was hoping to clear the wood from my throat. The spells were concentrated in the small space left for them, and they shot out fast and hard, but to no avail. The wood remained wedged in place, and I could hardly breathe, and I definitely couldn't talk. I had nothing else. No fire, nothing destructive. I cast the acne-clearing spell in desperation. I doubted it would even affect wood. It did. The wood disintegrated in my mouth as I breathed out. I had no idea what the power really was at its heart. Good skin care? People loved hiring river dragons for spas on the surface, but the power definitely had a bad effect on wood. Pores. It gets into the pores, into the grain, and clears out junk, like non-living material? The wood being used now was dead, having been used to build the temple. It was the only explanation. But I didn't think too hard on it, because my mouth was free now, and that freedom wouldn't last. "Lust!" I shouted, rubbing the projection stone furiously. "Lust, come on, show up! Where the fuck are you?" She appeared. Already the oak dragon had turned to look at me, its eyes narrowing. Already the wood was prodding back into my throat.
Greetings to you, my champion, changer of this world.
The projection said, her voice wobbly.
My name is Lust.
Come out of your stupid rock. Help me. We're close to envy. The wood covered my ears. I stopped hearing the spiel. Hopelessness followed after me. Sloth, Wrath, I'm so sorry. They never heard my apology. My mouth and nose were covered again, the world going silent as the living wood consumed me. It even tightened my hand over the stone. My eyes darted. My vision would be obscured next. Was there anything I could do? Anything? I saw a flash of silver at the top of the staircase in the temple, the mirror dragon, quivering with fear. It was the last thing I saw before the wood swallowed my eyes, too. I knew Lust's projection was still in front of me, hovering in place, vines and wood, unable to disrupt it as it spoke. But what good could a recorded message do here? She's a god. The oak dragon might respond to the sight of her. It was my only hope. Sloth and Wrath's only hope. The seconds ticked along, each one darker than the last. I'm sorry. This is my fault. I let you both die. My eyes burned, and the wood got past my tongue, pressing deep, down to where it could destroy my stomach from within. Envy didn't want to just crush me. She wanted me to suffer. I can't believe I ever cared for her. I can't believe I bought the lie. Thunk! I would have blinked, but couldn't. The noise, the impact, it came from the wood just in front of me. Thunk! Thunk! On the fourth noise, light suddenly flooded my vision. A chunk of wood had been ripped away, and the mangrove dragon in front of me was drawing back its paw to strike again, all while the projection still hovered, still spoke.
She then chose 7 dragons from among the strongest of us, dragons which encompassed the vast and varied forms of personality and power alike.
The mangrove struck, this time trying to hit Lust's midsection. I stifled a cry as its talons ripped through the wood and cut across my own stomach. The strike did free my hand slightly, though, and without a second thought, I reflected my own gut damage back on the wood my hand was touching. Finally, real damage to reflect. That part of the cocoon flew apart, cut to shreds by the dragon's stored attack. It gave me just enough space to wrangle free, and the mangrove dragon roared in distress as it realized what it had done. It backed away. I cast my vine magic. I'd just gotten it from this guy's 3 dead compatriots, and I almost cut the magic off as a knot of vines splattered out of my mouth like demons' damned snakes. I'd had bad nights after drinking, but I'd never puked up snakes before. I wasn't prepared for it, but I forged past the horrifying sensation and kept breathing. I didn't aim the vines at the mangrove dragon, though, nor at the oak dragon that had turned its whole body away toward the forest. As the mangrove breathed out new vines to restrain me, I fought free of the empty husk and focused all my will on making the vines go where I wanted. They shot across the warped floor, up the staircase, around the mirror dragon's little neck, and they snapped tight, killing it instantly. I had no time to register the guilt as the mirror dragon's power flooded me. I now had a one-time use spell of swapping souls between bodies. Surely that could get me out of this. Surely the mangrove's vines curled around me and latched tight. I searched through my body for any new unfamiliar power. I found 2 wells of power I didn't recognize, which might have struck me as odd if I hadn't been fighting for my life. I didn't question it. I just seized upon the larger power, enormous, a swelling miasma of dragon magic that radiated desire. I called it to my head slot and breathed the magic out while I still could, blowing it straight at the mangrove as its vines tightened into place. I had meant to swap bodies with it. It would have been inelegant, and I'd had no idea what I planned to do next, but I never had to figure it out because that's not what happened. The mangrove dragon went totally still. It stared at me, its muscles going weak all over its body. It seemed to slump in place, as if dazed, barely standing, swaying slightly. I recognized what I was looking at. Did I just take control of its body? That was Lust's magic, but how could I have gained her power? She wasn't really here. Then it hit me. This could also be explained by both charm and entrancement magic, both of which came from dragons, and both of which could render a person immobile, or suggestible, or both. The mangrove dragon had to be charmed. When in the hell did I kill a charmed dragon? Did I miss one? They were blue, so maybe it had been hidden among the beach dragons at Lust's bathhouse or something? Again, I didn't have the luxury to ask questions right now. The much larger oak dragon was finally turning toward me. I met its eyes. Well, I met its eye. My sword. My sword was sticking out of one of the oak dragon's eyes. I hadn't put it there. It staggered toward me. "Defend me!" I shouted at the mangrove dragon, hoping that I had the power of suggestion. I did. The mangrove instantly came alive, muscles going tight again, and in one bound it leaped for the oak dragon's throat. The dragon roared as the mangrove's teeth sank into its leafy scales, biting into the same spot where I had peppered it with sleet earlier. I didn't watch to see the oak dragon bat the mangrove away, if it even could, now that it had only one front leg. Instead, I leaped over and under the twisted, amorphous shapes that had been made out of this temple's dead wood until I reached the other 2 mangrove dragons. They were already forming vines to contain me again. I called on the power, endless, limitless, as deep and vast as an ocean, and I charmed them both with a single long breath. A single charm dragon could not give this to me. It is Lust's power. It has to be. "Free the others!" I roared at the mangroves in my thrall. They instantly jerked to obey me. I whirled back around. The oak dragon now had the first mangrove under its tail. The poor thing was limp, crushed. I ran. The oak raised its tail. As it came down to crush me, to bash my skull apart against the ground, I breathed up at it, drawing on the new power. I know what this is. I know what power I'm using. This was Lust's magic somehow. I had gained it, and it worked. The breath blasted against the dragon's tail, heavy with the power of a god. Even this enormous creature was no match for it. The oak dragon fell still, its tail flopping to the ground just next to me, as harmless as a sleeping sheep. It stared at me, breathing, just normal breathing, in and out. The breaths rattled, and the eye bled, a lot. It's going to die, I realized, looking around. The mangroves had done as I'd asked, and Sloth and Wrath both lay exposed among the ruins of their wooden cocoons. I darted over, touching them both, casting healing magic like I'd been doing it for years. To my great relief, both of them woke up.
Silas!
Sloth sputtered, while Wrath simply wailed. I dropped to my knees and embraced Sloth. Oh, thank the demons. I thought envy would kill you. Both of you. Sloth looked around shaky.
I must have blacked out.
She sounded frightened, which was such an odd thing to see on her that I nearly hugged her a second time. Wrath's wail suddenly took on words.
Envy! Envy! Too much, too much!
I reached out an arm and pulled Wrath to my chest. Damn, she was small, and so flimsy, barely more substantial than a leaf on the wind. I'm so glad you're all right, I murmured against her dark hair. You're safe now. And the portal opened up. The yellow light was unmistakable, the doorway to Gluttony's dead plane awakening. I lurched to my feet, turning to face whoever might come out of it. Nothing did. Tentatively, I stepped up to the edge and looked down. Open ocean, as far as the eye could see. She really had planned to drown us, I said, as Sloth moved up next to me. She swallowed thickly.
Suffocate us first, then drown us for good measure. She wasn't going to take any chances.
I nodded. This entire temple had been an elaborate and very effective trap, tailor-made to kill me. And if I was dead, Envy would get her power back, and she could finish taking over this world.
What's with the oak dragon?
Sloth asked.
And where's Seven?
She's not Seven. She's Envy. And she probably went for reinforcements, I said. Come on, we need to go.
Wait, what?
Sloth asked, following me as I returned to Wrath. I helped the small woman stand and I guided her over to the oak dragon. The thing wasn't looking good. The blood coming out of its eye and neck looked too dark, too arterial. Fly us out of here, I commanded it, once I got us all aboard its back, settling us into the crook behind its neck and above its wing joints. And you two, fly next to us, I shouted to the last two mangroves. Catch us if we fall. The oak dragon gave a wobbly launch, and even though it was much too large for the portal, it passed through without issue. Apparently they had been built to admit any size creature. That made sense for a dungeon built for dragons.
Silas! Are you sure about Seven?
Sloth shouted over the wind. I didn't want to say it, didn't want to give the truth weight. She betrayed us, was all I managed to say.
But she would have never hurt Wrath.
I tensed and glanced back. Wrath was wedged between Sloth and I, clinging tightly to me, her head pressed to the back side of my shoulder blade.
She loves Wrath,
Sloth insisted.
And Wrath was tossed around. Look at her. She's all bruised up.
It was true. Wrath bled from a cut above one eye, and her other eye was black with a bruise. Her fair skin was blotched or bleeding all over. She lied, was all I said. She lied, Sloth. Seven isn't Envy's dragon agent. She's Envy herself, and she wanted Wrath dead all along. I saw Sloth's eyebrows rise, and then I turned back around.
You can't be serious. You...
But she couldn't argue, because she had never seen Envy's human form. She had never left her own plane, not once since becoming human. She was too lazy to leave. It was why Envy hadn't killed her yet. She had known Sloth was no threat, so she'd saved her for last, and Wrath would have been easy pickings any time. She was mad, after all. Envy had just needed to get us to a place that could kill me. Then all the gods I was protecting would be vulnerable once more.
Did Wrath know who she was?
Sloth shouted. Yes.
Then why wasn't she running from her?
It was a fair question. If Wrath had known who Envy was all along, why had she clung to her so tightly? If Envy had been the one to torture Wrath, why didn't Wrath cower and scream in fear of her, the way she cowered and screamed at everything else? I gave a short, angry laugh. The answer was simple. Wrath had done it because she was nuts. Believe what you want, I called back to Sloth, but it fits. Envy had told so many lies, had given so many excuses, put on so many good shows, it was natural that other people would be taken in by it. But I knew better. I used to run a damned tavern. How many times had a man told me he'd pay his tab tomorrow? Plenty of them had been convincing beggars. There was always a reason, a good one. They always pulled the heartstrings. They always needed just a little more time. But they never paid up, not ever. They could generate excuses and tears with the best of them, but they never generated any money. I had to chase them down to get what I was due, and I would do it again now. I would find Envy and kill her. She'd made a mistake in traveling with me, but I suppose she hadn't had any choice. She couldn't kill me, not easily, not as long as I had her magic. But she could stay close to her enemy, learn what I could do. Let me gather gods in one place to make them easier to hunt. She had been biding her time, waiting to strike, and she was still out there, ready to do it again. Chapter 72. Like a Ghost. The poor oak dragon wasn't going to make it. We were barely 2 minutes into our flight across the seemingly endless ocean of Gluttony's plain, and the dragon's huge wings had started to fold inward. I had to give a command to make it stretch its wings out again, but moments later they started folding once more. Its energy must be flagging. We don't have much time. I placed a hand to the dragon's skin underneath me. It was such a large beast that I had to keep a little control magic on it at all times, but I couldn't control and heal it at the same time. Hopefully we could survive a small pause in the control magic. So I set aside my control magic for just a moment and channeled Wrath's rejuvenation magic instead. I felt the healing pour through me and out into the dragon, with the torture half of the magic held at bay. It seemed to work at first, the dragon's body losing tension beneath me as the healing worked through it. It didn't immediately buck me off. It was feeling too good. Then abruptly the dragon went stiff. It was like I'd seized control of it again, but I hadn't. I looked about myself. The wings were straight, but rigid. The muscles did not twitch. I searched for any sign of any movement, even breathing, but there was none. It was like the bathhouse all over again. Those dragons had waited for mercy before they had frozen dead solid, not even breathing. This oak dragon is being tortured just like they were. Envy must have gotten to him. But why now? I realized it too late. I couldn't cast two kinds of magic at once. In channeling healing magic, I had stopped channeling the control magic I'd just acquired, and that must have freed up the dragon to be attacked by whatever torture Envy was now inflicting on it. In gaining control over its body, I must have protected it from Envy's influence temporarily. I tried to use control magic again to save it, but nothing changed. Damn it. I've lost it. Damn it all to hell. I remembered the terror of all the dragons in the bathhouse. None of them had wanted to spend a single minute, even second, under the influence of this strange, secret torture. I couldn't bear to make the oak dragon suffer it, too. I had to kill it. I cast one of my far-seeing lenses and scanned the horizon ahead and to the sides, hoping against hope that I'd find somewhere to land. I thanked every single lucky scale when I made out the shape of a series of islands ahead and just a little to our left. I said a silent prayer of apology as I cast one of my 3 remaining vine attacks. Vines burst from my mouth in that unsettling way that I didn't think I'd ever get used to. I sent the first round slinking up the dragon's left wing, where they locked tight on the bones and muscle, angling the wing down while tilting it until we started to turn slightly, tilting in a slow, uneven dive for the nearest island. When I thought I had a good setup, I cast vines up the other wing to lock that one in position too. It wasn't perfect, but if I was about to end this poor dragon's misery, then I would want it to continue flying after death, to get us where we most needed to go.
What are you doing?
Sloth shouted. Just hold on. With my last charge of mangrove vines, I cast them up the dragon's neck. They crawled between its spines and twisted around its throat, going tight, locking themselves in place until they finally reached its mouth and crept in. I doubted the vines were strong enough to snap the dragon's neck, not when he was this size, but they could still suffocate him. I focused on that task as the island came closer. After what must have felt like centuries to the poor beast, its body went limp from death. I felt its magic swell in my chest slot, ready for use. But there was no wood up here. The vines on its wings held, even though the muscle went out of all the rest of it. We wobbled in flight, the wings tilting back as the dragon's slumping back end weighed them down. Luckily, this slowed us more than sending us into a death spiral. The island was a half-mile away now, and closing. We were still going too fast. "We're going to crash into the water," I shouted behind me. "Everyone, hold on to me. Jump when I say so." In moments, the dragon's feet grazed the water. Wrath gripped me, and Sloth gripped Wrath, and I stood up on the dragon. When its belly hit the sea, I held both hands out and jumped. We leapt sideways, just as the dragon's head hit the beach ahead of us. Without thinking, I channeled 2 dragon spells at one time, pulling each one into one of my hands. I cast a burst of clean spring dragon water out of both palms, aiming it down at the ocean. What a way to learn that I could channel 2 magics at once, at least provided the spell cast was the same in both hands. The torrents of water slowed our speed just enough before we struck the sea, not 20 feet from the beach. In the moment before we struck, I sent a blast of telekinetic magic behind me, hoping to slow the women further. As for me, I could take the hit. I struck. I felt the impact all over me, felt my ribs and lungs cave in, felt both my legs and one arm snapping, but I could take all that. There was no pain in it, only experience. The damage was stored away for use later. I went under, my body limp in disorienting ways, but one arm was still intact. I used it to cast another burst of spring water at the shapes I saw in the water, pushing Sloth and Wrath both up toward the surface. Then my body struck ground, sand, which then clouded up, obscuring my vision. I waited, floating like a ghost, until Wrath swam down to haul me out. I was glad to see she was in one piece, and Sloth too. I had taken the full brunt of our impact, and now it was time for the rescued to save the rescuer. It was Wrath who dragged me out onto rocky sand. Sloth lay on the ground 10 feet away, struggling to get up. I drained her pretty good with all my telekinesis lately. "Get back," I rasped, and Wrath scrambled away as I moved my powers around, lifted an arm, and slapped the sand. The reflected impact left a crater bigger around than I was, but it worked. The damage vanished out of me, and I stood up on unsteady legs, unharmed once more. That was Envy's magic. I still have it, which means she doesn't have it. We have that going for us, at least. I staggered out of the water with help from the others, and we dropped to the beach to breathe and rest. Ahead of us, the oak dragon's corpse had slammed up against an outcrop of rock spires, half of which were now split in 2. I looked about the island. There were palms, but they'd been dead 100 years, their carcasses little more than twigs of driftwood. Aside from that, there were pebbles and rock spires and nothing else besides. It was land, and we were alive, but getting off this island wouldn't be easy. The breeze carried no scent at all, because scent came from living things, or things that had once been living, and there were none on this God's forsaken plain.
How are we going to get out of here?
Sloth said, coughing partway through the sentence. I sat back on just my knees, my gaze returning to the dragon. Its power was a deep pulse inside me. "There's wood here," I said. "It's old, but it will work." Sloth looked around.
You're going to make a boat?
Yes.
But how will you make it move?
I closed my eyes, felt the wind again. The wind was the answer. "We need to find a couple sharp rocks," I said. "Come on, let's go cut off those wings." Chapter 73. Give me patience. It wasn't until I'd built the boat that I realized the mangrove dragons weren't with us. They had come through the portal with me and the others, but my charm magic must have run out on them. Either they had returned back to Lust's plane, or they had been tortured by the enemy like the oak dragon had been, or they had fled somewhere to lead reinforcements right to us. I had to assume the latter. Thank the demons the hollow spire is so vast, I said as I stepped away from the boat, having finished my final inspection of the thing. If it were small, Envy wouldn't keep having to move reinforcements around to come find us. She would simply have dragons guarding every portal. Traveling with me must have also limited her ability to send messages to her underlings. That might account for some of the luck we'd seen so far. Sloth stood next to me with her arms crossed, her eyes on the boat.
I'm not sure that's what's happening,
she said, shrugging one shoulder.
I mean, you have proven yourself rather deft at killing dragons. Envy might not want to hand her agents and dragons over to you on a silver platter. You kill them all so easily.
She had a point. Regardless, this spoke to the fact that Envy was no one's favorite person. Dragons had to be controlled with an iron fist to follow her, but she did control them, and quite well. When I finally fought her, on her own plane, would she be able to torture me, too? To slide into my mind, make me go rigid, and put me through some secret hell that made even behemoth dragons bend the knee? One thing was sure, it hadn't already happened. I was protected by my nature, whether I understood it or not. Regardless, it was clear that Envy could speak to her underlings and even torture them from a distance. I turned to Sloth. What does my aura look like now? She eyed me, gaze dipping to my feet and back up.
One of your legs is dead,
she said.
Everything else is alive.
I gave a nod. I don't think I should fill up that slot. If I become 100% dragon, even just in my aura, then our enemy might be able to hold sway over me. I might also be able to see auras, even transform into a dragon or something. But I don't think the risk is worth it. Sloth chewed her lip, then leaned her head on my shoulder.
I think that's a good idea,
she said.
Now, what should we name this boat?
I cracked a smile and looked over the driftwood vessel that we'd just completed, courtesy of the oak dragon's magic. The boat didn't look like much. I wasn't a shipwright, after all. It was a great gray chunk of a thing, the wood probably fragile from age, but it didn't need to get us too far, and it wasn't sinking. The oak magic had lasted a long time, probably because it came from such a large dragon, so I'd been able to make the thing seaworthy with some tweaks as I went along. Wrath and Sloth had helped by standing in the shallows to hold it in place, and with some of the vines that had still been attached to the dragon, we had tied the shorn wings to the mast. I was pretty sure they'd hold against a mild wind, but a strong wind would probably tear them free. There was also space to rest, and a bench to sit. Other than that, it wasn't much to look at. It looks like it's been through a bar fight, I said. So I think we'll call it the Bouncer. Sloth cocked an eyebrow.
What does bouncing have to do with fighting? And what's a bar?
I patted her on the shoulder. Maybe one day I can show you. For now, we had better board. There's no time to lose. Envy knows that our troops are coming for her, and where from. She might set an ambush for them. Sloth nodded.
And you're sure it should blow us where we need to go?
She asked as I started toward Wrath. She sat on a rock with a piece of wood, doodling in the rocky sand. She'd lost her earplugs, but she'd remained calm. In this place there wasn't much to look at. The lack of stimuli seemed to calm her. There shouldn't be wind on a dead plain, I said. Demons, there shouldn't be wind anywhere in the hollow spire. You're in some kind of liminal space where wind would need to be generated somehow.
It's not like that on the surface?
No. We live under a sun, which heats different parts of our world to different temperatures, that causes air pressure to change, which causes wind. It's complicated, but suffice it to say that I think the wind here is also caused by pressure differentials. Except in this case, it's the pressure between planes causing it, meaning the wind will be blowing from and toward open portals. Sloth gave a low hum of consideration while I stopped beside Wrath. I was still afraid to touch her, in case I might trigger one of her episodes, but she took notice of my presence and looked up from her drawings. My eyes drifted to the marks. She had drawn the 3 fates again, the strange children of Seren, the Uniter's soul-bound dragon. There was Tempest, the phase dragon marked by the rainbow coming off her, and Portent, the dragon who could see which people were meant to cross paths by fate, and of course the doomed Fortuity, who had eaten horrible fates until he perished. My gaze lingered on Tempest and Portent more than him, though. It occurred to me that Tempest and Portent had always been by Warren's side. Had they traveled to the Hollow Spire with him? I hadn't heard that they had stayed behind.
Are we ready to go?
Wrath mumbled. My attention shot to her. What?
Ready. Go.
She repeated. I almost stepped away from her. I was so floored. Yeah, we're ready. She sounded coherent, far more than was usual for her. She was asking an actual question that made actual sense. I held out a hand and smiled at her, trying to look harmless. Are you feeling better, Rat? I asked. A smile fluttered across her lips.
Rat. Only she ever called me that.
You mean Envy? Her smile fled. I thought I'd made a mistake, that she would freak out again, but she took my hand and I helped her to rise. Maybe Envy's presence had made her madness worse. Maybe she'd been doing something to her this whole time, and now that she was gone, Wrath might start acting sane? I began to turn away when Wrath stopped me, putting a palm to my chest. We were close now, and she looked up at me, her red eyes burning with hope.
She hurts me,
Wrath said.
I'm not right. I'm not.
She was shaking now, on the verge of tears, and I opened my arms to gently pull her into me. I wasn't sure if she'd allow it, but she did, and soon the small woman had her head to my collarbone, her hands clinging to my shoulders.
I'm not right.
She repeated.
Can't find the right words. Don't want to make her mad.
I held her carefully, like the wrong move could snap her in half. Those words. They reminded me of the dragons in the bathhouse. They had been afraid to tell me anything, for fear that they, or their loved ones, would be tortured. The torture can't touch you here, Rat, I said softly. As long as you're bonded to me, Envy can't hurt you that way, or else she would have done it by now. She scrunched her face up, and it looked like she was thinking very, very hard about this. That was progress. The earplugs must have done her a world of good. She hadn't acted like a madwoman for some time now, except when she'd been protecting Envy from me. And I couldn't fault her for pushing me off Envy when I had a knife to her throat, nor for wailing on me. Envy had had some sort of hold on her.
Patience.
She whispered.
I need patience.
I took a small risk and kissed the top of her head. I can give you that, Wrath. You just focus on yourself. She nodded.
Give me patience.
I gave her another squeeze, but it was time to go. I will, I promise. Now let's get on board this ship, all right? We've got a long trip ahead. Chapter 74. All yours. It took some doing, but we managed to clamber aboard the ship. Sloth's boobs alone seemed enough to sway the thing one way or the other, so I ordered us all to the middle once we got the thing out into open ocean. If the winds were really caused by portals like I suspected, then the boat should automatically lead us to the nearest portal, since the wind should be blowing toward it. Hopefully, we would reach it before the Hollow Spire's inbuilt systems switched us over from night to day portals. But we'd gotten here early enough in the cycle that I thought it would work. It has to work, I thought, as I pushed us off the shore with a long piece of driftwood. It has to work. Once we were past the shallows and the sails were full of wind, I checked on Wrath. She sat up front, near the bench, staring wistfully forward. No more episodes. I silently begged the fates. Please, she could tip us over. What are you looking at? I asked.
It's quiet here,
she said.
It isn't too much.
I see. Well, will you let me know if you see anything? If it stops being quiet? She nodded, and I thanked her. Playing lookout was a good job for her, especially on a dead world like this one. I crossed to the ship's other side, ducking below the mast, which hid Wrath from my sight. I'd had to build the mast quite low to keep the whole damn thing from tipping, so it had effectively cut the ship into 2 rooms. Back at the other side, the bowl of the deck, I found Sloth dabbing herself with a torn piece of her shirt, using water that had somehow already gotten onto the bouncer. A hole? I asked, worried.
No, it came in when I nearly tipped the thing.
She sighed.
Honestly, I don't know why I chose to be heavyset. It just felt more comfortable, you know? To lie around with all that fat to cushion me. But now it's a liability.
I sat beside her. I don't know, I like your curves. I leaned close to her ear, especially when they jiggle from me. She giggled.
Oh, if you say so.
Her voice dropped.
Want them to jiggle now?
With a laugh, I said, You're still on about that?
What can I say? All the fake moaning put me in the mood.
I was tempted, but I had to ask the real questions first, just in case the portal appeared sooner rather than later. So I backtracked through the conversation and said, Sloth, you've mentioned your transformation before. You said you all transformed yourselves using some white thing Gluttony gave you to eat.
Yeah. What about it?
I needed to know more about the dead god of this plane, as well as the other gods I hadn't met. Not knowing enough about Envy had let her slip through my fingers, and I didn't want that to happen again. I just want to know more about how that happened, I said. Did he just offer to turn you all human one day? You suddenly had those white things to feed you out of the blue? Sloth sighed and lay back, her shoulders against the back edge of the boat, head and arms hanging partially over the side.
It was like 500 years ago, so my memories are hazy. But it went something like this.
Sloth said.
Not long before Envy killed him, Gluttony figured out a new trick. He had always been a shapeshifter, but he'd only ever been able to shift himself. Now, he could suddenly change our forms, too, by using that round, white food I told you about.
I remembered thinking it might have been a boiled chicken egg. And he fed it to you, and it gave you his own magic temporarily, and he coached you through changing yourself.
Yep.
But why did he offer it all? What was in it for him? She gave a snort.
You know, I never wondered that. But you're right. I mean, he was quite convincing about the whole thing. Clearly, he wanted us to do it.
She fluttered a hand.
We were all bored, you understand. Not just me. Centuries of being alive, and any change feels like a good one. Gluttony said it would only be temporary, that we could come back when we got tired of the human form, and he'd switch us back. But then Envy up and killed him, leaving us in these forms forever. She got stuck in her own human form, and serves her right.
Huh. No wonder Sloth was so mad at Gluttony for dying. But it seemed like she should be angrier at Envy for killing him. Did everyone do it? I asked. Turn human?
Nah. Pride didn't bite. Envy agreed first, maybe to try to convince all of us to turn. Then she could kill us more easily later.
Oh, that actually made some sense.
I'm guessing lust did it to make her orgy parties more fun.
Sloth went on.
Wrath made the change, too. Not sure why. Maybe because she was tired of killing people when she got mad at them. She was running out of people to be mad at, And if she was human, she couldn't squash people under her talons quite so easily.
That made me glance nervously toward the front of the boat.
As for me, I just did it to be smaller. It's more convenient to laze around when you don't take up an entire citadel's worth of space. Sometimes I'd roll over in my sleep and kill my own agents by flattening them.
She chuckled.
It was a pain to have to replace them.
I didn't find her flippancy very funny. But then again, humans had to seem like insects to dragon gods who lived for eons. To her, crushing a man flat must have been akin to me accidentally stepping on a mouse. Not pretty, but no great loss either. And Greed? I asked.
Oh, he took human form too. He wanted to go among the humans and steal their treasures. He couldn't as a dragon because the treasures were too small for him to hold. He always did like his money, but he just meant to add to his hoard, then turn back to a dragon again. Most of us intended to turn back eventually. We never got the chance. At least not until Envy went to the surface with you. She really did transform there?
I nodded. Yeah. When I first saw her, her eyes glowed and she had horns. Later the wings showed up, but then we came back, so the transforming stopped. She snorted and looked away.
How nice for her. She can fucking fly.
Not very well, I said. There was a reason she hadn't flown much. Then again, that had probably been a lie too. She could probably fly fine, but hadn't done it, so as not to be too useful to me.
She could still fly. I really miss flying. It was nice to do it earlier on the Oak Dragon.
There was something about her voice, something nostalgic and painful. I truly ached to hear it. I'm sorry, I said. I can't imagine what it must have been like to have been a dragon and be turned permanently into something so weak. Sloth rolled her head to me and licked her lips.
It hasn't been all bad. Dragons can't have orgasms, you see.
I couldn't help but notice the slight parting of her legs beneath her tattered dress, nor the way the glittering purple dragon down bulged at her chest, the nipples showing through. We were cut off from wrath just enough to make love, if we did it quietly. I shook myself. There was something else I needed to know before I took time for pleasure. Tell me more about greed and pride. Sloth looked at me, her violet eyes alight with interest.
For what reason?
She asked. Because envy has been torturing people, I said, and I don't know how she's doing it, or what the torture even is. All I know is that it's persuasive, so I wanted to see if greed or pride might be in league with her.
Oh, I doubt pride would be. He would never work for something else. But,
She tapped her chin, thinking. Start with his form, I suggested. You said he didn't become human.
Yeah, he didn't. Pride is still in his original dragon form. He's what you would call a mount class. As for greed, he's a greedy little fuck. That's really all you need to know about him.
Can you tell me more, though? I asked. Every little bit counts.
Let's see. Well, he didn't interact with the rest of us unless we paid him to. Was always afraid we'd steal his money from him, even more so when he couldn't turn back into a dragon.
She huffed and looked out to sea.
As if any of us cared about money.
Maybe envy killed him first. I imagine he'd be easy enough to lure with promises of money or treasures. What are his powers? I asked.
He can summon objects into being.
I had to laugh at that. So why not summon his own treasures?
Well, for one, it was always temporary. The object would go back where it came from after a short period. Also, they weren't the real thing, he said. Not authentic. He wanted authentic things. I don't know. His whole obsession made no sense to me, but we were all just a slave to our natures, and a slave to time. Greed was no different. He probably started collecting authentic shit just to have something to do.
I shuddered and sat back. The thought of living that long in such a limited world, and if you were already a god who already had the power to do or take anything you wanted, I was surprised Wrath was the only one who'd gone mad. And Pride, he had negation powers, right?
Yep. Could out-magic us all with a wave of his paw.
She gestured with her arm to emphasize, and then dropped it tiredly into her lap again.
That's why he considered himself the ruler of us all. The arrogant ass could render us all useless, and he had the biggest dragon form out of all of us.
That certainly made him formidable, in more ways than one. Demons knew humans used negation on the surface all the time, although in our case it came from wyverns. Perhaps Pride predated them, somehow. Maybe he was their ancestor? But no, wyverns weren't dragons. The history behind them was confusing, so I hadn't paid much attention during my tutoring on the subject. It had little bearing now, so I pressed on. And both their secondary powers? I asked. She'd only given me their primary powers, the powers they could pass along to their agents. Sloth shrugged.
I honestly don't recall with Pride. It's been ages since I interacted with him. His plane is on the opposite side of the hollow spire from mine, and he's a bit of a cockwaffle, like I said.
She paused, frowning.
But greed could summon people to him. That's how he moved gluttony around, so that he could turn us all human. But like I said, we paid him to do it.
Ah, I've been wondering about that. So he could summon all of you?
Yeah.
And when he did that, summoned you to his plane, none of you could breathe there?
He couldn't hold us longer than we wanted to be held, because we're gods, so he couldn't kill us, if that's what you're asking.
She said.
But he could hold us long enough for gluttony to transform us, or long enough for us to have a very short conversation. It was the main way we communicated with gods that were several planes down from ours.
Well, that seemed useful. But he could only teleport people to him, not away from him. That would have put him at Envy's mercy. Maybe she had killed him first. Charging for his services, huh? He sounds like a stand-up guy.
More like a prickly dick,
she replied.
But he was predictable, at least. You could pay him for anything, and he would do it. He never went back on a deal.
I frowned. Neither negation nor summoning seemed to line up with the torture that was happening, but maybe if the summoning was done in a very specific way. I ran this idea past Sloth, plus a few others, but she didn't have much to add.
Magic is flexible, after all,
she said.
You've certainly proven that.
She was right. For now, having this information would have to be enough. As long as I had knowledge of their powers, I could prepare to fight greed or pride or their agents, should it come down to it. And it probably would, because even if they were incapacitated, Envy could still command their agents. She'd already sent one pride agent after me, way back in the desert outside Harkin.
Hey, you're cute when you're thinking,
Sloth commented, after I'd spent probably 10 whole minutes just sitting there, lost in thought. I'd been leaning on her chest, and she'd had her arm around me, running her fingers up and down my shoulder lazily. Sorry. Lots to consider, I said.
You must be feeling like shit, though. Aren't you hungry?
My brow went low. I checked my stomach and felt nothing. Huh. No, I'm not. Her fingers trailed from my shoulder to my neck.
It's like you're becoming more dragon all the time.
Somehow the thought gave me comfort, despite the fact that being a dragon, or even a dragon's agent, was a liability in a place where envy ruled. I turned my head and kissed the top of her breast. We could test that theory, I whispered. Dragons love mating. Maybe I could see if I like it too.
What? Here?
I kissed lower, along the edge of her dress, using an arm to prop myself up. Her caresses stopped as I nipped at her dress and tugged it down, exposing a dark, perfect nipple. I pulled it between my teeth, and it went hard for me. Sloth breathed in sharply.
Oh, fuck.
She whispered.
You had better not be teasing me again.
I circled the pebbled flesh with my tongue. Nah, I owe you.
You really want to fuck like a dragon?
She breathed.
That involves a lot of roaring and not a lot of pleasure. Not the human kind, anyway.
I gripped her other breast with my free hand, using a thumb to pull the dress down to expose the dark skin around the nipple. I licked it, and her whole body quivered. My cock was already hard. How about I just do it with the intensity of a dragon?
But Wrath will notice. The rocking.
I sucked her other nipple up into the light of day, or night, or whatever this was. You talk too much, I said, speaking around the tight flesh. My hand wandered up her skirts, fingertips riding the moist inside edge of her thigh. Too moist. Much more than sweat. I remembered how I'd found her dabbing at herself with her torn bit of dress. She must have washed up for me. Demons, I want her.
Silas.
She breathed, her head lolling as my fingertips flicked between her folds and burrowed in. She took a large, labored breath, and I sank my face between her enormous tits. I could drown in them and die a happy man. I put my thumb into position and started working. It took a lot of willpower, but I lifted my head free of her tits. With my other hand, I cupped the back of her neck to make her look at me. Our gazes met. Hers, that gorgeous light violet, now hazy with want. I thumbed her nub, fingers playing, and her lips parted deliciously. My next words came without my permission. You're mine, I told her. She gave a shuddered breath.
I'm yours. Oh, fuck. I'm all yours.
Keep looking at me, I told her. Then I set to work. Chapter 75. 2 is better than 1. Sloth held my gaze as I worked on her, edging her ever closer to completion. We breathed together, quiet in our shared need. I was hard for her, ready, but I wanted to take her there first, because there was nothing hotter than watching a woman's face as she broke. The ship rocked ever so slightly with the movements of my arm, and her legs began to shift to either side of me as she squirmed.
Your mouth,
she said finally, her voice a rasp.
I can't keep taking this.
You'll take it until you get off, I growled back, flicking her folds apart with my thumb while my pointer finger kept the pressure up. My fingers were slick to the knuckle, and it wasn't from dipping inside her. She was so wet that I was going to slide into her easily. At the precise moment, I tipped her over into pleasure. She gripped my shoulders, throwing her head back and breaking our gaze for a moment. She moaned, bruising my shoulders with her grip, and I ducked forward to pull a nipple into my mouth while she was distracted.
This takes too long,
she breathed. I popped off her breast with a nice sucking noise. There's no such thing as too long, I assured her.
It's maddening.
I reached for her pussy with my other hand. Slow and steady wins the race. It's one of lust's main tenets, you know. Her thigh quaked as I shoved up her skirts to see her better, her sex glistening and swollen for me. I played with her lips, keeping a gentle but steady pinch on her clit, while my other fingers ran along the edge of each fold, up and back down again, until I found her center and entered her.
Oh!
My fingers went deep, exploring, spreading her open. She rocked against me, slow at first, then gaining momentum. The boat rocked too, making the water slosh below. The sound of the ripples just barely covered the wet squish of her entrance. as I forced my fingers into it, deeper each time, my knuckles bending into different shapes to find what she liked best. Her head snapped up, and she grasped at the back of my neck.
That, right there, that!
I held the movement and position of both hands, feeling the sticky sweetness of her dripping down between my fingers, onto my palms. The wet noises got louder, her moans deeper. Her hand on the back of my neck was the only thing keeping her upright enough to hold my eyes. She was tense, rocking, wet, her violet eyes growing so glassy that it made me harden all over again. I kept going, my gaze dropping to her sex whenever my cock started to flag. I wanted to focus, sure, but I wanted to be ready to shove into her the moment she broke. Her rocking stopped and restarted abruptly, a cut-off moan cracking out of her. It was time. I pulled her eyes to mine and watched her breath catch, watched her eyes tear up as the orgasm crested.
Silas! Fuck! I think I love you.
She barely got the words out before a moan squeezed up her throat and burst free. I wasted no time, taking my hands out of her and unearthing my own cock in moments. Then I gripped her hips and pulled her down onto me, and I groaned, long and low, as her tensing sex slid down my hard shaft.
Silas!
She cried, plenty loud enough for Wrath to hear.
Oh, talons, yes!
I felt suddenly sweaty with urgency. Fuck me, Sloth. Put in the fucking effort.
Yes.
She dropped into the boat all the way, the head of my cock finding a new spot inside her, tight and textured, and gripping me as she used her inner muscle. She pulled back suddenly, and then thrust hard, then again and again, riding me with enough speed to make water spray under the boat. I lay back and kept my eyes on her tits, massive and flopping, nothing but jiggle and hard points and so much flesh. Her juices spread around my base, her pussy like heaven around me. Over and over, faster than I'd thought her capable of. I grunted and finally got enough wits to meet her downward thrusting with upward heft. We slammed into each other like animals, my hands sinking into her ass and her thighs, and then her tits, unable to keep in one place for long. There was just so much of her, and I wanted it all in my hands, or on my cock, or in my mouth. Her tits swung, rippling with her speed, and her eyes held closed as she focused her every thought on the feel of me inside of her.
Silas! Fuck me! Oh, fuck! Yes, Silas!
I found her nubbin with my hand again, that little bead above our joining, and her face scrunched up like she was about to cry. Her next moans were sobs. It felt too good, too much, but there was not too much with me. She was a god, and I wanted to ruin her for all other men. She was my goddess, mine, all mine. But I couldn't focus enough to hold on to her most sensitive spot. I needed to come in her, and I reached around and gripped her ample ass, so much to hold that it filled my hands and then some, and I watched her lift off me, watched my reddened shaft emerge from her hole, only to slam back in again. My balls gave the telltale sensation, the burgeoning and tightening at the same time, and the vein inside my shaft quivered as cum surged up toward the release. It was my turn to groan her name, as the dam shattered and my seed spilled into her at full power. Sloth! Fuck! I gritted out, throwing back my head.
Yes! Give it to me!
I spurted, and still she begged me for more. I jerked and twitched with each burst, and I felt myself filling her up, claiming her. She moaned my name until we slowed, and I savored the last weak pulse that merged us together. She fell to her hands and knees atop me, tits hanging, and I ran my hands over and between them, then tugged them closer, putting one in my mouth.
Oh, Silas!
She breathed, dropping lower from me as I got her nipple as far into my mouth as it could go. I listened to her breathing, to the way it went from fast and desperate to slow and needy. My cock softened, but it stayed inside her, and she kept fucking me. You like that? I said, nuzzling between her tits for a moment, enjoying the way they felt against my cheeks. You like it when I fill you up?
Yes, I want more. I will always want more.
Her voice cut off abruptly as a creaking sound made us both look to the other side of the boat. We both saw Wrath at the same time, ducking under the mast beam and stopping dead to stare at us. Sloth's pussy tensed, even those muscles going tight. I had to hide another groan behind my teeth, swallowing it back. Go back to the other side, Wrath, I heard myself say, because I wasn't done with Sloth, not by a long shot. But Wrath didn't seem to hear me. Her red eyes were glued to the spot where Sloth and I became one, to the wet, musky joining of cock and pussy. I met Sloth's eyes, and she made a face of disappointment as she pulled off me. I tucked my cock away quickly as Sloth pulled her dress back up. I wasn't sure what to tell Wrath. This had been an indiscretion. I should have waited for more privacy, but Sloth had been so available, and I'd been put through the ringer lately. I'd needed this, and Wrath was a big girl. She should have known to stay away, crazy or not. Unless... Before the thought could even take full form, Wrath said,
Can I have some?
Her eyes were fixed on Sloth, specifically on her crotch. Sloth smoothed down the front of her dress, an almost nervous gesture on her. Some what? I asked, unsure.
Some of the wet.
Wrath replied, her voice lower, huskier than I'd ever heard it. She crept closer, her eyes rising from Sloth's thighs to her face.
It feels good. I remember. I need good.
Sloth blinked, then pointed at her sex.
You want this?
My mouth went dry. Wrath was into women. Envy had been her lover, after all, but they had never been exclusive. Seven, Envy, had told me as much. Wrath nodded hungrily, almost upon Sloth now. Sloth looked bewildered, and I caught Wrath by the shoulder before she could push Sloth over and start going to town on her, because it really looked like that was what she wanted. There was real, actual saliva gleaming at the corner of Wrath's open mouth. But she stopped when I caught her shoulder, and she looked at me. I don't think this is a good idea, I said. You're not in your right mind. She cocked her head at me, then flicked her gaze back to Sloth, licking her lips.
I need to feel something good.
She whispered, looking back at me.
Silas, let me feel something good.
It was the first time she'd used my name, and I almost did a double take. Against my will, my cock jumped, and my mind went to dark, wet places where I told her, I've got something good for you to feel. I had to shake myself back to reality. Are you sure?
Hey!
Sloth said.
You can't just go giving my pussy away, human.
I shot her a look and grinned. Oh, I'm human now, am I? A few minutes ago I was, oh, Silas, I love you. Sloth blushed, a sight which never failed to make me feel pleased with myself. She had been sitting on her butt, and now she snapped her legs closed.
Well, that's beside the point. I don't want her between my legs, okay?
Why, think she'll bite?
No.
Sloth shot back, her brown face full red now.
I won't like it. I like men. It'll be weird.
I frowned because I couldn't help but feel a tad disappointed. My mind had been dancing with thoughts of watching Wrath go down on Sloth, but it seemed that wasn't in the cards. Facing Wrath again, I said, I'm sorry she doesn't want you. It's nothing against you, it's just not her preference. Wrath's hope drifted off her face.
Oh.
My mouth was dry, and other parts of me were drying up, but absolutely not softening. I wasn't to full hardness yet, of course, but the broken want of Wrath's face tugged on my heartstrings, just as much as it tugged on my dick. I can offer you an alternative, I said carefully. She looked at me. I patted my crotch. You can, lick her off me, I said. It will taste like her. I expected horror or disgust. In fact, I was half disgusted with myself for suggesting it, but her face brightened. In that moment, I remembered that the siren song for bisexuals had affected Wrath just as much as envy and victory. Before I could ask a second time if she was sure, Wrath reached for my pants. I tensed, sitting back slightly to give her better access, and I watched as she pulled my cock from my clothing with one eager hand. Her fingers and palm were hot against my shaft. She looked over my dick, studying it with a considering look in her eye, and then she ducked down before I had any chance to say anything. What would I have said anyway? Are you sure? Is this okay? All my protests faded as her little mouth closed on my head and sank down on me, her tongue pressing my crown to the roof of her mouth. She swirled wetly against the delicate ridges, and I leaned back against the back end of the boat, practically in the same position Sloth had been as I fingered her to completion. The roles had effectively reversed, because I found myself very much at the mercy of Wrath's unexpected ministrations. It would take a lot of willpower to escape her, but it felt way too good for that. I realized I hadn't been breathing only when her head began to bob, her tongue popping past her lips to taste the underside of my pussy-slicked cock. She sucked me toward her throat, and I felt the muscle there contract. I spread my knees and laid a hand on her head, my fingertips getting lost in her short dark hair. She nodded against me, lower and lower, and I was still soft and tender, but she seemed to know that. Sloth edged up next to us and laid her head on my shoulder. She whispered into my ear.
Okay, this is hot.
Then she picked up one of my hands and put it to her breast. You're telling me? I said with an air of surprise. That's when Wrath moaned against my shaft, pulling up harder and sucking down with enough force to make my whole body twitch. Sloth reached down between her own legs.
I'm getting wet again.
I wanted to buck Wrath off. There was so much sensation. But she looked up at me, my dick gripped in her lips, and there was a strange innocence in her eyes, as if she were asking me, wordlessly, if she was doing good. I pushed her head down again by way of an answer. She dropped her eyes and continued to swallow me, until my pulse was plodding along, steady and heavy as a pack dragon. Then, without warning, Wrath pulled up. My dick flopped, as hard and ready as ever.
The taste is all gone. More,
she said. It took me a moment to understand, in part because I felt like I was in some sort of dream. Then Sloth's arm, working as she touched herself, drew my attention. I tucked my nose into Sloth's hair. Sloth? Get on my cock again. She shuddered at the command, then rose up, pulling her wet hand out from under her skirts. Wrath dutifully backed away to give her space as Sloth straddled me again. For a good 10 seconds, we fucked. This time I gave her whatever focus I could spare, riding my hands up along the inside of her thighs until my fingertips dug into her sex. She twitched and gasped as I put pressure to her need again. But she kept fucking me. Rhythmic now. Easy. Okay, I croaked. Now off.
Tease,
she accused, but she slid off again, leaving my shaft wet from the inside of her channel. There was more this time, too. Some of my cum had gotten out, pooling in a white globule at my base. Wrath's eyes immediately descended to the shining member, and I waved her closer, my hands sliding into her hair again, as her lips descended on my head. I felt almost nauseous from the heady pleasure as she sucked on me again. I felt like I was sailing. I couldn't speak. She started the same way, first with my head, toying with the ridges. But when the taste of Sloth wore off, she went lower. Each centimeter of her lips on me gave her more to taste, more to savor, until her sweet little mouth dipped into the gobbet of cum. I watched the white disappear, pulled into her mouth, then swallowed. Oh, fuck, I heard myself say. Beside me, Sloth's hand was working overtime.
She may not be fucking me, but she's gonna make me come anyway.
Wrath pulled off again and looked up at us, demanding. Sloth already knew the drill. She climbed onto my cock again, and this time we went rougher, faster, that little beat of her pleasure winding up with each thrust. She could hardly breathe by the time I shoved her off and welcomed Wrath onto my shaft again.
I won't last,
Sloth said against my shoulder. She had tucked her face there, her mind on her working hand. Me neither, I admitted. I was close again, and I didn't want to be. I wanted to watch Wrath lick other women off me until my dying fucking day, and that was the truth. Sloth's voice tightened, and she curled harder against me, still leaving room for Wrath.
Oh, fuck. Here it comes. Oh.
Oh, shit. Those words were mine, grating out past my locked jaw, and as Sloth came from her own hand, I felt my lower stomach go tight again. Wrath murmured as I ejaculated straight down her throat, but she kept going. I could have cried. Fuck, Rat. Fuck. She replied. It was all I could do not to buck her. Demons.
Oh.
Sloth moaned against me.
Silas.
Wrath slowed, then looked up, frowning, my weakening cock in her mouth like a stick of rock candy that had suddenly lost its flavor. She cocked her head, lips still pulling around my crown. Lay down, Rat, I told her. Let me give it to you. She straightened and I sat up. She didn't lie down, just looked at me. For the first time I saw how lovely she really was. She looked almost sane now, normal, and with that special paleness to her skin and the unique almond shape of her eyes, it occurred to me that she, too, had once been an actual dragon. So had Sloth. I was in bed, right now, with two dragon gods. I could hardly let them go wanting, could I? I touched her cheek with the back of my knuckles, searching her crimson-red eyes. She searched mine back, and although there was not exactly pure sanity there was curiosity, interest, some confusion. I let my hand trail down her cheek to her jaw, running my thumb over her lips, lips that had just ringed my damn cock, lips that had just sucked on my cum, lips still wet and puffed up from her work. Sloth, I said, speaking close to Wrath's lips now, and never taking my eyes off her.
Yeah?
Sloth said, behind me. Take off your clothes. Give her something good to look at. There was a pause. Then the boat started to rock a little.
Talons.
Sloth swore.
Do you never tire?
My caress had drawn lower now, down Wrath's throat to her dress. I didn't try to get under it. I just ran my fingertips over her chest. She didn't have a lot going on there, but she was all the more enticing for it. Her nipples were hard under the fabric, that much was sure. I leaned forward, attempting a kiss, and Wrath let me. She even pressed into it, so lightly that it might have been my imagination. By that point, my hand was coasting across her flat stomach, then up her bent thigh. I pushed the short dress up her leg, and at the same time I kissed her harder, pressing her back. She put out her hands to brace as she laid flat, her red silk skirt pooling under her navel. She wore panties underneath. I got a finger underneath them. Her throat muscles tensed as she caught her breath and held it. Her eyes went fearful, clinging to mine, but her sex was wet under my fingertips. I began slowly, holding her gaze, letting her know that I would take care of her. Then Sloth got up on her knees next to me. She laid a hand on my soft cock.
Together,
she whispered, as Wrath's eyes darted to her big tits. Together, I said. And then we began. Chapter 76. What's the difference? I woke from my sex-addled stupor some time later, blearily looking to the sky. I saw a patch of aurora there, blazing with all colors. Then it was gone. I frowned. I must have imagined the whole thing, must have teased it from the edges of my dreams. This world was dead, so there was no magic here. There shouldn't be any aurora. Wrath clung to one side of me, still in her dress, while Sloth lay naked and facing away on my other side. She was snoring soft and adorable sounds that made my heart swell. She said she loved me. It was in the throes of passion, but she said she loved me. I sat up, tucking Wrath's dress lower as I did so. I hoped she wouldn't panic when she woke up. Her sanity was coming and going at odd moments, but I'd given her every opportunity to stop this little interlude of ours, and she'd pushed forward at every step. Everything had been her idea right up until I asked her to lie down. By that point, she had given enough pleasure, and it had been her turn to receive some. Still, I hadn't tried to sleep with her. Instead, Sloth and I made sure with my hands and Sloth's tits that Wrath had come away from all of this very satisfied. I couldn't bring myself to go farther than that, not until Wrath was better, not until her mind felt a bit more restored. What would it have been like if it was with Seven? Seven and Wrath and me? The thought came to me unbidden, and my face heated. I didn't want to think of Seven, of envy, that way anymore. I gingerly extricated myself from the puddle of dragon gods and put my armor back on. It hadn't done me much good at the temple, but it couldn't hurt. Once I was properly outfitted again, I wobbled my way up the boat on weak legs, ducking under the mast to see how far we'd come. It was impossible to tell our distance traveled, as the islands were no longer behind us, but ahead of us, perhaps a mile off, I could see a glowing green portal. It was the exact shade of Envy's eyes. Her eyes. That should have given her away from the start. As soon as I saw that Sloth's eyes were violet, both of their eyes matched their planes. But Envy's eyes had glowed, and Sloth's had not. That was because Envy had partially transformed into a dragon, regaining the glow in her eyes, but not yet regaining the slitted pupils. I need to stop thinking of her, damn it. Envy would be on the other side of this portal, and it was my job to kill her. I couldn't let these thoughts or my old feelings get in the way of that. The wind swirled visibly around the portal, circling the disk of glowing green, with bits of dead matter caught in its draft. As I'd thought, the open portals were the cause of the wind here, and that wind had led us right to the exit. I sighed. It was nice while it lasted, I said, meaning the peace and quiet of this dead world. As eerie as it was, I had enjoyed not being chased for once. No one had pursued us, which I supposed was lucky, since all three of us had fallen asleep like idiots. If dragons had gotten close, Sloth and Wrath would have woken up and told me. They're dragons themselves, and godlike ones. Their senses are apt. I wanted to feel envious of them, but I couldn't, because an idea had taken root. If I became too much of a dragon, if I filled every slot in my tattoos and hid all the death in my aura, then Envy might be able to control me the way she controlled all the other dragons, the way they had once controlled even the gods. But now, thanks to their connection to me, Sloth and Wrath had protection from Envy. In exchange, I borrowed their power. I checked myself for Envy's magic now, slapping my hand down on an exposed splinter. No pain, and the faint damage got stored up. She was still alive then, and I'd see her soon. With a sigh, I reached into my pocket to rub Lust's stone. Her apparition appeared, quickly this time. Her form dark and slight as a teenager, nothing like the voluptuous thing I'd expected given her name. I frowned, quickly this time. As the ghost started speaking the same old words, I remembered how slowly it had appeared for me when I had needed it most, at the temple. When I'd been trapped inside the oak dragon's wooden cocoon, I had called upon the projection stone, and had gotten no response. It had taken too many seconds, and I'd had to call out with my voice to get it to work. But how did that make any sense? My eyes narrowed, and I looked about myself. The sea was vast and unmarked, almost the same color as the sky, with nothing but a patch of aurora to break it up. I guess I wasn't imagining it. The aurora flitted past to the side of the boat, dipping and dancing in that odd, almost alive way it had. I expected it to favor gold, since that was the color of this level, but I caught the intermittent shine of all colors. I stood up again, taking my hand off the stone, just as Lust's projection said,
The Hollow Mother added one final rule, heavy with her authority. The vices could not leave their own planes.
I blinked as the words echoed through my head, and my eyes narrowed again. Something had been off about those words, as if they were slightly different than they had been before. As I so often did, I set the suspicion aside. Whatever and wherever Lust was, she was on the same side as me. She had even found a way to give me access to her power. If there was trickery in this stone, it wasn't trickery I needed to worry about. Unless Lust is in league with envy, Warren did get captured after he went to meet her. The thought ground against me, and I considered taking out the stone again and dropping it into the ocean. I didn't need it to kill envy. I wanted to do that myself. But the portal was approaching fast now, the wind pulling us in. I heard a snort from the back of the boat as Sloth came awake.
Silas, what's going on?
She called out. I turned my head. We're a few minutes from the portal. Wake Rat up and get to the middle of the boat.
Oh, gotcha.
The boat started rocking as Sloth moved around. The thought of Warren and Lust had my thoughts wandering. Warren started all of this by coming down here. He met Lust and promised to support the Ascenders. Then he went and got his ass caught. It was still hard to believe that anyone could get one over on that man. He defeated enemies I couldn't even conceive of, and he had 2 of the 3 fates by his side. Portent was especially useful, and the power to bring 2 fated people together. My throat dried. Bringing fated people together. The Great Uniter had taken an interest in me all my life. Why? Was it because Warren had known that my destiny was tied to his own? Had his fate dragon told him to come down to the Hollow Spire because it was the place where our 2 fates would cross? The notion was fanciful, but so were his fates. There were no other dragons like them, not on the surface nor here. A hand dropped softly onto my shoulder.
Shiny scale for your thoughts,
Sloth said, pressing her tits against my back. I gritted my teeth, just working through my daddy issues. She laughed.
Oh, honey, if there's one thing us dragon gods have in common, it's bad parenting.
She patted me, and although she was thinking of the Hollow Mother, an ancient entity older than time, far beyond my ability to ever comprehend, I still felt comforted to know we had the same baggage. Ha, I said. Maybe I am a dragon. She rose on tiptoes to kiss the back of my neck, sliding her arms around my stomach as she did so.
Dragon, human, what's the difference, really?
She said. And that was the best comfort of all. Chapter 77. You're in my swamp now. The portal hovered just feet above the sea, growing green and dragging the wind into it. The water beneath had formed a small vortex. We were almost upon the thing, and already the boat was wobbling. Wrath, I called back, leaning into the gusts. Get your armor back on! She must have taken it off when we'd snuck back to hit on Sloth, another reason I shouldn't feel bad about the interlude. Wrath had planned it, to some degree. Wrath made a noise of ascent from somewhere behind me, and as she moved to put the dragon-forged armor back on, the boat rocked precariously. I trudged back to the sail and started unknotting the vines that held it in place. At this rate, we'd get ripped over before we could jump into the portal. I cursed myself. We would have enough problems dealing with what was on the other side of the portal. I didn't want to have to figure out how to get into it from the water itself, especially with that vortex. I could telekinetically hover all of us, or teleport us through, but that would be a significant waste of energy. I heard bits of metal clanking together on the other side of the sail, and when I untied the first corner and let it flap up and away, I saw Wrath tightening the main chain across her chest.
Won't that make her sink faster if we miss our jump?
Sloth said from the front of the boat. We can't miss, I replied, and I'm more worried about you. You didn't get armor, and if we're ambushed on that far side... I couldn't finish the sentence because this was one part of this final confrontation that I could neither predict nor control. Sloth yawned as I moved on to the other sail. There wasn't time to climb the mast, but having the bottom of the sails loose at least made us move with the current instead of fighting it. It didn't much help with the wobbling, though. Should have paid more attention to my sailing tutor, I thought. But in Partial, there was almost no sailing. The kingdom might border an ocean, but we had very little trade along that shore, and most goods traveled via dragon anyway. When I turned back, I found Sloth curled up near the stern, watching the portal twist and ripple as we neared it. The green light danced across her brown skin and violet eyes, making her look more otherworldly than usual. Trusted to Sloth to sit down the moment my back was turned. Better get up. We'll need to jump soon, I said. She shrugged a shoulder, but rose anyway. No hurry about her at all. I eyed the portal. We were less than a minute from it now, and the ship was tilting precariously as the vortex caught hold of it and started making us spin around the radiant green disk. What should we expect on the other side? I asked Sloth, but she just grunted at me.
How should I know? I've barely ever left my plane.
Great. Now we had no idea what to expect on the other side. There could be enemies, and lots of them. I looked down at my hands. Empty, again. I swear I had a weapon back at the temple, I said. Damn, I like that one.
Maybe try not throwing them,
Sloth said. I don't throw them, I use them. Then they get flung or stuck in dragons or dropped to the bottom of dead oceans. The boat tipped suddenly, the shifting wind catching what remained of the sail and hurling us sideways. The mast cracked at the sudden change, and the hull screamed. Shit, get ready! I roared, grabbing Wrath and tugging her to the side of the boat that was tipping inward. Sloth sunk over as well, unconcerned. She put a casual hand to my arm, even as the water got closer, the ship tipping further and further, rattling. The unmoored sails whipped above our heads in the spinning wind. We got closer to the portal as we circled it, like something going down a drain.
I think we're going to capsize,
Sloth said. I grabbed her hand. I still held Wrath's hand as well, one woman to either side of me. Wrath was muttering again.
No, too much, no!
We all jump at once, I shouted, because the water and wind were much louder now. Give it your all! I squeezed Wrath's hand and made her look at me, the wind whipping her short dark hair across her forehead and eyes. You hear me, Wrath? We jump together, and we jump hard. When I say go, you go. She nodded, tears already catching the dull light on her cheeks, but she was holding it together.
Patience,
she said. It was like her new favorite word. Yeah, we go when I say. 1, 2... I held out on 3, waiting until the portal was a few feet away. It was still too far, then closer, almost. Without warning, the ship gave a loud, whumping noise, and the edge hit the water. The ocean swelled past our feet. 3! I leapt, and Wrath and Sloth jumped with me. For too long, we seemed to hang there together, 3 figures in midair above a vast and hungry ocean. The boat toppling it into the waves behind us. I almost panicked and used a little telekinesis, but then we hit the green, soundless light of another plane of this strange world, and we fell through. I braced for a long fall, for fire, for projectiles, for teeth. Instead, I landed face first in something stretchy and gross. It bounced me upward before sagging hard, the surface slick with mist. Some carnal part of me recoiled at the sensation of it, and I finally recognized it as a net, stretching and creaking between scraggy, moss-covered trees that looked far too dead to be holding anything up. The net had snapped closed behind us, locking us in. Once again, I really wished I had a knife. I groaned and slid to a stop, then flipped over, staring up at the now yellow portal through a sheet of dangling moss. Beyond the crisscrossing pattern of the net, I could also see gray-green sky, light enough to be a day cycle down here, but far too moody to look like day back on the surface. We were in a forest, but the trees here were either spindly and black or totally dead, their tops and branches rotted away from years of decay. Below us there was no ground, but standing water instead, thick with rushes and humps of decomposing logs. In places I could see mud, and I didn't much like the look of it. This was swampland, then, green and dark. I suppose that fit with the concept of envy, but it didn't seem to match Envy's personality. Then again, how much do I really know her, and what in the hell is this stuff? Sloth made a face, clutching the webbing that held us a few feet above the cesspool that was the ground.
Dragon tendon,
she said.
That's what makes it so springy.
I shuddered and took my hand off the stuff. It wasn't fresh, but it was disconcerting. Once years ago, people in Partial had used tendon for various purposes, but that had been outlawed since. I much preferred rope and leather anyway.
It's strong, though,
Sloth commented when she saw my face.
There's probably a landing net like this under all the portals. Makes for a reliably safe entry.
Wrath certainly didn't seem disturbed by it. She was actively gnawing on the stuff in an attempt to cut herself free. Are you chewing on it? She spat out a stringy piece, but kept going instead of answering. I supposed it was somewhat effective, but I wasn't about to do it. I groaned and braced myself. Fine, my way then. I pulled up one of my temporary dragon spells, putting it into my hand. Cold gathered in my palm. Too cold, and I exhaled sharply, casting the ice trap spell directly on the net. The ice trap manifested as a glittering pale blue orb. I stuck it onto the dragon tendon like a magical boil. I knew from my studies that no one else would be able to see it except the caster, meaning me or other people with dragon sight. Naturally, dragons could see it too. So it was really a pretty obvious trap. However, if the little ball were struck or stepped on, it would break easily. It would then release a tangle of razor-sharp icicles. So I hit the thing with the flat of my hand. A sharp crack got lost among the trees as jagged ice shot out in a circle where the orb had been, aiming straight at my ribs. I let it hit me because what else could I do? Sensation flashed into my side, but there was no pain as the icicles rammed in between my ribs to impale me. My reflection magic absorbed the damage, no problem. Good, that means Envy is still safe. I was quick to slap the net, and the reflected magic shot out of my hand. Icicles, just as sharp as the blade I'd been missing. They tore through the net, making a hole for me. You can stop chewing now, I told Wrath. I've got a way out. Now the trick would be finding a decent place to drop down. We were about 6 feet off the ground, so we'd want to dangle and then drop. For now, I held the hole together so we wouldn't all go spilling out. I scanned the bog with narrowed eyes, trying to get the lay of the land. My nose curled. This whole place stinks. The air was humid and thick, sticking to my skin like soup. The trees were more moss than bark, rising like skeletal fingers from black, bubbling water that probably could have hidden any number of shoulder dragons. No sooner had I thought this than something screeched overhead. I turned fast enough to make the net lurch. A bog dragon, mud-colored with wings long and sickle-shaped, had taken off from an enormous rotting stump nearby. It was fast, despite its hauler-class size, as big as a small house, and it was loud, banking hard toward the mist-choked horizon. Tell me that thing's not calling for friends, I said. Sloth shrugged.
You want honesty or comfort?
I climbed down through the hole in the net and swung down off it, heart already pounding as I hung there, feeling about with my foot. Neither. I want my damn sword. I found a patch of semi-solid ground, probably just another rotting log, and dared to drop down. It held my weight, and as I peered closer I saw that I had actually found a walkway of sorts. It was made of felled trees, and it stretched off to one side. The swamp had sucked them down a few inches, but it was still a path we could follow, or one that could lead us straight to our enemies. Clearly, Envy hadn't had enough dragons or agents to post a guard on every portal. Either that or she didn't want to throw them into the meat grinder that was me. Dragons and agents hadn't had an easy time getting the best of me, at least not so far. But we were on another plane now. We were in the enemy's lair. I turned to help Wrath and Sloth down onto the underwater boardwalk. Soon, I had us all standing ankle-deep in the swamp. "Welcome to the armpit of the Hollow Spire," I muttered. "Envy really ought to clean up the place."
She definitely doesn't seem like the swamp type.
Sloth commented.
Then again, jealousy is a nasty thing, isn't it? I mean, I'm lazy, but laziness doesn't turn the soul ugly.
"I much prefer having wet ground than no ground at all," I replied, "seeing as you were too lazy to have any on your plane."
Hey, I had floating rocks. That's something.
I chewed my lip for a moment, wondering how exactly Envy had gotten her name. What had she envied back at the beginning of time? There had hardly been anything yet to be envious of. A cluster of shouts rang through the trees, dispelling that line of thinking. The bog dragon lookout had found its mates, and apparently they were human. I wanted to kill humans even less than I wanted to kill dragons, especially if they were also acting against their own will. But if it meant ending this, then so be it. I'm close now, so close. I just need to get to Envy's lair, drop Lust's stone, and kill her myself if Lust isn't able to. "Which way is Envy's fortress?" I asked, squinting in the direction the shouts had come from. The sunless light was dim and vaguely greenish, putting me in mind of a nightmare. I saw some of that grounded aurora again, hugging the trees to my left. It was mostly green, but there was a large patch on the far side of the net that shone with all colors. It seemed like wherever I went, I pulled extra color with me.
I have no idea where Envy lives,
Sloth was saying, but Wrath pointed ahead down the boardwalk, her jaw tight with resolve. She knew where her lover's home was. "Of course it's toward the shouting," I muttered. "You two stay here. I'll clear a path."
Silas,
Sloth began. "I said stay," I growled back. "I can't afford to lose either of you." I tested my next step, then another, and when the boardwalk seemed to hold my weight, I drew a deep breath, and I ran. Chapter 78. Taking Control. Roots snagged at my boots between the logs of the boardwalk, and every few steps I came down hard on muck and mud. I almost lost my boot each time, because the ground sucked on me like a living, ravenous thing. A swamp was not a great place to run. I powered through anyway, trying to hold a fast pace, because I wanted to face the enemy well away from Sloth and Wrath. The mist was thicker here, green in the ambient light, all while the canopy overhead grew denser, the branches bearing more leaves. The trees were less sickly the closer I got to the fortress. I saw the dragon agents first, because of the mist. They moved in a group, disturbing the thick fog in eddies that broke against the dark birches and green puffs. By that point, the boardwalk had risen from the water, so I could keep my steps quiet on my approach. I kept slow, moving like Mistress Vaughn had taught me, dipping in and around the mist like a shadow. The fog didn't hang uniformly. I could always maneuver where it was thinnest, and I did that, hoping to surprise the enemy. The shouts had quieted, but I was soon able to guess at their numbers based on the way the darkness moved. There were at least 6, but probably a few more in the wings. They weren't using the boardwalk, meaning they expected me to come that way. I stepped off when they got too close, and I hid myself behind a thick, moldering stump that disintegrated into wet fibers wherever I touched it. Through a crack in the desiccated stump, I watched them appear from the fog, stepping from behind trees and wading through deeper water. One was marked by luminous green eyes, which meant they were Envy's agents. Great. This is going to be a war of attrition, then. These people would have some of the same power I had. They could store any magical damage done to them. However, I had the additional advantage of being able to reflect magical damage. That would be my biggest advantage. Their other dragon traits became apparent the closer they came to me. Green, twisted horns, with none of the elegance of Envy's, scaled arms and spiked shoulders, and one with a set of wings that was using them to hop from branch to branch above the killing field. That one was likely to ambush me. but if I got her to ground, she'd be weak. No, it was the one in the center that I needed to worry about. He crept closer at the front of all the others, who fanned out around him. He moved in complete silence, even though he was half sunk in the swamp. He had the sort of bulky silhouette that suggested he bore more weapons than armor, plus a rope at his waist. The rope was what worried me most. Incapacitating me will be easier than killing me. Envy knows that well enough. When the big man was 10 paces from me, he stepped into a random bar of light. It could hardly be called light, not in this dimness, but for a moment I saw his dragon trait, a scaled face. He had spikes growing off his jaw, and his skin was green and rough, and although his eyes remained human, they were black as the dead trees around him. I counted 7 agents now, and I guessed an 8th to be close by, as any good fighting unit fought in even numbers. All of them could reflect any magic thrown at them. In a war of attrition, however, they would be able to drain my reflection magic well before I could kill them all. My pulse skipped a beat. For the first time I considered killing Envy that way. I could just take hits until I drained her dry. It would eventually kill her. Why hadn't I thought of it before? The answer was twofold and embarrassing. For one, I didn't want to lose the reflection magic. It was a big part of what made me so formidable. For another, I still cared about her. I couldn't deny it, as much as I wanted to. She had lied to me, that was certain, and she was my enemy. All signs pointed to that, whether Sloth and Wrath believed it or not. But I couldn't stop hoping that I had it all wrong. I needed to look her in the eyes and see the evil there. Besides, she knew she was weak to me. She knew I could kill her this way. So what's to say she didn't make arrangements? She knew far more about magic than I did. Maybe there was something she could do. What if I burned out her power, making myself vulnerable, only for one of her agents to show up and kill me with a simple arrow to the throat? Then they could resuscitate her with some other magic, like Wrath's. I'd be dead, and she'd be back. Anything could happen. I couldn't risk it. I needed to kill her face to face. Well, I should start with her agents. I could keep the reflection magic option in my back pocket. The agents would be expecting me to use that anyway, so I might as well surprise them by taking a new tack. I slowed, lifting one hand, and felt for my newest trick, the one that had appeared in Lust's temple out of nowhere. The power of lust, the power to control bodies. I cast it on the agent closest to me. This one was a stocky man, with curved horns and plate armor, only 3 paces away now. He would see me if he took another step. At first, nothing happened. I hadn't used the right trigger. All the gods' magic was triggered differently. How would Lust's work? I wouldn't have to kiss him or something, would I? He was too close for me to run through options. The power had worked for me before, when I'd faced an enemy on open ground. I stepped out. He met my eyes, then I cast. This time it worked. The armored man stiffened mid-step. His eyes widened and his arm tensed, as if he were trying to lift his sword. Eye contact. That's how it's triggered. Inside, I kept repeating the same mental command. Do not move, do not move, do not move. He didn't, but someone else gave a shout. I was exposed now. I flicked my hand toward that person, but the magic didn't work. Their head was turned away. They weren't meeting my gaze. I lunged for the boardwalk and began to run, drawing all of them away. The leader, the man with the scaled face, was only a breath behind me now, all attempts at silence long gone as he grunted and sloshed in my wake, barely a hand's width from his quarry. I glanced back and forced myself to look past him. The first man, the one I'd charmed, still stood in place, unmoving. The spell didn't require continuous eye contact then. A shadow flared in front of me, and the woman with the wings was there, ropes in hand. I met her eyes. Do not move. She froze in mid-air and hit the boardwalk with a disturbing thunk and a splash. I didn't have time to jump over her before Scaleface slammed into my back, taking me down to the mud. He was a heavy bastard, as big as Lorrigan had been, but with a dozen weapons to add to his weight, he shoved my head into the swamp, keeping my eyes away from him. I channeled Sloth's magic through my other hand and forced the mud up and away from me in a circular blast of dark rain. People shouted as mud slapped against their armor and their eyes. I heard cursing, and I got a breath in before Scaleface shoved me deeper into the mud. There was an endless supply of the stuff, and no matter how much I forced away, Scaleface could always find more. He wanted to drown me in it. It would be a painless drowning, but I'd be dead on the other side of it, and I could hardly revive myself from dead. I reached back behind me, trying to grab at his wrist, to get Bear's skin to use torture magic on. I got hold of him. Nothing happened. Right, they're impervious to magic damage.
Stay down,
the man growled.
For fuck's sake, just stay there and die already. I want all this shit to be over.
I guess that answers my question on whether these people are here of their own volition or not. Envy must have tortured them into obedience, just like the others. I cast my last far-seeing lens. The cool thing about the power of quartz dragons is this. The lens they summon is solid. It shows up a few feet in front of you and can function like a weak shield if need be. So I cast the lens, stolen from a dragon at Lust's bathhouse, and then I used telekinesis to dislodge all the mud between myself and the lens. Scaleface growled and tried to shove me down, but the lens was fixed in place 2 feet in front of me. He was essentially pushing down on it just as much as he was pushing down on me. The lens was also rounded, so when his downward pressure met the thick quartz, it rolled to one side like a wheel. He cried out as I swung sideways, and he lost his grip and crashed into the mud next to me. I cast an ice trap, and he immediately triggered it. I saw his face go slack as I tottered to my feet, taking the muddy lens with me. He'd been impaled through the throat with an ice trap, which was magic. Dragon agents were immune to magic, but the ice had cut through his spine. His whole body lay inert. He couldn't cast, and so he was dead. I scrambled for the boardwalk, but another agent was already upon me. He tackled me, but I was able to turn to face him. The lens hit him in the face, shattering, throwing him off long enough for me to duck and grab a shard of broken quartz. I then looked directly at another woman bearing down on me. She met my eyes, then froze as I channeled Lust's magic into her. I lunged for her, and I slit her throat with the shard. Then I froze the guy at my feet when he looked up, bits of quartz sliding off his face. 3 frozen, 2 dead, 3 to go. I looked around, but the remaining fighters had all dipped behind trees to hide from me. Something splashed nearby. A low glurp. It was my only warning before a woman erupted out of the swamp. She came at me with rope, and I let her get it around me. It gave me the leverage needed to stab her on the inside of her thigh. She screamed in agony, losing her grip on me. These agents couldn't handle physical damage. I kicked her away, then grabbed her by the hair. I lifted up her chin and made her meet my eyes. 4 frozen, 2 dead, 2 to go. A soft whiff noise sounded above me, and ropes dropped down over my head. They cinched tight around my waist, and I followed the rope to one of the thicker stumps. At the same time, a second rope encircled me. The final 2 people had just lassoed me. My quartz piece was gone, lodged in the woman's leg. I made a grab for her belt knife. I missed. One of the people with the ropes yanked hard on me, and so did the other hidden agent. I ended up strung between them, nearly losing my balance. I thrust up a hand, using telekinesis to sling mud and goop at the person hiding behind the stump. But it was useless. What was mud going to do? I looked at the fallen woman's belt knife, meaning to make it fly through someone's throat, but it was no longer in my line of sight. Damn. Worse, a series of thuds and splashes were coming up the boardwalk behind me. As I stumbled in the muck, trying to stay upright while 2 people tugged on my ropes, I managed to look back. The man I'd frozen first was now unfrozen, and he was coming at me with his own damned rope. Chapter 79. Seeing Storms. Fuck. The control doesn't last. I had already controlled this guy using my new magic, but after only a few minutes, he was back to himself. Well, that was good to know. A bad time to learn it, though. I have to get out of these ropes before he gets to me. Just 2 ropes made me feel like a wrangled bull about to be brought to ground. 3 would make it much worse. I tried to heave on the ropes myself, hoping to upend my captors, but it wasn't working. They had emerged from hiding to pull tight on me, entrenching themselves against a thick root and a stump. This third man was to deliver the final knot. I couldn't go down like this, trussed up by something as stupid as rope, when I'd literally defeated several gods. If they got the rope around me good enough, they could drown me in mud. I guess it's good to be humbled now and then. First things first, as the third agent came at me, I tried to use Sloth's magic to hurl my current bindings away. The damned things moved, but the agents regained control fast. Then I tried to push them away, hitting the agents with Sloth's power directly. No effect. They must be wearing protective gear. Great. I closed my eyes, searching through my new power. Lust could control people's bodies. That was her primary ability. But her second ability, she can control minds. I shot a glare at the man running to approach me, but he was keeping his eyes down, having learned his lesson. I flicked a finger, and a half-sunken branch shot out of the water and slammed into his shins, toppling him. He had to clear out his vision to see, but he stayed smart, opening his eyes while looking down. Fine then. He could die the hard way. I grabbed the bits of broken lens back on the boardwalk with my mind and hurled them at the man's face. He gave a shout as they tore through his eyes. Did it count as magic or physical damage? I didn't know. But it would temporarily blind him even if it couldn't kill him. The instant he screamed, I wrenched on one side of the rope. One of the people holding me, the woman, lost her balance. I distracted her when I'd harmed her companion. She looked at me as she fell. She was taller, leaner than the others, with spines running down her arms. She jerked to a stop, knees bent, the rope limp in her hand. She trembled under the grip of my power. Attack the others, I thought at her. She flinched but dropped the rope and turned on the man whose eyes were healing now. He had reflected the magic, and he slapped it away on a stump, blasting it apart in a shower of conjured shards. Then she was on him, and I was running toward the man who still held one of my ropes. I leaped, bringing my loose rope around with me. I hurtled onto his back, looping the rope around his throat. As I struggled among the reeds and filth, the other man shouted at the woman I'd controlled.
"Fela, stop! You know me!"
She didn't respond, just went at him with a knife. He ducked and tackled her, while I pulled the rope tight. "Sorry about this," I said through gritted teeth. "Nothing personal." The man beneath me stopped struggling, his arms going limp. There was a clang, then a grunt. I turned around to see the woman, Fela, sliding off the sword of my final opponent. Only he wasn't the last. 2 more were jogging to join him, ropes in hand. Others I had frozen, but the spell had worn off. I needed a solution that would last. So when the first one met my gaze, I reached for the secondary magic. It felt like a hard pit inside the sweet fruit of Lust's magic. I cast that harder, darker part of her, reaching deeper into my target. I didn't cast into his body, I cast into his mind. "They're the enemy," I said, pushing the words into his head like barbs. "Kill them, and the torture will stop." The man's breath hitched. Whatever torture envy had used to control dragons and men alike, one thing was sure, all of them would have done anything to make it stop. He was no different. He turned, roaring, and ripped into his own squad. They were ready for it, but they weren't prepared for his ferocity. He went at them with double the intensity of the woman whose body I'd controlled. No, he had more to lose now, and more to gain. He wouldn't go down easy. I was about to join the fray with my frayed length of rope when a scream rent the darkness behind me. "Wrath!" Shouts and grunts followed me as I turned and bolted back toward the portal, leaving the 3-person battle behind. I didn't know how long the enchantment on the dragon agent would last, but if I was lucky, the final 3 enemies would take care of each other. Either way, it would buy me enough time to help Sloth and Wrath. I dropped my last 3 ice traps on the boardwalk behind me, just in case. Those ones were magic, so the agents could just reflect the damage from them, but they'd likely trip and fall if they triggered one, which would buy me a few extra seconds. I skidded into the clearing where I'd left Sloth and Wrath. I cursed. The bog dragon was back. I'd totally forgotten the lookout dragon. And what a thing to forget. It stood twice as tall and 4 times as long as I was, dwarfing both of the short women. Wrath had procured a sharp stick and was somehow keeping the dragon at bay, jabbing at it when it snapped at them. Sloth also held a long stick, but she held it sideways, like she was cradling a baby. Clearly she had no idea what to do with it. She was used to making things fly around, not holding them like some sort of plebeian. The thought drew a smile across my face, and I lifted the log from her arms with my own power and whacked the dragon over the head with it. It roared, jerking sideways before shaking its head. Come on, look at me, look around. It started to, and I readied Lust's power. Then it stopped. My smile fell away. Envy is talking to him, telling him not to look directly at me. It was bound to happen sooner rather than later, so I broke into a sloshing, clumsy run, trying to reach all 3 of them before the dragon could snap at Wrath again. Scrappy though she might be, she was weak without her power. The bog dragon could toss her aside like an autumn leaf if he got a hold on her. As I ran, the bog dragon reared, towering over them like a living swamp, its wings dragging mist, its green-gold eyes shining bright. It opened its toothy jaws, and I shouted, "No!" as it breathed out on the ground in front of it. The wet muck beneath my friends writhed, the mud turning to a less viscous liquid. Wrath gave a cry as the watery substance dragged her down. Bog dragons had a unique power. They could turn any non-living or dead material into slurry. Essentially, they could turn their environment into quicksand. In partial, they were rare, because they often drowned themselves on accident when they transformed the ground underneath them before making sure they had a way out. Sloth was almost chest deep by the time I reached them, and Wrath was up to her hips and slashing wildly and ineffectively with her stick. It wasn't slowing her descent into the muck. "Don't struggle. You'll go down faster," I shouted, as the bog dragon dropped back down to all 4s. I tensed to leap, jaw unhinging once more. It had a mind to bite their heads clean off their shoulders. It bellowed as I launched onto its back, my boots slamming into its moss-like hide. The bog dragon's breath smelled like rotten algae and drowned corpses as it turned its teeth on me, its eyes closed. I pressed my hand to its spine. Torture magic surged out of me, and the dragon screamed. Its body writhed like a wet rope, undulating with pain as I did my damnedest to hold on. I could almost hear the sizzle of its nerves as I set them aflame with pure, unadulterated agony. The dragon thrashed, twisting and bucking, its wings spasming wide, the membranes smacking and ripping against the trees all around us. I hurled myself off the beast and spared a moment to check on the others. But the ground hadn't let go of Sloth and Wrath in the meantime. The ooze had taken hold of them even harder now. Sloth was gone to the neck, only one arm flailing above her, the other trapped. Wrath's head dipped under once, but then she burst back up, coughing and snarling. The muck would have her in another few seconds. There would be no more breath after that. I wanted to help them right now, but I couldn't risk the dragon recovering from the magic in time to cast another quicksand spell. "Damn you!" I hissed. Darting inside its guard the moment it stopped spasming, and instead just stood there, quivering. Its eyes were still closed, which was its undoing. It didn't see me get close, and by then I could take a running leap off its bent front leg and grab one of the horns on its head. This yanked its head sideways, exposing its stretched throat. I whipped my free hand toward a shattered log, splintered and sharp, and I called it forth. The wood rose, shaking in the air, my telekinesis dragging it upward. With a grunt, I ran the dragon through. The broken wood punched into the dragon's throat. It shuddered once, its eyes wide, its tongue lolling, and then it crashed into the mud with a final exhale that stank of swamp gases and blood. I dropped with it, and far more elegantly, power surged into me, a slick, muddy vortex of it, full of rot, bog magic, stored for later. It was no use to me right now. I'm coming, I cried out, scrambling off the corpse and skidding straight into the mire. Sloth and Wrath were both gone, their heads submerged now, with only one of Sloth's forearms still waving free to show she was alive, and Wrath's stick still swishing around, useless. I cast telekinesis, hoping to dislodge the slurry entirely, but it didn't work. My jaw dropped. Why wasn't it working? Did the bog dragon's magic overpower mine? I tried it on Sloth's arm too, hoping to get her free, but that didn't work any better. I needed another option. I was ankle deep in the quicksand now, and I felt it pulling at me too. I wasn't going to escape it any more than they were, not without help or rope or more water to thin it out. An idea bloomed, and I called up my last reservoir of clean water magic. Hold on, both of you, just... I shoved the magic down, into the quicksand, where it surged and fizzed and spread. The muck loosened, turning fluid and smooth, more like a muddy river now than a sinkhole, and growing thinner each moment. Come on. I heard coughing and grabbed Sloth first, pulling with everything I had, slipping once, my boots dragging back. Somehow my boots found dead matter under all this mess, which held me in place as I pulled Sloth loose with a slurp and a gasp. She came up coughing mud, and I hurled her behind me with strength that was rapidly, strangely flagging. I was breathing hard. Something had gone out of me, was going out of me. I heard a great splash somewhere in the woods, and a deep, mountainous groan. No time. Wrath came next. She clawed her way up as I pulled on her stick, and then finally her arm, silt falling in sheets from her face and hair. The water had thinned the quicksand just enough for us to navigate the damned stuff. Thank the fates for it, too. They were alive, caked in grime, soaked and coughing up stuff that they'd probably be tasting for weeks, but alive. I threw myself from the wet pit and telekinetically heaved more of the regular mud out of our way. This time, it went, and I dragged them to the nearest section of boardwalk and then sank to my knees in the standing water next to it, chest heaving, arms shaking. Behind me, I heard rustling leaves. I whirled, fists raised, magic ready, and froze. The dragon agent I'd mind-bound stepped from the trees, stumbling, one arm limp at his side, his shoulder crusted with blood. An ice trap sprouting from his foot. There was a wound in his throat, gushing torrents of blood. His eyes met mine. He had a crossbow in his hand. Oh, shit. I moved to shield Sloth with my body. The dragon agent collapsed in the mud. I stared at him for a beat. He hadn't even managed to raise the bow, and he had never dispelled the damage to his foot. He must have been delirious from blood loss or something. Sloth sputtered, spitting up more swamp air.
Well, that was anticlimactic,
she rasped. I held a finger up and she fell silent, and we listened. There were no more sounds. I'll be damned, I said. He really must have finished the others off. I swayed in place, feeling something sucking down inside me. Worse than the muck, the quicksand, worse than anything. It was pulling desperately at my own energy, supplementing my spell. But what spell was still active? The mind control. With a stab of willpower, I cut off the magic. The half-dead man in front of us gave a sigh, then fell still. Fuck, he hadn't even planned to fire the bow at me. He was just coming back for more orders. I was still swaying from dizziness, feeling more exhausted than I'd felt since coming to this infernal dungeon world. Sloth grabbed me.
Silas, what's wrong?
I think I drained lust dry, and the spell started pulling on my own energy to save her. The mind control shit was very power-intensive then. I looked up toward the canopy, toward the haze, toward the glowing green sky beyond the trees. If I had reflected enough damage to kill Envy, it would have switched over to sapping me instead. I had been right not to try that. But where was Lust? Had I just dropped her in front of an enemy, where a single stab could end her? I have to be more careful. I muttered to myself, dropping a hand on my knee as I struggled to stand. The women stood with me, both of them helping.
Patience,
Wrath said.
patience.
I don't have time to take it easy, I told her. She shook her head.
No,
The word broke into a sob and her knees wobbled, and I suddenly found out just how weak I was. As she swayed, so did I. And when she dropped wailing to the mud, I fell with her. Sloth cursed, grabbing after me. What a sorry sight we must be. Wrath was on her hands and knees, so deep in the awful bog that her nose touched the water's surface as she wept, loudly. If there was anyone else in hearing distance, they would come running. Even if they didn't, Envy would know where her agents had died. She'd return to the site of our fight, and then track us back here. We didn't have time for this, but I was drained. I honestly didn't think I could stand on my own. Lust, wherever she was, had to be even worse off. I glanced around, as if I might find help, but I only saw that stupid Aurora again. Pretty lights were no good to me now. I took hold of Wrath's shoulder. Hey, Rat, it's okay. Shh.
I can't.
She sobbed.
I'm afraid.
I said the only thing that had ever helped before. Hey, remember Portent and Tempest? Her sob quieted.
And fortuity.
She said, yeah, all the fates. Try thinking of them. Try to remember. Warren's cute little fate dragons. She nodded, falling quiet, tears glistening green on her cheeks. Whatever it was about that stupid story of Warren's dragons, it seemed to help her. Now I had to wonder why. What do you even like about them? I breathed out. What's so great about Warren's dragons? Tell me. Shh, just think. It's okay. I was only asking to get her to talk, to get her to focus on something. Take it easy. Why do you like their story so much? She sniffed.
That third one.
Fortuity. The one that died of starvation and sickness, because he could only live by eating people's good fortune, their good fates. She nodded, sniffling, and looked at me.
Bad fates made him sick. No fates made him starve.
And good fates would let him live, but it would cost his victims too much. On her hands and knees like that, sinking into demons knew what kind of muck, she looked so pathetic. But her eyes seemed so clear.
He suffered. Saw too much. But he got to die. I couldn't.
My eyes burned, the heat of it coming on so fast that I barely held back my own stupid tears. It was just so horrible. And we didn't have time for this. Okay, what about Portent? He could bring fated people together. Do you like him because you miss Envy? She chewed her lip, nodding down at the water.
I liked Tempest best. The pretty one. She didn't hurt anyone. She was just pretty.
Right, Tempest, the one who could phase out of existence, leaving only pretty colors behind. My heart beat, so loud a moment before, was now dead silent. All was quiet. I blinked in the emptiness of the moment. Never in my life had I felt time stop like this. I looked up at the grounded aura. I wanted to say something, to breathe out holy shit or demons take me, but the thing that came out of my mouth was, Sloth, help me up. Her hands closed around my arm, and I left a bewildered, tear-stained Wrath in the mud, rising up, every part of me shaking. That way, I said.
But... Oh, all right.
Sloth didn't question me. She just helped me stagger off the boardwalk into deeper and deeper sludge. My mind so loud it felt silent. Wrath stood behind us and followed, as if she felt it too. Maybe she did. Maybe we had all been feeling it all along. Warren came down here, I said. He met with lust.
Yes.
Sloth replied, unsure. He never went anywhere without Tempest and Portent. Huge dragons, both of them, but one of them could phase out. She couldn't exactly go invisible, but she could turn herself into colored light. I'd never seen it happen, so I hadn't known what that meant. Now, I knew exactly what it meant. The aurora didn't move away as I drew close. The colors stayed in place, but the slow swirls seemed to speed up, the rainbow tints rippling. It almost looked like it was matching a heartbeat. We stopped, 10 paces away. Tempest, I said. The colors flickered. Then the dragon was there. She might have been glorious, an iridescent white containing all colors at once, but she wasn't. There was too much mud and not enough light. The dragon was as large as the oak behemoth had been, far more enormous than the patch of light that had hidden her. She was also slimmer than most behemoths, her slumping wing membranes as gossamer as starlight. Her head was large enough that her snout remained above water, even though she was curled up in the muck. Her eyes were anything but weak. They watched me, assessing. Copper eyes, with a white ring around the shard of pupil. I reached out a hand, then stopped. There was another shape there, limp, lying atop her front paw. A young woman, her skin pink and scaled, her hair vivid purple, wearing a white dress that matched the dragon.
You have got to be shitting me,
Sloth said at my side. My thoughts exactly. We'd found lust. Chapter 80. Such a beautiful thing. I held up a hand again. We don't mean her any harm. Tempest, I promise we don't.
You know this dragon?
Sloth asked, her voice faint now. I gritted my teeth. I wish I could say I knew her better, but she feared me just as much as the others did on the surface. She stayed away, Portent too. I didn't see Tempest's other living sibling anywhere, so he must have gone on with Warren. Tempest raised her head and gave a low warning growl. Hey, you know me, I said, not daring to move closer. Warren must have left his prized dragon with lust. It had allowed her to hide herself from Envy's forces, hidden in plain sight. Tempest must have used her magic to phase lust in and out. Apparently, she could form projections too, because the projection stone wasn't real. It was just a rock. The projection had been the real lust all along, just casting her image from somewhere else, somewhere close. Lust's spiel changed, I whispered to Sloth. Just slightly, but it did. She had the whole speech memorized to try to hide that she was close to me. The rock was a ruse. As I spoke, Lust herself didn't so much as twitch. I would need to get closer to even check if she was breathing. I felt cold at the sight of what I'd done to her, even if I hadn't meant it. This was why, when I'd called on the projection stone in the temple, it had taken time for the projection to appear. This is why the oak dragon had been injured with my sword through its eye. Lust, or Tempest, had done it. The same thing with the glacier dragon on her island. It had frozen up just when it was about to kill me. That had been her doing. Lust had been following me and helping me all along.
When we felt the dragon land at the temple,
Sloth murmured. Yep, it was Tempest. So many little things that I hadn't had time to think about. All of it added up to this. Warren had come to visit Lust. He'd offered to help her. In the fight against Envy, he had given Tempest into her care, so that she could safely wait for me to arrive. Yet she'd remained hidden, always behind that aurora. Why was that? Why not just show herself? I looked into the dragon's eyes again. Can you understand me? Her stare did not change. She can't. Crap. I had gotten a dragon to understand me before, but only briefly. And then there was that time I was able to read a draconic rune. I seemed capable of dragon abilities, but they were inconsistent. Maybe if I put in some more effort... I focused, holding the dragon's gaze. I thought about what it was like to hear dragons speak in my mind. I thought about my tattoos, my bonds to the gods. Can you understand me now? I asked. Tempest raised her head, her neck arching, her curled white horns catching the greenish light. Sloth gave a soft gasp beside me.
Did you just speak Draconic?
Looks like it, I said. To Tempest, I tried again. The Draconic came naturally, so much so that I couldn't even tell I was speaking another language. I just had to put mental effort in to speak each word with intention. If you talk mentally, the way you do to Warren, I said, then I can understand you as well. Tempest gave a slow blink. I felt time pressing down on me. Any moment, I'd hear shouts, even more of them this time. Those 8 agents had almost had me. I'd be useless against more of them.
It is my task to protect her,
Tempest said. Her voice was like coins clinking together, musical and yet heavy with meaning. I could tell that she spent each word like money. That suited me. We had no time to bandy cheap words. Why did you hide from me? I asked.
She did not know you. Warren did not know you either. Not well. Not in your current form.
I turned this over for a moment. Warren had suspected I might follow him after all, and he had always been cautious. The reason came to me quicker than it should have. After all, a god lay near dead in front of me, laid low by my power, and I hadn't even intended that. Lust had been watching me, because I was something to be feared. You mean Warren left you behind to spy on me when I came to Lust? I said. He thought I might come. Maybe Portent predicted it, but he didn't know how my power would manifest.
Yes. When we met Lust, my elder brother foretold your future meeting with her. That made Warren think you might transform into your true self. And you have. And you are dangerous here.
I nodded. I could understand that. But somewhere along the line, Lust had given herself over to me, just as the other gods had. This meant that for one moment, I'd completely driven Lust's own vice out of her. When I made envy lose all envy. When I made sloth stop being lazy. When I took all the anger out of wrath. I must have taken lust itself out of this teenage girl's body. She was centuries old, but she must be one damned horny creature. Until she looked at me. Was I really that ugly? It might have been funny in any other situation, but right now, it just felt dark. You and Lust never planned to follow me, I said. Did you? To Gluttony's plane, and then here?
No. At first, we only followed you when you were on Lust's plane. She sensed you when you came through the portal and headed for Gluttony's temple. But when she gave her power to you in the temple, she gained the ability to breathe on other planes.
How did it happen? The power transfer?
I am not certain. Neither is she. But when you fought for your mates at the temple, Lust saw something in you. Something besides your attractiveness as a mate.
I swallowed. I had never imagined I'd earn a woman's heart without sex. I mean, I was excellent at it. The projection stone, then, I said. It was a lie. You couldn't follow me into other planes. You were never going to appear and help me destroy envy.
It was no lie,
Tempest said, her mouth never moving.
We had a plan to follow you. A plan to kill envy when you led us to her. But now we are too weak.
My skin prickled. There was an undertone to her words that spoke to a dark fate. Tempest knew all about fate.
You were not to know. We were only to follow. You would distract Envy so that we could kill her. And should you kill her first, and try to become king of this world in her place, we were to kill you.
A keen sense of betrayal cut through me. Could Warren really think so lowly of me? But then again, the man had barely known me. He'd been a kind of mentor, and he'd provided all my tutoring, and he'd visited, but not much. Mostly he'd kept away. It hit me now, in this moment, that Warren was part dragon himself. It was a part of what made him so unique. He saw the death in my aura. He was afraid of me, just like all the other dragons. The Great Uniter just hid it much better. I can heal Lust, I said. Let me heal her, and you, if you need it. Tempest grew tense, her wing bones lifting up, wings flaring. Please, I said. There isn't time. Enemies will arrive any moment. With your help, we can get to the fortress faster. Wrath knows how to get the... A roar in the distance cut me off. Then another. Another. Tempest raised her head and looked toward the sounds.
They come.
I know. Please. If they get here, I'm done. If you don't trust me with Lust, then please just hide us.
I cannot. I am weakened from too much phasing.
Then let me heal you, and we'll fly, I repeated. Tempest's eyes darted between the distant roars, back to me, then to Sloth and to Wrath on my other side.
You are beautiful.
Wrath said.
Such a beautiful thing.
The comment derailed me for a moment. I remembered hearing Envy express a similar wonder once. She had said,
You have hybrids like that? On the surface?
Whatever Tempest was, she came from my world, not this one. She amazed even the gods. I held out a hand, palm up. Please, Tempest. I know you fear me. I know all dragons do. But I've only ever been a man. Whatever my aura might say, whatever my powers are, I'm just a man. Just like Warren. Her wings fluttered. And through their diaphanous membrane, the green sky took on new color.
So much power should not belong to one being,
she said.
But I will trust you, just as my parents trusted Warren.
Her head lowered, and without warning, she snapped her jaws toward me. Her snout stopped inches from my face. She could have bitten me in two, and I wouldn't have been able to stop it.
Do not make me regret this, Changer,
she said.
Now get your ass onto my back.
Chapter 81. As if you could do anything else. It took me only seconds to heal Tempest using Wrath's magic, and although she wasn't physically damaged, it did rejuvenate her energy. That was a nifty trick. I healed Lust too, and between the two of them, the magic was so costly that Wrath fell asleep from the energy drain. I supposed healing a god back from the brink of death could do that, and add a behemoth dragon into the mix. I was lucky she was asleep, not unconscious. Lust didn't wake either, but she was breathing evenly as I settled her into the crook behind the base of Tempest's neck. The dragon was so enormous that even that little riding nook was enough to hold a dozen people. The four of us, 3 gods and me, had no trouble fitting. By then, we could hear the crashing of approaching dragons. I'd heard one human shout, but the approaching agents had been silent since. I imagined they were surrounding the area in great numbers, hiding themselves on approach. That's why they'd taken so long to arrive. In this case, our enemy's careful thinking was lucky for us. Envy didn't know we had a dragon. We took to the sky before her lackeys could close in.
Be silent now,
Tempest said as my stomach dropped to my toes on ascent.
I can project sound, but not hide it. And my aurora is local. It will not hide you if you fall off my back.
I told her we'd be careful, but the wind of her launch drowned me out, snapping trees dozens of feet away like they were twigs. She left an impact zone that Envy's agents would recognize easily, but only a behemoth had any chance of following close on our heels. I hoped the enemies didn't have any of those. Sloth took my hand as the wind buffeted us, forcing us onto our backs against Tempest's glassy scales. I used my other arm to brace Lust so that she wouldn't fall off, gripping a small back spike and using my bicep like a dragon ship seatbelt. Wrath clung to a larger spike, but Sloth just closed her eyes and relaxed. Leave it to her to relax in all this. Aurora whirled around us now, close, a haze of stardust, ever-changing. I felt no different, but my outline fuzzed, and so did everything else. Tempest was hiding us, thanks to all the energy I had given her. For now, we were all in the clear. But it won't last, I thought. I now had 3 gods with me, and Envy wanted them all dead. When they were gone, she could travel freely through all of their planes. It would open a path for her from here to the surface, and she wouldn't even need to be sneaky about it. She could just waltz right on through, seizing more control wherever she went. I swallowed, the sound lost in the rush of air. Envy wanted power, but when she tired of it, when she already ruled all the planes of the Hollow Spire, then what was next for her to conquer? My world. I knew that all dragons, even the gods, lost some of their power on the surface. They also had to fend for themselves in a way they never had to here, where they could subsist on ambient magic and never need to eat. But how much power was lost, exactly? Envy had never lost some of it when she'd gone to the surface looking for me. No, she wasn't looking for me. More likely, she'd been looking for Warren's associates, people who might be a threat to her plans. Either way, she had lost power on the surface, but she still had enough left to make me powerful by proxy. It was safe to say she'd still be very strong on the surface. Also, she would transform back into a dragon. I could almost imagine her that way, probably a green behemoth class, a beast nearly as big as Unity City itself. The amount of harm she could do, if she wanted to. Worse, she'd be a dragon that no one could harm. Nothing magical nor physical could hurt her if she had her powers back, and any attack committed against her could be reflected back on her enemies. She would rule us. She would rule the dragons, and then partial, and then the whole surface world. I felt my resolve curdle in my chest. The fear of failure was suddenly palpable. There was more to lose here than just my fiancé, or my new friends, or even the Great Uniter's life. There was more to lose than the freedom of the Hollow Spire. I fight today. I kill today to save my own world, not just this one. I absolutely could not fail. My jaw tensed, and I watched the aurora pirouette around us. Every color now, blues and purples merging into greens that somehow turned red and orange without the ugly mix that might have come with paint. It was startlingly, gut-wrenchingly beautiful, this magic. Tempest's magic, perhaps, but also the magic that had created this world, that held it together. I held Sloth tighter, and I gripped the spike tighter to hold Lust in place. I'd grown up without magic, without dragons, and now they were all around me and inside of me. Today I would make up for lost time. I would use these new powers to save what mattered to me. The Great Uniter had said it best. I stay away from power when I have the choice whether to wield it or not. As for when I don't have a choice, well, I think it comes down to love. I love widely and I love deeply. My wives, my children, my people, I keep them always in my heart, and I fight for them. I might not be Warren's son, but I could follow in his footsteps all the same. All right, I told myself. If I'm going to do this, then I need to understand what I have at my disposal. There hasn't been time to sit down with it, but but I've got a few minutes now. So I ran through a mental list of my own powers. First, there was Envy's magic. Her primary power was reflecting magic damage. Her secondary, physical damage. I could take hits without feeling pain and reflect the same damage back on anything I struck. Second was Sloth's magic. I could telekinetically move objects as my primary. I could also teleport myself and others as my secondary. Third, Wrath. I could heal, torture, and rejuvenate people. But what was the secondary half of that? I can do any of those things separately. I can heal someone without also torturing them. Wrath's agents can't do that. But I couldn't perform that on myself, just others. Right? I saved the thought for later, because it felt like it was building up to something important. Fourth, I have Lust. With her power, I could control someone else's body and give it commands. As a secondary power, I could intensify that ability by also getting into someone's head, making them not only obey me, but believe me. It made my control last longer. Tempest banked, responding to Wrath, who patted her side to let her know to turn. The change in perspective brought the swamp into view below us. Here, it looked worse than before. More of the trees dead, most mowed down. It was a wasteland of dead matter, and in the center, in the distance, a structure of spikes. Envy's fortress, a palace of knives. We were close now, and I had cataloged everything but the very few one-time use dragon powers I had left. I should be thinking forward, to a plan, but the list of powers kept nagging at me. What was it? It wasn't the abilities themselves. Something about them. The targets of the magic. On the surface, dragon magic followed a certain logic that seemed missing from this list of powers. For example, a mind dragon could force metal away from themselves, but not wood, not people, not living things. There were rules, limits. It's Sloth's magic. She could move objects with her mind, but not people, not me. Yet with her secondary power, I had been able to teleport both myself and, once, Victory. I had moved people, not objects. I turned my head, scooting against the wind to put my mouth by Sloth's ear. Sloth! She squeezed my hand to let me know she'd heard me over the gale. Your magic! I shouted. You can't move people with it, right?
When I'm tossing things around? No! Only objects!
She shouted. But you can teleport people.
Only myself?
But I've teleported Victory and I've levitated people. She turned her head.
What are you talking about? I can't do that shit.
I blinked. But had she ever seen me teleport or levitate someone else? She'd been back at Harkin Compound when I'd done it with Victory, and my levitations had been sporadic. I'd never seen her do it. Had I ever tried to telekinetically move people? I had assumed it was impossible, yet it had worked a few times when I was acting on instinct. Maybe I can move and teleport objects and people both, myself and others, but Sloth can't. The magic of you gods, I shouted into her ear. Your telekinesis can only target objects, but Envy targets herself. Why the difference?
It's just the way it is,
she replied.
We are each limited to one kind of target.
List the kinds of targets for me.
What is this, a test?
Please. There was a pause where I imagined she was trying to remember this list. She didn't seem the type to keep track of the meaning behind things. To her, something either worked or it didn't. Why bother with all the mechanics?
Other living things,
she finally said.
Then the self. Then objects. Then the elements. That's what the gods are limited to. But most dragons have more specific targets.
Like mind dragons, who could only target metal, or charm dragons, who could only target the opposite sex, lesser dragons could sometimes only target very specific things, non-living or otherwise. The oak dragon could target wood, whether it was dead or alive. Tempest could target the air around herself, an element, but only in a certain radius. In short, dragons and their hybrids brought variety to something that had originated from their gods. The self, other people, objects, elements. I had done something Sloth couldn't do. I had targeted 3 kinds of targets with her magic: myself, other people, and objects. When her magic was only ever supposed to target one of those. She could levitate things or teleport herself. That was supposed to be it. Had I ever tried to use Envy's magic to reflect damage off someone else besides me, or off an object? No, I'd only done it for myself. Had I ever tried controlling my own body, of controlling fire? No, I just used the power on others. I had never healed myself because I'd never needed it. I'd never had cause to heal a plant either. But Victory did it. She turned water to metal. She was only supposed to be able to target others and objects, but she turned an element to metal. She'd had years of training with her powers first, and she had Warren's blood in her veins. I had done the same thing without even trying. It was a sobering thought.
What's all this about?
Sloth shouted as Tempest arced into a slow dive. I didn't want to shout it, didn't want to make it real. I think I'm more powerful than all of you. She couldn't hear me. I could barely hear myself. I might have no idea where my powers came from. But now I understood, for the very first time, just how incredible those powers were.
What?
Sloth shouted.
Speak up!
I smiled to myself. I'm going to beat her, I shouted back. No matter what she can do, I'll do it better. Sloth raised herself up behind me, her dark hair whipping about her head.
Well, duh,
she said. Then she kissed me with the full force of Tempest as she flared her wings and landed.
Of course you'll win,
Sloth said, in the quiet just after we landed.
As if you could do anything else.
Chapter 82. The Stirring of Lust. I tested my theory before even dismounting Tempest. I pulled Wrath's magic up into my right hand, as easy as breathing now. What had once taken my own physical touch to my tattoos now came naturally, quick as a thought. My reflection magic was innate, so I never needed to cast it. I'd never needed to cast anything else on myself either, but how different could it be from casting on others? I pinched myself, putting a little real anger behind the gesture so that I could trigger Wrath's magic. I kept the torture part back, expanding the diamond icon of her power beyond the circle on the tattoo that contained it, all to exclude the sharp edges. It worked. I cast on myself. A golden feeling suffused me, starting at my chest where I'd cast, but spreading from there. It felt primal and wondrous, like the moment before orgasm, that pivotal moment where I felt like I could do anything. It spread to my toes, to my fingertips, even to my damned eyebrows. Then it faded away, leaving me feeling relaxed and refreshed. When I'd climbed aboard Tempest, I'd been exhausted, but now I could take on the world.
Hey, what's keeping you?
Sloth said from the ground. I was still sitting on Tempest, last to leave. I was shaking now. This is dangerous. I couldn't run out of energy so long as I could draw upon Wrath. I peered past Tempest's spike to check on her, but she didn't look much worse for wear. There hadn't been much to heal. I wasn't damaged to begin with. Near inexhaustible energy. This was too much power, and all of this power was mine. Damn it, Warren, I muttered. Now I knew why you made one of your wives promise to kill you if you ever stepped out of line. The Great Uniter had warned me about one man having too much, and here I was, probably the second most powerful man to ever live, after only a few days of adventuring. Warren had, at least, taken a few months to get strong. Dead dragon aura or not, it was no wonder Warren had feared me. I had to be careful with this. I'm coming, I said, my voice a croak. I took a look at Lust, who still seemed to be unconscious despite my having rejuvenated her. Some things did not heal so easily, it seemed. She was safe enough here for now, so I hauled myself past 2 of Tempest's spikes, then stepped off her bent foreleg and dropped to the mud. The behemoth had landed us out in the open in front of the fortress, but we were still within her shroud of protection. No one could see us. Only a bit of aurora. That might be suspicious, sure, but Tempest was a kind of dragon that didn't exist here. No one in the Hollow Spire should know what they were looking at. Hell, it had taken me ages to figure it out myself.
What should we do here? Just go in the front door?
Sloth asked, surveying the fortress grounds. If they could be called grounds, they looked like a great mat of hair with dead logs and branches piled atop each other. Moss either growing or hanging lank and dead from everything. The smell was worse, a putrid scent only barely discernible from an outhouse. Wrath shook her head at the door of the fortress. It was half hidden from us on the right side, facing another direction. But it was the only door in sight. There were also windows, nice ones. In fact, the fortress itself was rather beautiful. It looked to be made of solid, softly glowing onerite, like a luminous emerald carving. The whole place probably reflected back any damage that was done to its walls. There were 5 spiky towers within the castle, each one flanked with sharp, talon-like battlements and crenellations. And the windows, all of them glass, had been cut into shapes just like Lust had done at her temple. The panes weren't stained, however, just clear, and the material between the panes wasn't enchanted. It was gold. Solid fucking gold. How is that place so lovely, but its plane is so gross? Sloth kicked a fallen branch, which broke down immediately into wet strands of wood fiber. She curled her nose.
She should have never let it get like this. I mean, I'm lazy, and even I didn't let my own world go to rot.
I raised an eyebrow at her. Your world is all rocks and air. Those things can't rot.
Oh, yes, they can. You think I just lie around all day? Shit takes upkeep.
I raised my eyebrow higher. She crossed her arms.
Fine. I had other people do the upkeep, but still, they had to use my onerite to do it, and it was my power keeping that stuff charged. This Hollow Spire world is all magic,
Tempest put in, her clinking metal voice giving me a start.
Warren believed that the onerite stones were an extension of the gods' magic. In this place, the stones have been used to form a single building, not spread out. But it glows so weakly. It should be like our sun.
She was right. As lovely as the fortress was, it glowed like a low flame, not a blazing color I'd seen in Sloth's onerite, or Wrath's. Was it because I'd stolen Envy's power? Wrath, was this place always this ugly? I asked the small god. She shook her head.
Envy would not ever.
She bit down on the word.
She made pretty things, like the fort, not like the swamp. This was her.
As usual, the mad woman made little sense. I didn't have time to unravel her meaning or untie the knot in her mind to make her clear again. That took effort, and right now, Envy would know we were coming. Her forces would be close on our heels, and if she had behemoths headed this way, they'd be only minutes behind us. Behemoths that could hold plenty of her troops. So no, we didn't have time. Well, whether Envy's gotten lazy with her housekeeping or not, we've got to move. Or I should say, I've got to move. Sloth cocked her head.
You don't want us to come with you?
Wrath made fists and glared at the castle.
Patience.
She growled. I touched her arm. I'm sorry, but there isn't time to go in slowly, or to wait for you to make sense. Or whatever it is you want me to be patient about this time. I didn't add. You both need to go with Lust and Tempest. If Envy gets to you, she won't risk losing you again. She'll just kill you outright. Envy was done taking risks. She'd tried to capture Sloth at Lust's temple, and it hadn't worked. She'd left Wrath alive to wander the desert as some sort of example. But she'd lost her. Now she would use a more permanent solution if she got her hands on them.
I would demand to stay with you, but I'll be honest, I like not being dead.
Sloth said.
Dead or crazy. Neither one sounds relaxing. So I'll go. But what about you?
Wrath was standing still now, staring up at Envy's towers. I expected more fight from her, but she turned and strode toward Tempest. She would go, too. Aboard Tempest, they'd be safe until Tempest ran out of energy. I just needed to make sure Envy was dead before then. I'll get inside using the spell I got off the bog dragon, I said. I'll find a good point of ingress and turn the wall to slurry. From there, I'll just have to do my best. Sloth patted my cheek in a mock patronizing way.
Aw, your best. Aren't you cute?
Didn't you just say I would win no matter what I did?
Well, sure. But you can win and still be cute.
I laughed, then kissed her. Get on the fucking dragon.
Ooh, bossy. I like it.
She trotted off, and that was that. No frightened goodbyes, no making me promise to be careful. If Seven were here, she would tell me to be careful. I swallowed the acid that rose at the unbidden thought. Seven was Envy. She was my enemy. I had to kill her today, no matter the cost, and whoever she had pretended to be was a lie. I had to stop having feelings for that lie. Just as I was about to turn away, Tempest spoke again.
My mistress moves,
she said. I looked up to where Wrath and Sloth were stepping into the crook behind the dragon's wing joints. They were bent over, helping someone else to stand. Lust appeared, swaying, but our eyes instantly met. Hers were orange, bright as blazing fire, and so odd against her pale pink scales. Her long violet bangs framed her face, giving her an oddly severe look. If not for her eyes, she might have looked the picture of innocence. Her dress was white and unadorned, with a rope cinched inexpertly at her waist. She was attractive in a way a virgin was attractive, but she couldn't possibly be that. Her name was Lust. Those eyes spoke to that nature. They made her seem almost demonic. They were hungry eyes on a serene and passionless face.
I'm coming with you,
she said. Chapter 83. Crash Course. Sloth shot me a look as if to say,
You want me to stop her? She's small. I can take her.
I gave a little shake of my head as Lust dismounted from the dragon, landing on Tempest's forelegs so lightly that I doubted the dragon could even feel it. She dropped to the ground the same way, alighting there as softly as a dragonfly resting its wings. She had somehow found the only piece of solid ground within a square mile, and there she waited for me, clasping her hands behind her back. I sloshed over to her and held out my hand. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Silas.
I know,
she said. She didn't move to shake my hand. I huffed and took my hand back. Figured it out from spying on me, did you? Well, what's the verdict? Am I a crazy, power-hungry bastard who's going to kill Envy and seize her little empire for myself? Lust blinked, but it might be more accurately to say her eyes blinked. It was like fire flickering. It was noticeable. You're unsettling, you know that? I said.
Yes, I get that a lot.
Her voice was high, a little childish, even playful. It was an affectation. She was hundreds of years old. So, your verdict?
I no longer think I'm a good judge of that, seeing as how I gave my magic to you. Do you know how that happens?
I curled my lip. You have to forsake your vice, even just for a few moments, I said. Look, Lust, you really should get back on Tempest. It will be safer with her. With that said, I stepped past her to walk back up to Tempest.
Nowhere will be safe if you fail,
she replied behind me. I ignored her, in large part because she was right, and I didn't want to think too hard about that. I lay a hand on Tempest's foreleg. I almost forgot, I told the dragon, consciously switching over to Draconic. The words still sounded like my native language to me.
What is it?
Tempest asked. I have reinforcements coming. They just need to know where to go and when. Now is probably a good time, so can you give me instructions that dragons could follow to get here? I know you have ways of locating places from the air, even when you're approaching from other directions. I know the Ascenders have at least one dragon who can guide them. Tempest dipped her head a few inches in a sage nod.
I will relay instructions. Are you ready? It will be important that you relay them exactly as I say them.
Hold on, I said, closing my eyes. I searched my stomach slot where I stored magic I wasn't using and pulled up my mushroom dragon spells. I had 3, but they were from small dragons, so they wouldn't last long. I'd have to queue them up to make sure the message didn't get split into segments. I cast with my hand again, the easiest way to cast, and greenish-white magic bloomed there, an amorphous haze above my palm. Normally mushroom dragons just opened their mouths and exhaled messages, but when channeled through a hand, it took on this form. I'd actually seen a few of the Queen's scales do something similar. Those who used the power of mushroom dragons were prized as couriers. I could already sense the connection to the Ascender's own mushroom dragons. Anza, the siren, had followed through in establishing a connection. I didn't understand how her magic worked, but I didn't need to right now. Ready, I told Tempest, feeling Lust's eyes on my back. Tempest started speaking immediately, and the words she was using made almost no sense to me.
Starless right high tree blue, angle against horizon dip red like, straight square.
I repeated it dutifully, word for word, because even Warren himself couldn't always make sense of what a dragon was saying, even when he understood the words. They were famously enigmatic creatures. By the time the behemoth was done, I'd used up 2 of the mushroom dragon charges to pass on the message, and still had a bit of magic left over. This message is from Silas, in case you couldn't tell, I added. Come as soon as you can. I'm at Envy's fortress and going in, but her forces are likely to converge here any second. We also believe that Seven was Envy in disguise, so anything she might have known about your movements is now compromised.
I see a dragon approaching now,
Tempest said, raising her head to look back the way we'd come.
Another behemoth.
We're already seeing enemy forces arrive, I added into the message. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll have my hands full with Envy. I'd appreciate you holding off her minions, and maybe coming into her fortress if you can manage it. The haze of magic flickered, and I raced to add, Tell Zorana and Victory that... Tell them to be careful. The magic ran out. I wondered if that last piece of message had gotten through or not. I had to chuckle at myself. I didn't want anyone to do the cliché thing and tell me to be careful. Then I went and did it to someone else. Figures. Well, I'd done my best. I wasn't used to giving commands, and I'd been very limited in doing so. I just had to hope that Victory could advise both the Ascenders and the Queen's troops as well, filling in all the blanks I was leaving them. I dropped my hand and turned, then jumped. Lust was right behind me, in all her stained and stinking glory. Her light feet were now in the mud.
I have an ally within the fortress,
she said.
She will be able to tell us more about what to expect. You will need me to show you where to find her.
Part of my face twitched, but I could see the other behemoth now, too, even without dragon-enhanced vision. It was approaching fast, a growing blot against the green sky. The time for talk was past. I turned my head to Tempest. Go, I said. I'll take Lust. I expected arguments, even threats, but Tempest merely said,
Protect her, or face Warren's wrath.
I waved as Tempest leaned back, then squinted against her launch, holding Lust's forearm when she wobbled against the blast of wind. I hope Warren is still alive, to be mad at me. I hope we can find him today. Lust held up her other arm to shield herself from the rest of the launch procedure, and when Tempest was gone and all was quiet, Lust looked at me. Those piercing animal eyes made my skin crawl, but it wasn't an unpleasant sensation. The aurora around us vanished as the dragon's protection disappeared. "We're visible now," I said. "Time to go. You said you have an agent on the inside?"
Not a dragon agent, but yes, an agent. Come, let's find a log to sit on. You can fly it to the fortress with Sloth's power.
I grinned. "Oh, I can do you one better than that. 2 better, even." I had enough time to savor her look of confusion before my magic was working. My new understanding of my powers came with some perks, after all. Within moments, I had us both floating a few feet above the bog.
You can fly? But Sloth can't do that.
Lust stammered, looking down at the ground as if it might bite her. "I can do a lot of things that you gods can't do, apparently," I said, "and today I'm gonna give you a crash course in my powers." I'd leave it to her to decide whether I had a right to them or not, whether I would misuse them for my own gain or not. Because I knew that was why she was coming with me. She could have told me how to get to her agent, but no, she wanted to keep tabs on me. She wanted to be there when I killed Envy, just in case she had to finish me off afterward. Lust was Warren's security policy, in case I wasn't the man he thought I was. Clever bastard, I thought, and then Lust cried out in surprise as I threw us both through the air toward the fortress. Chapter 84. Infiltration.
It's here,
Lust said. I'd cut off our hover spell as soon as we got to the general area where she had directed me. It was at the base of the tower opposite the front doors of the fortress, but aside from that, I couldn't have said if it was north or south or east or west. I didn't even know if these planes had cardinal directions. How big was each level of the hollow spire anyway? Did they end, or were they infinite, or did one side just bleed into the other? It was a magical mystery. I paused behind Lust. We stood on our feet now, so as not to uselessly drain Sloth's energy, but the hovering earlier had worked to protect us from attackers. No one had called out any alarms, and I hadn't seen anyone atop the battlements, but that didn't mean we hadn't been seen. That worried me somewhat, and I suspected a trap, but we weren't exactly entering from the front doors. The new behemoth had landed, and 2 more since, but they were on the other side of the fortress. "Hurry up and find it," I hissed at Lust, who was running a hand up the fortress wall. To be honest, I'm surprised her forces haven't found us already.
Rushing me will not make this faster,
she replied, and I clamped my mouth shut so as not to say something like, "Making catty remarks is hardly a good way to spend your focus either, now is it?" I glanced around for the 3rd time, my hair rising on my neck. We stood about 30 feet below a tall window depicting a shower of coins in its glass panels. Either that or a shower of hailstones. It wasn't easy to tell without color in the glass. That window's image must have been her landmark. There had better be a secret door, or else I'd have to hover us up to the window and bust us through. That would leave evidence of our passing, though. "I can turn the wall to slurry," I said, "if it's just a matter of getting in."
It's not that. I have to trigger something. Here!
Her voice went high at the last word, making me worry someone had heard us. She tapped a nondescript spot on the Onorite. I honestly couldn't tell it apart from the rest of the wall, as there didn't appear to be any bricks or stones or any seams whatsoever. It was all one solid piece of the ore, a true marvel. Nothing's happening," I growled when nothing proceeded to happen.
I rang a bell. Someone should be coming.
Prince, here!
We both tensed at the shout, which was far too close for my comfort. Someone had found our trail, and more humans answered in their own strange dialect of Parshan. For the first time I noticed how different it was from the language back home, yet I had understood it so innately before. I've been speaking Draconic lately. My mind has settled into that language, and other ones sound more foreign now.
10 with me! A male voice cut out. 20 the other way! The rest guard the doors. 10 pace positioning!
I didn't know what that meant, and I hoped not to learn. "Lust," I warned.
She'll be here.
I counted back from 10, and with each number, the slap of muddy feet and the clank of armor grew louder. When the approaching dragon agents were around the next bend, I reached behind me to grab Lust's arm. It was time to break through that window. My hand closed on empty air. I didn't even have time to turn around before a hand gripped my flailing wrist and tugged me up against the inside of the fortress. Only there was no side of the fortress. I stumbled back into an open doorway, my eyes wide in surprise. The doorway flickered behind us, then reformed. An illusion. Lust huffed.
I'm glad that worked. I installed those enchantments centuries ago.
I blinked at her. Right, she was an enchantress, and a damned good one. You made this?
Had to have a way to hide my spies, didn't I?
She said, tugging on me again. It made me turn. The room was pie-shaped and cellar-like. In the deepest shadows, I saw a cloaked figure standing next to another door, her hand on a wall sconce.
Speaking of my spies,
Lust said, pulling me close.
this is one of my newest.
To the agent, she added.
Glad to see you're still alive.
Not for lack of trying.
The woman replied as she got the wick of the lamp to light, throwing orange flame against the wooden stacks of wine kegs that made up the walls here. They all had holes where the spigots should have been. Empty. The woman turned and then stopped when she saw me. I peered into her hood. Olive skin, a nice mouth, a lock of light brown hair.
Mr. Halston,
The woman said.
You really came. Envy found you.
I hadn't expected her to know my name, and I hadn't expected her to mention envy either. Not like that. Not like it was a good thing she'd found me. Yeah, who are you?
Oh shit, fuck.
She said, and threw her hood back.
Sorry.
My eyes went so round that I think they dried out from exposure. My jaw unhinged for a long moment, just hanging there. The woman smiled at me. Her hazel eyes glittered with warmth, but also exhaustion. Too much exhaustion. It lined her sweet heart-shaped face, the same face that the Queen of Partial had, with slight differences. A higher brow, a softer cheek, the same smile lines as her father, only not quite so deep yet. And the inked marks on her cheek, cutting down her face like black knives. Yeah, those were definitely new.
Ah, that's right. You two have met.
Lust said. Princess Etonia? I breathed. Is that you? Chapter 85. Inside Man. Etonia smiled at me, uncertain.
It's good to see you, Mr. Halston.
I swallowed, my cheeks heating, damn them. The princess and I had been around each other several times at royal functions. I still had no idea why Warren and my mother had forced me to attend such events in the first place. Warren's loyalty to my mother seemed a poor reason to put a cursing bartender in the same room as a princess. Either way, never once had we been alone together. Etonia was a princess, after all, and I was just a commoner's son. She wasn't even using my first name. Just call me Silas, I blurted, adding belatedly, Your Highness. Her smile flickered, and her eyes darted to Lust and back again. Now is not the time, I tried to tell her with my eyes. The less everyone knows, the better. How are you here? I asked, as a deep, dangerous feeling began to bloom in my chest. I thought envy captured you and your ladies-in-waiting, including Liara, my fiancée. She blinked at that.
Fiancé. Ah, my goodness. Hadn't realized.
Her voice had changed over to something regal and contained, nothing like it had been moments ago, when she'd cursed like a scale. There was an awkward pause, and she said,
So you've come looking for Miss Liara?
Yes, but you know that, don't you? You said you sent envy to find me? I watched the gears turn behind her eyes, but no child of Warren's was stupid. If he spent all that effort to tutor me as thanks to a friend, I couldn't imagine what lengths he went to for his own children. The demons knew that victory was just as much brains as brawn. Etonia took a step closer. That sensation inside me felt like it was screaming into all my extremities now. I'd seen her before, and she was lovely, but why was I reacting this way now? It almost felt like
Do you have my half-sister? Is she all right?
I had to touch my chest. Something was wrong. This wasn't the feeling of love at first sight. This sensation was my body's reaction to an intruder, a familiar manifestation of new power. Yeah, Victory is fine and she's coming with the reinforcements, I said weakly, my mind working. I looked up, my brow descending heavily over my eyes. Your Highness, you're not a god, are you? It might have been the stupidest thing I'd ever said, but I knew what I was feeling. It was the same overwhelming sensation I'd felt each time I'd taken on the magic of a dragon god. I was receiving more magic, right now. Etonia's olive skin went nearly white.
What makes you say that?
Because I'm stealing magic from you as we speak, I said, rushing to add. Involuntarily, I mean. I can feel it, and you're the only person here besides Lust, unless... I looked around the cellar again. Were those barrels an illusion? Was someone else here? Was this a trap? Why the holes in the wine barrels spigots, then? No one would add that to an illusion, unless someone is hiding inside them. I reached for a sword that wasn't there. Lust put her hand on my wrist.
We're alone. You are indeed receiving this power from the princess, but she is not a god. She is the vessel of a god. It is how she has escaped Envy's clutches this past week.
Etonia turned sharply to Lust.
You've been out of the loop too long. It's not Envy we're looking to kill.
Lust's eyes widened.
Surely you are kidding. Did you not send her to Silas to be neutralized?
My heart stopped. Send her to be neutralized? Etonia lashed out abruptly, taking both our hands. She looked into my eyes first, then Lust's.
We don't have time for the details. There are dragon agents swarming the grounds, and soon they will be inside, searching for you. I know a path to my father's prison cell, but it will be useless if the guard patrols more halls. We must go now.
She swallowed and straightened.
You can both follow me. I can use dragon mind speak to talk to you on the way. Can you understand it, Silas?
I can. She nodded.
Good. Now follow close.
At our nods, she doused the lamp flame with her bare fingers and turned. The cellar door creaked open under Etonia's hands, spilling feeble greenish light across the grime-covered onerite floor. She led us into a hallway that was fuzzy with old cobwebs. Envy might have once used her agents for cleaning duty, but they were set to other, more deadly tasks now. I followed her up the first narrow stairwell we came to, my heart ticking like a wound-up gear clock I had seen once in an artificer's shop. Etonia sent Envy to me so that I could neutralize her, telling Envy that I would try to save her, and sending her after me was a ruse. Etonia knew that I was capable of stealing magic from gods. Warren must have told her. How much does he know about me? Etonia moved like a whisper, hood drawn, boots soft, split skirts brushing walls slick with condensation. The backs of her hands were blackened in the same sharp pattern as her face. It might be a tattoo, or just paint. From afar, to me, she'd always seemed like a creature of laughter and brightness. Now she seemed the opposite, full of dark purpose. Like my teacher, Mistress Vaughn, had once been. Once in the stairwell, I heard her speak into my head, the same way that dragons usually spoke. Even in this mind speak, she was quiet, as if afraid to be overheard.
I was captured with the others 8 weeks ago,
she explained.
Envy used us to lure my father into surrendering. She imprisoned him and Portent.
I know, I whispered. I'd already surmised as much.
Good, but there's more. I think she's been siphoning off my father's power somehow. She's been using his spirit lines to spy on dragons all over the Hollow Spire. She can do it to any dragon that became loyal to Warren, even some of the ones on the surface.
My eyebrows shot up. Spirit lines were the magical connections between dragons and other dragons within their own nest. As a behemoth-class dragon-touched, and as a man of vast influence, Warren would have more spirit lines than even the strongest dragons. That's how Envy got to the Queen's scales, I thought. That's how she's been torturing all of them. Lust spoke up in mind speak, and there was real sorrow in her voice.
I gave Warren my loyalty. That connected him to all the dragons who were loyal to me. This allowed envy to control all but my half-transformed servants and myself. It was a grave mistake on my part.
You could not have known.
Etonia replied.
This magic is foreign, even to the gods.
Etonia stopped on a landing, listening. We waited. I didn't hear anything, but both of them could, and they were dragons. I would trust their ears over mine any day. But this was revelation. This was how envy could speak to dragons from long distances. She was somehow commandeering Warren's own dragon aura to do it. She said envy couldn't do it to half-transformed people. That includes the mermaids, Leet, and Anza, all dragon agents, and possibly the gods. So she had to threaten all of them indirectly. As for the Queen's scales, they are full human, only their armor, separate from them, has dragon magic. So that's why she could get to them. Where did I fall on this spectrum? She has never tortured me nor spoken to me mentally, so I must be immune. That means I'm neither fully human nor fully dragon, but I suppose I already knew that. I thought all of this to myself because I didn't know how to use Mindspeak yet, and I didn't dare speak out loud right now.
Come on,
Etonia said suddenly, and we rushed up the stairs on silent feet. At the top we met a door, and Etonia paused before it, one gloved hand raised to the handle. This time, I heard it too, boots on stone, passing by on the other side. A guard, maybe two. Etonia turned slightly, just enough for me to see her finger against her lips. We waited, and she spoke again.
A week ago, envy came to me. She demanded to know who she should expect to come chasing after us. Our husbands, boyfriends, fathers, sisters. She threatened torture if we didn't comply. The other women were scared, but they didn't know anyone brave enough to risk coming here to save them. They all looked to me, and so did envy. I was worried about my sister and my mother. I didn't want envy going after the Queen, not with all her power, and my mother, well, she would have stopped at nothing to get me back. I couldn't send envy after her, not when she was mine and my father's best chance.
I nodded. Etonia's mother had abdicated when Queen Camilla came of age, mostly because she'd wanted to get a sword back in her hands. But she'd been on a scouting mission across the sea when Etonia had gone missing, and all attempts to contact her had failed, at least to my knowledge. Beyond the door, the footsteps faded.
Then I remembered you,
Etonia said, glancing back at me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Halston, but my father told me in confidence that you were some sort of magical vacuum. He thought you were capable of sucking magic out of someone else and into you. You just had never actually done it.
I swallowed. Was that what I was? It made sense that Warren would tell the princess and queen, but why hadn't he told me? Did my mother know? Of course she knew. She was my mother.
My father didn't understand what you were,
Etonia said.
Or what you'd be able to do. So I thought, if anyone could kill a god, it might be the guy with powers that even the Great Uniter could not understand. That's why I sent envy to you.
She didn't give me a choice to react before she was pushing the door open and turning down another corridor. It was an austere hallway with nothing on the walls, just that same eerily glowing onerite. I trailed my finger over it. But it was glassed, so that no one could touch it directly without at least a good chisel. Etonia held up a hand of Verstalis, continuing. I edged closer to her, straining to listen. There were voices down the hall we were about to turn into, muffled. Already, there were too many guards here.
They have blocked off the path I meant to take,
she said. She must have been able to hear the words the men were speaking.
I have an alternate route. This way, quickly.
Then she moved, gliding past the corner and darting through a half-rotted arch. We followed her into an old, simple dining chamber that might have once been used by servants. A brick hearth presided over the back of the room, and Etonia knelt there and pressed on a brick, right where the fire ought to be. The bricks at the back of the hearth disappeared, just like the outer wall had. Another old enchantment. A dark passageway lay beyond, and all of us crawled in.
Kick the brick sticking out to shut it behind you.
Etonia instructed.
You can stand up in a second. This leads to a ladder. Just go up until you see light.
Since I was at the rear, I was the one who had to twist and contort to try to find and kick the correct brick. I couldn't seem to do it, though. I was too bulky.
Here, let me.
Lus said, squeezing up against me, stretching her arm out past my bulk. The contact caught me by surprise, her small body pressed so tight to mine. But she had been able to turn around much more easily. She got hold of whatever she needed to get hold of, and the doorway grated closed, leaving us in absolute darkness. In silence, we moved forward until we reached an upward tunnel in the pitch blackness. I could feel stone rungs as I stood, and we climbed. Etonia spoke again.
When I gave Envy your name and where to find you, she left. But the door to our cell, she left it unlocked. I didn't think much of it then, but now...
She trailed off, and then her voice came back hard and direct again.
I was the only one brave enough to try to run. I got to my father's cell. I was caught. One of Envy's guards ran me through with a sword.
I stopped mid-climb and looked up, but I could see nothing. Etonia had sustained an injury that bad only days ago? But she seemed perfectly fine to me. She hadn't even limped when she walked.
But how were you able to contact me if you had a blade in you?
Lus said. Seemed she had the same questions I did.
I am not sure if you know about this. Not in the Hollow Spire.
Etonia said.
But on the surface, there's one way to bring someone back from death. Only one. And it happened to me.
Chapter 86. That is definitely a trap. My heartbeat became a storm in my ears. It all made sense now. Oh, my demons. Warren had been captured. He never went anywhere without Portent and Tempest, and he had left Tempest with Lust. That meant Portent was with him in the prison. Portent died to save your life, I whispered. It was extremely rare, but if a human died in front of a dragon and the dragon wanted more than anything to save that human, the dragon could trade its life for the human's. The dragon lost its body and its soul went into the human's body and revitalized it. Those were the people that became dragon-touched. The Great Uniter was one of those people. When his dragon saved his life, it started the golden age of unity.
Not exactly,
Etonia said.
Portent didn't die for me. He wasn't even being kept in the same place as my father. He's enormous, remember? A behemoth. But he could still talk to my father, and he relayed a message to me through him. Portent couldn't die for me, but he did tell me who would. There was a dragon in the prison with us, a dragon whose connection to me he could sense. My father killed the guard, but he didn't have any keys, so I dragged myself to see the dragon alone. He was a Mount-class dragon, pure black, almost too big for the cell. You would know him by the name Pride.
I had started climbing again, but if I'd been walking, I surely would have tripped all over myself. Pride was in the same prison? I hissed.
Yes. The enemy had control over all the gods then, except for Lust. She had Pride and Greed imprisoned here. Sloth would be an easy target whenever Envy decided to make her move, and Wrath was the same. I have since learned that she drove Wrath mad and let her out as a lure to catch Lust.
So Envy did have Greed then, and she'd had Pride as well. She'd had all but one of the gods within easy reach, and Lust was the only one left. But if she'd been so close to her goal, why the question about saviors? Why had Envy followed Etonia's advice? Why had she come to find me? Etonia was speaking again, and I tuned in, my thoughts whirring so loud that it was hard to understand her.
I was bleeding out right there on the floor, and I begged Pride through the bars. I don't even know what I said. I was delirious by that point, but Portent was right. When my soul drifted into the great blackness, pride died to bring me back. His soul became a part of me, and then we were both on the right side of the bars.
I could hardly believe this. It seemed like pure luck. But Warren's dragon Portent was a dragon of fate. His entire power was to bring fated people together. Atonia and Pride had been fated then. I searched my chest slot, and there it was again, my new magic swollen inside me like a holiday meal. It was Pride's magic. He must have dispelled all pride when he saw me through Atonia's eyes, which meant he automatically gave his power to me. Or his pride was already long gone. After all, he died to save a human. That has to be embarrassing for a literal god of pride. Gaining Pride's magic had been like taking a toy from an infant. No wonder Lust and Warren were afraid of me. Light spilled down on me, barely discernible for how faint it was. I looked up, then down again, sharply. I could see up Lust's dress. Really? You're going to care about that now? For a moment, I could only think of white lace panties, and then the image was gone. Lust and Atonia were moving again.
This is a more dangerous way,
Atonia said.
If anyone is in their quarters, we're fucked.
Together we spilled out into a lavishly appointed bedchamber. Here the walls were warm with ambient light, smooth under several paintings that watched us pass, all of them beautiful dragons memorialized in gold leaf and flaking oils. Atonia reached the door, peeked out, and then dashed into the corridor without a second's hesitation. We all went left, through another bedchamber and past another secret door into a curving stairwell, lined in red silk and brass. This one wasn't nearly as secret as the first. It had probably been used to hide late-night visits to other people's beds. After 2 more flights, Atonia slowed and met a trap door the same color as the walls. She pulled down on its iron loop, and we ascended into a public set of stairs.
Guards will be posted at every exit of the stairwell, and at the top. I'll need to get through the guy at the top, and my father should be on the other side.
I followed her and Lust, ducking slightly. The ceiling was closer here, and the appointments less luxurious. The air was close and stifling, too warm from lack of ventilation. Dust clung to everything, me included. We must be going up one of the towers, I thought. It would take another minute, so I sank back into my head a little and tried to see the events of the past laid out more clearly before me. First, Warren came down here with his 2 dragons, searching for something. We still don't know what it was. Warren figured out that something was wrong here, that envy was kidnapping gods for some dark purpose and a rebellion was brewing. Warren met with Lust, the god who supported the rebels. He left Tempest with her and warned her that I might soon follow him, courtesy of Portent's predictions. I caught Lust's skirts ahead of me, tugging her back. Before she could fully turn, I hissed. When Warren left Tempest with you, did he say I would follow him, or that I might follow him, but only if he failed? She screwed up her face as Atonia's light steps drifted away from us.
Why does this matter?
Just tell me.
Fine. He said I was destined to meet you, but he didn't know when. He thought his own failure in his quest might bring you to the Hollow Spire, but he did not know for sure.
I gave a nod and waved her forward. Lust and I were destined to meet, which means Portent saw that Lust and I were fated, that our destinies were somehow intertwined. Warren was hardly as omniscient as I'd given him credit for. He'd used a fate dragon, not his own knowledge, to figure out that I'd become involved in all this. The thought actually gave me a little comfort. Warren didn't know why I'd come to the Hollow Spire. He only knew that I would meet Lust. That didn't undo the fact that Warren had left Tempest with Lust in part because he feared what I might do. I couldn't fault him for that, though. I was definitely too powerful to be trusted. Curse me, but I barely trusted myself. I hurried after the 2 women, moving as fast as my feet could carry me, while still doing it quietly. So, Warren gave Tempest to Lust, to spy on me, but also to protect her. That worked out well. Envy couldn't use his spirit lines to torture Tempest, because she can phase in and out, hiding her aura. After that, Warren got captured by Envy. He wouldn't cooperate. So Envy had the 7 women kidnapped, including Etonia. Warren had been forced to capitulate, and Envy had somehow stolen his spirit lines from him. I shuddered to think what else she might have taken. He was the most powerful man alive, and he would make for a powerful tool. So, the women and Warren were trapped for another 7 weeks until Envy showed up in their cell. Envy had ostensibly gone to ask the kidnapped women who she should expect to follow them. Etonia told her about me. Envy then left to find me, while Etonia escaped, died, and then became the dragon-touched partner of the god Pride. Somewhere in there, Etonia even got a message to Lust. Warren had probably told her that Lust could be trusted in the brief time the two were together. Ever since, I'd been chasing Etonia while she'd been hiding here, in the fortress, gathering intelligence and learning her way around. The dark ink marks probably kept her hidden in some way. Enchantments, maybe, or slave marks shared by the fortress's lowest workers. Whatever they were, they gave me the willies. Hot demons, though. What a whirlwind of a story. And now we were coming to the end of it. It took several more flights, but I finally came upon Lust and Etonia, both of them crouched on the stairs next to one of those tall glass windows. It was so tall that we were actually looking at the top of it. The bottom half was another flight down. Each half had depicted a big, closed fist. Etonia shot me a look, obviously angry that I'd lagged behind. The daggers in her gaze felt almost real when they came from behind those jagged black marks on her face. She jerked her head up the stairs, and I leaned close to see around the bend. There was the final landing, with a door of green onerite, nondescript except for a heavy-looking iron handle with a keyhole. But no guards, no movement, no sound.
That's the entrance to the prison wing, at the top of this tower,
she told me, using mind speak.
It is always guarded. 2 men on this side.
The hairs on my neck lifted.
But I see no guards,
Lust said.
Exactly. This is suspicious.
Etonia replied, practically reading my mind. I signaled, using a hand flick that Mistress Vaughn had taught me. Etonia understood, and she retreated down a level with me, Lust caught between us and following by default. At the bottom half of the window, with the fists, I whispered, "It's a trap. Envy has moved her men away to lure us. But there's a trap on the other side, 10-1.
I thought the same,
Etonia replied.
You've been this way many times, all in failed attempts to free my father. There have always been 2 gods on that landing.
She jabbed her finger up as she spoke, pointing to the unguarded door as if she were angry at it. But I knew she was just frustrated. We had been stymied. We had 2 choices now. Confront the trap directly, on Envy's own terms and on her chosen ground, or find another way into the tower. Then we could grab Warren and sneak up behind her. My gaze slid to the window. There was no choice at all. Listen up, I have an idea. Chapter 87. Virtue. An airship-class dragon could breathe out for a long period of time. This meant that when I used the spell I'd gained from the bog dragon, it should last me a little while, long enough to melt both the glass of this window and the wall at the top of the tower. I moved the spell into my head slot so that I could cast it with a breath. If I held my breath, the power would pause. I wasn't sure I could do that with a hand cast. You'll both have to trust me on this one, I told Lust and Etonia as we huddled next to the window. I can't deal with complaints or anything else while I'm doing this. I've never maintained 4 spells at once, and if you distract me, you might end up falling.
Got it,
Etonia replied, still using mind speak. Lust nodded. All right, let's do this, I said. I faced the window and closed my eyes for focus, calling Sloth's power to my right hand. One by one, I cast a telekinesis spell on each of us, until we were all hovering a few inches off the stairs. Hold on to me in case I drop one of you. They did so, each of them clutching tightly to one of my biceps. I took one last normal breath, then drew upon the bog dragon spell. After this, I had only 1 dragon spell left. I breathed out on the window, and it started to melt. It was disconcerting, The way the magic turned the glass image into a melted mess in seconds. It gave off no heat, and the black lines between the panes melted into the clear material, creating a gray, indiscernible goop. But it drizzled down the wall without more than a couple of tiny glorp noises, much quieter than shattering glass would have been. Mentally crossing my fingers that no one was watching, I stopped breathing out, holding the rest of the magic in. I turned my attention to hovering all three of us out the window, and then to making us move upward. Both women were dead silent despite the 100-foot drop below us. We floated up, 5 feet, then 10, then 20.
Here,
Etonia said, the only word I wanted to hear right now. I stopped us, spun myself around to face the wall, and breathed at it. The green ornerite gave way, turning to thick, crawling liquid. I vaguely remembered that Envy had told me this stuff was indestructible. Lucky again, I thought, because I hadn't considered that this wouldn't work. But it did, because I wasn't destroying the ornerite. I was just changing its form. Also, technically, I had Envy's power. That was probably the reason this was working, now that I thought about it. I could manipulate her ornerite, just like she could. Maybe I'm not lucky, so much as powerful. Way too powerful for even Warren to trust me. Well, I just have to prove my trustworthiness to him now. As the slurry drained away, leaving a hole, I finally ran out of breath. Inside the hole was darkness. Warren's cell had been windowless. I braced myself and flew us inside. We touched down hard because my focus snapped the moment we were through. We stood in a circular room that was barred down the center, giving the cell itself a half-moon shape. A ladder and hatch were the only things on the other side of the bars, but no guards. The cell stank of exactly what I expected it to stink of, with a chamber pot in one corner and a cot along the curved wall. On the cot lay a beaten figure.
No.
Etonia breathed.
No, it's not him.
My heart sank. The figure wasn't Warren. Instead, it was a woman, her figure obvious, but there was bad light here. I stepped closer, my back to the ladder and the hatch. The prisoner had a blanket, at least, but no pillow, no hay. I saw no evidence that she had been fed, no trays or bowls or crumbs of any kind, just cold, hard stone. Then my vision got accustomed to the dark, and I saw that she didn't have a blanket after all. It was something else wrapped around her, green and rubbery. When I saw her horns, then her face, I reached for the knife I didn't have. Envy, I hissed through my teeth. This was a trap after all. Envy had led us right to her. Quick as lightning, Lust grabbed my hand and shoved a knife into it.
Do it quickly,
she said. Where had she even been hiding this knife? Well, far be it from me to deny her. I advanced on Envy, raising the knife. Etonia darted in front of me, spreading her arms out to either side.
Stop.
The word was still a whisper, but she'd spoken it out loud. In that moment, I realized she was right. This was obviously a trap. No, it was the trap. All of this, it was too easy. I lowered the knife and peered past her. Is it an illusion? I asked. Had they caught Zorana, or Victory? Had they cast an illusion on Warren? Had I almost killed someone I cared about? What a dirty trick that would have been. Etonia's eyes swam with tears.
It's no illusion. That's Envy.
I watched the first droplet descend from her eye. Right. She had expected to find her father here. Instead, he remained lost to us. So then, where was he? What was going on? Etonia, seeing that I had stopped, lowered her arms.
We need to grab her and go. Right now, it's a trap. Just not the trap you think it is.
My hand tightened on the knife. What the fuck is going on? Etonia threw a hand out to Envy, palm up.
Silas, she's innocent. She's a patsy. The real enemy made her the face of this whole thing to hide her true identity. I only just found out.
My chest fluttered, but I shoved it down. I wanted to believe this, but I didn't dare to. Etonia was telling me too many things that I wanted to hear, and everything in me was screaming, trap. But my instinct, the trusted instinct that had gotten me through so much, it was silent. I didn't know what to do. And where was Warren? Damn it, where was he? He was the smart one. He knew what was happening. He could end all of this in a blink. For the first time in my life, indecision took hold of me. I was frozen. Who the fuck could I trust here? I didn't have enough information. Who's the real enemy, then? I croaked. But Antonia's gaze had slid past me. Her face went slack. Lust grabbed my wrist.
I am,
said a voice behind me. I turned, moving faster than I ever had in all my life. The world felt as if it blurred around me. Standing on the other side of the room, with a glowing yellow portal hanging in the air behind her, was a woman that I'd never seen before. She was tall and broad-shouldered. She wore reading glasses, a green velvet dress, and leather cloak. Her skin was hollow dark, her hair a graying red. Her irises were black, but her pupils were the same green as Envy's, like an inversion of her eyes, and behind her, cowering, was a pale-skinned man in light blue robes, a chain around his neck, leading to the woman's palm like a leash. "Who the fuck are you?" I said. She cocked her head, looking me up and down.
Oh my, you have all 5 god powers now. I wonder, if I kill you, will it kill all 5 gods? That would save me a great deal of time.
I took a step forward, gathering Lust's power into my hand. I was going to control this woman's body if she so much as blinked wrong. I said, "Who are you?" I growled at her. At my voice, the kneeling man gave a whimper of fear. His light blue clothes. The next plane's color is blue. Could that be greed? It had to be. He was right there. I was so close to all 6 living gods. Then again, so was she.
My name is my virtue, just as your gods go by their vice,
the woman said. She smiled at me. The smile normal, and yet somehow all wrong. There was hunger in that smile, and too many teeth. "Just tell me your fucking name," I snapped, losing patience.
You just lost me,
the woman replied. I blinked. What is that supposed to mean?
Patience. You just lost patience, didn't you? I should know. Patience is my name.
My eyes flew wide. I heard Wrath say it again over and over and over.
Give me patience, patience, patience.
Then I heard it once more, in my mind, what the woman had said.
I go by my virtue.
There are more, I breathed. There are more than 7 planes.
Of course there are more,
the woman replied, raising a hand.
But, sadly, you will never see them.
I knew a cast when I saw it. I called on Pride's magic, on my new power of negation, but I was too late. Chapter 88. Wanting Nothing. I cast Pride's magic successfully. Unfortunately, Patience cast first. The first thing I noticed was that I couldn't move. My body went still and nothing I did or thought could move a single muscle on me. But she doesn't have Lust's control magic, I told myself. So what is she doing to freeze me? I tried to look around, but my eyes wouldn't turn either. I could only see what was in front of me. Patience, smiling, and lowering her arm, while Greed knelt beside her, watching me, stricken dead still with fear. As Patience took a step toward me, something flickered at her chest. There was something dark beneath her clothing, something about the shape of a human heart, oblong and rounded. It was made from a darkness so strong that its black shape shone through the green velvet of her dress, like a hole in the world. Patience paused to let her head hang back slightly, as if in rapture. Her fingers touched the black thing at her chest, tracing her braided neckline in a soft caress.
Oh my, you were quick on the draw.
She turned her inverted eyes back on me.
As expected, you used Pride's magic first. Magical negation was your only chance, really. And now you've got no options left.
As she spoke, Greed did not move a muscle. He was staring at me, tears in his eyes, never falling. He didn't blink, didn't breathe. I heard nothing from behind me, not so much as a breath from lust or envy or atonia. In fact, there was no sound at all. I stared ahead, and Patience strode up to me. The black shape at her chest faded away. She said I used Pride's magic, but how did she know if it didn't work? I struggled to think past the panic of being at her mercy. If the Hollow Spire continued its rainbow scheme through all of the vices, then the next plane, Greed's plane, would be blue, and the final plane, Pride's, would be... what? Black. It might be black. The color I had seen on her chest, was it Pride's magic? It had burned there and then vanished completely, as if her body had consumed it outright. Patience walked to my left and laid a hand on my shoulder. I would have flinched if I could, but she did no harm to me. Her hand roved up over my shoulder, to my back, as she continued to stride around me, circling like a predator. With her out of my field of vision, once again, all I could see was Greed. The dragon god of avarice, on his knees, totally frozen. Not a muscle had moved on him. He hadn't blinked. He drew no breath as I stared. I didn't blink either. Yet my eyes weren't drying out. I couldn't even refocus them, but I could see a minuscule blur near where Patience had been standing. I'm pretty sure that's a mote of dust. It hasn't moved this entire time. Time. I understood now. Patience had stopped time. Yet she herself moved within the frozen tableau. She completed her rotation, her fingers trailing across my lower back, and then over my bicep, and finally to my chest, as she came back around to stand in front of me. Her hand against my chest might have made me nauseous, but it took time for nausea to happen. I felt a twitch at my eye, the beginning of a blink. My muscle moved. Slowly. Oh no. She hadn't stopped time, she had slowed it down to a terrible crawl.
Gives you an interesting perspective, doesn't it?
Patience said, lifting her chin to indicate the whole room.
When time slows, there is suddenly so much to look at, to notice, and yet you cannot turn your eyes to see it.
I tried to speak in reply, and I felt it, the sense that I had initiated a movement in my jaw. I could feel the same in the rest of my body, now that I was looking for it. Muscles at the beginning of tensing or going loose, movement in its infancy. That's when it hit me, in all its cruel reality. In this state, it would take me a century of awareness just to blink.
Ah, you're seeing it now? I can tell,
she said.
You're realizing why I have the power I do, and you are understanding how helpless you are.
She was right. This was it. The horrible torture she inflicted on all of those dragons, the torture she used to threaten all those agents, the thing she used to command complete loyalty, the thing that had driven Wrath mad. Time. She slowed time for all of them. She made them stand here like this for eternities. How long had it taken? Years of awareness? Centuries? How long did it take before you drove a human to submission, or a dragon, or a god? How long had she trapped Wrath in the prison of her own body, in the hell of a single eternal moment, unchanging?
I can do it for as long as I want, you know,
Patience said, her hand rising up my chest to my throat, and then locking there.
The magic I am expending to keep you like this, it costs me nothing. This is still the same millisecond, and I can do it for an hour without tiring. Can you imagine how long an hour will last in this state?
An hour. It might feel like thousands of years. Always staring at the same thing, At greed groveling on his knees, memorizing and rememorizing every detail of his face, his collar, his hair, trying desperately to occupy myself. As I slowly went mad from the boredom. Maybe, with time, I could focus my eyesight on a different part of his clothing, or on the floor, or on a particularly interesting dust mote, and then I could spend another 100 years memorizing it. But how long would that hold my interest before my mind would scream out for freedom, and the gods forbid that I ever completed my blink, dropping me into the ceaseless unchanging darkness behind my eyelids?
Too much!
Wrath had said.
Too much! Too much!
She had emerged from years of this horrifying state into a world that suddenly had movement and detail and noise. No wonder silence had been the only thing to calm her. No wonder everything was too much. Patience tightened her grip on my throat.
I am in no hurry, you know,
she said, looking up at me. She was a few inches shorter than I was, but the menace rolling off her could not be mitigated by the slowing of time.
I embody my virtue. You can take years to die for all I care. I will still get where I am going, and you will not take my power from me.
She clucked her tongue.
Oh, no. I won't hand it over like all those silly vices did.
I wanted to ask 1,000 things, but my mouth wouldn't be open for 50 years at this rate. I might have half a word out by then, at best. And yet, the dead coal in my chest suddenly glowed hot with hope. I was not totally caught in time. My mind was still working. My thoughts were still coming as quickly as ever. That was where the madness had come from, but it was also how I would escape. Patience pressed her face close to mine, searching my frozen eyes.
You have been a real thorn in my side these past few days, you know. Even more so than that great uniter, and he gave me a run for my money.
I listened to her, but only tangentially. She thought I was helpless. She thought she had all the time in the world to monologue before she slit my throat. She was so eager to prove that she was patience incarnate, and it was giving me the time I needed to plan. Patience was looking right at me. I called up Lust's magic. After all, it was triggered by eye contact, and Patience was meeting my eyes. Patience paused, then looked down to my hand, the same hand where Lust's magic was currently swelling into place. A soft haze of orange made visible by slowed time. She grinned, then peered back up at me, obviously unconcerned.
Lucky for me, I had a very careful plan in place when I came here. I'd planned for everything, even interlopers like you. Do you want to know how I did it?
She's not worried about me casting control magic on her, I thought. I remembered the black glow at her chest.
I captured Pride first,
she said.
I found him, then slowed time. From there, it was easy enough to subdue him, even in his dragon form. I couldn't breathe on his plane, of course, but when time is stopped, I don't need to breathe, do I? One breath lasts as long as the next.
She wasn't afraid of my control powers. Why wasn't she afraid? She absorbed Pride's magic when I cast it earlier, I thought. His magic went straight to that thing on her chest. That's why she doesn't care if I cast on her. Whatever I cast, she will just absorb it, which meant I couldn't cast my magic on her.
Greed needed to suffer my magic directly to come under my power,
she went on, tensing her grip at my neck.
I needed him broken, because I needed his portals to keep a path open to places where I could breathe.
A plan formed. I shifted my gaze, felt the muscles inside my eyes start to react. I could see greed staring at me in the left field of my vision. But I wasn't looking directly at him. How long would I need to wait to make eye contact? What would be enough to trigger a spell?
After imprisoning pride and driving greed into service, I only had to conscript wrath.
Patience continued, her hand going loose at my neck and dropping away.
Having wrath under my command also put envy in my pocket. Envy was happy to help at first. She took the heat off me, serving as a distraction. Sloth was on my list, of course, but she would be easy enough to kill when the time came. I left her for last, watching her closely, just in case Lust came out of hiding to ask Sloth to join her cause. Oh, eventually Wrath saw through my lies and turned on me, so I had to drive her mad as well. I let her loose in the desert, thinking she might lure Lust out of hiding. All I cared about was capturing Lust, you see. If I had her, I had them all. But I suppose I forgot how much love can addle a person. Poor little Envy got so angry, but she hid it so well. For nearly 6 months she bided her time, and then she ran off to find you.
Patience tilted her head and clucked her tongue. It would be her undoing. I was done with this fucking monologue. The movement of my eyes, infinitesimal though it had been, was enough to trigger Lust's control magic. Greed's eyes were in my field of vision, but our gazes hadn't met. They wouldn't meet for 100 years of my own time. I knew it wasn't enough, I just knew, and yet the magic connected. I felt it initiate. I could do things the gods couldn't do. As the control magic ignited, I cast the power in its secondary state, mind control, instead of bodily control. I pressed a thought straight into Greed's mind. I want nothing for myself. I pushed into him. Not even freedom. I am so broken that I feel no greed. Quick as thought, he received the idea. As quick as thought, he believed it. He was so close to that state already that a simple mental nudge took him over the edge. He gave up his vice in that microscopic moment, and I felt his power explode into me. It was the same burgeoning sensation as it had been every other time, a torrent of expanding, cold heat. Patience frowned and looked down at my chest slot. In the next instant, she would understand what I'd taken from Greed. I had to act within that same instant. I captured Greed's power and sent it hurtling into my hand. I had no idea how to cast his power to summon objects, but instead of panicking, I just cast the damn magic. I was beyond godlike after all. I had not only stolen magic from the gods of dragons, but I had used it better than they could. I could cast on any target I wanted, while the gods themselves had limits. I had no limits, so why should a hand gesture limit me? Why should I need more than a mere thought to cast? I felt my summoned object solidify into my hand, as Patience said,
"What are you?"
She never finished the sentence. I triggered Sloth's magic, and I cast teleportation on myself. In a moment faster than blinking, a moment existing outside this plane of frozen time, I teleported myself 5 inches forward toward the frowning goddess of patience. I took my summoned knife with me, and I buried it deep in her gut. Chapter 89. The Egg. Patience jerked away, off the blade. I watched her, my face still unblinking, my body still unmoving. Her time-freezing spell remained in effect, but Patience was bleeding. A lot. She held the wound, her eyes wide. Dark blood gushed past her fingers, spilling onto her green velvet skirts.
How?
She gasped, looking up at me.
You need to be able to move, to cast.
I don't have the same limits as the gods, I thought, wishing I could say it out loud. I was still frozen in place, though, still at her mercy. She staggered back, fear leaking into her gaze. She had believed she could beat me so easily. She had thought that, in keeping me frozen in time, she could subdue me just as she had all the others. But like all my other enemies, she had underestimated my abilities. I didn't go down so easy. Not in a bar fight, and not in a god fight. They were all the same to me. Her hands weren't enough to stem the flow of her lifeblood, and she was rapidly growing pale. Her eyes switched to rage as she glared at me. I considered teleporting the knife into her again, but why bother? That wound was enough. If she somehow healed it, then I'd go again.
What are you?
She rasped, her jaw working. I'm the death of you, I wanted to say. Then she took one bloody hand off her wound, and, her face twisting in pain, she reached inside her own chest. I watched, aghast, as she pulled an object out of her body. The flesh bulged, then peeled away, revealing an iridescent oblong orb still implanted halfway into her chest. This was the thing I'd seen there earlier, the thing that had absorbed Pride's negation magic. I thought it was a pendant, but no, it had been inside her. It looked like an egg. The thing was crystalline, and it blazed with every color of light, like a glass bottle filled with aurora. There was black, blue, red, and orange and green, the full spectrum of magic swirling inside of it. And she had just pulled it out past the surface of her body. It broke through her chest and between her tits, where she held it in place. It was still a part of her, and yet it was not.
This is the Hollow Mother's egg,
she rasped.
The one thing she left behind when she passed from this world. That rat bastard Gluttony stole it from the sacred hiding place, and then I stole it right back.
Gluttony? What the demons was she talking about? I wasted no time on the thought, and instead cast Lust's control magic on her. It was a mistake. The egg was still attached to her. It still protected her. In a gurgle of orange light, it absorbed all of Lust's power. She gave a pained grin.
This egg is special. It stores the power of any dragon that has dared to cast upon it. It is immune to nothing but the magic of the Hollow Mother herself. And if I die, and it falls with my body, the egg will shatter, and that power will be gone, along with the dragons it belonged to. Do you know what that means? Changer of fate.
I felt my heart sink. I knew what it meant.
You may have killed me,
Patience said, her voice icy with malice.
but when I die, your friends die too.
And with that, she went deathly still. I blinked, but her bleeding had stopped. The heavy rattling of her breaths was gone. Her graying hair no longer swung with her movements. She had put herself back inside time. Now I was alone here, completely alone, still unmoving, still helpless, maybe more than ever. If she collapses, and that egg breaks on the ground, Pride, Atonia, and Lust all have their power stored there, thanks to me. All of them will die. I would have groaned if I could. She had just given me an eternity to watch her die, and my allies along with her. Not only would I go mad well before it ever happened, but I'd go mad knowing that I'd killed the very princess I had come to this world to save. What was left for me to do? I had no damage to reflect on her, and even if I did, it would only be absorbed by the egg, therefore putting Envy in danger as well. I couldn't move her directly with Sloth's magic for the same reason, and moving anyone else would serve no purpose. I could hover a blade into her, but it would take centuries. Summoning more weapons, even a portal, would achieve nothing. Torturing her would be useless. The egg would suck up the torture, putting Wrath at risk too. In short, I couldn't harm her without the passage of time, not without also harming the egg. None of the vice powers I had left could help me, but I did have one single dragon spell left. The mirror dragon. It can swap souls. What had she said?
The egg is immune to nothing but the power of the Hollow Mother.
The Hollow Mother was the source of all magic. She gave that magic away to other dragons. If that wasn't the power of soul swapping, then I didn't know what was. My instinct took over. I cast the dragon spell. If it didn't work, the magic would get sucked into the egg. So be it. I had nothing to lose. The soul-swapping magic of the mirror dragon burst free from my chest, directed by my will alone. It sent it, hurtling straight for the egg. The world blinked. Without any warning, I felt a detonation of agony worse than anything I'd ever felt in my life. Before I'd gained my reflection magic, I'd felt plenty of pain. I'd broken bones and bled and been hit over the head until I lost consciousness, but none of that compared to the mortal, indescribable pain of having a knife hole in my guts. I staggered backward, looking down at my bloody hand as pain arced through my stomach like lightning. I was no longer me. I wore a dress and my chest felt all wrong. I wasn't even a woman, but a monster, with an object half sticking out of my ribcage. An egg, the Hollow Mother's egg. It was a part of me, and I was a part of it, and I had just swapped bodies with Patience. I looked up to see my own face grinning back at me. I was Patience, and I was looking at myself. The other Silas was smiling and pinching himself on the arm, which meant time had started again. Of course. I was Patience now. My concentration had broken. Patience's time spell had failed. The other Silas could move again. My knees weakened and my vision swam. The other Silas reached for his own arm and pinched himself. Like I said, I had a plan for everything, the other Silas said. Now I have all your powers, and you have all mine. No. At her words, I panicked, reversing the magic, letting my own soul pulse back toward my real body. Patience must have known that I still had this soul-swapping spell. Of course she had known. She could see all my auras. She had baited me into doing exactly this. I slammed back into my own body, only to find it empty. I was hollow. I had no magic. Back inside her own body, Patience collapsed, laughing. The egg hit the ground. It broke apart, and its magic spilled out. I watched in horror as the magic oozed onto the cold emerald floor, Patience's own blood pooling with it. I heard two thumps behind me as Lust and Atonia both collapsed. In front of me, Greed dropped like a dead heap. No, I breathed out. They're all dead. Patience threw her head back, swaying there on her knees.
Oh, yes,
she said.
If there's one thing you should know about a patient person, if they can't win, they'll still make damn sure no one else can win either.
She fell backward, and I was so frozen in horror that I felt like she stopped time again, but she hadn't. No. She'd done something much worse. When she was in my body, she cast all my magic on the egg. She knew I had no limits, and she cast it all. Now, all my friend's magic was trapped in that egg. That's why she'd pinched herself. It was to give herself the smallest speck of damage to reflect. She could cast the rest of my magic directly. Telekinesis, torture, reflection magic, sloth, wrath, envy, greed, and with Atonia and Lust already trapped in the egg, she had tied all of them to the egg, and now it was broken. All of them, all 6, were dead. Chapter 90. Where to start stabbing. With her dying breath, Patience said,
Serves you right.
I barely registered the sound. She was breathing her last, and I couldn't give 2 flying fucks. No. That one word consumed my entire mind, so much so that I didn't register the sound of swords clashing on the floor below. No! I turned to see Lust and Atonia on the ground, to see Envy lying quiet, too quiet, on the cot. No! Roars outside, shouts, the crash of stone and the rush of flame below, a familiar voice rising above it all.
Take that, you bastards!
But it was all just a dream to me. No. My eyes could not be torn from envy, no matter how many shouts of victory I began to hear at the very edges of my consciousness. I could see nothing but the woman with the green horns and white hair, her wings wrapped around her as she slept. Slept. I blinked. Her chest rose and fell. She wasn't dead. My gaze slid. Lust, Atonia, both still breathing. Back around. Greed. Breathing too. They lived, but their magic was gone. Their tether to this world was weak. I heard, distantly, a pounding on the hatch to this room.
Oi! You in there, bitch? You leave my kid alone!
I didn't go to open the hatch. I was in a haze. Instead, I stumbled to Patience's corpse. It did not breathe. Her body was dead, and her magic was inside me now. A one-time use spell, just like all the other dragons that had died around me. It was the power to slow time, and it had the depth and intensity of a god behind it. I didn't care. I didn't need it for this. I dropped both my hands into Patience's blood, looking down at the iridescent goop of the cracked egg. What had she said? She'd said gluttony. The long-dead god had stolen this egg from somewhere. Gluttony. Something about gluttony. When the gods became human, I breathed. Sloth had told me that gluttony had turned the gods into humans by making them eat a boiled egg. The hatch banged open with a thud, and a woman poked her head through, her brown eyes aflame with challenge, and her red, blood-spattered hair wild across her tanned face. She laid her sword on the floor and used it to help lift herself out, and then she saw me.
Damn! Looks like I missed the party,
said Tiff Sternhart, captain of the Queen's Scale Battle Corps, old friend of the Great Uniter, and, of course, my mother. I looked at her, my stomach curdling at the thought of what I'd have to do next. Unfortunately, I think the party is just getting started, I told her. She cocked her head.
Oh? Tell me where to start stabbing.
Gluttony, I thought. He stole this egg. Then he put some of his own magic in it, and he broke the egg. Then he fed the cooked egg to the gods, which gave them all some of his magic. It must have regenerated afterwards, or else it wouldn't still be here. Patience must not have known how to do it, or she would have taken all the magic herself. I pressed a fist to my twisting stomach. I would have never thought of it either. The egg was too valuable to break. What if it didn't regenerate? It wasn't worth the risk to try cooking it. It was the manifestation of the Hollow Mother herself. But if your name was Gluttony, well, you probably wanted to eat everything, and you didn't give a shit what it cost.
Son, are you all right?
My mother said softly. I swallowed and said, "Can you make scrambled eggs?" Chapter 91. Manifestation. I'm not proud of the fact I had my mother make eggs for me, but there was a lot of blood around that broken egg, and that egg literally contained the souls of my friends, and honestly, it was all too gross to think about. But Tiff Sternhart had a stomach of iron, not just a sword of it, and she scooped that shit up and cooked it using fire from her own flame dragon armor to do it. And I ate everything off the flat of her blade, without complaint, just like I'd eaten her terrible cooking for most of my life. As soon as I swallowed, the others woke up.
Well, I'll be damned,
my mother said as everyone except Patience gasped awake.
Someday you have to explain that to me. Now hold on. I'd better pass on the word that the big boss bitch is dead. I think that will take the wind out of the enemy's wings.
While she knelt beside the hatch and started shouting down, I let loose a long, uneven breath. Inside me, all the power of that egg was now filling the places that Patience had hollowed out when she'd tried to ruin me. I felt all 6 gods' powers burning, the flame boiling out to the farthest reaches of my tattoos, filling out 6 of my 7 power slots. The 7th slot, the storage one, was swollen with magic I couldn't yet identify. There had been other magic stored inside that egg. Also in the storage slot was the one-shot spell from Patience. This meant that, for the moment, I contained the magic of 7 total dragon gods, 1 stored in each of my slots. Gluttony might be dead and gone, but Patience would serve to replace him. Because of that, I was 100% dragon. The 7 dead dragon souls that everyone had seen in me were now alive and thriving. I was 7/7 a dragon, even if my form was still human. I knew it, because I could see auras. I saw the red fire dragon aura inside my mother's armor, evidence of her own status as a queen scale. I saw the auras of dragon agents inside the cell below. I could read the green of envy, the black of Atonia, the blue of greed, and the orange of lust. I could also hear better, see better. The dust motes in the cell were more numerous and more detailed. I could see them from a longer distance. I could hear the whispered words of relief from enemies below as my mother passed on the word that Patience, who had tortured them all, was now dead. I also sensed draconic when I spoke it. I could switch between them almost without conscious thought, and I understood my own words in a way I hadn't quite grasped before. Tell your forces to stop killing people, I said. All of our enemies should stop fighting if they know their leader is dead. My mother's head whipped back around as I spoke.
You speak Draconic now?
She said, her eyes wide. I just learned today, I replied. She sank into a crouch, hands resting on her knees.
Took you long enough,
she said.
Me and Warren have been waiting for you to manifest for 25 fucking years.
I stared at her. Manifest? I asked. My mother's face went slack, and she rose and strode over to me. Her gaze flicked to the cot, where envy was rising, rubbing her head. Lust was tending to her, but Atonia was standing close to me, uncertain. My mother waved the princess over to us.
Come on. You should hear this too.
This is the end of Dragonkin Dungeon 1, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You've been listening to Dragonkin Dungeon 1, written by Jace Cannon and Marcus Sloss, performed by Jonathan Waters and Amber Hart. Text copyright 2025, production copyright 2025, Royal Guard Publishing LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Epilogue. A day later, I found myself shifting uncomfortably in a chair next to Envy's bed. It was a real bed this time, in a real bedroom. Even better, no one was trying to kill us. According to Corin, the young torture healer of Harkin, Envy had been put to sleep with a heavy cocktail of good old-fashioned drugs, not magic. She might have gasped awake when I'd eaten the egg that contained her soul and her power, but she'd fallen straight back asleep again. However, Corin had come running a few minutes back, letting me know that Envy had started to stir. I'd come straight here, and now here I was, trussed up in all kinds of regalia. It had been sent along by Queen Camilla for the wedding ceremony, with her regards. My fiancée stood beside me, hovering a few feet back, waiting quietly. She knew how important this was to me. Envy murmured in her sleep, twisting the coverlet in her fingers. I took her hand, and her expression went slack, as if a bad dream had been driven away. I waited quietly. At one point, a servant poked her head in and said everyone was waiting on us. My fiancée told her to shush, and we were alone again. As if she knew innately that she was inconveniencing everyone, Envy's eyelids fluttered. I squeezed her hand, and she finally saw light again.
What? Silas?
I scooted closer to her, making the chair scrape along the sandstone floor. I'm here, Envy. She frowned.
Are you going to kill me?
I laughed. It sounded manic. It was the wild laugh of a man who was letting a full day of worry burst out of him, all in one breath. Kill you? Now, we're past that, Seven. Envy, what would you prefer to be called? Her lips flattened into an uncertain smile.
So you know the truth, then.
Her expression changed suddenly to worry, and she glanced at the door and tried to sit up.
Wait! Rat! Where's...
I caught her by the shoulders. Wrath is fine. Everyone is fine. Well, except for Patience. She's dead. Her green eyes locked onto me, and then I laid it all out for her. How I'd come to her plane looking to enter, and how I'd walked away a full dragon with her in my arms. How Tempest had flown us both back here to hearken, and how I had barely left her side since. I'm sorry, I said finally. I should have trusted you. I should have known you weren't the bad guy. Envy smiled weakly at me, then pressed my hand to her cheek, closing her eyes as she leaned into me. My chest gave a thud, and I could feel my fiancé's eyes on my back. But she knew that I wasn't a one-woman man. She had known from the moment we were promised to each other. Our marriage was a formality. It always had been. Now I understood why.
You couldn't have known.
Envy breathed.
Patience took such pains to make sure no one knew she existed. If she had never hurt Rat, I would have kept being her stooge until she finally killed me. And no one would have been the wiser.
I rubbed her cheek with my thumb. I'm still sorry. I'm going to make it up to you, I promise. Her smile made everything that much better. It had been a tough day without her. She frowned when she saw the pain cross my face. She was so beautiful when she was concerned for me. I didn't think I'd ever felt so loved in my life. But with a mother like Tiff's stern heart, that wasn't saying much. Except she isn't my mother. Not really.
Silas? What is it?
She straightened to look at my fiancé.
And I remember you. What are you doing here?
There was no jealousy in her words, no envy or anger. She had grown out of all that long ago. I turned to one side so that the two women could regard each other more clearly. This is Princess Etonia. She's my betrothed. Envy paled, glancing between us. Etonia looked down at her clasped hands, flushing.
But I thought you said your betrothed was one of her ladies-in-waiting.
Envy sputtered.
What was her name? Liara?
My smile felt weak on my face. I lied, I said simply. It was to protect, well, me and her both. Warren and Tiff both made me promise to hide the engagement until it was fulfilled. I sighed. As you can imagine, Etonia was the most eligible bachelorette in all of Parcel. They didn't want anyone targeting me to get rid of the competition, and when I got into the Hollow Spire, I didn't see the point in advertising it there either. It made me feel like an idiot because I'm not that important. I didn't want to sound like I was putting on airs, saying I was engaged to a princess. All the power seemed to go out of Envy's arm, and she dropped her hand off of mine. It landed in her lap.
But I thought you were a bartender.
She whispered. I was. Her eyes kept sliding down my wedding cloak, which was sewn from white dragon scales, then back up Etonia's wedding dress, which was sewn from red. Even if the customs here were different, Envy understood full well what she was looking at.
Then why?
She asked. I sighed and laid my hands on my knees. Turns out I'm more important than I thought, I said. You remember that story I told Wrath to calm her down, about the dragons, Portent, and Tempest? Envy nodded. You remember their brother, the one that died, Fortuity? She nodded again. Well, he didn't die. He turned into a human infant. Me. Envy stared. I had to chuckle. I know. I was just as surprised as you are. All this time I've been a dead dragon, literally. I was Fortuity coming back to life. It had been one hell of a story. Warren's favorite dragon had mated with his own ephemeral dragon soul, the dragon that had bonded to his own life force. That dragon was unique for a variety of reasons I was still learning about, but basically, he could separate from Warren for short periods of time, enough to father hatchlings. So, in a way, Warren was my father, but not really. A part of his soul was my father, but no part of his body. But me, I was all dragon, just a very special kind. Fortuity could eat good fates and bad fates. That was his power as a hatchling, I explained. Basically, he could either ruin the lives of people by eating their good fates, or he could improve the fates of those who had a bad fate. Unfortunately, bad fates made him sick, so his only real choice was to hurt people. Eventually, Warren had to choose to let Fortuity die of starvation. But he didn't die. His body began eating its own fate to keep itself alive. For some reason, that turned Fortuity into a human, into me. I have no memory of any of this, and Warren never figured out what it meant. It hurts the mind to even think about it, honestly. Envy swallowed.
It really does.
I nodded. Anyway, Warren gave this weird little infant to my mother and father to raise. Both of them were good friends of his. They didn't know how I'd turn out, if I'd be good or evil or what. So they tried to distance me from too much association with Warren. They wanted me kept far from privilege and power, but he also wanted me to be raised smart and capable. He wanted to give me the same chance at greatness that he'd had. From there, I had grown up exactly as any human would. But I'd been a human with the soul of a dead behemoth dragon, the gigantic aura of a gigantic dead thing. Death auras were hard to see for humans, even those that were dragon-touched, but dragons had no issue seeing the truth in me. It was no wonder I had scared them all shitless. But as I'd grown up and become the man I was today, Tiff and Warren had decided that I had potential. They had betrothed me to Etonia to protect her and me both. Etonia would never be queen, as Camilla already had a daughter to play heir. If Etonia was never queen, I would thus never be king, which they felt was safer for everyone. At the same time, I could use my new power and influence to help Partial thrive. That and all my damned education. Maybe if they changed my environment up a little, I might finally grow into the fate that had turned me human. In the end, it had worked. Not just the way that anyone had expected. Envy eyed the door again.
I see,
she said.
But what about Warren himself? Did you find him?
No, I replied, hating the word. Patience moved him somewhere. We're working with greed to hunt him down, but it's not looking great. Patience put you in his prison cell to act as a trap for me. It worked. She was a smart woman. Was. We both let the word hang a moment. It had a very nice ring to it, after all of the shit we had been through.
So, what happens now?
Envy said, her voice low. Now I get married, I told her. With Etonia at my side, I'll have the right to command my own battalion of Queen's Scales. I'll be able to find out where Patience came from.
You mean 7 virtues?
Envy whispered. Yeah, the 7 deeper planes. We fell quiet again. It was almost too much to contemplate. Was there any end to the Hollow Spire? Was it infinite? Were there countless more enemies down there, ready and willing to kill us, mad from centuries of being stuck in liminal space? There were more mysteries to unlock, countless more, but I was ready for them. I held out a hand. Envy, I said. You know what would make my wedding day better? She blinked at me.
What?
I grinned. An alliance between the surface and all the dragons of the Vice Plains. An alliance that will finally bring peace and freedom to the humans of these 7 planes, and to any dragons that wish to stand under our surface sun. Envy opened her mouth, lips parting slightly, and then her cheeks pinked as she beamed at me.
That sounds wonderful, Silas. So wonderful.
Good. Then give it to me, I said. She cocked her head.
Give you the alliance?
In a way. See, if I marry one of the vices themselves, well, that pretty much guarantees that the alliance will go through. Envy paled.
If you marry...
Well, it can very well be Wrath or Sloth. They're both crazy. The poor goddess looked like she'd been slapped in the face with a herring.
But you want... me?
I took her face in both my hands. Of course I want you. I love you. Then I kissed her, and I thought, one wife used to sound like too many. But as it turns out, I was just as much dragon as man, so I might as well have one of each. The end.